Sister stole $12,000 from our dad, claimed she was the golden child at his funeral. I said nothing until her fiancé heard the truth and walked out. I watched my sister drain our dying father's bank account while pretending to be his favorite. But when I exposed what she did at the funeral, nobody looked at her the same again. That's how it started. With a quiet betrayal, tucked behind polite smiles and fake tears. And for once in my life, I wasn't going to let it slide. People talk a lot about grief, about the stages, the sorrow, the way it hits you out of nowhere. But no one tells you what happens when grief collides with family politics, with secrets, with money. Because when money enters the picture, grief isn't just grief anymore. It's a contest, a power grab, a test of who really mattered in the end. I wasn't the favorite. That was always Elise. Elise, the golden child, the youngest, the one who never had to ask twice. She was the sunshine, the miracle baby, the daughter who could do no wrong even when she did plenty. Me? I was the fallback. The one who stayed home. The one who rearranged her life, while Elise sent heart emojis from California and posted "miss you" captions on old selfies with our dad. I'm not bitter. At least not anymore. I've made peace with the fact that some parents love unevenly and never admit it. But back then, I still hoped it wasn't true. I still hoped my dad could see through the sparkle Elise wore like perfume, the kind that dazzled everyone but left a sour aftertaste. Our dad, Raymond Walker, was a good man, a small-town mechanic who built his own garage from nothing and who could fix a broken carburetor faster than most people could change a tire. He wasn't warm exactly, but he was proud, tough, practical. When our mom died suddenly 10 years ago, something in him broke open. He started crying more, holding Elise longer when she visited. He even started calling her my little light. And to me, he just nodded and said, "You holding up okay?" I always said yes. I never let it show. Because that's the role I had been given. Responsible, reliable, background support. And for a long time, that was enough. Until Dad got sick. Stage 4, pancreatic cancer. Fast, aggressive, unforgiving. The diagnosis hit hard. It wasn't just the weight loss or the hospital visits. It was the way the world stopped and never really restarted. It was the way the air in the house changed. Thicker, heavier. Elise flew in immediately, for 3 days. She arrived in a designer coat, brought some overpriced skincare to help with hospital dryness, and took photos by his bedside. Then she left. Said she had projects to get back to. I, meanwhile, stayed. I drove him to every appointment, argued with insurance companies, took notes at every doctor's meeting. I cleaned up after the vomiting, stocked his fridge with foods he never ate, learned to read the silences in his face. But he never said thank you. Not once. He'd just look at me and say, "Elise called today." As if that was something. As if that was enough. I tried to ignore it. I told myself love looks different for different people. But deep down, I started to feel something crack. Not anger, not yet. Just disappointment. Then one night, after putting Dad to bed, I went through the stack of unopened mail he always let pile up. There, hidden between junk ads and medical bills, was a bank statement. At first I almost tossed it. But something made me stop. I opened it, and froze. Over $12,000. Gone. Hundreds at a time. Charges from cities my dad hadn't been to. Luxury stores he'd never heard of. Spa treatments. A restaurant in LA that served $60 salads. I felt my stomach drop. It didn't make sense. Dad didn't even use a debit card. I did all the groceries, paid the bills, managed the logins. There were no authorized transactions that weren't mine, except one. Elise. She had access. Dad once told me she needed it, just in case. I had brushed it off. Now I can't. I didn't want to believe it. But I knew. The golden child wasn't just absent. She was draining our dying father's account like he was already gone. And I was about to find out just how far she'd go. I didn't want to believe it at first. I told myself there had to be another explanation. Maybe the card was compromised. Maybe someone had cloned it. Maybe Dad had forgotten a few purchases. He was on a lot of medication after all. Confused sometimes. But deep down, I knew. The pattern was too familiar. To her. Luxury spas. High-end retail stores. Sushi restaurants where a single roll costs more than my weekly grocery bill. These weren't random fraud transactions. This was someone living large. Someone who felt entitled. Someone like Elise. Still, I didn't want to accuse her. Not yet. Because if I was wrong, if somehow she wasn't behind it, then I'd be the villain. The bitter older sister. Twisting things again, as she'd always say. So I did what I always do. I documented. I went back through 3 months of statements. I created a spreadsheet. I printed receipts from the online bank portal. I cross-referenced every date with my caregiving logs. Yes, I kept those too, because Dad's doctors required it. And sure enough, every charge matched a timeline when Elise was in California. She wasn't even trying to hide it. That's what stunned me. It wasn't just theft. It was arrogance. So I called her. Elise, I said, trying to sound calm, neutral, like I wasn't already boiling. There's something weird going on with Dad's account. Thousands are missing. There was a pause, then a breezy laugh. Oh, that? Don't stress. Dad gave me access. He told me to use the card for emergencies and stuff he might need from afar. Emergencies, I repeated, jaw tightening. Because I'm looking at a $750 charge to a resort spa in Malibu. She scoffed. I was stressed out. I needed a break. Do you know how hard it is to be the one everyone expects to hold it together? Hold it together. She hadn't even been here. I was the one who canceled shifts, who watched our dad cry after chemo, who held a bowl to his mouth when he couldn't keep water down. But in Elise's world, being expected to post a sympathy emoji once a week made her the victim. Okay, I said carefully. But this is his money. He needs this for treatments. Meds. Rent. Elise didn't even hesitate. He's not gonna need it much longer, let's be real. I couldn't speak. I actually couldn't find words for a few seconds. I just stood there, phone pressed to my ear, listening to my sister admit, flat out, that she was spending our father's money under the assumption that he was going to die soon anyway. And she didn't even sound sad about it. Elise, I said finally, voice shaking. Do you even hear yourself? You're stealing from a dying man, our father. No, she snapped back, suddenly defensive. I'm claiming what I've earned. Do you have any idea how much pressure I'm under? How many people rely on me emotionally? You think it's easy being the one who makes Dad smile when he sees me? You think that's not work too? That's when I realized. She believed it. She truly believed that her charm, her ability to show up twice a year and draw all eyes to her, was equal in value to the months I'd spent watching life drain from our father's face. That her phone calls and selfies somehow canceled out everything I had done. It wasn't just selfishness. It was delusion. So I hung up. Quietly. No screaming. No dramatic declarations. And then I called the bank. I froze the account. Changed the login. Set alerts for every transaction. The rep on the phone was sympathetic, especially after I explained the situation. Elderly abuse isn't always bruises or bruised egos. Sometimes it looks like your sister helping herself to what isn't hers, and convincing herself it's justice. I didn't tell Dad. I couldn't. He was too tired. Too fragile. And honestly, I think part of him still believed Elise could do no wrong. Maybe he needed to. Maybe it gave him comfort. So I protected that illusion for his sake. But I didn't protect her. I started documenting everything. Screenshots of messages, bank statements, the call log from the resort. I was building a case. Not for court, not yet. But for the moment I knew would come. The one where Elise would pretend, again, to be the daughter who sacrificed the most. Because the funeral was coming. Sooner than anyone wanted to admit. And if she tried to rewrite history, I'd be ready. The funeral came faster than I expected. No matter how much you prepare, the meetings, the paperwork, the medical calls, nothing prepares you for the moment they zip the body bag, and you realize that's it. There are no more, I love yous, no last-minute forgiveness, no second chances. Just silence. Dad passed quietly in his favorite flannel shirt on a rainy Tuesday morning. I was holding his hand. The room smelled like lavender from the diffuser I kept near his bed. The nurse said he went peacefully, I hoped she was right. I didn't cry right away. I didn't scream. I didn't collapse. I just sat there, numb, with his hand in mine, feeling the warmth slowly fade from his skin. Elise flew in that night. Hair freshly done. Designer boots. Oversized sunglasses even though it was cloudy. She brought her fiancé Kyle, who didn't say much, just held her bag and looked vaguely embarrassed to be there. I hadn't spoken to Elise since the call. I didn't confront her again, not directly. I had my proof. I had my plan. I wasn't going to waste energy arguing with someone who had already shown me who she was. This wasn't going to be a fight. It was going to be an unveiling. The service was beautiful. Simple. Just like Dad wanted. Old friends shared stories about his stubbornness, his laugh, the way he always offered to fix things that weren't even broken. It was strange hearing people talk about him like he was a memory already. But comforting too. Then came the reception, held at the local community center. Tables lined with sandwiches, cookies, and cheap coffee in styrofoam cups. The kind of event where grief sits next to potato salad and no one knows quite what to say. I had just finished giving my toast, a quiet tribute to Dad's loyalty, his work ethic, and the way he made people feel safe, when I saw Elise stand up, glass in hand, smile fixed. "I'd just like to say a few words," she announced, tapping the rim of her wine glass like she was giving a wedding toast. I froze. This was it. The moment. She launched into a performance worthy of an award show. "I gave up so much to be here for Dad," she said, voice trembling just enough. "He was my rock. My biggest supporter. And even when I was far away, he always said I was his light." A few people nodded. Some even looked teary-eyed. I could feel my chest tighten. "I held his hand during some of his worst moments," she continued. "I was the one who brought him joy during those last months. I just want everyone to know how much I loved him, and how deeply this loss has affected me." That's when I reached into my bag. I pulled out a sealed envelope. Handwritten. Marked in Dad's scrawl. "Read only if Elise makes it about her." He had written it 3 weeks before he passed. He had suspected, even then, that she'd twist the story. I stood up slowly. The room went quiet. "Elise," I said gently. "Dad asked me to read this if today went the way we both expected it might." She turned to me blinking, confused. "What is that?" "A letter," I replied. "From him. For everyone here." Then I read. "If Elise stands up and pretends she was my primary caretaker, stop her. She stole from me. Over $12,000. She used my card while I was dying and lied about it. I didn't confront her because I didn't want to die angry, but I don't want anyone fooled. My oldest daughter, the one who stayed, who sacrificed, who sat through every treatment. She's the one who was there for me. Elise, I love you. But the truth matters more than appearances. Please sit down." Silence. You could have heard a pin drop. Elise's face went pale. Her jaw tensed. Kyle slowly turned toward her, a storm cloud forming in his expression. Aunt Marlene whispered, "My God." Uncle Dave folded his arms. No one clapped. No one defended her. They just looked. Looked at her like they were seeing her for the first time, and not liking what they saw. Elise opened her mouth as if to argue, but nothing came out. She sat down hard, her wine glass rattling against the table. I folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope and returned to my seat. No dramatic explosion. No screaming. Just silence. The kind that carries more weight than words ever could. That was the day Elise stopped being the golden child. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't invisible. 6 months have passed since the funeral. I don't visit Dad's grave every week, not out of neglect, just because I don't feel like he's there. He's in the garage where he taught me how to change a tire. He's in the chair by the window where he read the newspaper every morning, mumbling about the weather like it owed him something. He's in the smell of motor oil, and the sound of country radio humming low in the background. Grief hasn't left. It just changed shape. Some days it walks quietly beside me. Other days, it punches me in the gut out of nowhere. But I can breathe now. I can move without flinching. After the letter was read at the reception, the ripple effect was immediate. Elise didn't speak to anyone for the rest of the day. She vanished before the dessert trays were cleared, dragging her stunned fiancé Kyle out the side door. I heard she tried to reach out to a few cousins later that week, spinning her version of the story, claiming the letter was forged, that I was bitter and manipulative. But the thing about Elise is, she spent so long building her image, she never realized people were already watching the cracks form. That letter didn't shatter her reputation. It simply confirmed what many had quietly suspected for years. Kyle reached out to me a week after the funeral. His message was short, measured. He thanked me for handling things with dignity, said he was sorry I had to carry the burden alone, and that he had broken off the engagement. Apparently, Elise had been hiding more than just her spending habits. Credit card debt, a second social media account she used to flirt with old flames, even a small personal loan she took out in his name without telling him. Something he only discovered when he tried to refinance his car. "She's not who I thought she was," he wrote, "but I'm glad someone finally stood up to her." We didn't stay in touch after that. We didn't need to. Some people enter your life to confirm a truth and then quietly leave. As for the rest of the family, silence speaks volumes. Aunt Marlene removed Elise from the family group chat. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Uncle Dave, who once boasted Elise was going places, now crosses the street when he sees her in town. Even Grandma June, who doted on Elise like she was a living saint, called me crying 2 weeks after the funeral. "I didn't know," she said. "I thought you were just quiet. I didn't realize you were carrying all that." I told her it was okay. Because in a strange way, it was. I wasn't angry anymore. Just tired. But in that exhaustion, something new began to bloom. Clarity. I used part of Dad's remaining funds to pay off the last of his hospital bills. The rest I put into a savings account. Not for me, but for a life I'm finally starting to imagine for myself. I signed up for night classes, started painting again. Sometimes I even sleep through the night without dreaming of hospital beeps or whispered arguments in hallways. The house feels different now. Lighter. Like it can finally breathe again. Sometimes I sit in the garage, surrounded by rusted tools and half-finished projects, and just exist. I run my hand along the old workbench, trace the initials Dad carved into the wood when he was 16. He left behind more than bills and memories. He left behind proof that I mattered, that I was seen. That letter changed everything. It didn't bring him back. It didn't erase Elise's betrayal. But it gave me something I never thought I'd get. Validation. I don't think Elise will ever apologize. I don't think she believes she did anything wrong. In her world, being adored always came first, no matter the cost. But for the first time in my life, I'm okay with letting go. I let go of needing her to change. I let go of waiting for her to say thank you. I let go of the part of me that thought I had to earn love by staying silent. Last week I visited Dad's grave again. I didn't cry. I just placed a small wrench on the headstone, one from his old toolbox, and whispered, "I got it from here." Then I walked away. And this time, I didn't look back. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My family voted me out at Dad's $800 dinner. I quietly handed them a folder with $78,000 in receipts. My sister screamed. Her marriage collapsed. They say family sticks together. Mine stuck to me like leeches. It was my father's 60th birthday, a milestone, as Marla called it in the group chat I was never part of, until it came time to split the bill. A surprise dinner at a mid-range steakhouse. Nothing fancy. The kind of place with leather booths, half-melted butter on top of every steak, and Sinatra playing too loud through the ceiling vents. I paid for the reservation. I paid for the custom cake. I even paid for the damn balloons with his name in gold foil. And when I walked in, 15 minutes early, because I'm always the one who shows up early, I didn't get a smile. No waves. Not even eye contact. Just a weird shift in the air. The kind of silence you feel before someone delivers bad news. Everyone was already seated. My siblings, their spouses. Kids bouncing around with party hats, sugar highs, and zero awareness. My chair was the only one left, wedged between Marla, my older sister, and Darren, the little brother who once called me crying when his car broke down outside Vegas. I'd wired him $1,200 that night without hesitation. No one looked up when I sat down. I asked where Mom was. No one answered. I asked if Dad had seen the gift I left at the front. An engraved watch I'd saved 3 months for. Still nothing. Then Marla leaned toward me, the smell of her rosewater perfume wrapping around me like a chokehold, and whispered, "You're lucky we let you come." I blinked. "What?" She pulled back, smirking like she just hit a game-winning shot. Then she stood up, raised her wine glass, and tapped it with a dessert spoon. Ching ching. "Before we dig into the filet mignon my brother so generously paid for," she started, her voice syrupy and performative, "we have an announcement." Conversations dropped. Even the kids stopped fidgeting. "It's time we acknowledge something that's been building for years," she continued, now standing behind her chair like some suburban judge delivering a sentence. "Trevor has made his choices. His career, his bachelor lifestyle. His little dog over there," she gestured vaguely toward me. "And that's fine. But choices have consequences." My gut clenched. Not because I didn't see it coming, but because I did. I'd seen this moment forming in the corners of every group chat I wasn't in, every half-hearted thank you, every subtle dig passed off as a joke. And now here it was. So, after a long family discussion, Marla looked around, locking eyes with Darren, with Mom, even with Dad, who didn't flinch. "We've agreed to cut ties. As of tonight, you're no longer part of this family." There was a pause. Not the kind that leaves room for someone to object, but the kind that gives space for everyone to show where they stand. And then, applause. Scattered, awkward clapping, like a bad speech at a wedding. My cousin Tasha let out a woo and raised her cocktail. Darren nodded like he just signed off on a group project. My mother kept eating her salmon, eyes fixed on her plate like nothing was happening. I turned to my dad. "You're okay with this?" He sipped his scotch and muttered, "It's probably for the best." My mouth went dry. I sat there in a room full of people I'd financially supported for over a decade. People whose mortgages I floated, whose kids I'd taken on weekend trips, whose emergencies always somehow became my responsibility. "You rehearsed this," I said quietly. Marla gave me that same fake smile she wore at every Christmas brunch. "Of course we did. We wanted to be respectful." Respectful. I reached into my jacket, pulled out a thick white envelope. Heavy, deliberate, sealed. I set it on the table. Not with force. Just finality. "Then you won't need this." Marla raised an eyebrow. "What, your will?" I smiled. "Close. It's everything you thought I'd never say out loud." She rolled her eyes and grabbed the envelope. Tore it open like she expected to see a childish rant, or maybe another check with a passive-aggressive note. Instead, she found a stack of papers. Printouts. Dates. Transfers. Screenshots. Names. Her hands started to tremble. But before we get to that moment, before the screaming, the gaslighting, the fallout, I need to tell you how we got here. Because no one cuts off a family without a reason. And in my case, I had 78,000 of them. They didn't always hate me, not exactly. It was more like I gradually stopped being useful in the way they preferred. When I was a kid, I was the quiet one. The mature one. The one who didn't cause trouble. Didn't ask for much. Didn't need reminding to do his homework. While Marla was throwing tantrums and Darren was breaking lamps, I was reading books and fixing the Wi-Fi. And the thing about being low maintenance in a dysfunctional family, you don't get praise. You get ignored. I moved out at 18. No drama, no big goodbye. I packed up a U-Haul, signed a lease on a one-bedroom apartment an hour away, and started putting myself through college. 2 jobs. No help. My mom called me stoic, like it was a compliment. My dad said, "That's just how Trevor is. Self-sufficient." What he meant was, we don't have to worry about him. And they didn't. Not when my roommates stole from me. Not when I missed a semester because I couldn't afford textbooks. Not when I graduated with honors, alone, with no one in the audience. But they remembered me the day Marla got fired. "Trevor, can you cover rent this month? Just until she finds something." They remembered me when Darren's wife had a baby. "Trevor, we were hoping you could help with the crib, and maybe the car seat, and the hospital bill." They remembered me every holiday season, every unexpected expense, every urgent situation. And I helped. Of course I helped. Because I told myself it was temporary. That family shows up when it matters. That they'd do the same for me if the roles were reversed. Except the roles never reversed. I made it. I worked my way into a tech startup, then another. I learned to budget, to invest, to build stability. And as my paychecks grew, so did the requests. Bigger, bolder, more entitled. No, please. No, if you're able. Just, we need this. You can afford it. Marla once called me Trevi, like an ATM. They laughed when I protested. Don't be so sensitive, Darren chuckled. It's just a nickname. The thing is, I am sensitive. I just stopped showing it. Somewhere along the way, my role shifted from brother to emergency fund. If I missed a birthday party, I was selfish. If I questioned a loan, I was greedy. If I said no, I was pulling away. But the real turning point was last year. Marla wanted to open a boutique wellness studio. Yoga, smoothies, candles. It'll be huge, she said. It's not just a business, it's a movement. She asked me to co-sign the loan. I said no. I said it calmly, politely. Even offered to review her business plan. Help her find a grant. She didn't want help. She wanted a signature, a guarantee, an insurance policy wrapped in brotherly obligation. She hung up on me. And that was the last time she called. After that, the walls closed in. Mom stopped texting me those guilt-laced Bible quotes. Dad only replied in one-word answers. Darren blocked me on Instagram. Marla posted a long, cryptic story about cutting out toxic people who drain your energy, accompanied by a photo of her holding sage and staring into the sun. Then came the group photo at Easter. Everyone is smiling in front of Mom's house. Everyone but me. No invite, no explanation. I sat in my apartment that day, eating leftover Chinese food, scrolling through my bank records. I went 5 years back, then 7. Tallying every payment, every Venmo, every just until next Friday that never came. It added up to over $78,000. $78,000. Gone. And you know what stung more than the money? Not once did anyone offer to pay me back. Not even a $10 gift card. Not even a thank you card. So I started building the folder. Receipts, text threads, screenshots, dates, transfers. I kept it organized, like I do everything. Color-coded tabs, summary sheet, chronological order, even a timeline of family events they excluded me from. Petty? Maybe. But I wasn't planning revenge. I was building proof of everything they refused to see. Because I knew, deep down, that a storm was coming. And when it finally hit, I didn't want to scream. I didn't want to cry. I wanted to sit at that dinner table, look them all in the eye, and show them exactly what they'd done. No yelling, no pleading, just facts. Neatly printed. 3 hole punches, and impossible to ignore. Marla's smirk died the moment she hit page 2. At first, she flipped through the folder like it was a joke. A passive-aggressive birthday card, maybe. Or a petty spreadsheet from her uptight brother who couldn't take a joke. But then her eyes froze. Her face dropped. The table quieted. Her fingers trembled as she turned another page. Her mouth twitched, like she wanted to say something but didn't know how. "What is this?" she muttered. Darren leaned over. "What's going on?" She didn't answer. She just stood up, too fast, knocking her wine over in the process. The glass rolled across the table and spilled into Dad's lap. He jumped, cursing. But Marla wasn't looking at him. She was staring at me. "You had no right," she hissed. I sat still, calm, unmoving. "You had no right to save all this," she said louder now, pointing at the folder like it was a bomb. "This is a violation. You're twisted." No one moved, not even the kids. My mother slowly set her fork down, her face pale, her lips slightly parted. She looked like she had just seen a ghost. Joel, Marla's husband, picked up the folder and began reading. Then he said it out loud. $78,000? He looked at me, eyes wide. I nodded once. Verified. Every cent. Is this, from you to them? Over 7 years, I said. Silence again. A silence so thick you could feel it pressing against your chest. Joel flipped more pages. Credit card charges, dental bills, Cabo flight confirmation? He stopped, narrowed his eyes. Wait, what's this hotel booking? Santa Monica? Marla's eyes widened. She reached for the folder, panicked. That's nothing. That was work. Joel didn't move. You went to a hotel for 3 nights with someone named Ryan? I told you, she started. He held up his hand. You told me you were at a wellness retreat with your mom. And just like that, the cracks turned into fault lines. Joel got up and walked out, folder in hand. No shouting, no scene. Just a door swinging shut. My mother finally spoke. You kept records of everything? I turned to her, my voice even. Someone had to. You never remembered. She blinked, looked down at her plate, then whispered. We didn't mean to make you feel like an outsider. No, I said. You meant to make me feel useful. She looked up, eyes wet. That's not fair. It's honest. Then my dad cleared his throat. Okay, we all got a little emotional. Let's calm down before this gets out of hand. Out of hand. He still thought this was salvageable. That's the thing about people like them. They don't hear you until you burn the whole house down. And even then they complain about the smoke. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out another envelope. Dad rolled his eyes. What now? I placed it in front of him. This one's not about money. He opened it. Read the first line. Then I froze. Power of attorney. Revoked? He said. Medical proxy. Emergency contact. Financial fallback. All of it. Revoked. I am no longer legally, financially, or emotionally responsible for this family. My mother gasped like I'd slapped her. You can't mean that. I do, I said. And it's already been notarized. You'll get the formal notice on Monday. You're being cruel, Marla snapped, re-entering the room, her mascara smudged. No, I said, standing up. I'm being done. Marla looked at our mother, searching for support. You're really letting him do this? My mom whispered. He's not listening. No, I said again, louder this time, looking around the table. You're not listening. You had years to listen. Birthdays, holidays, hospital calls, group texts. I gave you time. I gave you money. I gave you patience. And when I finally stopped, just once, you exiled me like I was some distant cousin who showed up drunk. I leaned forward, palms flat on the table. I was your emergency contact, and now I'm the emergency. But here's the difference. I'm not here to fix it anymore. No one said anything. Marla stared at me like I was a stranger. Darren wouldn't meet my eyes. My mother looked at the folder, then at the envelope, then at the empty seat where Joel had been. Then I said it. The line I'd rehearsed for weeks. You didn't lose a brother tonight. You lost your backup plan. And with that, I picked up my coat, took one last look around the table, and walked out. No shouting. No slamming. Just footsteps. Quiet. Steady. I left them sitting in their own mess. Half-eaten cake, warm wine, and cold silence. I got in my car, turned off my phone, and drove home. For the first time in my life, no one could reach me. And for the first time, I didn't want them to. That night I didn't cry. I thought I would. I thought I'd break down on the drive home, shaking, breathless, running over everything I said and wondering if I'd gone too far. But instead, I felt something else. Stillness. Like a storm had passed and left behind nothing but clean air. When I walked into my apartment, it was quiet. Just me and the faint hum of the fridge. No half-yelled conversations bleeding through the walls. No group text buzzing my phone. No passive-aggressive voicemails from Mom. No guilt-laced Bible quotes from Marla. No, we're still family messages begging for one more favor. I poured a glass of wine, sat by the window, and let the silence settle into my bones. For the first time in years, no one needed anything from me, and I wasn't racing to fill the empty space. The next morning I did something small, something ridiculous. I made pancakes. Not for a brunch, not for a family visit, just for me. Eggs, blueberries, a little bit of cinnamon. I sat at the table with my dog snoring at my feet, fork in hand, and I took my time. No texts came in, No emergency requests, no guilt. It felt like freedom. And then came the second feeling. Clarity. I started going for runs in the morning. I stopped checking social media for clues about whether Marla and Joel were still together. I deleted group threads, froze the shared accounts, changed my passwords, removed mom as my emergency contact, added a friend instead. I made a list of things I'd put off. Doctor's appointments, dentist, therapy. Yeah. I started therapy. Not because I was broken, but because I needed help learning how to not carry everyone else's weight. How to say no without guilt. How to stop confusing obligation with love. My therapist asked, "When was the last time someone gave to you without expecting something in return?" I couldn't answer, so I decided to change that. I started volunteering once a week, at a shelter, helping clean and set up meals. No one there knew me as the guy with a six-figure salary or a record of debt repayments to ungrateful family. No one asked me for money. They just said, "Thank you," and meant it. It was weirdly healing. And slowly, my world got bigger. I applied for a new job in a new city. Something closer to the coast. Something quieter. I didn't ask for advice. I didn't check if it would inconvenience anyone. I just did it. Got the offer. Took it. Packed up. A week before I moved, I got a letter. No return address, but I recognized my mother's handwriting. Inside, 3 pages. Front and back. Page 1 was regret. "We never meant to make you feel unwanted." Page 2 was guilt. "Marla's going through a lot. Joel left. Dad's blood pressure is high. Ellie misses her uncle." Page 3 was the ask. "We're behind on the mortgage. Just a little help. One last time. Then we promise." I didn't read the rest. I folded the letter, dropped it into the trash, and exhaled. They didn't want me back. They wanted access. They wanted the version of me who didn't say no. The one who paid quietly. Who swallowed resentment with a smile. But he's gone. That guy, Trevor the fixer, the wallet with legs, isn't here anymore. And you know what? The world didn't fall apart without him. They found other people to lean on. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe they had to finally face their own mess. Either way, not my problem. Since the move, life's been quieter. I go to bed without my phone on. I wake up when the sun hits my face. I take long walks. I read again. I cook for myself. I sleep better. I breathe deeper. No one has shown up at my door. No dramatic voicemail. Just silence. And for the first time, I'm thankful for that silence. Sometimes I think about Ellie. About what she'll be told about me. About how they'll spin the narrative when she's old enough to ask. But I also know this. She'll grow up, and she'll notice things. Who helped? Who disappeared? Who always showed up? And who finally stopped? And maybe one day she'll find me. Maybe she won't. But I'll be here. Whole. Unburdened. Me. Someone once asked me if I regretted cutting them off. I said, I only regret not doing it sooner. And I meant it. It's been 7 months since the folder hit the table. 7 months since I walked out of that steakhouse and never looked back. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if they still tell the story. If they laugh it off or spin it differently. Trevor snapped. He lost it. He's punishing us. But then I remember. What they say doesn't matter anymore. Because I'm not there to hear it. And I'm not their version of me anymore. The old me? He didn't leave that night. He died at that table. Between the half-eaten cake and the spilled wine. The man they could guilt, corner, and control. Gone. And what grew in his place wasn't bitterness. It was peace. Not the kind that comes from revenge, or getting the last word. But the kind you find when you finally decide you don't owe anyone your suffering. And if that makes me the villain in their story, so be it. You can be the villain in someone else's story and still be the hero in your own. Since I left, the messages have slowed. At first they trickled in every few days, some angry, some pleading. A few emotional bombs disguised as apologies. But I didn't respond. And eventually, they ran out of ways to get to me. Well, most of them. Last month I got another envelope in the mail. No return address again, but it was my mother's handwriting. 3 words. We're still family. No explanation. No apology. No change. Just another hook. This time I didn't feel a thing. No rage, no sadness. Just nothing. I folded the note and placed it on top of the others in a shoebox marked, "Closure." Then I made dinner and watched a movie. No drama, no spiraling thoughts. Just Tuesday. That's what healing looks like. Not a Hollywood moment. Not a dramatic monologue in the rain. Just a regular Tuesday that feels like yours. I still go to therapy, not because I'm broken, but because I'm rebuilding. Slowly. With intention. I'm learning how to stop saying, "I'm fine" when I'm not. I'm learning how to choose myself without guilt. I'm learning that boundaries aren't punishments, they're clarity. Sometimes I wonder how I stayed so long. How many dinners I sat through with clenched teeth. How many favors I granted while quietly dying inside. How many times I convinced myself that family meant tolerating pain. But now I know the truth. Family is not whoever shares your blood, it's whoever respects your boundaries, your value, your peace. And if someone only calls you family when they need something, they're not your family. They're your leash. To anyone still stuck in that role, the quiet one, the fixer, the emotional punching bag, I get it. You keep hoping that if you just give a little more, they'll finally see your worth. But they won't. Because people who take without gratitude don't change when you give more. They change when you stop. And yeah, it'll hurt. It'll feel like ripping out a part of yourself. But what comes after? That stillness? That freedom? It's worth it. People say things like, "Blood is thicker than water." But that's not the full quote. The real phrase is, "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb." Translation? Chosen bonds are stronger than inherited ones. I didn't choose my family, but I choose me now. I choose the version of me that's not afraid to say no. The one who doesn't apologize for being tired. The one who wakes up without dread. The one who makes pancakes just because it's Sunday and the sun is out. A few weeks ago, a friend asked me something. "Do you think they'll ever change?" I took a breath. "Maybe," I said. "But I'm not waiting around to find out. If they do, great. If they don't, that's not my problem anymore." I used to think that walking away meant giving up. That cutting ties meant I failed as a son, a brother, a good person. But now I know. Walking away was the bravest thing I've ever done. Because staying quiet? That was easy. Saying yes? That was automatic. But choosing myself? That took everything. So if you're wondering whether you're heartless for drawing a line, you're not. You're not selfish. You're not cruel. You're not wrong. You're just done. And that's not a weakness. That's freedom. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My family sold my inheritance to fund my sister's wedding. Then I exposed them with a 6-minute video. Now they're begging for forgiveness. I never expected much from my family. Not affection, not attention, certainly not fairness. But what I didn't expect, what really took the air out of my lungs, was the day I found out they had sold my grandfather's land. My inheritance. My legacy. And they did it without telling me. Not to help the family, not to cover an emergency, but to throw my sister Savannah a $65,000 wedding. Let me rewind for a moment. My name's Elliot, I'm 27, and I was the quiet one. The mature one. The he'll understand child. You know the type. The kid who gets praised for being low maintenance but ends up forgotten because he doesn't cause a scene. My younger sister Savannah? Oh, she was the opposite. She lit every room on fire and got applauded for the smoke. I grew up in the outskirts of Portland in a modest 3-bedroom ranch-style house. My parents weren't poor, but we were never flush with cash either. Every dollar had a place. Every luxury was weighed. Except when it came to Savannah. She had braces, ballet lessons, and spring trips to Europe. I got hand-me-down cleats and the reminder that boys don't need much. It was always like that. I never hated her. She was my sister. But I hated what my parents did around her. The favoritism, the manipulation, the way they twisted guilt into currency. I played along for years, thinking maybe if I just kept being good, they'd notice. They didn't. When I was 15, my grandfather, Dad's father, took me aside one Thanksgiving. He had a firm hand and a quieter voice than you'd expect from a man who spent 40 years in logging. He said, "I've seen the way they treat you, Elliot. That land out in Tillamook? That's yours when I go. Your father knows it. Don't let them talk you out of it." I nodded, not fully understanding, but grateful. He died 3 years later. I was a freshman in college, working 2 jobs and eating off-brand ramen in a dorm that smelled like mildew and broken dreams. I waited for some news, legal, financial, anything, but none came. When I asked, my father just waved it off. There was nothing official. He talked a lot. You know how he was. I didn't push. That's on me. Fast forward to 2 months ago. I came home for a rare visit. Savannah was getting married, and my parents had been unusually persistent about my presence. Said it'd mean the world to her. That phrase should have set off alarms. The house was filled with catered food, event planners walking in and out, floral arrangements taller than Savannah. I couldn't help but notice the luxury oozing out of every detail. Mind you, my parents still drove used cars and complained about grocery prices, but somehow, this wedding looked like it came out of a Kardashian fever dream. I waited until Dad was 3 bourbons in and laughed with the groom's father before I pulled him aside. "Hey, quick question," I said. "Whatever happened to Grandpa's land?" The color drained from his face like I'd asked about a body in the backyard. He muttered something about taxes and the market not being what it used to be. I didn't let it go. "Did you sell it?" He looked me straight in the eye and shrugged. "We did what made sense. Your sister needed a proper start to her new life." I felt like I got hit in the chest with a shovel. I didn't speak, I just left. Got in my car, drove 3 hours without music, and sat in a McDonald's parking lot until 2 a.m., trying to process the fact that my family, my own family, had sold the one thing my grandfather ever promised me. Without a word. Without a thought. Because Savannah wanted a chandelier imported from Italy for her first dance. They thought I'd just eat it. That I'd nod like always. But this time, I didn't. Something snapped. They sold the land. So I sold my silence. I didn't say a word to anyone that night. Not to Savannah. Not to my mother. Not to the guests who greeted me like I hadn't been gone for 3 years. I just left. But I didn't forget. On the drive home, I started digging. I remembered my grandfather kept meticulous records. The old man was paranoid about the government, always saying, "Paper beats memory." So I logged into the county's online records database and started searching property transfers. There it was. A quiet deed transfer, 12 months after he passed, signed by my father and 2 witnesses, none of whom were me. It showed the land was listed under a family trust, not his personal name. I kept reading. The trust had been amended 2 weeks before his death. The new language said that any asset could be reallocated for the benefit of the surviving family at the trustee's discretion. And who was the trustee? My father. He rewrote the document. Whether it was coercion, confusion, or manipulation, I'll never know. But the signature was my grandfather's, and it was held in court. I knew that much. It was legal, it was airtight, and it was evil. I couldn't get the image out of my head. Savannah twirling in her $12,000 dress while my grandfather's land, his legacy, was turned into a wedding tent fund. And I was expected to clap like a trained seal and toast her happiness. Not this time. So I did what I always do when I'm furious. I got methodical. I requested a full copy of the trust records from the lawyer who had handled my grandfather's estate. It took some nudging and a couple of polite lies, but eventually, I got the file. Buried in the fine print was something interesting. A secondary clause. If any beneficiary could prove that assets were diverted under false pretenses, the trustee could be removed, and the remaining assets redistributed. It wasn't much, but it was something. And more importantly, it was leverage. So I made a plan. 2 weeks before the wedding, I called Savannah. I congratulated her, acted cheerful. I told her I wanted to surprise our parents with a little video montage at the reception. Old memories, family clips, sentimental stuff. She loved the idea. "Oh my God, Elliot, that's actually so sweet of you. I knew you'd come around." I smiled through the phone. "Of course. Just send me some of your favorite pictures and I'll do the rest." But I wasn't making a montage. I was assembling receipts, bank statements, county land sale records, email confirmations, real estate listings, wire transfers, everything. I even found an old voicemail from my dad bragging to a cousin about how he managed to move the land before the will got complicated. I edited it all into a clean 6-minute video. Black background, white text, no narration. Just cold hard facts with screenshots and voice clips. I uploaded it to a private Vimeo link with password protection. I printed a QR code, and I slipped that code inside every wedding program on the day of the event. Right there, between the lyrics of Savannah's chosen first dance song and a thank you note from my parents. I didn't attend the wedding, but I heard about the aftermath. Apparently one of the groom's uncles scanned the QR code while waiting for the ceremony to start. Watched the entire video. Showed it to 3 other people. It spread like wildfire. By the time Savannah walked down the aisle, half the guests were whispering. The other half were reading court documents on their phones. My parents tried to contain the situation, claiming it was a misunderstanding, and that I was mentally unwell. But they underestimated how well I prepared. Everything in the video was sourced, cited, and traceable. Savannah didn't speak to me for weeks. But then she did. I got a call at 2:12 a.m. She was sobbing. Her honeymoon had been postponed. The groom's family wanted answers. She said I ruined her wedding. I told her she could have had a smaller wedding, and a brother. She hung up. A few months later, the real fallout began. A local journalist who used to be one of my classmates picked up the story after it started making the rounds on Facebook. She reached out and asked if I'd go on record. I declined, but I gave her permission to use public documents and statements. The article went viral in our town. Headline read, "Heir Left Out: How a Father Sold His Son's Inheritance to Fund a Wedding." My father lost several clients at his accounting firm. Turns out people don't like trusting their taxes to someone who manipulates estate law. My mother tried to apologize, to explain they had no choice, and that Savannah was struggling and needed a good start in life. I told her I was done with all of them. What they don't know, what I haven't told anyone yet, is that I recently bought back a portion of the land. Not the whole thing, but a 5-acre plot that borders the creek my grandfather used to fish in. I'm building a small cabin there. Nothing fancy. Just enough space for a fire pit, a chair, and peace. And every time I sit there and watch the water, I remember something my grandfather said to me that last Thanksgiving. When people show you who they are, son, believe them. But don't let them turn you into something small. Let them feed your roots. That land was never about money. It was about roots, about respect, about memory. And now, it's mine again. It's been over a year since the wedding that wasn't. A year since the fallout. Since the masks cracked. Since the golden girl's crown slipped. And the illusion of our family shattered in public, right in front of the people they spent their whole lives trying to impress. I thought it would feel like victory. And in some ways it did. But in the quiet moments, when I'm alone in the cabin, coffee in hand, rain tapping against the tin roof, I've realized that revenge, no matter how justified, leaves echoes, and they sound a lot like grief. Let me explain. After the article hit local news, my father's business went into a tailspin. Clients vanished. Partners distanced themselves. Within 6 months he shattered the firm completely. Last I heard, he was doing freelance bookkeeping and trying to pivot to online consultations. But the name Patrick Hale didn't exactly inspire confidence anymore. My mother, for her part, turned to church groups and Facebook forums. She posted long rants about how cruel the world is to mothers, about betrayal, about how her son had become a stranger. She never named me directly, but the subtext was as thick as fog. They sold their house 3 months after the wedding. Quietly. No goodbye. No forwarding address. I found out through a neighbor who used to mow their lawn. They now live in a 1-bedroom apartment, above a liquor store in Beaverton. And Savannah? Well, Savannah's marriage lasted about 4 months. Apparently the groom's family didn't take kindly to being duped. The tensions snowballed. Rumors became arguments. Arguments became ultimatums. One night he walked out with a suitcase and never came back. She tried to save face online, posting heavily filtered selfies with captions like, "Finding myself again, and growth looks good on me." But the engagement plummeted. The sponsorships dried up. Her social media persona cracked just like her fairy tale wedding did. I heard she moved back in with my parents. That tiny apartment. 3 adults, 1 bedroom. A pressure cooker of disappointment and blame. It was only a matter of time before they reached out again. The first attempt was subtle. A birthday card in the mail with no return address. Inside was $50 in cash, and a note in my mother's cursive. Still your family. Still love you. Always will. I threw it away. A month later came the email, from Savannah this time. Subject line: please read. The message wasn't long. She said she understood now. That she finally saw how unfair things had been. That the wedding disaster opened her eyes, and she wanted to make things right between us. She didn't defend what they'd done. Just asked for a chance to talk. Said she missed having a brother. I didn't respond. Not out of cruelty. But because part of me wanted to believe her. And that part of me was dangerous. You see, when someone's neglected you for most of your life, any scrap of warmth they toss your way can feel like a feast. Even if it's laced with guilt. Even if it's transactional. Even if it's just because they've run out of options. And I wasn't going back to that. But healing's a strange thing. Sometimes it sneaks up on you. A few weeks ago I was down at the creek, clearing debris after a storm. I slipped, hit my head, and split my eyebrow open. Nothing life-threatening, but I needed stitches. The nearest clinic was 45 minutes away. I drove myself. Sitting in the ER, half drenched in blood and river water, I realized I didn't have anyone to call. No one to text. No one said, "Hey, I'm okay." I wasn't sad. Not exactly. Just aware. Aware that cutting ties while necessary leaves you floating. You lose the poison, but you also lose the roots. I didn't reach out to them. Not then. Not even when I got home and saw 3 missed calls from a blocked number. But I thought about it. Last week I made a decision. I invited my Aunt Diane, my mom's sister, out to the cabin. She's one of the few relatives who's always treated me like a person, not a prop. She brought banana bread and old photo albums, and we sat on the porch for hours just talking. She filled me in on the things I hadn't wanted to know. My father's health issues, my mother's quiet depression, Savannah's attempt to apply for a second bachelor's degree just to feel productive. They weren't doing well. None of them. "I'm not telling you to forgive them," she said. "I'm just saying, you don't owe them pain either. Sometimes indifference is the cleanest cut." That stuck with me. So here's where I am now. I'm not angry anymore. Not really. The rage served its purpose. It cracked the surface, forced the truth out. But it doesn't live in me the way it used to. I haven't unblocked them. But I've stopped rewriting the past in my head, trying to make it something it wasn't. They were who they were. And I am who I am now. I've planted fruit trees on the land. Apples, plums, one stubborn pear tree that refuses to bloom. I don't know if I'll ever build more than this cabin. I don't know if I'll start my own family. But for the first time, the future doesn't feel like something I have to earn through suffering. It just feels open. Free. If my mother writes again, I might read it. If Savannah sends another email, I might reply. Not to fix the past, but to let them know that I survived it. And maybe, that's enough. I never actually sent the letter. I wrote it, yes, on real paper, not a screen. I sat at the desk in my small cabin with the window open, the breeze pushing the curtains around like they were dancing to the silence. The letter began, "To my mother, father, and Savannah," and ended in a way I didn't expect. Not with rage, not even with disappointment, but with stillness. That's the twist, isn't it? Not the drama, not the fallout. The quiet. The fact that after everything, after the betrayal, the erasure, the sale of my inheritance to fund Savannah's $65,000 wedding, I didn't need to scream anymore. I didn't need a courtroom, or a confrontation. I didn't need them to admit they were wrong. I only needed to stop pretending that their love would ever look like love. I didn't write the letter to guilt them. I wrote it because there was still a version of myself trapped in the shadows of who I used to be. A boy who waited by the door with his backpack on, hoping someone would remember it was his science fair day. A teenager who sat alone at graduation while his family took his sister to a spa weekend for her emotional exhaustion. A young man who swallowed every slight, who nodded when told to understand, to sacrifice, to support, to be invisible. The truth is, I was angry for a long time. But that's not what fueled me. Not anymore. What fueled me now was the clarity that came with distance. There's something terrifying about realizing that the people who raised you were never actually trying to know you. They were trying to mold you, to mute you, to shape you into something convenient. My father used to say, "Blood is thicker than water." He used it to guilt me into staying, into coming home, into silence. But that's not the full quote. The original is, "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb." In other words, the relationships we choose can be stronger than those we're born into. And that's the truth I've come to live by. I didn't return their calls. Not after Savannah's wedding collapsed under the weight of a scam, and their money vanished. Not after the article exposed the land sale, and my father's accounting firm crumbled. Not even when my mother mailed me a birthday card with a $50 bill and a shaky note that read, "Still your family. Still love you." I didn't answer when Savannah emailed at 2 a.m. weeks later, writing that she finally saw things clearly. That she understood now. That she missed me. I didn't respond, not because I hated her, but because I knew any warmth she offered now was transactional. She wasn't reaching out from remorse. She was reaching out from ruin. I suppose this is where you expect the story to circle back. For me to walk into their lives at just the right time. For there to be hugs, apologies, some neat reconciliation. But no. I let them go. Not to punish them. To free myself. The hardest thing I've ever done was not walking away. It was staying gone. Because despite everything, there are moments, late at night usually, when I think about my mother's cinnamon rolls, or my father's old jazz records, or the way Savannah used to fall asleep on the couch with a book on her chest, before she became the golden girl. Those moments come like small waves of nostalgia, soft enough to drown in if I'm not careful. But I don't swim toward them anymore. Instead, I sit on the porch of my cabin, drinking coffee and listening to the wind. The land they sold away from me, I bought some of it back. Not to spite them. To reclaim something that was never about money. The land remembers me. It holds memories that are real, not rehearsed. Sometimes I think about forgiveness, and here's the twist most people won't like. I did forgive them. Not because they earned it, not because they asked for it, but because carrying their failures in my chest was starting to feel like a second inheritance I never agreed to. But forgiveness doesn't mean access. It doesn't mean phone calls and family dinners and pretending nothing happened. Forgiveness is a locked door, and they no longer have the key. My aunt visited once, brought banana bread and old photo albums. We talked. She told me my parents were in bad shape, financially, emotionally. My father's health was declining. Savannah was back home. Everything they built around her image had collapsed. She said I didn't have to forgive, but that maybe I didn't need to hate either. That indifference could be the cleanest kind of freedom. I think she was right. That's the real ending to this story. I didn't get revenge. I didn't win. I just stopped needing anything from people who only saw me when I was useful. I stopped begging to be chosen by people who had already written me out of the script. I left the stage and the play went on without me. Until eventually, it collapsed. And I'm okay with that. I still haven't sent the letter. I don't think I ever will. But writing it helped me understand that healing isn't dramatic. It's not a moment. It's a decision. And for me, that decision was made not with noise, but with silence, with boundaries, with building something no one can take from me again. If they ever ask what happened to their son, I hope someone tells them, he didn't disappear. He just arrived somewhere they couldn't follow. And this silence? It's not revenge. It's peaceful. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My family is trying to make my golden child sister the bride at my wedding. I'm planning my revenge. I'm getting married, and my family wants my golden child sister to go down the aisle in white. I'm going to take my revenge. Here I am, writing this lengthy story on my vacation, but it seems cathartic to finally get it out. My hubby is more enthused about this than the resort drinks. This is a throwaway because I don't have a Reddit account, and my spouse, the Reddit fanatic, has stated that he does not want this affiliated with him. As for why the Reddit person isn't writing this, he said that because it's my family, I should be the one to write the tale, but he's over my shoulder to help out. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure how this works, but I do not give permission for this to be reposted anywhere. I believe it is vital to provide some context to explain how this behavior escalated and why our responses were as they were. I am sorry for the long read. My parents have always shown more affection for my sister. I do not mean in subtle ways either. If my sister accuses me of something, they will believe her and punish me. They wouldn't believe me if I accused her, even if I had undeniable evidence. They'd still give her a lighter punishment while simultaneously scolding me. My birthday cake had to be the flavor she preferred, hers did not. My parents always denied knowing I disliked that style of cake. They always paid a little more for her than for me. We went where she wanted, even though it was an occasion that was supposed to be about me. My sister grew up pampered and disliked me. She used me as a punching bag. She generally ignored me at first, but when we were early teenagers, things got pretty ugly. I'm not sure what caused it, but she lost all of her friends and her conduct deteriorated. Did her buddies relocate? Did they leave her because she was mean? I don't know because we were never close, and my parents loved to brag about her accomplishments while never mentioning any problems. Unlike me, they enjoyed continuously pointing out my weaknesses as taunting material. I just knew she had none because we went to the same school and I observed she was no longer roaming around with other people. Anyway, she didn't have any friends. I did. I used to be fairly popular. My sister noticed this, and I went from being an occasional punching bag to a despised somebody she had to eliminate at all costs. She began accusing me of more of everything. She charged my friends with numerous transgressions. My parents stopped letting me hang around with anyone. Their explanations ranged from "they're not decent people according to your sister," to "why are you attempting to leave us? Why won't you enjoy family time and be like your sister?" Extended family gave me something to prevent total solitude. My cousins and I got along despite minor age disparities. Most of my relatives resided in the same town. They invited me over to something at one occasion. I regrettably said, "I'm not allowed to go anywhere." I don't recall what. My child self, without thinking through it, said that it was because I wasn't allowed to have friends since my sister didn't have any. That got to the grown-ups, who supposedly split my parents apart later. It was worth it even though I was grounded, as if I had someplace to go, for a month and was chastised for lying. After that, they let me some freedom. And my sister started a different school. She begged to be changed, and I suppose the humiliation of extended family knowing her socio-economic level was terrible. Though it cost more since the school was further away, my parents complied right away. At the new school though, she befriended others. She never returned to the former norm of largely ignoring me though. She never let me go. I suppose she was enraged that I informed her family she had no friends and felt the power of how badly she could screw with me. My life continued to be miserable. Her pals would visit and harass me and my parents would label it light teasing. My parents were terrible hosts to friends, so I never invited anyone over. My sister would accuse them of pilfering items, and they would believe her. My parents never dared to do any of that to relatives, hence I did get close to my cousins. I then landed my first boyfriend. Though my parents pushed, I absolutely wanted not to bring him home. We were split once, and he came to locate me informing him that my sister was flirting with him. She meant she arrived in underfitting clothes, battered her lashes severely, and began telling him how horrible I was and how good she was. Angry, he bolted off to locate me. Naturally, my sister told my parents a different story, that my boyfriend had tried to flirt with her but she had naturally objected since, how could she do that to me? Try to guess what my folks thought. My guy was not perfect now, but I accepted him right away for a cruel reason. But keep in mind that I was a teenage victim of harsh treatment back then. Originally disliked my sister as much as I hated myself, I was extremely resentful and moody. Having that disclaimer clear the path, let us now discuss appearances. They weren't relevant, therefore I hadn't discussed them yet. Since my sister loved displaying love by food, giving you more food, buying sweets, etc., my sister was also overweight. My parents were overweight as well. Whereas I am not now and was not. Actually, I have always been really slim as punishment sometimes meant no snacks or treats. Obviously, personality is what counts, weight is not. Even then though, my sister was already spoilt and unpleasant. She never learnt to work for anything since she could demand and my parents would supply, hence even her flirting efforts were awful. Not to mention that she didn't seem like some beautiful model. Not even my self-conscious young self thought my boyfriend would attempt and cheat on me with her. My parents forbade me from dating such a bad lad, nonetheless. Though it was difficult, I did try to keep going in secret until the relationship broke. I did have another boyfriend, but once more, my sister claimed was flirting with her when he turned down her attempts. Once more, my parents believed her. I attempted pointing out how this happened once more, but they concluded that indicated I was incapable of making wise decisions and constantly choosing lousy mates. The relationship fluttered out once more, unable to manage the Romeo and Juliet scenario. In high school, I would eventually be called names as I was okay with making out with guys and things but refused to form relationships. Luckily, it never got back to my parents or sister. Now, my sister did bring one man home over all this period. Until he stopped coming up, my parents spent every second reminding me how terrific he was and why I couldn't be like my sister and get myself someone like that. He was paraded with pride. He became suddenly a cunning bastard who misled my sister. Well then. And the unfair treatment carried on. She had more spending money at this time, her curfews were far better than mine, and she could go any place at any time, whereas I was not free to. If I brought it up, my parents would claim it's because she's older. But I still didn't get the same treatment until I reached that age. Pointed out, they denied they ever stated that, or claimed it was because I couldn't be trusted like she was, citing my poor judgment against my partners and friends as evidence. Time passes and my sister's graduation is approaching. She had no scholarship or anything. She was admitted into a college, not a particularly esteemed one. Once more, I'm not sure which universities she ever tried for, as only her successes were reported to me, hence I can't say how poorly she was turned down. She had poor marks in the classroom, though, since we would always celebrate any time she received a B. Usually I would obtain good marks, but my parents objected to celebrating since I always got those and asked what celebration would be appropriate. My parents assured my sister they would pay for everything and naturally made a lot of fanfare for her. She would be leaving, so relieving me, not that it would simplify my life. Every other weekend, she would always return home. Still, some item vanished from her room or some other problem she would consider to bring my life terrible. My curfews still were rigorous, etc. Finally, my mother came to discuss my approaching graduation. My sister is 1 year older than I am. She advised me to start working right away after graduation and wait until my sister completed college to see if they could afford anything for me, since they were paying for her schooling and had no money for mine. Oh, and if I stayed at home I would have to pay rent, part of the bills, and all my stuff. I mentioned I may apply for school loans. Mom answered yes, except not quite. That is because I had such poor judgment and they would evaluate whether or not a college was worth my getting in debt on, given their extreme compassion for me. I didn't ask, but I'm not sure how they would ban me from acquiring loans. Scholarships were not mentioned. They never believed in my ability either and had no idea what my grades were now. I did not blink at all. I said just okay. My mother continued to push, plainly not expecting that. Perhaps she wanted me to act out so they might have a justification for never ever paying for my college. I only stated, though, that I appreciated their concern and that I understood their viewpoint. Later, my dad tried the same, but I too refrained from showing emotions. You see, I never had any aspirations regarding my schooling after a lifetime of their horrible upbringing. I knew they would find a means to avoid paying for mine and ruin my life. Working and waiting for my sister to graduate never convinced me they would finally pay. I had long been getting ready for college. I had plenty of time to study. My friendships were few and I could hardly get out. And I studied as I saw my sole opportunity for freedom in college. When the time arrived, I worked assiduously and was awarded a scholarship. Not to some place like Ivy League or anything like law or medical school, but it was a good enough course in a solid university with a full scholarship. Knowing my sister would object and try to stop me using my parents, I posted my success on social media. I told them at the same moment, even made myself thank them in the post under duress. Now they would have to explain to the family why not, so they cannot stop me from leaving. They were first even somewhat proud and boasted about it. Then I suppose my sister arrived, and they shifted gears, even asking whether I was sure I wanted to go. They let out that my sister wasn't doing well in college. Since she was brighter and had better judgment than me, I would suffer more. I certainly stayed to my guns. Though they couldn't do anything, they were not happy. My savers were college. I began to find happiness. I still visited on holidays and such and spoke with my parents, but since they refused to pay for anything, I could explain not going a lot due of money. I skipped introducing any man to them during this period, and my sister quit attending college. She didn't graduate, since once more they would have made a hoopla over it. She returned home paying no rent or bills, but it's different, my parents noted. She began working for the same company as my mother, clearly because of her string pulling. I bought all of this to feel proud. Oh well, practically there, I swear. About this time I met my husband. You know those folks that claim, if I were in X situation, I would have done something. The kind that actually does is my hubby. I'm the type that is meek and a doormat in every circumstance, then I find myself unable to sleep at night wishing I had done something, considered something clever to say, etc. It is me that finds myself crying uncontrollably when I am furious. My hubby is the one that instantly claps back. He enjoys resolving drama as much as its production. If he doesn't react right away to a minor, you should start worrying, as he won't forgive and forget. He is merely acting in a worse manner in payback. Though he wanted me to post on a nuclear revenge board as well, he insisted what we did wasn't nuclear. People were perplexed when I got acquainted with him, yet it didn't mean I didn't enjoy it since, thanks to my background, most likely, I was unable of acting like him. My husband treats people kindly as long as they treat him the same way, and I adore that he does what I cannot. When we talked about marriage, we agreed that our budget would not allow us much interest in the ceremony. Instead, we would much prefer spend on a dream vacation to Europe for our honeymoon. Regarding where to conduct it, we chose my hometown since his family was scattered and mine was still primarily concentrated there. We weren't living too far off either, so we could handle things by going on occasional weekend-long visits. There was also some work flexibility, so, should necessary, we could spend some time at my hometown. A few months later, we issued the save the date and the engagement announcement. Well, at this time my folks naturally insisted they meet my man. I wanted to reject but was having trouble growing a spine. The distance had caused me to wonder maybe my folks weren't all that horrible. When I told my spouse, he looked like I canceled Christmas. At least I would guarantee they never left him alone. See, he had been getting ready for this. He even purchased a top-notch recorder he could hide in a pocket to capture everything. Driven, he considered all the ways he might turn down my sister's efforts, offend her, then forward the tape of her attempts to my family. So out he went alone and eager to see them, then returned later ecstatic. Babe, darling, the terrible things they yearn for would astound you. Babe, there are so many possibilities. We can screw them over so horrible. Though I wanted to hear the recording since I was perplexed, he wisely advised me it would be preferable to listen to him first, otherwise I might misinterpret him. He visited, and instead of the flirting, my sister and parents sat him down. My judgment, etc. They declared they were ready to pay for my wedding on one condition: my sister would walk down the aisle first, in a wedding dress, after some grumbling about not being comfortable with him. Their justification was that it was only fair if my sister got at least the experience of it, at my venue, with pictures being shot, in the dress, and she would have a cake later too, etc. It was not okay for a younger sister to marry first. My husband will type his part now. Hey, here's a resentful hubby. When his lover is mocked, hell hath no wrath like a pro-revenge, instantaneous karma, nuclear revenge lurker. Having said that, even if my wife, who is now my wife, paints me as this quick-witted guy, I admit my neurons all but short-circuited when those people legit proposed. Like, some sort of fantastic present even Troy would rather take in the horse a second time, methinks. After my brain reset, I did have a huge repertoire of insults ready to pour forth, but something in my soul whispered in my ear like the devil, string these along. I then claimed I had to consider how my fiancé, back then, would respond, and then hurried out before I could reveal my sinister intentions. Now back to me, the wife. With a smile on his face, my husband then truly related how my parents wanted even my wedding to be about my sister and had the recording to back it up. I looked surprised. The distance had eased their treatment of me, and I reasoned even they wouldn't travel so far. Fortunately, my husband's insistence on the angle of revenge prevented me from entering a negative headspace. We had a great time brainstorming ways to screw them over, ideas ranging from shockingly crazy to what we felt was practical. When we settled on a strategy, we then phoned his much more level-headed sibling. It included 2 venue addresses, giving the incorrect one, etc. Level-headed brother chastised us for this though. Although he admitted he would never be able to persuade us against revenge, at least he showed us anything like that would be difficult to execute. Among our other suggestions, several ran the danger of getting us sued. We finally decided on the most benign course of action. Follow our agreement, then pay security and forbid her access. Clearly, if that was it, that would not be pro-revenge. Mostly my hubby, but here goes since he wants me to do the honors. Just crucial to note, everything he accomplished was already covered with me and reflected our shared opinions. He returned to my parents, asked questions, then concluded I wouldn't be down with it. He didn't see the problem though, and his desire for family to remain intact would be in line with supporting them through that process. He noted that I dislike conflict, hence if I were shocked with it, I might not act out in front of all the people. Conversely, marriage is really important, so who knew if I would lose control? He so proposed a compromise. They would assist with expenses. In this sense, I would be even more under pressure to say nothing, since not only would we be in public with our families there, but I would be appreciative of their help, which would calm me. It was acceptable as my grown sister started skipping with delight, actually, like a child, while my parents seemed surprised. Important, my husband also claimed that, due of some horrible judgment in lovers in the past, these phrases were all my idea and I'm so proud of using their words against them, haha. I was distrustful and controlling and wanted to check his phone and whatnot to guarantee he wasn't cheating on me. This made it absolutely necessary that nothing of this strategy was ever documented. He would go over to their house to discuss any topic related to my sister coming down the aisle before me. And so started the months of lies in which my husband and I were milking my parents and sister, while they thought they were fooling me. How can this be achieved? Of course, my parents wanted input in everything. Not pay for the wedding and lay quiet. My husband would persuade me to let go of some things that meant a lot to me, like the music and color palette, so keeping me in line. But everything else was fair game. We never really cared for the ceremony to start with. We would visit, say, to review the drink and menu selections. We would then accept the lowest or second lowest price choice. Then my husband would surreptitiously bring my sister there to also try it, then sigh and remark, "It's a pity we don't want to abuse my parents' goodwill, so we wouldn't get the best option." Cue my sister insisting my parents pay for the best. After that, my parents paid for the most costly and would reassure me not to worry. Same was done with the flowers and photographer. My husband unhappily told my sister that I wanted some other tasteless flowers after handing her a bouquet of the ones we wanted. Cue my parents informing me they would pay for such flowers and wanted us to accompany them. About the wedding dress, we run across a small hitch. Though it wasn't my style and wouldn't look well on me, my parents wanted me to wear an awful dress. Okay, not overtly hideous. Our idea was to say okay and then not use it, but my mom messaged me about it so there would be evidence I said okay. We had to follow me steadfastly and in text rejecting. Going over there, my husband stated he would see what he could do. My sister advised destroying my intended dress so I would have to wear the other one. He answered as though he agreed. They truly kept communications outside any text throughout all of this. We made sure that happened by having me respond anytime my sister tried messaging my husband. They believed that and never risked anything in writing, since this confirmed the I'm controlling and neurotic allegations my spouse was making. Though I'm such a doormat that the idea of being represented as controlling and dangerous is rather humorous to me, maybe some individuals might not appreciate the idea of their partner going around and talking poorly of them to family. I encouraged him on to do it. I suppose I have a distorted sense of humor, laughing here. Oh, and my sister did try to flirt with him, but he responded conflictedly also to truly sell that he was with them. Though he never told them we hired security, my husband would act to tell them information without my knowing. That was really humorous. Having really thought about a courthouse wedding to save money for our honeymoon, my husband and I ended up having an ostentatious, costly wedding and hardly spent $1. From my parents, we dubbed it back pay for emotional damages, LOL. I believe my husband. Okay. He just acknowledged I'm right, was more enjoying the whole deceiving them than he did organizing our wedding, LEL. Here we are, not as though I would have imagined it imaginable to see a man grinning at the idea of squandering his whole Saturday driving to talk wedding preparations with his in-laws. Not too far off was the day. My parents, sister and husband had devised a strategy whereby one waits until everyone is seated. The bride always arrives late. Hence they would have my sister arrive at that exact moment to avoid me seeing her and trying to stop it, and she would walk down the aisle. It would be too late to act by the time I found out. Regarding my dress, we preserved some of the extra fabric from my dress changes. My husband brought that to my parents' house. My sister still resides with them, even now, and presented it as evidence he had destroyed the garment. Then he stated he had to get back to me as I was fuming and he had to cool me down. She would see them at the wedding. Initially, we made sure to keep our actual security under wraps. All the visitors and my parents could see as they came was a woman with a name list to cross-reference. We brought out security, a man looking like a bodyguard, only once my parents came and sat down. We advised him not to let anyone, especially my sister, in, and even agreed on a nice tip should he fail to disclose our scheme. Not too long later the time arrived. My dad went and encouraged people to start since my parents received a text saying my sister was less than 5 minutes away. Originally instructed to follow his direction, my bridesmaids obeyed without consulting me. My dad waited at the door as though waiting for me after everyone descended and replaced each other. One buddy not in the wedding party texted me throughout this to get ready. This was because people would notice if my spouse or bridesmaids, etc., pulled out a phone and started texting. This friend was in on the plot. She's my husband's friend, and she didn't care about being a bridesmaid or anything. She was ready to assist stir drama as he is. The bridal song started playing as soon as my dad settled in. The doors opened and I followed in. At me being there, my dad became pale. He tried peering behind me, but he couldn't see the venue entrance from where we were, so he was unable to ascertain what happened to my sister. His phone then started to ring. Her was the caller ID I noticed. He merely left me there, whispered. Something came up. Around there were gasps and uncertainty. The buddy in on it inquired loudly what had happened. Lying, I said, in a sad voice. He told me it wasn't supposed to be me there. Although he said nothing, my husband and I decided that I should tell him to appear the worst possible should he dare leave me. Regarding the tears, I wish I could claim it was only my great acting. But no. Despite all, a part of me didn't think he would go as far as to abandon me there. Though only a clever joke, I felt the sister thing was untrue. Unknown. I was hurt, still am, so I was truly trying not to cry. Then the friend yelled, "What did he mean by it shouldn't be you?" So that as many people as possible might hear and disseminate it. I will go and check, she remarked quickly and hurried off. We decided to do this so she might create hell with the security and block my dad from returning to halt the ceremony or whatever. My mother also departed eventually. My husband's dad hurried over at this point and grabbed my arm. He had been informed he might have to. I started to smile seeing him sprint to me. Walking down the aisle to whispers, I listened to people talk about what transpired. Some presumably left to also check. Still, all was good when I got to my hubby. Joking that my depressed expression was so real I deserved an Oscar and not to worry, he would sweep them over the coals for what they did, LOL, and help me feel better. We tied the knot without incident. My parents did not return. During the celebration, I did observe a lot of individuals leaving and then returning. None of them ventured to tell me what was happening. My husband left after someone came to speak in his ear. After some while, he returned with a stormy look but whispered in my ear that he had to hide somewhere before he broke character and started laughing, LOL. What happened is it went right. From friends, relatives, the security guard and my spouse, the following is the combined story I got later. My sister did show up wearing a bridal dress. By our arrangement, the security turned her away. Since there was already a bride, he said she should be in the incorrect place. Indeed, we gave him quite good tips as promised. Claiming he never known him, thus he couldn't be working there, my dad went there and attempted threatening him with the police. The security agreed to the police as he was engaged by us in performing his duties. By then my dad knew it would be too late and tried to insist he let my sister inside. By now the friend arrived, began yelling and disparaging my sister and asked what was going on, basically stalling. Shortly later, my mother arrived. Later on others too. The wedding scheme was bust at this time. Now all my parents could do was damage control since everyone who knew about it would attempt and pull it, yelling and berating them. The three naturally said it wasn't a secret and threw my spouse under the bus. My hubby called at this point. He presented his finest confused and denigrated appearance when he arrived and denied. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, LOL says, quoting him. He claimed never to have agreed to anything so ludicrous. He sought evidence when they insisted he did and naturally they couldn't find any. Every SMS exchange they produced focused on typical wedding decisions. Apparently sitting on the floor thrashing her legs like a toddler, my sister was scream-crying. Though security and other people held him back, my dad seemed like he would have beat my husband. They said, of course, they lacked evidence as my husband advised them against texting. Laughing, my spouse remarked, "Wow, how convenient, huh?" Then he reiterated, why would he ever agree to something so absurd? He tore them a fresh one about being terrible parents, then turned back to me saying he wouldn't let their dumb ideas and lying ruin his wedding. Nobody thought they true. Although the location has cameras, they refused to show me the tape since that was just for security needs. Some others, though, recorded portions of it. It was amazing to see everyone who came out to watch the drama break apart my parents and sister. One of the finest wedding presents was seeing them have taste of their own medicine after years of being accused of things and not believed. While my sister was still on the floor screaming and wailing, my mother was crying and my dad was switching from purple to white. People were questioning, why would my husband agree? They insisted my spouse was in on it. Why was there no evidence? Why would they want my sister to act in this way with my wedding? To any of it, they had no decent response. They had no choice but to leave when they were eventually instructed to. Apparently, my dad had to drag my sister up since she wouldn't leave the floor. Once more, folks said nothing to me all night. I suppose they wanted to spare me, maybe because I was the bride and not just a guest for once, but it did felt like everyone was especially trying to be friendly, upbeat about everything. LOL, my hubby believes all the pricey food they were consuming really helped. We had a fun. For only a few period, my spouse kept the feigned angry expression before flushing in smiles once more. We then visited the hotel to catch some sleep before starting our honeymoon. Speaking of which, we rejected since my parents tried to pay for our aircraft tickets, but we felt that was dangerous as they could attempt and cancel them or something. Of course, the three have tried to get in touch with me throughout that entire process. I turned away calls as my husband insisted on maintaining a paper trail. Smart thing, since my sister messaged me finally. She blamed me for her humiliation. Called my husband a two-faced snake that misled her for months. She wants to print and put that on our wall, LOL. And hoped, but was also sure, that I would be cheated on by him. It was quite unhinged and lacked much sense. She also implied he was cheating on me with her. My husband actually grabbed my phone, screenshot the call records, screenshot my sister's message, screenshot some messages from my parents asking I pick up the phone, and shared all of it to my family group chat. He continued up the deluded I never agreed to anything act and even threatened to sue them for slander and harassment, while sending screenshots of messages to him whereby they called him names and threatened him. As I was being tormented by them continuously, he sent a note pleading my family for help on said group chat. Then finished neatly with a demand that they not share our locations to avoid my parents sending my sister over and claiming he had somehow agreed to pretend to her in our honeymoon suite, then begged family to help stop them from trying to ruin my honeymoon now that they had failed to ruin my wedding. My family reassured him they would take care of it. Since then, we have had quiet. My sister's non-compliance disappointed my husband, who then tore her a new one and told another about it. We'll find out if it holds true. All in all, even if I would definitely like a normal, loving family at my wedding, at least once in my life, they not only failed to damage something significant to me but also helped me to get it back. Extra information. Why do they treat me like this? I suppose you all will think the same, as I've asked this question quite a lot. I still ponder this. I have wondered this all my life. I tried asking when I was little, but they denied any difference and chastised me for acting spoiled, so I gave up. Though I have various ideas, based on what I have seen, I believe it to be this. I was not supposed to be. After so long, they were wanted not just but also like a miraculous child, as they took some time to have my sister. Given our age gap is really little, I believe they didn't use enough protection much too soon after my sister's birth or expected to have a child so quickly or easily. Perhaps they were stuck with an unplanned kid while still adjusting to a newborn, since they didn't know my mom was pregnant until it was too late. They disliked me since they are not very wealthy and the additional cost probably did not help. That is only my speculation though. Still, I have acknowledged the response won't really matter. Whichever they did to me, it was unnecessary. Actually, did they believe this would work? After our conversation, my husband and I developed the opinion that they absolutely never wanted to do this at all. They presented my spouse that ridiculous suggestion. We believe my sister pitched a fit over my being married first when she hardly gets dates. They didn't want to pay for my wedding and didn't think we would accept, or that it would even look good for them to do, but by suggesting it and being turned down, they could look like the kind guys to my sister while having a justification not to pay $1. My husband then agreed though, and they couldn't undo or else run the danger of my sister turning on them. Survivor of incest and closed adoption confronts biological daughter's persistent attempts at reconnection despite repeated rejections. I don't know if this is the right place, but I've exhausted other means of support. When I was 12, I suffered a short period of horrible abuse from a distant relative, and ended up pregnant. My religious parents were adamant about choosing life, while maintaining their crystal clear image in the community, and I was sent to live with my grandmother for my 7th grade year. I ended up giving birth a few weeks after my 13th birthday, and immediately handed the child over to her adoptive parents, who at the time seemed like wonderful people. The only people who even knew of my pregnancy in my life, aside from authorities and medical personnel, were my parents, my grandmother, one of my brothers, and my therapist. My husband is also aware. I'm now 32, I have been married to the man of my dreams for 2 years and pregnant with what will be our first children together. Lucked out with twins, as we require IVF to conceive. It took me the rest of my childhood and the better part of my 20s to get over what happened to me. I finally was able to heal, put it past me, and now for the past 5 years or so I'm able to go months at a time without thinking about it. I had a closed adoption. I made it clear to the adoptive parents I wanted absolutely no contact whatsoever, and I never held the baby I gave away, something I do not regret to this day. I have avoided ever having social media, partially to avoid being found. In the beginning of September, I received a phone call from a PI letting me know my biological daughter wanted to meet me and had hired him to track me down. I immediately made it clear I have no interest in contact, and to please leave me alone. By the end of November, I had received multiple phone calls and letters from my biological daughter, begging me to meet her. I wrote her a letter in return, telling her I'm happy she's had a great life, but that I have no interest in contact. I made it clear, I will not stop her at all from reaching out to extended family. I won't be mad if she outs me as her biological mother, and pursues a relationship with my relatives. She did reach out to my brother, who immediately blocked her on Facebook. I would prefer she didn't, but I don't think it's my place to keep her from doing so. On Tuesday, she showed up at my front door while I was at work. My husband answered, and immediately told her to please leave, or he would have to call the police. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to explain to her in any other way that I do not want to meet her. I also don't want to be cruel. I don't view her as my daughter, as horrible as that sounds. I do wish her the best, but I have built a life I'm finally comfortable with. I don't want her to be part of it. If there is any insight any adoptees could provide on how I could explain this to her without having to just be brutally honest and also sparing her feelings. Or birth moms, who have gone through a similar thing. Relevant comments. Comment 1, comment deleted by user OP. I ended up writing her another letter, explaining how she was conceived, how many years it took for me to finally feel like a human being again, and how my unwillingness to meet her has nothing to do with her personally, and everything to do with needing to preserve my own mental health. I asked that she please leave me and the one brother she reached out to alone. I again stressed, I would not stop her from reaching out to extended family, and I included a packet of information about our family medical history and some watercolor pictures that my grandmother and I made together when I was pregnant with her. Comment 2. Question. Did her adoptive parents know about the circumstances of her conception? OP. Her parents were made aware by my parents about details surrounding her conception before the adoption took place. Comment 3. While I don't condone her behavior, do try to understand what forces would drive someone to behave that way. What you and your husband are doing is, to put it very bluntly, a cruelty. It's understandable, but no less cruel. It makes sense that you don't view her as your daughter. But it also makes sense that she might seek to know who she is by knowing you. As an adopted kid growing up, I wondered endlessly about who I was, and I felt like the only way to get a sense of it was to track down biological relatives. Which I did do, and, funny enough, I experienced a little bit of what you described doing to her. It more or less worked out for me. She's a 19-year-old woman who just wants to know who she is. It actually may be healing for you also to erase the trauma of what you went through at 13, and giving up the child then, by replacing it with this new person, whom you may find you relate to as a peer, rather than your child. You may see her more as a younger sister, and that may actually be a great relationship for the two of you. The best situation I could see happening would be for you to welcome her interest, and accept her as a legitimate part of your life and family, for you and your husband to get over your resistance to the fact that she exists. I know my own birth mother's husband had to deal with this to a degree. Resisting her will actually just make things more unpleasant and have them linger, like the second shoe that never drops. While dropping the resistance may be the most peaceful path to her leaving on her own, or better yet, co-creating the kind of relationship that works for everyone involved. Obviously, as an adopted kid, I'm going to advocate for other adopted kids getting whatever they can to gain some closure about their own adoption experience. Adoption is, itself, traumatic. And it echoes throughout life. I think it would do both of you a world of good to hop on a phone together and for you to explain what your resistance is about. OP. Nothing will erase the trauma I went through at 12 and 13 years old. In the span of a little over a year, I went from a little girl who still played with Barbies, to being forced to go through the extremely traumatic birth of an unwanted child. She is welcome to be a part of the lives and family of my extended family. Someday when my own children are grown, they are free to know and love her. For my own life, I choose not to have her as part of it. As painful as it is, she is a physical reminder of the worst events that have ever happened to myself and my brother. Telling me it may be healing for me or erase my abuse, to get to know her is, in a way, condescending. At no point did I attempt to make a claim that I know her trauma, nor will I ever trivialize it. I will never know the loss she feels, or the pain and unique trauma that comes along with being an adoptee. I won't claim to know what's best for her to heal, or any other person. I wish her nothing but the best, but I won't be hopping on the phone with her anytime soon. I won't pretend to know your trauma, don't pretend to know mine. I wish you and your family happiness and health. Adoption is challenging, and it seems often tragic for many parties involved. Comment 3. Threatening to have your daughter arrested because she wants to meet you seems a bit excessive. OP, a woman who is a stranger to my husband, showed up at our front door, demanding to see his wife, me, in the middle of a pandemic, while I am 26 weeks pregnant with our first children. She was shouting demanding to see me, and he calmly told her to leave or he would get the police involved. I don't think he acted out of line, or in excess. Comment 4. You didn't say that in your original post. All you wrote was, on Tuesday, she showed up at my front door while I was at work. My husband answered, and immediately told her to please leave or he would have to call the police. OP, at the time, it didn't seem necessary to say. She, a stranger, that I expressed I did not want any contact with, presumably drove across state lines to come to my home, while I am knowingly pregnant during a pandemic to see me. I am sympathetic to everything she's going through, but it was extremely unsettling for my husband, and I don't blame him at all. He's understandably protective of me. Comment 5. It's unsettling to see so many people refer to this 19-year-old girl as some malicious woman, including OP. She's a child and she is acting like one. OP. At no point did I make her out to be a malicious woman. She is definitely young, and I understand that that is part of where her lack of impulse control comes from. I have given her as much of an explanation as I'm willing to. I hope that she finds peace and closure in whatever it is she is looking for. Now that I have made her aware of the details surrounding her conception, I hope she can understand better why I make the choices I am making. I am someone who places a lot of value in having my space and boundaries respected. I don't feel I owe her anything. I was a child myself when she was born, and we are both victims of the same man who forced us into this situation. I do not view her as my daughter, and I do not view myself as her mother. I think we are two people biologically tied as parent and offspring, and tied by a series of extremely traumatic events that we had no choices in. I did not feel familial kinship for her while I was forced to keep an unwanted pregnancy, and I did not feel familial kinship for her when I was forced through a traumatic birth, and to be brutally honest, I do not feel familial kinship towards her now. I wish her well, and I hope she finds peace, but I do not feel in any way a parent to her. I don't know her trauma and will never know her trauma, in the same ways that she will never know mine. I don't think she has malicious intent. Comment 6. Yes, you did. But when confronted about that, several times, simply deny the misconstruction of the poor girl. OP. I have empathy for her. To a point. We all have the right to our boundaries being respected. Update. TLDR. When I was 13, I gave birth after being forced to go through a pregnancy that resulted from incest rape. The child was adopted through a closed adoption. After she initiated contact, sought a reunion, I declined wanting contact, and she has now shown up at my home twice. I reluctantly agreed to a phone call with said young woman today, and I know without a doubt that she is entirely unwelcome in my life. As stated in responses to comments in my original posts, I ended up writing my birth daughter another letter explaining to her the circumstances of her birth and why I do not want contact with her. I also included a few watercolors I did with my grandmother while I was pregnant with her, and an extensive packet of information regarding family medical history. I overnight FedExed it to the address I had for her. Sadly, in the late hours of last night, she showed up at my house again, this time while I was home, and pounded on my front door, screaming. My husband and I tried to ignore it, but we got a phone call from our neighbors that they would call the police if we didn't answer our door to handle the situation, and I honestly didn't want to start Christmas Eve with getting someone clearly going through the thick of it arrested. My husband spoke to her via our home doorbell alarm system thing. When this did not placate her, I literally barricaded myself in our bathroom, and he went out the back door, locking it, and then around the front to speak to her. I could hear him screaming at her, unpleasant, but apparently effective, because she finally left. This morning, I received a phone call from her adoptive parents apologizing to me, that they never fully disclosed how she was conceived, and that they helped fund the PI, which is how she found me, hoping it would lead to a more happy reunion. What they did tell me, they told her, that she was the result of rape. What they lied to her about was that it was my parents who made me give her away, and that I always loved her, chose life and wanted to keep her if I'd been older. All lies, and it seems she received a similar very religious upbringing that I did. I ended up agreeing to speak with her on the phone, facilitated by her birth parents, if she understood that now she has to leave me alone, or I will pursue legal advice, and will not hesitate to call the police if she were to ever come to my home ever again. I was very blunt with her, because I felt that she's already been lied to 100 times. It probably would have been better to do the conversation through a therapist, but honestly I'm just happy it's over. She asked me if I loved her as her daughter, the way I love the children I'm pregnant with. I told I have love for her as a human being, but that I would not lie and say I felt like a mother to her. That she's only 5 years younger than my own husband, and that I don't love her in any maternal way, but I do love her as my sister in humanity. She asked me if I wish I had an abortion. I said that at the time, I wanted an abortion. That the trauma I felt would have been significantly reduced if I were allowed to terminate the pregnancy forced upon me by my rapist. I also said I wouldn't go back and change what happened now, because she already exists, and I would never wish away her existence. She asked me about my faith and if I am still a very conservative religious background, that I guess she shares. I told her no, that I am not even a Christian. She asked me about my political beliefs and if I support murdering babies. I said I am 100% pro-choice, that I am a socialist and an anti-capitalist, but that I don't think being conservative makes you a bad person. Not really related, but I felt the need to say it. We talked about other things for a bit, mostly her asking me, because if I'm being honest, I don't really care to ask her anything about herself. She asked me if I forgave her birth father, and if I ever spoke to him. And if I would ever consider visiting him with her. I told her that I will never forgive him. That I don't ascribe to Christian ideas of having to forgive. When pressed further about information related to him, I told her to ask my parents for any further information, and take the time to read the second letter I wrote her. I provided her mother with contact information for my own parents. I'm hoping to close this chapter of my life. I can't imagine speaking with me gave her much peace, but I hope she's satisfied. My husband and I are now considering moving so that she can't find us again. I don't feel any better having spoken with her. If anything, I'm reassured about choosing never to see her in person. She seems like a broken person, and I hope she finds her own healing, but I do not want her as part of my life. She seems like the kind of person I wouldn't get along with, and would never respect boundaries. I get that she has so much trauma of her own, and I hope she is able to leave the religious community she belongs to, unless she's happy there. I don't feel guilty that her life wasn't everything it could have been. I do feel sympathy that she obviously has been raised in a similar toxic religious household. I am glad this is over. I've disconnected my landline, and am changing my cell phone number. I am going to restart therapy at the beginning of next year, and if she ever shows up at my home again, I will be calling the police. Relevant comments. Comment 1. You did everything possible to help her while still keeping that boundary clear. I applaud you for that. I know this was very distributive to your life and she had no right to it and obviously crossed the line multiple times. It makes a lot more sense now hearing about the involvement of the adoptive parents and how they have hurt the situation. They should have never ever told her those things, never crossed a line with the PI, and never encouraged her to keep pursuing this. It was completely inappropriate and entirely their fault, honestly. The girl is just acting in the way you would expect for her age and upbringing in the context of what she had been told. I'm sure that as she gets older she will think back to this and possibly read through everything you gave her multiple times. She will be able to process it and most likely be able to understand where you're coming from. She will appreciate the information and the honesty at some point. She is just a child and everything that she had ever thought about the situation and the possibilities of a relationship is completely wrong. That's a lot to stomach for anyone, let alone a kid. Try not to be angry with her about this. If anything, be angry at those parents. They are the ones responsible for putting her on this mission. OP. I'm not angry with her, I don't hate her. She's obviously a scared teenager in need of guidance, and I hope she finds the answers she is looking for. Comment 2. Is her birth father in prison? Did he ever get any kind of punishment? Also, I'm so sorry for everything that has happened. Being pregnant after a forced pregnancy is so hard. I was also pregnant after I was raped, and now that I'm pregnant again I've noticed things being weird in my head. OP. He spent 16 years in prison. He raped 6 members of my family in 1 year, including myself. Being pregnant after having been pregnant from abuse is strange for sure. My pregnancy is nearly 2 decades apart, but it has brought back weird feelings. I literally chose this pregnancy. My husband and I used IVF, and sometimes I have to double think first thing in the morning of horror at the reaction of my baby bump. Comment 3. Comment removed by moderator. OP. I am now living in a hotel rather than staying in my house while I'm pregnant to avoid having to call the police on her. You're right in that. I don't know her. I don't feel overwhelming and hopefully warm love for her like a mother would, but I care about her as a person. I care for her in that I believe she deserves the very best life and answers to her questions, and emotional support. I just can't be the one to provide it. I am barely holding it together. I've done what I thought showed her respect while respecting myself. You have no right at all to ascribe intentions or feelings towards my actions. Comment 4. The adoptive parents completely disregarded their promise made when adopting her, to keep her safe. Nothing they told her kept her emotionally safe, and even put her in potential physical danger by encouraging and facilitating the hiring of a PI, which is what led to these late-night door poundings and overly emotional decision-making. I'm so angry at them for OP and for her. OP, they were unfair to her, and I'm angry with them for this reason, and not her. I'm so pissed they lied to her. I'm also a bit angry with my own parents, because at the time of the adoption I was told her parents were non-denominational Christians and not part of my parents' insane sect of Christianity. Comment 5. Wow, it just keeps getting worse. I'm really sorry. I'd be extremely angry with the adoptive parents as well. I might be more inclined to give my parents the benefit of the doubt and ask if they'd been lied to, as well, since the adoptive parents are obviously extremely dishonest, willing to tell reprehensible lies to their own child to avoid a difficult conversation. You mentioned that your parents have grown and changed immensely since this all happened. Would you be able to discuss this with them to get some answers and work towards closure, perhaps once you're back in therapy and have guidance? OP, I genuinely thought her parents were good people, all my life, or at least all her life. It never crossed my mind, they weren't. I would have fought harder for a better set of people had I known they were the same type of Christians as my parents. I'm definitely going to be speaking with my parents about this, with the facilitation of a mental health professional, when given the chance. Honestly, my parents were such jerks and liars when I was a kid, they genuinely may not remember telling this specific lie. They are pretty awesome people now, and have spent like 15 years working so hard to change. I obviously don't excuse their behavior ever, but I do think they will be open to talk about this, and admit their part. If you're talking about speaking with her parents, I really don't think that's going to happen. Comment 6. I just asked this some seconds ago. The parents who allowed to be raped and rug-swept it, are more deserving of empathy, consideration than the poor girl, innocent in all that mess. Come on. OP, I know my parents. They raised me. They are far, far, far from perfect. I don't see them all the time, but I have an established relationship with them that spans 32 years. My biological child is a stranger to me. I don't know her, I don't know her intentions. I haven't spent 100s of hours in therapy with her, over nearly 2 decades, picking apart and rebuilding our relationship. She's now come to my home uninvited, 3 times, after I've asked her multiple times to leave me alone. She's stalked me at this point, and I've done nothing but try to be sympathetic to her. My parents aren't perfect people, but they've spent over a decade fundamentally reassessing who they are, what they believe and the role they played in the traumatic childhood of my brother and I. They respect every boundary I ask of them nowadays, they know the part they played and own up to how fucked if they were when I was a kid, and they are amazing parents to much younger brother than they ever were to my brother and I. My relationship with my own parents isn't up for debate here. OP, just to make it clear, my parents absolutely never allowed myself or my brother to be raped. OP, I never said they were more deserving of empathy than her. I don't think they are. Additionally, my parents again, far from perfect, but did support my brother, myself, my maternal cousins, and my paternal aunt emotionally when we testified against our rapist. Comment 7. Comment deleted by user OP, I disagree. I was a child when I had her against my will. I begged my parents and then my grandmother to please not force me to give birth. I don't know what more could be asked of me. I made it clear I did not want contact with her. She pushed for contact, and I gave it to her. I'm not going to lie to her. Her adoptive parents have already done enough of that. I hope she heals. I hope she has a great life. I just don't want any part of it. Honestly, I hope she has a great relationship with her biological grandparents, my own parents, if that's what she wants. I hope she meets them, and I hope they give her the biological connection she craves. They are entirely different people from when I was young, and I can honestly say they are good people now. I would not classify them as good parents when I was growing up, but decades and a lot of therapy can change things. I hope she finds joy. I hope she finds peace. Kicked out as a teen due to false rumors spread by my brother, my parents later see my success and demand money after abandoning me. Years later, when my parents noticed my accomplishment and demanded money after they left me, I was kicked out as a teen for false rumors passed by my brother. 28-year-old female with twin brother. My twin brother and I grew up getting somewhat different treatment from our parents. As the so-called black sheep, my parents really appeared convinced, for some reason, that my brother was destined for brilliance while I was more interested in sports or hanging out with friends than in academics. Their continuous comparisons demoralized me and Earl and damaged my self-esteem. I was treated like an afterthought when a child, having to watch my brother throw lavish birthday celebrations with friends. While I was never even allowed to bring guests back to our house, he frequently slept over with them. To be really honest, I hated every minute of my youth. My grandma seemed to be the only family member who really gave me any thought. She always brought my preferred chocolates and sometimes dropped a few bucks to me so I could treat myself later when she visited us. This obvious preference for my twin brother evolved over the years into emotional abuse aimed at me. My parents would publicly criticize my hobbies and academics. No matter how hard I tried, I could seem to satisfy their ideal of the perfect child. Though I excelled in athletics, they forbade me from engaging in extracurricular activities since they wanted me to focus exclusively on schoolwork, exactly as my brother. It was annoying, and as a little child I felt powerless. I grounded once again later in my sophomore year. This time the crime was having Snapchat on my phone. Apart from all teenagers my age, I had done absolutely nothing wrong, except I had downloaded this app to keep in touch with my buddies. But since my parents had prevented me from talking with my pals, this was a major offense and a betrayal of their trust, said my parents. They went batshit insane on me, dumped all of my stuff around the room, then removed the doors from their hinges and informed me I would have no privacy as long as I lived under their roof. Seeing my parents treat me this way, my identical brother made my life worse instead of helping me. Our parents' unfair behavior produced a poisonous surroundings that let him take advantage of the circumstances. He started lying about me, accusing me of things I never done so he might get away with everything. Should he steal something, he would easily point the finger on me and my parents, already inclined to view me negatively. His falsehoods were easily accepted. He would make fun of my appearance and belittle me in front of my schoolmates. Still, I had a large group of friends at school because I was friendly and open about forming relationships. But my twin, an introvert, felt uncomfortable and started to hate that I could interact with people. When no one came up for his birthday at our 14th birthday celebration, this jealously peaked. While in sharp contrast, my friends took me ice cream and I had an overall great day. I have no idea why his friends did that to him. This enraged my brother still more. My brother started spreading false accusations about me at school, presenting me as a spoilt child, in order for retribution. Since our parents liked him more, he misled everyone by saying I was physically mistreating him at home. I had no idea he went to such a terrible degree. He would punch himself, carefully causing injuries like a black eye or bruised shoulder, in order to create evidence. He would boldly enter school the next day showing the self-inflicted injuries as evidence of my claimed brutality and create stories. He would lie, claiming that his injuries were from innocent sports like football with pals, whenever our parents asked him about them. People started to trust his twisted view of events as the lies and his claimed black eyes gained momentum. Whispers soon spread and even my friends started to glance at me with mistrust. I first observed minute changes. People who used to converse with me in the halls suddenly started to fade. Group hangouts started to get fewer and more spaced apart invitations. People hesitated to be around the apparently spoilt girl accused of aggression, as if a switch had been turned off. I plucked the bravery one day to ask my former best buddy why our relationship had deteriorated. She talked about how my twin brother had been spreading gossip about me. She exposed the thorough lies he had told everyone, charging me of things I had never done. Hearing her say startled me. The sensation was one of mistrust mixed with incredulity, as though the ground under me had collapsed. Someone I grew up with, my brother, was fabricating stories about me, accusing me of doing things I would never have even considered. That was a devastating betrayal that left me with a knot in my gut and a weighty heart. The day I addressed my brother at school, he chose to ignore me. When I urged him to stop lying about me, he grinned at me and told me I deserved to rot alone. His falsehoods and actions were beginning to worry me, thus I found it difficult to express myself. Though I wanted to talk to my parents, I worried they would view my brother above me. Particularly considering that I had always been open to befriending others, the isolation pained. The lies driven by jealousy from my brother seemed to be destroying the relationships I had developed over years. Teachers too started to become caught in the rumors. It was a dreamlike sensation, as though I were living in a parallel universe in which the evil narrative woven by my twin eclipsed my actual self. The lies were influencing people's actual impressions of me, not only teenage chatter. They had evolved beyond simple gossip. The terrible news soon got to my principal, and suddenly my worst nightmare materialized. Along with our parents, the main called my brother and me straight into his office to go over these supposedly rumors. Heart thumping, I sat there as the principal insisted on the reality. Though I expected my brother would at last come clean, he doubled down on the lies. He told the principal straightforwardly that, indeed, the allegations were accurate and characterized me as a bully who roamed about physically assaulting him while our parents were not around. I found it hard to believe. My brother kept telling this twisted tale about how I was furious at him for getting more attention from our parents, and shock flooded over me. Though everything of it was lies, he stayed to his tale like glue. Hearing my brother's tale, my mother started to cry. She grabbed onto my brother if he were some sort of hero. Telling my brother that he was brave to speak up and that he would be ensuring nothing would ever happen to him, my dad sought to console him. That day, I tried to defend myself by begging the principal that everything was made up. Desperate to swim to the top, I felt as though I was drowning in a sea of accusations. Yet, my brother persisted in saying that I was this furious, aggressive person venting daily on him. As my mother clutched onto my brother, my tears kept flowing and I started to see accusing stares. It was like battling a wall of belief in my brother's invented narrative. Saying the school didn't accept bullying and that these were reasons to punish me, my principal chastised me severely. I begged him not to suspend me, but he shook his head, declaring he couldn't let it slip. Tears running down my face, I begged him to understand that I did nothing to help my brother. The main insisted that I would be suspended for 10 days so that others may learn from this never to bully anyone. It really hit me, and I started crying even more, almost asking him to think twice. Furious and ashamed of the overall state of affairs, my parents hauled me from the principal's office. I refused to go. They were not understanding what I intended to provide as my argument. We left the institution, my heart weighed with shame and frustration. Things changed dramatically when we arrived home. Out of the blue, my dad started packing my stuff. Startled, perplexed, I had no idea what was occurring. When my mother questioned him what he was doing, he simply yelled that he cannot allow my brother to live in the same house anymore. I begged my brother to give them the truth, almost on my knees, but he stayed frigid, unmoved by my tears. After finishing packing, my dad dumped the luggage into our foyer. Still pleading my dad not to kick me out, I grabbed to his legs. Like a dream coming to pass. A bully like me didn't deserve to dwell in his house, he told me, and he would ask his mother, my grandma, to come fetch me up should she so want. The planet seemed to have collapsed under my feet. Surrounded by my stuff strewn in the foyer, booted out from my own house, I stood there shocked. My grandmother did show up finally. She helped me get into the passenger side by gathering all my stuff and arranging it in the car. Before approaching my parents' front door, she checked to be sure I had on my seatbelt. She rang the doorbell, then started to shout at my dad for treating me this way when he opened it. She cautioned him sternly that she would not hesitate to engage the police or CPS should he ever approach me or try to get in touch once more, as what he had done to a child like me may eventually land him in prison. Trying to avoid responsibility, my mother said it was mine. But my grandmother wasn't feeling it at all. Emphasizing that I was only a young child who deserved not to be abused in such a merciless way, she stood her ground defending me. I had never felt such power in my life till then, from my grandmother. She trusted me rather than cowering to my parents as they thought. We finally left, my house the only place I had ever grown up in, behind us. It is impossible for me to adequately describe how intolerable the suffering I went through during that period. Though my grandma begged me to, I recall simply crying on the bed and not eating anything. She was likewise startled when I told her what my brother had done. She told me she thought my side of the story, and it made me glad at least one person had my back. The idea of going back to school was like stepping back into a lion's den once the 10 days of suspension ended. The faces of my students told volumes as I walked into the known hallways: judgment, murmurs, and sidelong glances. The weight of the unfounded charges hung in the air. My brother, meantime, deliberately disregarded me and behaved as though I didn't exist. A few people who saw him as the victim of my assaults and agreed his side of the story had grown friends with him. No matter how hard I attempted to present my side of the narrative to anyone, it was ignored. I was an outsider, labeled unfairly and carried around like a shadow wherever I went. The classroom, the cafeteria, the hallways, the eyes that locked with mine were contemptuous and mistrustful. I started to go alone. I would head down, show up for every class, have lunch by myself in the cafeteria, and head straight home. I had no friends, and it seemed as though everyone just didn't want me there. My parents never once phoned to see how I was doing throughout all this. My grandma would tell me again and over that life would finally be good and that this was not my fault. Having decent marks when I finished from high school, I was looking forward to college, where maybe I would have a better life. I first felt what freedom felt like only when I left for college. Nobody was monitoring my shoulders, none was comparing my marks, and none was trying to challenge me, for the first time. I ran into like-minded folks and developed friendships with them. Though my family and peers had caused emotional and physical scars over the years, I focused on putting all behind me and savoring this collegiate experience as much as I could. It was around this period that I developed my flair for content writing. Though I had always wanted to be a writer, I chose to give up on my ambition as I wasn't sure whether it would be long-term viable. But I decided to start freelancing and writing in order to pick some side money. Signing up on several freelancing platforms helped me land work from well-known companies. I began gradually compiling a portfolio of my works this way. I kept this side project throughout college and never approached my parents for one penny. Instead of landing a corporate job upon my college graduation, I discovered I could work full-time in content writing. The several clients and long-term professional ties I had with them helped them to rope me into several initiatives of theirs, thereby enabling me to be doing rather well. Having a respectable freelancing profession let me travel the globe as a digital nomad in addition to make me financially independent. Though it was certainly not easy, traveling helped me heal from past. I grabbed as much as I could and gambled on myself. I have seen so much of the globe throughout the years, yet I still have so much to see. My grandma was the only member of my family I thought about all through all this. I really loved her. When I moved out, Mother was quite depressed, yet she knew I had to be independent on my own. Though I have a busy schedule, I would make it a point to be with her whenever I could. On the weekends, I would go see her, usually sitting on the porch or enjoying meals together, lost in talks ranging from childhood stories to more current events. On weekends, I would spend whole days assisting Mom with housework or taking her for a leisurely stroll to the neighborhood park. Lately I finished one of the most significant assignments of my career. Though I cannot name the brand, I was quite fortunate to create blogs and product descriptions for them. Following the assignment, I asked the team I collaborated with to offer me favorable feedback on my website, which they were more than glad to do. Knowing working with this brand was a big event, so I grabbed screenshots of some of their evaluations to publish on Instagram. Many additional content creators, as predicted, contacted me to celebrate my professional achievement and even shared my tale to assist in dissemination. This is how I began receiving messages from random people needing assistance with their websites. Some of my family also spotted this and contacted out to congrats me. Eventually, the principal of my college got in touch. Seeing that I was doing so well, he had gotten in touch with me and asked me to visit college for a lecture to discuss career paths as a content writer to students. Though I struggle with public speaking, I was really anxious, so I decided to take a chance and consented. My life seemed to have gone full circle when I stood before expectant faces imparting my knowledge and views. In my lecture, I discussed the difficulties I encountered and how I persevered in spite of many demanding days. Empowering others and helping the writers' community flourish was, quite honestly, a really rewarding experience. As individuals related to several of my clips, they began to go popular on Facebook groups. Being at last appreciated for my effort felt fantastic. I received an invitation to speak on a local news station last week. The presentation highlighted the advantages of content writing, and they asked me to share with their viewers my path and observations. Though a little anxious, the chance excited me. I discussed my experiences, the value of client feedback, and how a little thank you note might create amazing possibilities during the show. The chance to inspire more people in the profession and appeal to a larger audience humbles and excites me. I also posted some of these snippets on Instagram when it eventually aired, as I felt honored to be asked to a TV show. My cousins and family first began learning about my work performance this way. You see, my parents had no knowledge that I was working with well-known businesses and receiving invites to TV shows, as they never discussed me with anybody. This is how rapidly information got out inside my family. I suppose this TV interview must have at last made sense to my parents. A few days later, I was working on another job and found my phone quiet. When I checked my phone after finishing my work, I found 6 missed calls from my mother. Surprised her name on my phone truly startled me, since it had been a long time since she had phoned me. After all those years of quiet, I couldn't understand why she was phoning. I hesitated, then called her back, and she picked up right away. When I asked her if everything was good, my mother started praising me. Usually seated right there with Mom, my dad also joined in the discourse. He began asking about my life and well-being, and I responded without much thinking. It wasn't odd until they started asking how much I was making these days. My dad answered that we were family, thus I shouldn't be shy sharing with them my salary, since it is none of their concern. I assured him I was doing financially really well. Hearing this, my mother started to explain how difficult their life was these days. My brows wrinkled with mistrust. Here is essentially our conversation's general flow. Mom, we have been wishing to remodel the house for some time. We are retired now. Though we have no savings left, its shape is not ideal. Me, okay. Mom, we have hope since your success. Having seen your TV interview today, we reasoned perhaps you could assist us by covering the renovations costs. Dad, we are family first of all. You should not hesitate to forward some of your income to us. We truly need your assistance. Me? Are you teasing me? Having not even spoken with you for years, why are you requesting money? While I appreciate the congrats, I am not going to assist you in any capacity. I wonder what motivated you to get in touch to me. Hearing this, my mother began to remark how I should have been appreciative and that I should have helped them as family. My dad also said that this was the least I could do, since my parents deserved to be looked for. I wanted to give them some of my thinking since I was so offended at this. I thought suddenly of something. Rather than merely fighting with them, I chose to teach them a lesson for lifetime since mistreating me all those years ago caused them to leech off me. I informed my parents I would be ready to assist them should they agree to my requests solely. My dad asked me, perplexingly, what they were. I immediately set out my demand. If they sought my assistance, they had to openly acknowledge in front of our family and friends that my brother was the brains behind the nasty allegations damaging my name. Believing their lies and manipulation would help them to humiliate my brother the same way they had humiliated me before everyone. I wanted them to own their deeds and admit the suffering they had caused. Hearing my impossible condition, my dad started to doubt the need of such an admittance. I stood my ground even though my mother informed me that this was all pretty pointless and that we could have a private conversation apart from others. This condition was non-negotiable. That was what any help they sought for in the future required. My dad spoke up as the tension grew, stressing his part as my father and underlining that it was my obligation to assist my needy family. Emphasizing the years they had spent raising me, my mom, in a last-ditch effort, urged me to act morally and assist them. Their abrupt appeal struck me as ironic. I reminded them of the past, of the fact they had kicked me out, and of the fact my grandmother had reared me, not they. They were increasingly restless, but I firmly reminded them that if they wanted to approach me and ask for my financial help going forward, then the truth had to be admitted publicly and my brother had to pay repercussions for his deeds. My folks have been calling me non-stop since our chat, but I'm avoiding their calls. Even phoning them back that day makes me regretful. If I did nothing at all to assist my parents, would I really be in the wrong? Update 1. Since I last told my tale a week ago, things have been a whirl. And the help and encouragement I have been getting from everyone has been deluging. Knowing that I'm not alone at this period makes one hopeful. After all they have gone through, I am happy everyone feels I should not interact with my parents or even think about helping them out. I knew it was quite almost impossible for them to do, hence I even set them such a condition. Though they might have discovered by now that it was all his lies, I know they will never put my brother through what they put me through. They love him too much. After my parents once more tried to get in touch with me today, my brother sent me a nasty text message. I ignored their calls. He composed this. Hey sis, I can tell you every day without you in my life has been fantastic. It's been a long time since I seen you. Mom and dad contacted you, from what I heard, and you gave them an insane directive. You know, they never are going to follow through on it. They will never do anything to damage me, and they most obviously never loved you. Although I did lie about you 15 years ago, it has been a long time since then, hence cease being so self-serving and attempt to let go from the past. You are childless and single anyway, hence why would you not want to assist them with house repairs and renovations? Act moral and be a better daughter. Seeing the letter felt as though it were a stab to the chest. His lack of empathy was evident in the boldness to discount the hardships I had gone through and the conditions I had established. Emphasizing my single and childless status, the effort to guilt-trip me added still another degree of insensitivity. Not only was his implication that I should put their needs ahead of my own well-being objectionable, but it also underlined how little he considered me. Frustrated and driven by a deep need for justice, I determined it was time to intervene and expose the truth buried for too long. Sitting down to send an email to my parents and close relatives, I shared the terrible facts of my life and the unfair treatment I had suffered in my family house. In the email, I detailed how my parents treated me differently from my twin brother and the rigorous and repressive surroundings I had lived under. The email also explored the damaging and wholly false rumor my brother had disseminated about me in school, which had resulted in serious repercussions and damaged my name. I wrote on how my parents had kicked me out to the curb and how, had it not been for my grandma, by now I may have been dead in the streets. I encouraged everyone to read a note my brother had emailed toward the end. I included a screen grab showing him owning to lying about me. It was an unambiguous confession meant to reveal the lies that had lasted far too long. Just an hour ago, I wrote the email. Once my parents and brother see it, all hell will explode. I will let you know nextwise on how my family responds to my email. Update 2. My last update was 1 month ago, and as you might imagine, a lot of things have transpired this month. My family burst upon getting the email. Relatives who were earlier ignorant of the degree of the favoritism and emotional abuse have criticized my parents. Many of the family members contacted me apologizing for not being there for me and stating they had no idea about all this. I decided to contact a lawyer after my brother and dad sent me a torrent of text messages beginning to get increasingly violent and nasty. She sent a notice of cease and desist. It essentially advised them not to get in touch with me anymore and that, should they do, they would suffer severe legal repercussions. Given they ceased getting in touch, I suppose this must have terrified them straight. My grandmother supports me 100% since she believes I have done the right thing by informing everyone what occurred. She is the only person that counts to me, hence I'm happy she has my back. Update 3. 2 months apart have gone between my last update. For now, I am glad to say that all in my life is running smoothly. Professionally, my article writing company has been doing great. The offers to present at podcasts and seminars keep coming in, therefore confirming my reputation as a valued professional in my field of work. I am now as near to my grandmother as ever. Recently I took a 1-week vacation from work so I could spend some time with her. These days she enjoys gardening and taught me a lot about different herbs and flowers in her yard. My best and most treasured memories are the times I spend with her, meal sharing, deep talks, or just hanging around. I'm glad my family is keeping away from me since they haven't contacted me since the letter my attorney sent them. Since I personally started attending therapy, hopefully I can work on mending myself. Right now I believe this will be the last update. My mom wants me to marry my creepy stepbrother and have his child. She now harasses me at work and lies about the inheritance. I, 29F, have an older stepbrother, Chris, 42M, who has been a nightmare since the day my mom married his dad. Let me give a bit of background. Our parents married when I was 4 and he was 17. Both our parents were widowed. After their wedding, we moved to the US since my mom had American citizenship through marriage. I was born in the US too, but after my dad died when I was 1, my mom and I moved back to Colombia. My stepdad got his residency through marriage and my stepbrother, because he was a minor, wasn't a big fan of me. My only memories of him are just constant bullying. He would be left in charge of me since he was studying locally and lived with my parents. But mostly, his babysitting really meant things like locking me in the guest bathroom or the shed outside. He would steal my lunchbox whenever he was the one who dropped me off at school. He even began to harm my pets. I have an old cat that has been with me for almost 22 years. He tried more than once to run her over with his car. My parents never believed any of it. He's the classic golden child. My mom absolutely wanted a son instead of a daughter, so my stepbrother took priority over me. The bullying just kept getting worse and creepier. He had this long key for the bathroom. The door was designed so that if it got locked by accident, one could open it by inserting a long stick or key through a small hole on the outside. He would use it to walk in on me showering. My underwear would disappear sometimes, and I know for a fact it was him. He also started taking pictures of me sleeping. One night, I woke up to him taking care of himself next to me while I slept. I yelled, obviously. My parents came over, but he wasn't in trouble. I was, for tempting him. I was 14 when this happened. He was 27. No one helped me, and he got bolder until he did something I am still in therapy for. When I was 16, it got to a point where I called my biological half-brother, Sam, 48M, and son of my biological father's first wife, to see if I could live with him and his wife, Sandy, during my last 2 years of high school. When Sam found out what was going on, he confronted my mom. My mom didn't care and just told him to take me, as long as he never asked her for money. Done and done. My brother and his wife became my legal guardians and took me in with my cat and the old family dog since I didn't trust leaving any living creature with Chris around. My parents never checked on me. My extended family from my father's side knew what happened and immediately got together to ensure I could finish school well and go to college. I don't know my maternal family at all. Thanks to my paternal family, including Sam's mother and her family, I got my bachelor's and master's with no student debt and work as a nurse practitioner. I still live with Sam, his wife and their 2 kids, and I pay a small rent. Neither Sam nor his wife expected me to pay anything, but that's the least I can do for the 2 people who have taken care of me for 13 years. For anyone wondering why I didn't move, it's incredibly expensive where I live and Sam insisted I stay with them until I save enough to buy my own home. Things seemed okay until my mom messaged me recently. She had not messaged me since I was 18, when she told me she no longer had any responsibility for me. In this message, she sounded overly friendly, telling me how she missed me and asking how I was doing. I was a bit creeped out but decided to be nice, telling her about what I had done since leaving her care. She seemed very interested, as apparently, She knew I was a nurse but not what kind I was. She began asking me about my salary. I didn't tell her anything about it, except that it was enough to pay the bills. My mom then began texting about Chris and how he was barely making any money due to his student debt. Apparently, Chris never finished a degree, jumping from career to career. He is now working in my stepdad's used car business as a salesman, but most of his pay goes toward his substantial student debt accumulated over the years. I told my mom how sorry I was that Chris was having a hard time and wished him luck. That's when my mom finally got to what she wanted. She texted me that I needed to pay his student debt so he could finally begin to make the money he deserves, like the man of the family. I just turned off my phone. When I got home, Sam was surprised since I was usually the last to arrive. Sandy wasn't home yet. I told Sam what happened and showed him my mom's text messages. I don't think I've seen Sam this angry ever. He told me to block my mom, stepdad and Chris if I hadn't done so yet. After talking with Sam and Sandy, I called my boss to ask for the next day and the one after off. This gave me a 4-day weekend, including the days I'm normally off shift. My boss was more than okay with this and told me to just take it easy and let her know if she could help. This backfired because the next day, my mom and Chris decided to come to Sam's house to speak to me. I was alone since Sam and Sandy were at work and the kids were at school. I immediately called Sam and told him what was going on. He told me not to open the door and that he was on his way. My mom spent the whole time screaming that I owed them for raising me and that my sweet brother deserved the money. Chris was going around trying to find a window or door unlocked. There weren't any, since the windows have safety bars and the only other doors are in the closed garage and one in the yard. The yard door was locked, and just in case, I locked the one in the garage. I won't post what he called me when he saw me from one of the windows, but basically, he told me they should have thrown me away when I was a baby since I grew to be a burden. He pounded on one of the windows so hard that he cracked the glass. Eventually, he gave up and went back to the front door, clearly trying to kick it down. I didn't have anything to worry about. The door was a security door, but I was still very scared. Between yelling, threatening, pleading and insults, I finally heard Sam screaming at them to get lost. I only saw things from the window. Sam pretty much dragged them both off the porch. They got to a point I couldn't hear, but I saw my mom and Chris looking pale and scared before they ran to their car and drove off way past the legal speed limit. Sam came in a bit later and immediately went into full protective brother mode, asking me if I was okay. He kept saying sorry and hugging me. Sandy arrived almost immediately after and looked like she was about to commit a felony. Apparently, Sam threatened them with filing charges for what Chris did to me when I was 16. My brother's ace, my stepdad, was willing to testify against his own son. That seemed enough to get Chris off our backs but not my mom. Since then, it's been 3 days, and my mom has sent texts, called non-stop from various numbers, and rallied a group of people who are supposedly my maternal family to harass me for money. She claims that the money should legally be hers since she's my mother, and that it's my late father's missed child support. Sam is helping me find a lawyer to get a restraining order on my mom, and I plan to take my stepdad's offer to testify by pressing charges against Chris. I can't say I can forgive him for not stopping his son, but I appreciate that he's at least trying. I don't know the details, but Chris did something to a relative of his dad, and since then, they had a really bad fallout. I took my boss's offer and will be on vacation for a few more days. But here it is. My vacation days are getting eaten up and my therapist might need a therapist after this. Thankfully, my dark sense of humor and supportive paternal family are keeping me somewhat sane. Update. I didn't think I would be making an update so soon, but my mother is unrelenting. To the people who were so kind and gave me advice earlier, thank you so much. It really helps to have people show kindness in difficult days. I followed the advice to freeze my credit and will be getting a new phone for personal use. I'll have to keep my old phone for work for a little while. Now, to update on the situation, we are going through with pressing charges and might pursue a civil lawsuit for 2 years of child support my mother owes. We are not sure yet of our chances, but my brother wants to go scorched earth. As for my mother, she began a new campaign. She's been posting false accusations about me, accusing my stepbrother Chris of sexual assault. She's also been accusing me of being a temptress who tried for years to sleep with my brother. She even got a few relatives, who I just found out are my aunts, to join in, claiming they were witnesses. I have never met these women in my life. My stepfather actually commented on her post, saying my mom was lying and accusing his own son of being a pedophile. That's how I found out about the big fallout between them. My stepbrother apparently went after one of my stepfather's nieces. I don't know the girl's age, but she has to be about my age if I'm thinking of the right person. If not, she's younger than me. A lot of my biological father's relatives have also taken to social media to call out my mother, saying she had always claimed she was an orphan and had no family, while now she suddenly has 3 sisters. It's a mess. I'm just watching for now and being a stay-at-home aunt. My nephews love it since we go out for crazy shenanigans after they finish their homework. My boss has helped me with some paperwork for a leave of absence, and I should be off for about 6 weeks. After that, I'll be mostly working from home for a few weeks. It's not the greatest update, and to be sincere, things are not fun, but it's nice to spend time with the kiddos at least. Also, I forgot to mention this. No, my mom is not likely sleeping with or in a relationship with my stepbrother, as some people had mentioned. My mom always wanted a son, and I was a disappointment because I was born a girl. She treats my brother like he's her real son, and I think she truly loves him as a mother. She made sure to tell me how disappointing it was for her when I was born. Update 2. I hope the title is okay for the rules. I was recommended to post here but wasn't sure where to start. My mother was widowed when I was 1 year old. My biological father was much older than her. She was his second wife, with a 20-plus year age difference. After that, she remarried her hometown sweetheart and adopted his 17-year-old son. My dad was American, and my mom is Colombian. I was born in the US, then we moved back to Colombia for a few years, and we returned to the US when I was 4. My whole life, my mother constantly complained about the fact that I was a girl. She would say things like, "If you were a boy, maybe we could have gotten more from your father." Or "Girls are so useless." All I was to her was the problem child. She took my inheritance and squandered it, mostly on things for my stepbrother. Whenever she had guests, she would always introduce me and joke about how I ruined her body and wasn't even worth it since I was a girl. Most of her friends thought I had some kind of mental illness because of her lies about me being mentally behind. She used the R word, and would often blame it on my gender, saying that because I was born a girl, I was clearly inferior. During holidays, I would be left behind with a sitter. I was just too much of a problem child and would ruin things for my sweet brother. We only have one family picture from when I was 5. If I got anything nice with my own money, my mother would take it from me. If it was something like makeup or clothes, she would say I wasn't attractive enough or worthy enough to have such nice things. I should just stick with a plain face since it would make it easier for me to find a job when I was done with high school. She had no intentions of letting me go to college. But the worst part is, she never protected me. My stepbrother is a predator. At first, he just bullied me, stealing my food and locking me in dark places. When I hit puberty though, he began to do worse things. Walking in on me when I showered, even if I locked the door. Stealing my underwear, watching me sleep. And he even sexually assaulted me when I was 16 and he was 29. My mother blamed it on me, saying I was tempting her poor sweet boy. I was saved by my biological half-brother and his wife. They took me in at 16, finished raising me, and put me through college with the help of my paternal family. Even my father's first wife pitched in and has always been kind to me. She's more of a mother to me than my own mother ever was. Now, I'm 29 years old, have a good career as a nurse practitioner, and I'm saving to buy my own home. My mother found out about this and has been demanding that I give her my money because she is my mother, and my money should be hers. She also demands that I pay off my abusive stepbrother's student loans. Since I refuse to comply with my dear mother's demands, she has now gone online to post that I'm a temptress trying to ruin her son's life and that I refuse to pay her back for all the care and love she supposedly gave me over the years. She even had some women, who are supposedly my aunts, join her in this. I've never met any of my maternal family. As far as I knew, my mother was an orphan. Now, I suddenly have 3 aunts who claim to have seen how bad a person I am. Update 3. This might be my last update about my mother and stepbrother since we're finally starting the legal fights, but I finally had a good laugh. In my previous posts, I haven't said much about my biological father. He died when I was 1 year old, so I never really met him. I have one picture of him holding me when I was an infant. I mostly know him from stories from his family. What I do know is that he was a man of means. He had a lot of assets that he carefully divided in his will, not so rich I'll never have to work rich, but just rich enough that I would be able to live comfortably as long as I worked and managed my finances well. I was not aware that he had made sure to leave me anything, and neither was my half-brother Sam, his son with his first wife. I'm the daughter of an affair partner turned second wife. My understanding was that anything I inherited was wasted by my mother to buy things for her predator stepson Chris, whom she prefers over me. He was my abuser growing up. In her words, daughters don't need inheritance, just marry a wealthy old man like me. Well, since my mother and Chris have been harassing me lately, We drove to my dad's lawyer to get some things we need from my dad's records for the lawsuit we are planning. He's a sweet older man who kind of looks like my dad a bit and was my dad's best friend. When we met, he received me with a hug and told me how happy he was to finally meet me. His wife was there too, and she also gave me a big hug and told me we needed to have dinner at their place. Once we all caught up, we discovered my mother had been faking receipts to get money from my trust. A lot of it, some of which was from when I was under Sam's guardianship. She's not the executor of my trust and had to provide receipts for anything. She's been sending receipts claiming they're for me because I'm still in medical school, even though I finished school in 2021. Well, her meal ticket not only got torn, but now she's in big trouble because this is fraud. And basically, my hands are tied about pressing charges. She claims me as a dependent on her taxes so my dad's lawyer would refund her for her expenses. He basically told me there's just no way we can keep this in civil court. He had to contact the IRS and the police. It doesn't help that she's been using my social security number for some things she shouldn't. Thank you to the people who advised me to freeze my credit. You guys saved me for sure. I probably won't be able to post for quite a while since I'm going to be incredibly busy. I'm just mentally exhausted from how much has happened. I wouldn't have done anything about my mom using my trust if she had left me alone. I wouldn't even know about it because the trust is set for me to take over with proof of marriage or graduation from college. Since I didn't know about it, I never sent the required paperwork to take control. She could have milked it dry if she left me alone and just kept sending fake information. I'm in the process of getting what's left of my trust. There's quite a bit in it and it should be enough for me to get a house or condo if I mix it with my savings and still have some left over to invest or do other things safely. I might wait for a while to buy anything though. I don't know how safe it would be since my mom still has my social security number. Update 4. Hey Reddit, this is more of a personal rant than a full-on update. Things are only starting on the legal side of things, so no real update or information I'm allowed to share. This is more on the personal side of things since I just came home from having my mother harass me in a bar. It was not fun. Short background. My mother is a greedy liar who let her stepson Chris, who's 13 years older than me, abuse me since I was a small child. First, it was physical abuse, then sexual abuse started when I was 14 until I was 16. Now she wants me to clear a student debt, and she has been mooching off my biological father's inheritance. As for last night, well, I decided to go out with some girlfriends for a girls' night. My half-brother Sam and his wife Sandy have been pushing me to go out for a while. We went to a local bar. I mostly stuck to the stools by the bar as I'm a massive introvert, but I like seeing my friends having fun. So I was simply drinking and talking to the bartender in passing. Well, my good mood was ruined when I noticed my mother, thankfully alone, walk towards me. The moment she saw me, she pretty much launched herself to hug me and began crying, saying how much she had missed me and how different I looked. I was trying really hard to get away from her, but she began causing a scene. She started begging for us to reconcile, saying that she was sorry I took my stepbrother's affection the wrong way, that they both love me and want me to live with them. She was loud, and people were looking at me. Some even looked sorry for her, and I had people encouraging me to hug my mom back. It was embarrassing and just so wrong. I just exploded and told her to leave me alone and walked out. That was even worse because she kept following me, with 2 or 3 randoms calling me a terrible daughter. She just kept swearing that Chris truly cares for me and wants us to be a family again. She even said that he found me so beautiful that he couldn't help himself when he sexually assaulted me. She said, when he made love to you. As if it was something consensual. I was a minor when he attacked me. He was almost 30. I just started crying and screaming at her to go away and leave me alone. Thankfully, one of my more sober friends called Sam, and he came over very fast. He scared away my mom and took me home. I'm now 100% sure I don't want to go out again. For people wondering why I never called the cops, I called the cops since I was 11 to report the abuse. I reported at 16 what he did to me. They took his side. I don't trust them. I truly believe cops don't care about sexual assault victims. I'm just writing this to get it out of my system. My therapist is unavailable, so Reddit is the next best thing. Update 5. Hey, been a bit, sorry for the radio silence. I had some people asking for updates, but things had been pretty quiet until this weekend so I had nothing to post. I know people usually do a recap app or something like that, so TLDR. My mother has always preferred my stepbrother Chris, who is 42. He was my abuser growing up. The abuse went from the time I was 11 to 16, when I moved in with my half-brother after the worst attack. I was recently tracked down by my mother, and she along with my stepbrother have been harassing me since. Currently, I'm in a legal fight against them to recover some stolen inheritance from my father and to resolve other matters. This weekend, once again, my mother decided to accost me at work. I was working from home, doing clerical work for the clinic I work at. I'm a nurse practitioner but took some clerical duties to be able to work from home when the mess with my mother and Chris began. Since then, the time I could work from home has ended, so I'm back in the clinic taking patients. For the most part, Saturday went well and quiet. Sunday, however, I noticed someone that shared my mother's name but not her last name. My mom has a very unique name, very old-sounding, and I've seen it only twice in my whole life. Of course, there's a big Latino community where I live, so I just assumed this was another person. We're from a Colombian family, though I was born in the US to an American father. Lo and behold, it was my mother using a fake last name. When I saw her, I immediately called my boss. She's aware of the situation and immediately went to ask my mother to please leave the premises. This can be a controversial move, so to explain it before the debate starts. She was in for a general checkup, not a life or death treatment. She was not denied because of protected reasons, but because I, as a member of staff, felt my life was in danger in her presence. There are a lot of other clinics with varying prices, and they are open to new patients, so she can get her checkup anywhere else. This is allowed under our state's law. If she was hyperventilating or clearly in distress, we would not have been able to ask her to leave. My mother, of course, went on a rampage demanding to be seen by me specifically. My boss, thankfully, was not intimidated and just insisted my mother had to leave or else the cops would be called. After a back and forth that I was watching from the security cameras, this all happened in our waiting room. My mother threw a letter at my boss and left fuming. She even pushed a lady that was walking in, though thankfully no one was hurt. My boss brought me the letter and told me she will make sure not to assign me any patients with my mother's first name and went to make arrangements with our front desk. I took a break and decided to read the letter, mostly to see if it was something I could use for my legal case. This is a translation to my best capabilities. My lovely daughter, it hurts me so much that you refuse to speak to me. I love you so much, and all I want is to recover the years we've lost. I only have you left from your father, whom I love dearly. I know there are a lot of misunderstandings with Chris. He loves you so much too, and I wish you would give him a chance to prove it to you. He always talked about how beautiful you are and how much he wished you two could spend more time together. He truly adores you, and I wish you would consider his feelings more. He even asked me to convince you to marry him, and I think it's a wonderful idea. Papa, your stepfather, and I are probably divorcing, and this will be the perfect solution so Chris, you and I can stay a family. He keeps going on and on about how much he wants to raise your and his baby together. Let me know when you want to go shopping for wedding dresses. I love you, my darling. Mom, I'm going to share a few personal notes here. I am unable to get pregnant. After Chris's attack, I had some medical complications that have left me unable to conceive. My mother knows about it. Chris knows about it. The cops know about it. They ruled the whole thing as consensual sex, and because I was 16, the legal age of consent, nothing was done. I showed this to my lawyer, and he added it to the compilation of things we're using for the legal case. Still no court date, and the cops don't consider my case risky enough to do the paperwork for a restraining order. I do have one officer who is taking this very seriously and has been amazing. It's just the majority who don't seem to care or have too much on their docket to give my case time. Update. I'm going to update here since it's only been 3 days and it feels dumb to make a new post. Chris has been arrested. Apparently, he kidnapped a 2-year-old baby girl, his cousin's daughter, no less. The baby was recovered safe and unharmed from what I heard. I'm glad she wasn't taken for long. Who knows what the hell he wanted to do to her. If I hear more details, I'll update. Arrogant boss fires expert, leading to £800K project disaster. Sweet revenge unfolds, but the story ends in tragedy. Who am I? Do you know? It backfires on an egotistical manager when a $800,000 project goes off course because he sacked an invaluable staff member. First of all, this never happened to me. I was with the individual when they got a call concerning this problem. Then he walked me through it all. He is not on Reddit, hence I am sharing it. It is valuable. Every name has been modified to guard corporate and personal identities. The plot depends much on listed structures. There is a mechanism in place in the UK for maintaining historic and significant constructions. A building deemed historically significant is referred to as a listed building. The guidelines for its evolution, preservation, and enhancement are rather rigorous. I have to be obscure about the labor involved. Else, it would be too simple to name the people engaged. David, a buddy of mine, is quite specialized in a very small field of building. Using a very ancient building technique not used for several millennia, he fixes and renovates buildings. His whole output focuses on listed buildings and conservation projects. Work needed on a Grade 1 listed property. ACC Limited, the major contractor, was handling the building generally. There is quite specific study on one aspect. The architect provided a list of suitable candidates as the contractor management knew no one who had done it. The contractors selected my friend since he was most available early on. 5 days into the project, the major contractor, ACC Limited, arrived on site. David's words? He was a boisterous gobshite throwing his weight about. David ignored him while he was merely working. One of his carpenters was directed by the boisterous gobshite to make him coffee. The carpenter vanished. The noisy gobshite kept prowling and grumbling about delays costing him a lot of money. The boisterous gobshite asked my pal a question 15 minutes after the carpenter vanished. "Where's that chippy with my coffee?" asked a noisy gobshite. Chippy = carpenter. Chippy = carpenter. "David, I'm not clear." "Go and find out," a noisy gobshite says. "David, I'm only here for this job," gesturing at the walls. "I work for ACC Limited, not for you." Noisy gobshite. "It makes no difference if you're an employee or a subcontractor. You still are working for me. Now go and locate my coffee." David, "First of all, I find it offensive to be spoken to like manners. Second, my contract with you is to do these walls, nothing else. I most definitely am not a gopher." Noisy gobshite. "Oh, do you not value being spoken to in such a manner? For which subcontractor do you now work?" David, "None. I run my business alone, just me." Noisy gobshite. "A day laborer. And you have the guts to address me in such a manner? Do you know my name?" David, "Sure." "Well, you're fired," a noisy gobshite says. "Get out of the premises right away." David says, "Okay. Just get off the site," says a noisy gobshite. David grabbed out his phone and started recording. David, "Okay, I'll leave. Just want evidence you advised me to leave." Grabbing David's hand containing the phone, a noisy gobshite yelled into the phone, "Get off the site, you idiot," a noisy gobshite says. "You're let off. I'll have you thrown out if you're still here in 10 minutes. David, "Cool, not problematic." He took up his gear and left. The contractor's site manager passed him, ironically with a coffee for the boss, as he was leaving and smiled. Site manager, "Dave, you're leaving early? Bloody part-time kidding." David, "No, your boss just sacked me. We have signed out our contract. Apologies, friend." The site manager said, No, allow me to arrange things here. Please wait, kindly." David left the site. Knowing something the boisterous gobshite lacked, the site manager was losing his head. In the UK, just 7 persons are certified to handle the task. Every one of them had a waiting list. David had been the only one accessible. 12 missed calls by the time he arrived home. That was Thursday, 2 working days absent so far. He claimed he would go back only if he was paid for the extra days and personally apologized to the employer. I met my friend as he was answering a call from the site manager, stating the boss apologies but is out of the country, so cannot apologize personally. David also informed me he warned the other specialist over the phone, but they had all been contacted on Friday asking to be assigned work. Nobody picked up the work. They were all booked full. To warn him, David also called the architect. Under such circumstances, some dishonest builders attempt to falsify the work and bodge the job. David is going to keep his guns, money for all missing days plus a face-to-face apologies. He is positive he will grasp it. I mentioned I would pay anything to see the in-person apologies. Update 1. The site manager called to inform David he was advised by the noisy gobshite to threaten legal action should David fail to complete his work. The site manager became really ashamed and apologetic. David reminded him he left and had documentation proving he was let go. The site manager called once more to inform the noisy gobshite will be personally apologizing on Friday. Could David begin tomorrow? David said no. Following the legal action threat, the criteria are different. Before work starts, a face-to-face apology. Additional compensation for lost days. Paying the whole contract value up front before work starts. All of this has to happen on Thursday. He can start today and still expect to finish before his next reservation. Should he work weekends as well, he has just enough time. I questioned him about why he isn't charging the man who is such a wanker a hefty extra fee. He remarked it's not the done thing to take advantage of businesses under time constraints, it looks bad. One of my pals apparently is a guy from the 18th century. Edit. When David mentioned just 7 others do this work, I misinterpreted him. He intended 7 different companies distinct from his own. Since they are small companies, he argues it is most likely just about 20 persons capable of doing it. Still a limited amount, although not as humorally tiny as 7. I apologize for misled all of you regarding the count. Update 2. Sadly, an apology appears unlikely. David has found that the site manager was sacked for not alerting the noisy gobshite of the circumstances earlier. David told the operations director for ACC Limited, the second noisy gobshite, that he would not be returning to the position, so an apology is not needed. Apologizing for everything, the operations director promised to very liberally renegotiate the money. David informed him he had only thought about returning to the position as a personal courtesy to the original site manager. He feels no need to go back as he is not there. The operations director indicated he will contact David but omitted any explanation. Why he didn't say, "Give him his job back," or "I won't come back," I wondered. David remarked the boisterous gobshite is too weak and petty to be guided by a craftsman. It will have to be the concept of the company for the site manager returning. They won't bring him back if I order them to. David thinks it's difficult to obtain a job at 61 since the site manager is excellent at his work but only 4 years from retirement. I have decided that David appeals to me even more than 3 days before. 3 updates. It is 2 in the morning here. We just came out of the bar. David answered a call from the dismissed site manager while we were out. David reported the circumstances to the architect this afternoon. The architect got in touch with the terminated site manager to let him know about a company needing a site manager. Just before 9 p.m., the dismissed site manager called David. I had to sit through the one-sided phone call. I had to have looked like I had a house full of sparrows, childishly thrilled. Then David filled in for me. The site manager rang to thank him and find out his preferred drink so he might bring him a bottle. He is seeing them on Friday even though he does not yet have the new job. The architect is hopeful since apparently his advice has some weight. David first rejected. David, I didn't not get you a job. The architect done. Site manager. But you told the architect I had been sacked because of you, therefore you set all this in motion. I never have to deal with that annoying pillock ever once again. David left no clear identification for the irritable pillock. We will have to conjecture. David mentioned his drink is Cardhu Gold Reserve. He declared he would only take a bottle if A. the site manager lands the new position. B. should the site manager visit and sip the Cardhu with David. The whiskey consumption does not seem to include the attractive scribe who painstakingly and time-consumingly skillfully recorded this narrative down on Reddit. David elegantly said, "Piss off, knobhead, you can get your own drink." Except that nobody gets to see the tosspot noisy gobshite eat crow when he has to apologize. All excellent news ideally. I had great anticipation about that. David and the sacked site manager know each other outside of the office. Though 2 separate clubs, they are members of charitable organizations in the same location and cooperate extensively. David is Roundtable, whereas the site manager belongs to the Rotary Club. Though you never know, I doubt he is a knight. David was contacted by the operations director of ACC Limited to propose that they kindly renegotiate the money by bringing the site manager back. They have missed the boat, David says. He cannot finish the work on his own before beginning his next employment. Should all go without a hitch, there is an absolute minimum of 11 days labor left. David's next employment begins on November 4th. Assuming he works weekends, there are 10 days left. Last minute. I wish I could be a fly on the wall when the noisy gobshite is informed. Many people often ask, what does David do? If I said what it was, it would be quite identifying. I could as well tell you his actual name and address. Apologize. There are extremely few of them since it takes 5 years to become just competent and at least 9 years to be a master artisan. At least one master present is needed for the jobs done. Update 4. Bad news. The site manager who was sacked did not land the other position. He met the new company, but they are not extending an invitation to him. The explanations are not obvious. David is seeing him Sunday to go over it. Though David is not at blame, I can sense he feels guilty about it. The site manager claims he will act regarding unjust firing. Though I imagine this would be a win-win-win, I suppose life isn't like that. News about the sacked site manager. The current state of affairs is not as dire as first assumed. We misinterpreted what transpired on Friday. David chatted with him yesterday. That aspect is accurate. The employer he visited on Friday is not hiring him in the usual manner. On a distribution center build, they have, however, presented him with a fixed-term contract spanning 18 months. Though not ideal, on the plus side it pays somewhat more than ACC. Though just 18 months, it is better than nothing. Should another project surface, the new business also has the option to extend the contract. David has heard that someone Bulgarian is visiting to cover for the work. David was grinning when he informed me. He believes he understands exactly what will happen. Some 19th century Sophian structures feature a comparable but different method that was used. David believes the man will apply such an approach. Though two extremely crucial elements are different, it looks comparable. David has opted to hold off. David is going to advise the client and the planning department to verify the two components. He intends to allow the Bulgarian to finish the job and get paid. The Bulgarian will have used the incorrect tools unless he is familiar with the English approach from the 17th century. It would mean pulling it apart and beginning over. They treat this kind of work quite rigorously. Though I hardly desire this, I truly hope this comes true. I'm a minor dude. More info. Many people are wondering when David would find out whether the Bulgarian performed the work as expected. Given that there are few vendors of one of the materials, David might know really quickly. Should the Bulgarian get in touch, David will be informed. David said, "It's a tiny incestuous part of the industry, and they gossip like old women." Correction. Like older women, we all gossip. David is leaving it alone till told the work is done and the Bulgarian is paid if he does not visit there. He wants not to jeopardize the man's money. David said, "I don't want the Bulgarian to drag his arse over here and go home empty-handed just because I can't wait to drop silly bollocks. The man has a living to support him. I'm going to wait. Silly bollocks is the same person as noisy gobshite just in case of uncertainty. Unless he works weekends, the Bulgarian should finish his job in 3 weeks. David will know when the work is done as he knows several people at ACC head office and several on site. I must thus wait on my hands for 3 to 4 weeks and appear to be a non-excited 7-year-old girl not complaining about Christmas approaching." Update 5. According to David, the Bulgarian got right to it and began working. Materials have been delivered, but from an ordinary building supplier. Though they sell it in Bulgaria, the items he requires for the work are too heavy for him to carry with him. He hasn't asked for it from the UK provider. 3, but only one has enough for this work since David brought it in for her. He is therefore not using the correct materials unless he is arriving by road and ferry. Though he was not bothered by raucous gobshite, David would not let it go unrecorded. He is a purist in terms of historical accuracy and truly enjoys maintaining all the structures he works on. I therefore have to hold my water for 3 to 4 weeks. David claims he might finish earlier if he uses more contemporary materials. If you stay in the 17th century, 3 weeks is the period. About this work, I have become such a weirdo. David knew I was after information after I phoned him earlier under cover of pretext. "Do you want me to fit a body cam so you can watch and hear everything as it happens?" David asked me. I answered, "That would be great if it would not be too much trouble and you could link me into your phone calls." Laughing, David said, "You knob cheese, is it okay if I cover the lens when I'm shagging my wife?" Personal Ollie, I don't do those two things at the same time, but whatever floats your boat, I said. David, you are telling me you do them separately. Me? Right after she washed all the garbage off the sheets after doing you. A few of us are finicky. David said, "Piss off, you're an uptight clean freak." Hangs. Not farewell, not see you shortly. English behavior is not what it once was. Though I realize it doesn't look like it, really I do have a life. I never would have thought I would be typing Update 6 when I originally started working on this. Update 6 Many news stories. 2 weeks ago the Bulgarian completed his work and returned home. Those who met Stefan the Bulgarian said he was a decent man and a really diligent worker. He worked weekends and 12-hour days to help to offset the expenses of living in the UK. David is glad he waited until Stefan paid before he reported the work, knowing what he discovered about Stefan. David already felt rather certain Stefan was not performing as required. None of the 3 companies he checked, the sole UK suppliers of the most unusual substance involved in the job, said they had an order for the site. Stefan might have imported it, of course, but nobody on site had seen an international material order. As scheduled, David thus made calls to the client, the architect, the local authority planning department, and Historic England. He waited for them to investigate after outlining his worries in the simplest, least invasive manner possible. Though it just took a few days, I can really say that I have never been that nervous or committed in anything unrelated to my pissing business. The architect produced the first report on incorrect materials and technique applied. Not the English one demanded, he had applied a Bulgarian technique from the 19th century rather than the 17th. The architect was really agitated. David Avid stated this phone call was blue, but he had never heard the architect using foul words before. The architect apparently termed the boisterous gobshite, ignorant cockwomble. David defined a womble for me. I knew nothing. Approach is welcome. Not wanting people to believe this was anything to do with him, the architect said he was going to get in touch with the local authorities. Most of the remainder came to David's second or third hand. He knows some of the staff from ACC. I wanted to know whether it was challenging to get them to tell him anything. He mentioned they lacked the quick adequate phone pickup ability. The location was visited and the work examined by the local government planning officials. They informed the contractor that the work had to be cleared and corrected since it was totally improper. Then it became fascinating. Looking about the property, the inspectors discovered a problem. It would be too simple to pinpoint the buildings involved, hence I cannot be exact about this. The builder had wrecked some of the structure. Though it was not very significant, there was an internal feature included into the roof construction. Although they were not let to, they removed it and replaced it with a far superior modern support. The project manager, the new site manager, or staff member neither understood the significance. Who ordered it to be replaced with a cheap, quick alternative rather than the slow, expensive, rebuilt option? Of course, it was noisy gobshite. Destroying anything on this kind of property is illegal, jail sentence type of crime. It's a huge fine even if they avoid jail. Everyone in that company is thus pointing fingers at one another and claiming no accountability right now. According to Noisy Gobshite, he did not direct the internal roof structural components to be removed. The project manager has email proving he did. The client asked all of the contractor's employees off the site on Tuesday, the 19th. They are currently looking over everything. They're most definitely firing the contractor. They have written guidelines for bids from fresh contractors. They will also sue the contractor for the expenses of undoing and fixing all they have done improperly. The architect's projection came at £800,000. The local government planning department wrote to the contractor detailing their mistakes and alerting them of their intentions for inspection and the likelihood of prosecution. On the day the letter arrived, Noisy Gobshite vanished to the lawyers, claims the staff. Within an hour, David received 3 calls from 3 separate ACC phones as word of the letter spread around the workforce. Now we are awaiting a few things. 1. The client's checkup. Should that prove ACC has damaged the site, the client is entitled to terminate the contractor. ACC has a huge repair debt and does not get paid. 2. Local authority inspections conducted by conservationists. Should they have destroyed elements of the property, the local government will punish ACC as a company and the individual responsible. David is rather disappointed since it is impossible to rebuild the internal framework lost. That was sitting there performing its job for 400 years until that gist stain enters the picture, he said. It goes then, and that is it, never again. He comes across as really depressed. I'm guessing Noisy Gobshite is yearning he had his own coffee that day last month. Edit, the letter to ACC, not their actual name, did not threaten a prosecution. It simply made them aware of the intention of the planning department to send a professional to check the construction and, more especially, the changed area. Apparently, should prosecution take place, it takes eternity. My real apologies for misleading all of you. Like everyone else, I was overly eager to grab my pitchfork and start believing the worst. Wishful thinking mixed with Chinese whispers meant that the story was far more serious and advanced by the time it reached David. Though it's more likely to be in 6 months than in 6 days, Noisy Gobshite may well be prosecuted. Since I started, that represents the second correction. I promise to try to be a little more deliberate on next revisions. My error, not David's. David cautioned me that not everything that comes in your ears has to flow directly out of your tongue. You're very eager to feed the masses. Although they might believe you're currently farting rainbows, if you make a bollocks of the data, this won't last. Like always, he is correct. As uncomfortably customary. Information asked. A few have inquired about the fate of the sacked original site manager, but I wasn't sure until now. We met in the pub, David, the site manager, 2 others also. Subject to fidelity insurance checks, he most certainly has the new job. His starting date is February 9th. ACC paid him off in place of notice. Firing is done according to convention. They paid him just over 3.5 months' wages in one lump as his contract provided 3 months' notice and he was due 12 holiday/6/vacation days. He also gets to retain the car till March. I was shaking like a dog when he fired me, he added, but the wife reminded me that I could take my pension early and how much I hate that company, especially that dodgy pillage. I stopped worrying when the architect contacted me about the distribution center job. He started the new work on a somewhat better pay after landing it. The main drawback is that the employment is just guaranteed for 18 months. Although it's not certain, there's a great chance the organization will retain him following that if they have work. He first intended to bring Noisy Gobshite to an industrial tribunal for unjust dismissal. Now he won't since he won't suffer financially. Obviously, I'm glad I'm not losing money, he remarked, but I was looking forward to beating that Watson in court. He is building a better sleigh and several reindeer with the additional time right now. Certainly, a sleigh. It's on the rear of a truck. Father Christmas is on the sleigh performing Christmas carols at window-rattling volume, gathering money for charity while his company strolls the area decked as elves and snowmen. I have oftentimes been pulled into it. He brought David the promised whiskey. David advised he shouldn't, but the site manager remarked, "Why, Yorkshire men keep their word, even to a shower of soft shandy-sipping southerners like Ulan. Besides, I'm not risking breaking this lucky streak." Even the alcohol came at half price. Simultaneously pointing at him, David and I said, "A real Yorkshireman." For the uninitiated, Yorkshire residents are known for two things: highly straightforward communication and financial restraint. We left the pub after ridiculing him for implying that I was a southerner and headed to the garage of the site manager so we could sip the whiskey and appreciate his sleigh building work. Would they send me some freebies if I told you all how great Cardhu Gold Reserve tastes? Born close to Carnarvon, Saeeglf, I'm Welsh and am sobbing and bith, hence you have most likely seen some awful grammar. I'm full of whiskey, so right now I'm debating. It is past my bedtime. 1 a.m. Bye for now. Update 7. I believe there might be some karmic justice en route. Interviews under control have been conducted with Noisy Gobshite. It indicates they are ready for the possibility rather than that they are absolutely suing him. They will also do so with the sacked site manager next week. They also followed the same process with the project manager. The site manager is sure he has nothing to concern about. He was sacked, hence the decision was taken to remove the pieces of roof support. He added he was sure the Noisy Gobshite would have sought to assign culpability to a site manager if he had been present at the time of the illegal modification. He said, "That cowardly slope-shouldered turd would have shot all over me to save his own skin." Fortunately, the project manager has evidence in the form of an email proving Noisy Gobshite ordered the task. Noisy Gobshite sought to convince him not to forward it on to the local authority planning department. He threatened him when that didn't work. That backfired when the project manager told the investigators that Noisy Gobshite instructed him to delete the email in addition to neglecting the risks. My buddy, a lawyer, informs me that destroying evidence and meddling with a witness are crimes in of themselves. Noisy Gobshite will not stop excavating a deeper hole. If he gets away without facing legal repercussions, I will be really let down. He is nevertheless clearly in pain. The major story of the week? Noisy Gobshite has been let off. After learning from no less than 4 separate ACC workers, David announced it yesterday, Saturday. They eagerly wanted to tell him, he said. Then the discussion followed this pattern. Me? How is that feasible? How does the owner find himself let off? Did he stroll up to a mirror and declare, "You're as much use as Anne Frank's drum kit, you're fired"? David? Nope. You know he inherited the company from his uncle and dad. Me? Exactly. David said, "You know his brother and cousin own a slice each." Me? Anyway. David? They fired him since their combined share is over 50%. Louise, the accounts manager, told me they are pissing their pants. As long as the money came in, they were content to leave Noisy Gobshites in charge, but today their golden goose seems very sick. Losing this contract and the fees and penalties scares them since it will close the company. They therefore ask the customer owner to bring ACC back to complete the deal. Part of that is persuading the building owner that Noisy Gobshite has nothing bearing on the business. Clearly, they are putting Noisy Gobshite beneath the bus. According to Louise, a Noisy Gobshite fired at him with screaming and violent threats. He required escort off the property. He has been phoning staff members, posing queries, and acts shocked when individuals refuse to assist him. Louise claims he truly wants to be loyal to him and thinks the staff like him. The man is in cloud cuckoo land, she declared. Me? He will be really offended. I wish I could have seen the face of Numpty as it was developing. David says, "It's nothing that the scrot doesn't deserve. I promised the person who told me I wouldn't tell anyone yet, hence there is another, but I can't tell you about it." Me? You tease. What relevance does it have? David. It's significant. Transformational for the theme in life. Me? I wish I could tell you. It nearly gave me a hard-on. Me? Fing hell, it must be big if it can get that ugly appending to do anything except hang there like the last chicken in the shop. David. What a drama this is. She believes I should share with her this confidentially anything I learned. Given our marriage, she expects me to be able to tell her everything. I said it's not something I keep secret. Though I had hoped I would get, "I appreciate you have integrity, dear husband." No. Mrs. here is enraged since she believes I'm a knobhead. Louise's employment title and name have been changed to defend the innocent. I don't want any of you holding your breath. It looks like it will be a few months before he can provide me with this fantastic news. The building owner, client has completed their inspection. 2 portions are unacceptable, the damage section and the one David ought to have completed but Stefan did instead. They are rather unhappy. Usually, the local government believes it's the owner cutting corners when listed structures are harmed. In this instance though, the owner is an austere ancient institution committed to maintaining significant structures. They didn't enjoy having to establish they had nothing to do with the building's damage as they are not used to being accused of anything dubious. David stated it appears they have written off ACC since they have made a type of tendering request to multiple other firms specialized in conservation. Then he spewed a bunch of jargon I neither knew or recall. Me? They have asked a few firms to quote a price for the job in simple English. David says, that's a very simplified way of describing it, but I don't have the time or the crayons to explain it to you. Me? Okay, let us say they are requesting job-related prices. Condescending, hence I was anticipating this tale would develop to a crescendo with noisy gobshites suffering something terrible. But it's just sort of faded with a whimper while we wait to find out what legal action will be pursued. Real life moves slowly, quite inconveniently. January 21, 2020. Hi there, this is Mark's wife. The moron requested me to apologize to the internet for his silence. On January 7th he was injured in an automobile accident. Though he won't be online for a little, we are confident he will fully recover. I explained it's only Reddit, but he's a compulsive freak about not disappointing others. I thus assured them I will include Reddit in the list. Here I am, informing all the folks he doesn't know why he hasn't finished imparting something they most likely aren't reading anyhow. March 2nd, 2020. Hello Mark, once more his wife. Direct messages numbered more than 200. I appreciate all of your remarks as well as your wishing of him well. I have read them all to him. I'll address the 3 most often asked questions. Mark's situation changed what? A big lorry drove straight into the rear of him while he was still stationary in his automobile about to exit the freeway. Between that lorry and the lorry ahead of Mark, his automobile was destroyed. Among his multiple shattered bones are nose, left orbital and cheekbone, left radius and ulna, forearm, left hand, right tibia and fibula, lower leg, and 4 ribs, one of which pierced his left lung. His left eye's center vision is somewhat damaged, however we hope this is transient. He needs more surgery since he has some tendon damage in his right hand and has 112 stitches overall. Though he looks like a wreck, he might heal free from any serious damage. If it were me, I wouldn't cope, but for as long as I have known him, he has always been as hard as nails. I went to pieces when I initially arrived at the hospital and he was lying there covered in blood, cables and tubes and couldn't talk properly. In minutes, he had me giggling. He has always been really adept in knowing the appropriate response. Not being able to use his hands is the thing most bothering him right now. When ought he to change the narrative? It might take some time. Though I could ask the guy David contacted for an update, I most certainly cannot tell a narrative like Mark can. I'm obviously biased, but Mark seems to be the most entertaining man I have ever met. I start to laugh so much I cannot breathe as he and David get going. I have advised him to temporarily forget about everything but getting well. If it starts to disturb him though, I've told him I'll do some secretary role-playing and he may write the narrative to me. He will finish it. He always finishes what he starts on. I wish my self-discipline was 100th that of his. A few have inquired whether they might give him money, cards, or gifts to cover missed income or medical expenditures. Thank you so much for offering, but it's not necessary. As we live in the UK, fortunately healthcare is free. He wants none of anyone's money. There is a long-standing charity we have sponsored called Macmillan Cancer Support if anyone feels driven to do something. At last update, knowing who I am would help you. The David against boisterous gobshite narrative. The 22nd of May 2020. Slough mainly grunted, this username belonged to Mark, my spouse. He penned the narrative on his friend David and a company owner he referred to as noisy gobshite. Up until he was in a January vehicle accident, Mark had been updating the narrative. He requested me then to let everyone know he was hurt and to update the narrative after he recovered. Mark sadly died barely over a week after my previous comment. Everyone thought he was healing, but he passed out and died extremely rapidly without warning. Although the team did all they could to save him, his aorta had burst. They claimed it is not unusual in auto collisions and had most likely been damaged during the accident. Although I'm sorry I didn't update this earlier, to be honest I totally neglected this page. I discovered how many people were waiting for Mark to wrap up the narrative only after I returned to go over Mark's words once more. Though I'm not sure how many people will view this update, would you kindly forward this news to everyone you know who was waiting for Mark to respond? Many thanks. I appreciate the hundreds of people that posted get well notes for Mark. I'm sorry I ignored you all for so long. But for the past 3 months I've been bewildered. Mark would have chastised me and most certainly objected to my leaving everyone in uncertainty. Many thanks to the persons who sent Macmillan cancer support money. Though it seems odd to have money given in the name of mostly Grunald. At last, I want to thank the moderators, especially /u/Marari01, for guiding me and outlining how I might notify everyone. Monday, May 24, 2020. For the wonderful messages and virtual hugs I have seen over the past day, I am most grateful. For hours I have shed tears. One finds it difficult to define what good sobbing is when one loses someone. Those who have lost a loved one will most likely relate. Most of today has been good tears thanks to your postings and comments. Your thoughts have helped me to consider all of Mark's amazing traits and all the reasons I so much loved him. I began working on the update, then gave up around 8 times before mustering some fortitude. I am rather happy I did it. I appreciate once more the final small push I required from the moderator, /u/Marari01. It also helps me understand that I wish to undertake one more activity Mark would have liked. He consistently brought his starting work to completion. I will find out what has happened by talking to his buddies. I'll try to get myself current with everyone's outcomes. I know some of it already. I tell you ahead of time, it will be merely the facts, not like Mark's writing. Though I lack Mark's natural storytelling ability, the comments clearly indicate that many people were hoping for a resolution. The bare facts will have to be sufficient, please forgive. I'm going to talk to David, the guy he contacted. This year he has been a total rock for me. With luck, he will be able to cover all. As soon as I can, I'll input the change. I greatly appreciate it all. You are unaware of the extent this has benefited. Friday, May 25, 2020. Mostly because to what you all wrote, yesterday I had a better day. I woke up today enraged and cannot seem to calm myself. England observes a public holiday today, and I find myself wondering what we would be doing if Mark were here. He never threw a holiday away. I'm furious since, just because some self-serving moron couldn't wait to respond to a text message, I have lost the best person I have ever known in my life. I find the stupidity and unfairness intolerable. He will spend a few years behind bars. Not one thing though, will bring my Mark back. Sorry folks. I simply needed to let out a vent. Please, kindly, avoid using your phone while driving. Also, avoid tolerating it if you notice others doing it. March 6, 2020. I want to highlight 2 points. Firstly, let me thank everyone for their comments. The lovely things you have spoken about Mark have cheered me. It took so long to tell you Mark had died since I never imagined they would. Still, you did help, even though what you said was so poignant that I broke down hundreds of times reading the great words. Second, I'm sorry for not yet answering every comment. On some days I feel I could talk about Mark all day. On others, I cannot even think of him without going to pieces. If I haven't replied to your particular comment, it's not as though I haven't read all of them. Simply said, I can't respond as I have been in a poor state portion of the time. Eventually, I will answer to everyone, much as I did very slowly with the cards during his funeral. It looked like I was climbing a mountain that wouldn't stop expanding, but I finally answered all 322 of them even though I didn't think I would get through them all. One of numerous decent habits I picked up from Mark is finishing what I start. I only want to hear him once more calling me Carrot. Carrot is a Welsh term for love. My name is not Welsh. July 27, 2020 at 3:10 a.m. Whoa, I hadn't been online for a few days and now hundreds of messages show up. I can't sleep once more, and it came to me that I could change what happened to every one of the characters Mark had penned. It's just the facts. It won't have Mark's style or humor, it's just basic knowledge. Still, it's the most I can accomplish and more than nothing. Starting in the new post on a building project for a distribution center, site manager followed plans exactly. Mark had already mentioned what David and the site manager were dissatisfied about. Though that was before the coronavirus, being on a fixed 18-month contract as a self-employed individual was a drawback when compared to being an employee. Most of the staff were let go after the virus struck. Some were furloughed. The contract required the corporation to maintain paying the site manager whole. What he considered to be a negative aspect turned out to be a saving agent. The last David could tell me about Noisy Gobshite was that he no longer owns a third as he had to sell his part of the company under pressure. Regarding his assets, He had to sign a personal liability agreement in case total obligations exceeded the company's worth. According to what I understand of it, Noisy Gobshite must pay the extra, even if it means he loses his house, if, for example, the total bills for his mistakes are higher than the company can pay. They couldn't continue trading if he was participating, hence he had to give up his part of the company. He needs them to carry on paying the attorneys. Though he hasn't been charged with a crime yet, he most certainly will. Something to do with wanting to be ready to go to court once he is charged. They take their time researching and being ready before they charge him. It also came to light that he warned of similar, but somewhat more minor, damage to a listed property in 2011. According to David, some anomalies found by the local government during the inquiry were forwarded to HMRC, the taxman. Also under investigation for that scam is Noisy. One of the first remarks on Mark's post was expensive cup of coffee, an understatement if ever I've seen one. The major headlines would be on Noisy Gobshite and the sexual assault, rape, of one of the PAs in the ACC headquarters in 2017 as well as sexual harassment of other employees. Though it wasn't boisterous gobshite, the sexual assault occurred. It was former finance director. Stories of sexual harassment of female employees have not evolved and proved to be mere gossip. David. Working on his own and without social distance problems, he's most likely one of the few persons who were not impacted by the COVID-19 epidemic both financially and practically. He has carried on rather as normal. Job is easier, he stated. The usual plonkers are not there to trip on my equipment or stick plank ends into my finished work. David is not doing personally very well. David took Mark's death worse than anyone else outside his family. He tries not to show me this. He is a rock when he is with me. He has kept me from falling. Among 3 persons, he is the one I feel I can truly let go concerning Mark, or so I thought. David's wife was really nice and empathetic when I spoke with her last week, but she had to tell me to hold back a little with David. Although his wife claims he is shattering, he seems strong to me. She says he has taken Mark's death extremely severely. I thought he and Mark were close friends. She claims that in all their marriage, she only saw him cry once, that of their dog's death. When his parents deceased, she missed him crying. She notes he seems lost now and has sobbed quite a few times. The worst thing to find out is that his crying period falls after his visit with me. I'm awful. He obviously was mourning, but I had no idea I was burdening him so much. I'm going to cease venting all my suffering and be more cautious utilizing him. I wish he had said sooner. Maybe I should have known about it instead of being so self-servingly preoccupied with my own loss. That is as far as I'm aware of the updates cover. They are ready to observe his charged with noise. Should he be found guilty of damaging classified buildings, he might find himself imprisoned. Should he be found guilty of fraud, he will almost surely be imprisoned. In either case, the fines will be 6 figures. David mentioned wondering whether he would like prison coffee. His sense of humor is dark. July 27, 2020, at 3:10 a.m., there were alerts for 512 private messages and comments when I first arrived online earlier. I have no idea where to start. If you have written, kindly please not assume I am not appreciative as I have not responded. I felt fit to write at 3:10 a.m., hence I updated. Right now I doubt I could accomplish it. I have been staring at our weddings video. Though I believed it might help, I feel like a bus has knocked me down. I was devastated by Mark's speech. He discussed our meeting and his return to the house he shared with fellow Royal Marines. One among them asked Mark, "What's the joke then? You're once more smiling about something. Come on, what's so funny here?" Mark claimed he couldn't and wouldn't explain it to them, he just couldn't stop smiling every time he considered our date. Every time he thought of me, he claimed, he felt that. It made me grin and started me to cry on our wedding day, but this morning it broke me. I believe the agony is growing worse rather than becoming less. It bothers me too. All through me I feel it. I can't stop it. All I can think of lately is wish I had been in the car with him if I cannot have him back. Being an atheist, he always advised, this is all you get, so don't dare waste any of it. Therefore he wouldn't approve of me harming myself. It's just so difficult to keep going with this suffering. I doubt I can. I simply want it stopped. I apologize for carrying on like way. I would convey this to those I know since they worry, but writing here is like shouting into a diary. I apologize to all of you. Though I try to control things, I miss him so much and I can't stop it hurting. What should I do is unknown. August 31st, 2020 is. Although I responded to hundreds of messages since last updating this post, I did not get through all of them. Though the screen says I still have 92 waiting. I cannot see or read any more of the messages in chat. Should you not obtain a response, you fall into the 92. Our anniversary yesterday, August 30th. Though I was looking forward it, when it came it was sort of empty. I cried when I viewed our wedding film. I replied to a few messages. Halfway through one message, I became abruptly overwhelmed with the knowledge that all the happiness I will ever experience in my life had already passed by. Every future endeavor I try will just be rewritten as Mark should be here but he isn't. Everything from here till I die is simply life. Just breathing and watching the days pass. Without Mark, it seems quite meaningless. I'm not sure whether I could write ever more. I appreciate all of you volunteering your time. You're really beautiful folks. Clutch the people you love like you might lose tomorrow. Avoid doing what I did and believe you could live in your own little heavenly bubble always. In the blink of an eye, some lazy morons can destroy all you love, leaving nothing ahead of you. Bye. My mom and sister spent years trying to push me back into my ex's arms, but I married someone else, and now we're expecting a baby. When I was 16, I started seeing my best friend. Together until I graduated from high school, he proposed and I turned him down. My family asked me to rethink as we may have a lengthy engagement or pledge to reunite, and there was much turmoil with them. For a while, my relationship with my 36-year-old brother weakened. The one with my sister, who is 32, never recovered. She got intolerable when she started dating my ex's brother as she was confident my ex was the ideal fit for me. My siblings invited my ex everywhere, including several family holidays, but I said nothing since he was their friend as well. That is until my sister started advocating for our reunion. No matter the circumstance, my sister tried everything from try to arrange for us to share a room during holidays to setting us on blind dates. One invited my ex to it. I had enough after a time and urged my parents to step in. They stopped inviting my ex to events or letting him tag along so much and were upfront with my siblings. It was only marginally better, but while my brother withdrew, my sister did not. It all came crashing when I ran across my husband on a semester abroad. We simply clicked even though he attended another university but from a different nation. For me, it was fantastic. We started dating a year ago. Except for my sister, my family was really glad for me. She persisted in saying I would grow out of the honeymoon phase. I obviously didn't, and I would quit talking to her if she pulled anything else after many battles and tried to get me back with my ex. After that caution, what does she do? She appoints one of her friends as my husband's date, asks me to spend all my time with the bridal party, aka my ex, and makes me her maid of honor. The poor girl tried to pass at my husband, and we didn't know until we were at the reception. Since we are not married, my sister stated it was acceptable to explore things with others. I left the celebration, and the next day I chatted with my brother and parents. I said that although I won't force them to make decisions, I will not interact with my sister ever again and will cut off all communication with them should they try to mend things between us. While my dad and brother indicated they would support my choice, my mom was distraught and sought to compromise. Apart from 2 tries from my mother, over 6 years I haven't spoken, written, or anything with my sister. From gifts to tantrums, my sister has tried everything to mend with me, but I hardly interact with her at all. If we're at a family dinner or gathering, I just pretend she doesn't exist. She tried to generate drama or made snide remarks at first, but she gave up when nobody supported her. She would not be involved in any planning even though she did have a meltdown upon learning she was invited to my wedding. According to my brother, his relationship with my ex has worsened subsequently and he feels bad for continuing along for so long. Though they are not as close now, they still talk. The problem? I finally said we are having our first child. My mom's birthday was several weeks ago. Though my first granddaughter, this is not the first grandchild. Except my sister, everyone was really delighted. My mother observed that and asked me for tea one other day. Though my sixth sense warned me not to attend, I wanted to be optimistic. When I arrived, my sister's automobile caught my first attention. Then there was my sister, her husband, my ex, and his lunch as I walked in the door. Since my childish approach has lasted for so long, they wanted to intervene. My ex said he was merely trying to be romantic, but he realizes I wouldn't value it. His mother apologized already. I should forgive her since I was only hurting his sister for wanting the best for me. I was just texting my dad, brother, hubby, and looking at my mom incredulously. My brother-in-law had the guts to tell me I was a nasty person and I should learn how to act like an adult since I am now pregnant. My mother then started reading a letter about how hurt her daughters weren't close, how my sister was wrong but she was well-intentioned, etc. My sister then read her letter, started to cry and told me essentially another form of what the others did. I sat there until my brother showed up. I said nothing to anybody. Beyond anything I have ever seen, he was furious. He took my items and informed them all he was truly disgusted and disappointed. We left and remained in his car until my dad and husband showed up. By then I was just crying and he kept apologizing. I'm not sure what occurred there, but I emailed everyone except Mom, including my lawyer's contact details attached, and said I never want to be bothered by any of them ever again. Should they, I will report it to the police. Nobody has got in touch, but my dad told me from experience that my mother and sister are hysterical. They assured him they hope to fix things and for my sister to be in my baby's life, maybe even acting as a godmother. Right now my dad is living with my brother. While some family members don't, others help me. Since my sister is now following the narrative that my husband is keeping me away from my family, I have even had mutual acquaintances phone me concerned about her well-being and asking me what happened. Although I detest having my business open to the public, I did follow the public path and shared a lengthy Facebook post about everything that happened. Though it wasn't exactly planned, I believe my sister, brother-in-law, and ex are deserving of dragging. Now my mother has been inconsolable, which makes me uncomfortable, but not as horrible as she made me feel with her little intervention. A few days ago, I agreed to meet with her and set the ground rules for any future contact, including therapy, family therapy, explicit boundaries, no sharing of information about me with my sister, and separate holidays. Above all, she will definitely be cut off should she ever do anything similar once more. She is ready to do it even though she feels this is excessive. She believed it meant instant access to baby news and that it was all fixed, but I explained to her it is a process and she has to show she has changed. My dad and brother continuously apologizing for not halting their refusal to interact with my sister earlier. Since they were able to go on and flourish, we have forgiven them. Though my MIL is dubious if cutting my mom's access to her grandchild is the best course of action, my husband supports whatever I decide upon. She feels it is finally my choice. About what to do with my mom, I'm conflicted. Commenter. What is their rationale now that you are expecting? Should you quit acting out make-believe with your husband and come to see your happily ever after resides with your ex? Regarding your child, what? Will your ex and his family welcome her? Oop. Although my sister says she is not trying to bring us together anymore, I cannot take away her opportunity to be an aunt. She stated I'm a poor sister since I spend so much time with my fantastic sisters-in-law. Of course, I disagree with her. My problem is knowing what to do with Mom. Commenter. She wouldn't be your best friend without you dating your ex. OOP stands for, though I wish I could tell you, I have no idea her mental process is. My spouse believes she is simply psychologically sick. The ex, he still owns the mixtapes and CDs I created for us while we were dating, which is the most ludicrous and terrifying thing. He still finds great value in those objects, which are roughly 20 years old. Commenter. I'm kind of amazed your stalker ex, and yes, I will call him that, is still in your brother's life. Said another way, hold strong with your mother. No deadlines, she must prove she can follow your guidelines. Your sister has to live with the results of her deeds. OOP. To be fair to my brother, he did start to cut him off when I informed my parents I was somewhat uncomfortable with my ex always there. I lived away for college but would see my family on breaks. He also worked very hard to make my husband welcome, which degraded his relationship with my ex even more since he felt betrayed by my brother. My husband is one of my brother's closest friends nowadays. He only talks to my ex about our nephew or to avoid being nasty. Commenter. You have to understand that your mother is endorsing all of this. She knows your mom also believes it's appropriate, therefore a major reason Big Sis is ongoing this. This makes me somewhat depressed since my mother was always so friendly to my husband and now I'm questioning their whole relationship. For some background, neither Indian nor from a religious family are we. My parents were decent, polite ones. At first, they considered it to be a romantic thing, but subsequently came to see it wasn't. They pushed me to start college and all around. Now, I know my dad really helped me and my mom might have just followed along and had the same ideas as my sister. My sister suggested that we would be best friends with the brothers. Update 1, same day, 16 hours later. The modification I wanted to post but couldn't. I want to thank you for the so far great support and guidance. Since there are too many for me to personally address, I would like to add a bit more information in my remarks. I broke up with my ex when I was 18. He is 47 today. Our separation sprang from my unwillingness to be engaged or married. The fixation of my sister on wanting both of us to be best friends and brides drives her insistence. Although my mother has always been rather kind to my husband, I am starting to believe it was all a show, which makes me rather depressed. Although he has 2 children with an ex and has been with other people since the separation, my ex has never been married. Given he has only ever wanted to marry me, my sister feels that is a really romantic thing to do. I should also emphasize that his compulsive actions go beyond myself. From the grapevine, I know he was quite similar with his children's mother. Now he is focusing on me since my sister is supporting it, since she wants his help in returning me to my good graces so she can be a good aunt. When I informed my parents I was somewhat uncomfortable with my ex always there, my brother did start to cut him off. I lived away for college but would see my family on breaks. He also made a very great effort to make my husband welcome, which degraded his relationship with my ex even more since he felt deceived by my brother. My husband is now among the closest friends of one of my brothers. He only talks to my ex over our nephew, the son of my sister, or to avoid being nasty. Although I suppose only my dad was in agreement, both of my parents seemed to be encouraging of my not wanting to be around my ex so much. We would enjoy quality time together, thus my mom told my dad she was making my preferred tea and cookies on the day of the tea party, but he could remain. Thinking it would be a great sentiment from my mom, my dad left to hang with my uncle. Right now he is really irate. When they met, my husband tried very hard with my sister. Now he simply dismisses her and thinks she is mentally sick. Though we don't know whether she is or not, her behavior cannot justify anything. Their official perspective is that it would be best for me to confront the core of my problems with my sister, hence they invited the ex and his mother. Furthermore, my spouse and I are from the same race. We are not really religious, neither Indian. Neither my ex nor my spouse have any financial differences. If such exists, it would benefit my husband. Finally, the circumstances infuriate my sisters-in-law, both the wife of my brother and the sisters of my spouse. My husband's sisters and he will be discussing her comment with their mother. My brother and his wife are debating permanently cutting off all communication with my mother. They would let her visit my nephews for a while in between either. The more I read, the more I believe I might have to go no contact with my mother for the benefit of my child. Thinking all their interactions were phony breaks my spouse, and he becomes even more angry that she made me doubt I was a nice person. Although I know my family still has a lot of talks to go concerning my mother, I will surely be getting a restraining order against my sister and the ex. Here is the appropriate semi-update on the current situation of my family. My mother said she knew better even after we spoke. She claimed I am a nasty person and that she will be obtaining either custody or rights pertaining to grandparents. Though I am nothing like what she describes, I still panicked, so we wrote her a letter about it. Moving permanently, my dad informed her he could stand by her terrorizing his child. Also choosing to go no contact are my brother and his wife. Though I understand it appears somewhat abrupt, I believe I understated the degree of hopelessness I experienced following the intervention. Later on, my husband advised them to consider very carefully what they valued and to be friendly and open to everything but would not raise a child in a poisonous environment. Reason 3,271,637. I love my hubby for this. My mother and her fakeness really break my hubby. She will never get anything from him, he says, which is as much retribution he wants. My MAL was informed about her comment by my husband and sisters, who also helped her to see why it was rather out of line. She is, as many of you would guess, a very devoted mother from a lovely family. My dad and brother keep atoning for any part they contributed to this. It astounds my dad that we have reached this position. For him, he claims, everything is still strange. Still, they claim they are ready to assist me in battling any foolish struggle my mother or sister might muster and back me no matter what. Update 2. I would like to thank you for the nice words and encouragement. I chose to publish it here so it wouldn't be removed as the original was. Though they are both wonderful and terrible at the same time, I am trying to keep upbeat about everything. Sitting my nephews down, my brother and his wife told them Grandma was sick and tried to hurt Auntie Diamond and the tiny cousin. Grandma might not be living with them anymore, they said, but that does not mean she loves them less. Though the kids are smart, it was really difficult. Although Auntie is no longer in their life, they do not care as they hate her, not because of me alone, but rather because she is not exactly great with them either. When she was told, my mother lost it and began asserting she had rights and she would be able to visit her grandkids. Mostly because of my brother's MIL coming to visit, my dad is looking for a permanent apartment but will stay with us until January. We have the space. He is quite depressed. He has contacted divorce attorneys, moved bank records, etc. already. My mother has been sending him innumerable emails, messages and calls, but he responds to nothing. He was advised not to block her right now by the lawyer. He thought about maybe forgiving her, but a few days after my last post here I had a significant increase in blood pressure since she chose to visit my house with his sister. Though my mom knew I didn't want her there and my sister had never visited my house, I suppose that doesn't matter now. Knowing my mom, the cleaning girl let them in. I haven't had time to let her know she was not allowed to enter anymore. I observed the automobile while I was returning from some errands. I skipped this time as well. I phoned every relative, and my husband's sister, was the one closest by. She challenged them and warned them either they left or I would call the cops on them for trespassing. They went and I started to feel ill. When we visited the doctor, they advised me that all the excitement was not good and that I should start unwinding or else the baby would suffer. Along with my brother, uncle, and husband, my dad headed home carrying every single item he could have thought of. According to my husband, my sister was also present and kept yelling at him that he wrecked her family. My dad told my mother and sister they nearly killed the infant and he also wants not to interact with any of them once more. Though it is not happening, my sister kept messaging my brother begging for aid. Since his mother has some crazy beliefs, my nephew is losing so much of his family. Hence, I am devastated and somewhat sad for him, but it is what it is. Regarding the custody and grandparent rights my mother wishes to exercise so much, my attorney wrote her a letter declaring she harmed the kid and my health and declaring, should she continue to harass me, it will become official legal business. Using her harassing of me as justification, my brother also sent her a letter. My mother and sister have both turned down attending treatment. Although they may be mentally sick, given all of this comes to light, it is clear they have long-standing agreement. Spending holidays with my family, maintaining health, and attending therapy will be my main priorities. Update 3. Hi, I figured it would be a good fit as I had some time and had several requests for an update. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for your comments, letters, and every piece of advice since we owe you for making us even more cautious than we were. A few asked me what process we utilized to find the baby's gender. After 20 weeks, I announced it. We wanted to be sure and feel comfortable about the announcement, hence we waited so long because we had experienced a loss in the past and we were ready to share it. We were also stupid enough to believe it would be especially meaningful for my mother. I sent it to my husband after publishing, and he spent a few days reading your comments, mails and advice. We cleaned the house and fortunately discovered nothing, but we still felt somewhat vulnerable and so visited a motel with my dad. Then we discovered a tracker on the vest of my fur baby. He has a humorous vest since he is a pretty small dog and gets cold a lot. I never would have considered checking there, but we found the tracker when my dad took him around the hotel grounds. My sister approached him about me and reconciliation. We moved since I was somewhat offended. We are fortunately able to afford it. Not merely empty, we are renting our former house as well as right now. That house used to be my favorite, but today I feel it's destroyed and contaminated in some sort. Sadly, not just me but also my brother, spouse, dad, and even the family of my husband feels the same about their residence. We changed our numbers, acquired new devices, and let friends, companies, and the police know. We began family and therapeutic sessions as well. Nevertheless, I have really forgiven my dad and brother, they still feel great shame about the circumstances. We are healing as a family nevertheless. Mom and sister argue they don't need therapy and they are not wrong. My dad created a new will whereby my sister's son receives a trust fund and some inheritance but my sister receives a nominal sum. He really is done with her. Though I felt awful for her, I resolved to concentrate on my baby. She is here, we are blessed. Since my mother is no longer with me, this is not the experience I considered. Yet many friends and relatives have really surprised us. Eventually, we were so worried that we began testing some people we knew nothing about by telling them I was about to go into labor. It worked like magic. We cut off those who were still providing information to my mother and sister. When we clarified the thinking, the rest made sense. We have been having a torrid affair because of my undying love for the baby, thus my ex, who my friends now call Bates, went around stating the baby was his. Nobody believes him now, but it caused my husband to call Bates's company and inform him of all the madness. Long story short, Bates was suspended while internal review was under progress. Given their requests for more and more information and their seeming contrition, I nearly guarantee he will be let go. My mother has searched for us, but none of the people who know of our whereabouts have contacted her either. Her dad's attorney wrote her a letter saying that since she is unstable, all letters will now go via attorneys. Just my dad and myself since I felt so horrible for him being by himself. I still feel terrible even though he has assured me he will be all right and that nothing is my fault. In the world, he has been the best diaper changer, feeder, and babysitter. As usual, my nephews are loving. My dad even visited the son of my sister. She started creating films threatening to injure herself if my husband stopped isolating her from the family, thus this came about. She seems to have stopped it when my dad emailed her regarding visiting her son and advised her he would call the police about her threats. Finally someone mentioned that I gave Bates false hope. That cannot be more far from reality. I spent years uncomfortable since I assumed he would move on. After I spoke out and saw my husband, I spent a lot of time berating my sister over it. I married after my sister as I had a very long engagement. Though I still love my mother and sister, I put a good life for my family and me over that affection. Over this entire process, I have come across a great deal of compassion, love and loyalty. Strange as it sounds, I feel happy that all of this exploded. Hopefully, it is not too tangy. Many hugs from me. Update 4. My dad moved into the guest house when we formally settled into a new house. We concluded that although it would be great for him to be with us, we all still need our space after many conversations, in and outside of therapy. We will be choosing what to do with the previous place later. We are still renting it now. About 3 times a week now, my dad has grandchildren all gathered around. She refuses to allow him to have the child until she knows where he lives, which, to be fair, is a typical thing. But considering she is insane, we do not want her around. He still needs to see my sister's child separately. Mom objected to the lawyers about how unjust it is. Though little she can do about it, my dad still gets to visit every grandchild. My dad informed me he had a confession around a month ago and, dear reader, my stomach started hurting. She still lets him see me since he pays for my nephew's, sister's child, tuition and babysitting. Not wanting to keep secrets, he felt so bad for hiding it. I told him to relax and that there was nothing wrong with it. My dad received an email on Mother's Day with a link to an Instagram account with a somber video on my mother and how most of her family has deserted her, as well as how much of a saint my sister is for being there for her. Though I just forwarded it to the attorney, it was truly pitiful and infuriated me. Dad formally asked for divorce in May, and the procedure is still underway. I believe that's final as my dad said he would sooner drink bleach than go back to her and my mom insists he is mistaken. My dad was given Father's Day by my brother and husband, who had a great time. That day, my sister uploaded a lot of items, but we wanted Dad to enjoy the day, hence we blocked him from ever knowing about it. They also went to a hotel, got a suite, and set up a tent in the middle area for the kids and a little tippy for the infant on a camping trip with them. To be honest, one of the finest things I've ever done is have a baby. Witnessing my husband be the wonderful father I knew would make me very happy. Though it is demanding, we have a lot of help. I have my rocks at my side, thus I am thankful beyond everything. My sisters-in-law and I now have a little calendar for sharing age-appropriate activities for the children. If they so want, we let them know they do not need to hang out with individuals they dislike and that their voices count. We have tiny get-togethers, brunches, etc. Right now, they are all fixated on the infant and claim to be her defenders. To be honest, without my sister present, family time is now a delight rather than a chore. She simply saps the enthusiasm from the room. I know it's awful to say. Along with staying in the guest room roughly once a week, my meal enjoys spending time with the baby. She replied gently that she wanted nothing from the infant for sleepovers or anything. She respects and listens to me and sure, I have broken down occasionally as I miss my mom a lot. I miss the mother I had, or believed I had, not the one who informed me I would be a nasty woman or awful mother. According to my therapist, it's a marathon and to keep the positive first. About good, Bates was let go. Not only that, but his industry's reputation suffered nuclear-level harm as well. So was his brother's, but he still has his job as far as I know since Bill is not in an industry that gives reputation much thought. About his hurt, how I'm denying him what is his, and how my husband is so intimidated by him that he had to go and professionally destroy him since he cannot ruin anything else. Bates sent me a 12-page, double-sided, single-spaced letter. I say seems as my lawyer reviewed it and sent me a synopsis. I did not read it. The grapevine also told me, no, I don't ask anyone, they just tell me since they know he is stalking me, that the mother of his children relocated and he didn't even care and stated it was for the best. This man wants to play family with the baby and me and hardly gives his children any thought. Mommy already let him move back in with her, hence sadly he won't be homeless or anything. I doubt he will learn anything from this. Not the most flashy update, but rather just what is. Oh, and with my dad's okay, my spouse burnt or donated every single item my mom or parents handed him. Even with memories, he believes, life is too short to allow her room in his life. Commenter. I am rather happy you are visiting all that with the intact good portions of your family. I appreciate Bates as a nasty guy, but has he ever done anything relevant or connected to his work? I truly don't see the firing component. OOP. It's a really close-knit one. And when you have a bad reputation, it shocks you. He is not giving up his business. Before this, he was considered as a good but detached feminist single dad. He even informed certain colleagues that I stayed with him for more than our scheduled visit. Commenter. OOP, I have respect and am sorry for what you faced. I am reading your entire story from the best of Reddit from my house in India at 1:30 a.m. As healthy and pleasant as you both are, I hope your child develops to be as well. Also, I hope this whole mess ends soon so you may be back with your mother following the end of her XF dream. Respect you, keep fighting. OOP. That's a great attitude, but I will never chat to my mom once more. I miss her a lot. I shed a lot of tears. The baby deserves the greatest family we can offer, and my mother is not part of it. She is not the person I thought she was. Though I have to safeguard the baby, it hurts. New update. Long time, no saw. Though first I want to thank you for all of your comments and letters. I have some updates for you. I value it greatly as every time I log into this account I am inundated with essentially wonderful stuff. Nobody will probably read this, but for those that want updates, they are mostly decent. Let's get right on with that out of the way. Now, following several arguments and outbursts from my mother, my parents are divorced. That is it, kept the house and received a lump payment. We are all quite thrilled for my dad, who seems like a new man. A little flashback. We didn't terminate our cleaning lady during all the hoopla. This woman had been serving my husband's family for decades, and her absence from work due to what her insane relatives did caused great anxiety in me. We are not slobs either, and she is not kneeling or anything like that polishing floors. In any case, my dad told her she was on paid vacation till we moved into a new house and to kindly wait for us should she wish. She was not fired at all. Her family was likewise really delighted about it. Because they were so appreciative of what he was doing for them, my dad occasionally started gathering food and goods from them. Well, my dad is currently seeing her. Her sister runs her own nail business. She is a really beautiful woman who has grown children, hence she can relate to the dynamics occurring occasionally. She is happy with him as he has been quite clear that he is neither moving or getting married. She values her independence. When her mother learned about his new relationship, she almost passed out. She kept claiming it was a late midlife crisis and he had to turn to be a sugar dad. I obviously heard this since I don't interact with her, but last I heard she is struggling. She depends on my dad and struggles as she was never adept in budgeting. She had to stop making insane purchases. My dad is not assisting my sister with money anymore, hence she is also suffering. You see, he was ready to stay on helping for my nephew's benefit, but then things became very difficult. Starting to nickname my child an affair baby, my nephew said she is not with her own father. Saying they were only he, not my kids' cousins, he pushed one of my nephews on my husband's side during a birthday party, calling my other nephews delusional. The children were bewildered and thus very confused, but they told an adult right away. Dad spoke with him, but he kept repeating it. When he spoke with my sister, she claimed she had no way to stop a child from speaking the truth and that not all children always do. He is severing them, he informs her till something changes. She sobbed and fretted, but she also was really tenacious. My nephew attends public school now since my spouse forced my dad to cut them off. Bates, well, he is still without work. I know I was vague about it, but some of it had to do with stalking, irony much, and he worked in a field connected to vulnerable women. He was therefore sacked for this. The company he worked for didn't want this all over them. He has sent 2 more very long, handwritten, rambling letters. As he only has my lawyer's address, guess who has the honor of reading, compiling and submitting those rams? My lawyer is a champ, I love him. Apart from that and the rumors, I have not had any negative experiences involving him except one. A random woman approached me at the grocery shop to find out whether my child was Bates's baby. I was startled and froze. She stated he had a picture of us on his page when I asked her what she was on, and I should feel bad for hurting such a decent man. Turns out he is still following the story that my child is his and that I loved him so greatly. That is all old news. The picture comment really startled me the most. There is nothing public or like that about this picture. That is it. It was emailed once to a family group. I told my husband right away, and he got furious but under control. We made the decision to smoke the rat. To cut a long tale short, my dad's 2 sisters were providing information to my mother. Though he was somewhat let down, my dad had no questions about cutting them off. They still implore him to meet with them once more. His family and mine are doing fantastic. We have seen them frequently and have spent some family holidays since the last update. They also hardly interact with my sister and mother. Since it turns out she was not a fan of our mom but preserved the peace, my SIL is actually quite glad about it. Also quite beautiful are my in-laws. She is over the moon about us allowing male overnight babysitting now. Her grandchildren are all happy to be with her. Sometimes she has all of them under one roof. She used to be a flight attendant, Hence their preferred game is to act like an airline. We don't worry as they love her generally and we know she is nice with our children. My mother kept stalking her, so she had to make her socials private. She prepared her own bed, hence I am sure she is quite jealous. Last but not least, my hubby keeps me sane even in small matters. We wonder whether we ought to adopt another baby or even have one. We still have to decide, but we have a tremendous support network and the advantage to have these talks. I still long greatly for my mother. When I know there are milestones I can no longer enjoy with her, I occasionally cry. Yet, she is a bad person. Thus the safety of my family comes first. Last interesting tidbit. They went camping last Father's Day. It was excellent save from some poorly placed sunburns and bug bites. My wife's descent, from new job to infidelity, drugs, and tragedy. How our marriage unraveled in just 4.5 months. 4 and 5 months ago, my 37F wife landed a new job. She also befriended some recently arrived people. I, 36M, didn't particularly enjoy them. They were all SJW types, professional victims, hard-bitten feminists. These ladies will scream at you for either not opening the door for them or opening it for them. Neither way is a winner either. I mostly laughed it off at first, but over the past 2 months I observed some unsettling changes in my wife. Married for 11 years, we have 2 children, 10F and 8M. It continued to get worse. She would accuse me of all kinds of stupidity, including that I was born evil since traditionally men subjugated women. Everything I did for her, things she would usually value, became justification for a conflict. It all amounted to garbage. I tried to be composed. Usually, these debates would finish with me stating something like, "I haven't done anything harmful toward you. I am only guilty of loving you." Usually it would send her murmurs, and the next day she would be back attempting the same thing with somewhat different justifications. About 5 weeks ago, I had a strong sense of things being quite wrong. She returned late at night without informing me of her delay. Her phone was unreachable to me. She behaved aloofly and was rather drunk. She dismissively told me the next day that I read too much into things and that I was being domineering. This repeated a few more times. Though I believed she had erased a lot of her messages, I tried to snoop on her phone but couldn't find anything conclusive. I did come across a post among one of her new acquaintances talking about how she would approach me about an open relationship. Her adultery was what my gut feeling was telling me right away. My wife mentioned in the thread she would discuss it with me on what is currently the second Monday of December. Christmas is being celebrated with my children among their grandparents. We were supposed to be joining them today. She asks me what I think of an open relationship anyway, trying to initiate this discussion during breakfast like it's simply a thought out of the blue. Fortunately, I knew how to be ready. I had already started recording. Having been reading a lot on Reddit, I understood there was absolutely no way to undo this. Getting out of this with some shred of pride and self-esteem intact was my best hoped result. From now on, my priorities are only safeguarding the kids and myself. I stayed silent, neither yelling or screaming. I entered jaw-clenched interrogation mode straightforwardly. She was all smug up until this point, but it vanished right away when she noticed my expression. Me. Who is she? She. What do you mean? She attempts to project innocence, as though she doesn't know. Me. Don't treat me like an idiot if you wish to have this talk with me. At least you are sincere. Should you be dishonest, what good is this conversation for? She. What do you mean? Me. We cannot have the conversation you wish about our relationship if you lie to me right now. You seem to be hiding something, clearly. Who then is the man you fucking? She. I am not. Me. Oh my God, there's more than one. She exclaimed, Me. Don't. Just avoid lying, fucking. You have simply completely undermined my faith in you. You lie, as I can tell. I divorce you or you are honest and we work through this. Right now our marriage is over. Not arguments, not debate, not nothing. Exactly divorce. Do you realize? She said, but. Me. Say it. Do you follow? Do you realize I would divorce you if you lie? Say it like that. Do you realize I already know a great deal? You seem to me like a book. Should I find you lying, we are off. Tell me you have an understanding. She says, I understand. She then relates to me about 2 one-night stands she went on with friends. I probe their names, whether they are married, if she wore protection, etc. Both of them are married males having children. Then she tells me she intends to pursue this since it's beneficial for her and I have no right to control her. She also tells me she intends to sleep with a colleague at work. Fuck, what the fuck? I also ask about the colleague. His name is his wife's. He is married but, as she says, in an open relationship as she wants us to be in. She says she will arrange for some of her friends to see me. One of them seems to be rather keen. In actual fuck, what the hell? Having seen this friend, I would not touch her with a barge pole. I say to her I have little interest. She shows me the sequence to open her phone when I ask for it. I closed myself in my office while she went to the toilet. She flips out. While she was back pounding on the door, I ran recovery software on the phone for deleted stuff and came over a lot of agonizing proof. 30 minutes later, I also downloaded a spying tool from an online vendor. I handed her the phone when I got out and urged her to go. She persisted in her arguments. I mainly answered with single words. Over all of this, she hardly seemed regretful. She was ranting at me that I was behaving controlling, holding her back like men always kept women back, that I never loved her, that she had every right to do this, that she expected me to just accept this, that it wasn't a big issue, etc. I refrained from responding. I really scarcely spoke at all. I simply packed her belongings while she whirled, calling at me. I found myself at the front door, patiently waiting till she ran out of steam. She grudgingly headed to her parents' house at last. I informed her she was single now so she could do whatever she wanted as she was headed down the stairs. I could not control her anymore. In January my lawyer would be in touch. I just slammed and shut the door as she turned to answer. Later on, I observed as she talked about it among her friends. They were telling her that she deserved better than me, that there were empty threats from my side, that she was strong and demanding what she was entitled to, that I wouldn't follow through. You want to gamble? They're telling her that she could just accuse me of domestic violence if necessary. Frightened me greatly. One of them accused her ex-husband of abuse, then went to detail how she had screwed over him and taken everything from him. Right now, I have cameras ordered for my residence. I realize I have to log everything now. Simply said, what I was seeing defied belief. I have never, ever threatened her in whatsoever capacity. She then began massaging her AP to align. They decided to convene at a hotel. I felt somewhat shocked. I searched the internet for AP's wife. It wasn't too long. I told her everything, including the continuous hotel activities, and got her to agree to me as a friend on Facebook. She hung up grateful to me. 2 hours later I received a video from her. She confronted them when she went to the motel. From the yelling, this wasn't the first time her husband had lied. You're emptying, asshole. Are you doing this to me once more? To the young ones once more? We were done if you ever did this again. I told you, she screamed, then she entered the room and captured my wife getting ready on the side of the bed. That first time, I started to throw. The wife of the AP smacked her and cursed her out. I messaged my wife to let her know I watched the hotel's video and that I never want her close by ever. She seems to view our interactions as some kind of pissing competition, in which case she, in her perspective, is winning. She is absolutely insane. I find nothing comprehensible. She seems to be detached from reality and to not fully grasp that we are separating. I told her relatives in the WhatsApp group of my wife that her adultery is the reason we are divorcing. Before cutting off from the gathering, I thanked them for making me welcome and part of the family. From her side, I have had a few calls and messages. I haven't read them or replied. Simply said, I lack the will for it. I told my folks everything when I phoned them. My father messaged my wife informing her she would not be welcome for Christmas. Right now I'm at my parents' place and spoke with my boss. He is allowing me time off till mid-January to straighten things out. I have been observing my wife's progressively hysterical conversations with her new acquaintances. My wife doesn't think she has lost her family, that her marriage is over, or that her AP doesn't really give a damn about her. She has messaged me a lot and even visited my parents' house requesting to be let to celebrate Christmas with us. Should she refuse to go, my father threatened to contact the police. I'm Googling divorce attorneys right now, crying my soul out. Though I believe I have been in shock, once I arrived at my parents' house the agony really hit me. Simply said, I find no logical sense to it. Reading their conversations and talking with her hurts me so much. I answered her text just twice. The first? What you say has no bearing. I don't know your name. You do not represent my wife. My wife never would have smiled while destroying my heart and soul. We are going to get divorced. You have no influence or authority to demand anything from me ever again. What you say or wish matters not to me. We are done here. The second, like I said, you are not my wife. You are not known to me. My wife would never subject our kids to the misery of growing up in a damaged household. Whichever you are, you appear to be pleased with your work. My dearest friend, my wife, was lovely, compassionate, and thoughtful. You are an abomination of self-obsessions and self-absorptions. The last message stopped the others. At times the suffering is quite intolerable. I wish none of this occurred. Though I wish I could get back with her like previously, I simply cannot do that to myself. The worst Christmas I have ever had. Though I couldn't help myself, I told the children mommy wants no more children. She wants to be with other men and knows we will divorce. They are inevitably unhappy. Luckily, I have my parents here to assist. They treat them with love and affection while I am a total wreck. Though I am not going back to her ever, I will strive to get back on my feet for the sake of my children. I wish I had waited till after Christmas so I could straightforwardly enter counseling. I immediately blurted it out when they inquired when their mother would visit. I have no idea what happened. Should I return to her, I would never be able to see myself in the mirror. Her actions clearly show unacceptably disdain and callousness. I'm gone. Simply said, I find this incomprehensible. Why should she assume she could demand anything from me right now? Is she psychologically sick or anything else? I apologize for the rambling diatribe. I simply needed to let things out. Edit, I am good with monitoring. I spoke with a friend's attorney, who is familiar with my membership comes with the phone. I own it. I'm good since my wife is using it. I own it in the subscription, so monitoring my own gear is not prohibited. Update 1. Since I last wrote, then a lot has changed. Though the fact is I've been a pitiful, crying mess since I last posted, I wish I could own it. My wife's conversations with her friends captured me in some kind of obsession. These conversations revealed a lot of crazy and nasty comments. Ultimately though, it was when my STBXW detailed in very harsh terms how her marriage and particularly her children were a burden in her life, that she had been deprived of the opportunity to be a successful woman living up to her full potential. She spoke of me, her spouse, how I was a repressive agent preventing her from leading a happy life. She lacked a lucrative profession, plenty of casual sex, etc., mostly due to her family. I broke right now. It was too much for me. I read and reread every line of every email and conversation I had over and over again for the next 30-ish hours. Looking back, she omitted any specifics about our actual burden or oppressive behavior. It was just general remarks without any references or proof. I have never stopped her from doing anything, actually. For practically everything I pay for. Her part-time job's minimum pay would not be sufficient for anyone. Actually, even if she would constantly drop out halfway through, I have encouraged her interests, desires, and aspirations even if she did foolish actions in class. Every day I made sure to tell her I loved her and thanked all she did for the family. I would take her out, romance her, be at her side anytime she needed me. If this is oppression, then I would like some, kindly. Still, I digress. I passed out once, at some point during reading. My 3 closest buddies were in the kitchen with Dad cooking dinner when I woke up. These guys have been in my life since childhood. We'll call them Frank, Bob, and Mike. Having invited them, my dad brought them up to date. I quickly broke down once more, and until Friday evening I was entirely absent. His ex-military friend Mike lost his left arm under the elbow. Actually, we were all there for him during his recovery. His wife left him. Fortunately, they did not have any kids. Mike did fine. He adopted 2 children and acquired a really nice girlfriend a few years ago. He arranged a Zoom conversation with his psychotherapist, who supported him along his rehabilitation. He greatly helped me to make sense of my emotional situation. Though he focused on amputees, he told me most wives unfortunately flee after their husbands are maimed, and his experiences and lessons really helped me. Actually, he asked me to see my soul, identity and spiritual being as largely related to my marriage and husbandly responsibilities. That part is dead now. Like an amputee will experience phantom pain in a missing limb, I will experience phantom agony from the dead part of my identity. We talked for hours, and since then I have been consistently better. Bob works in a security company as an executive. He's rather well off. I don't really know what he does, but he never talks much about his job. Sunday morning, I was chatting with a lawyer I could never in my wildest thoughts ever afford to even talk to after Bob contacted some law firms on retainer for the company. Bob was bullied a lot and has always been a major geek. He assured me he would pay the bill, I should not worry about it. Having finally been able to pay me back for the beatings I often gave him, so disrupting his bullies, made him delighted. Married with 7 children, Frank teaches in a private school for youngsters. Exactly, 7. To death, my children just love him and his family. Frank has been keeping an eye on my children's welfare and needs while I recover and straighten things out. Yesterday was a fairly busy day. Early in the morning it began with an STD screening. The bitch handed me chlamydia, another 6-month screening recommendation. When I found out, my self-pity party changed to sheer fucking wrath. That is me. On gloves off. Completely customized. If I could get away with it, I would offer her nothing. The attorney found the ex-husband of my wife's feminist buddy who boasted about screwing him over. It seemed really simple using the court records. I never would have given that any thought either. I conferred with him on WhatsApp. He gave me many thanks, but he also told me about what this harpist did for him. I can now project from my STBXW what to expect. It turned out to be terrible. Following our conversation, I was ready for a fight. I am getting ready for battle. Hearing how he had been homeless and how he scarcely had seen his children in 4 years, all based on his ex-wife's lies, was painful. Though I am at a disadvantage as a man in the judicial system, I will make sure I have loads of proof. Due in great part for our son's benefit, my lawyer advised a preemptive strike using a restraining order based on her harsh and aggressive remarks about men in general. I'm seeking full custody as growing up in a home with an openly anti-male parental figure is clearly very detrimental. I advise the attorney to start straight away. She expects my wife to be served with the restraining order today. Using Zoom, I spoke with my STBX. Remember that she showed up at the door to argue with my dad and hasn't contacted me at all. She doesn't seem to care about any of us as she hasn't contacted the kids or anyone else either. The call was utterly strange. She clearly was attempting to appear her best. She was fully done up with great cleavage. I have not seen her looking that polished for years. She tried to get me off into a fight to make me enraged during the whole chat. I cooled myself rather well. My attorney had advised on what to ask for. Apparently, if efforts are made for a peaceful divorce before seeking a contentious divorce, things go really well. I had the call under recording. I even mentioned to her I was. My STBXW turned out not to be disappointing. She began with this ridiculous claim that there are 2 kinds of penises. One type that shrinks and increases depending on whether they are erect or not, and another type roughly the same size whether they are erect or not. What exactly in the fuck? Someone opens a call to their husband like that? She then pondered on how excited she was about the end of the present limitations so she could go out and personally study this more. I said simply that I was only interested in talking about our divorce. I had no interest in her interests. She became quite nasty when I refrained from latching on the bait as she intended. She muted herself once, telling me she was off to the bathroom. I then observed her conferring with her friends about what she could do to me. She cursed me just for being a male multiple times over the call. I still had this weird sensation that she was seeing this as some sort of game, that she was in control, and that I had no other choice except to put up, shut down, and give in to everything she wanted. We made no improvement on our actual divorce, so I came to the conclusion, okay, great, a contentious divorce it is then. You handed me chlamydia by the way, and unlike you, I haven't been sleeping with anyone else, hence you better get yourself to the doctor. She simply scowled at me, saying, you're right, I don't believe you. I no longer care. I really have no idea at all what is going on with her at this point. The lawyer was startled to say the least, when I sent her the recording. At this point, everyone finds my wife crazy. She is perhaps. I can really utilize the chat logs also in court as I own her phone and the subscription. As it turns out, monitoring my own gadget as much as I choose is completely lawful. The harpies were debating fiercely following our summons, but I could at last set it aside. What they discuss doesn't matter to me anymore. Unless something I haven't told them about, my attorney is sure we will win this thing. There we are then. Although it still hurts, at this stage I may consider it as phantom pain. I am going for the jugular. No prisoners, have given up feeling guilty about myself. I have to look after my children and myself. I am fine. My children will be too. I will make sure they receive as much therapy as they demand. My STBXW will shortly be a memory, and I will begin to create a new, better life. Edit. She didn't tell me, but I discovered today she knew about the chlamydia and underwent treatment. Bitch. Fuck. She was smiling and kissing her new buddies about it. Update 2. I receive a lot of comments like I am somehow winning or strong or in some other sense going out on top. When I go over my postings, I can see that my resentment of the circumstances filters through and I could seem too calm and certain of myself. To be honest, I am not. I want this never to have happened. As the children mature and begin their own life, I wish my family was still together and that I had a long, lazy, comfortable life ahead of me with my wife. Here none of anyone is the winner. The whole train is burning in the ditch. My wife has gone off the rails. I'm not sure her problem is. She is acting as though nothing is amiss yet refuses to see a medical practitioner for probable mental problems. She seems not to be regretful or guilty. She behaves as though I'm irrational for not simply embracing everything she wants. Not even the children have spoken since D-Day. I have to, so I am divorcing her, acting and forward separating our life. She has left me without options. By now, there is no going back. I wish so much this wasn't absolutely required. I weep myself to sleep every night for my personal loss and the knowledge that my children will now grow up in a shattered family. I can never trust her ever again. The fact that my children, in truth, no longer have a functional relationship with their mother hurts as well. From your child's perspective, why does mommy not want to see me anymore? She loves me, not sure. How the devil do you respond to that? Please let me know if anyone knows. I sure as hell don't. Every day I get up and tell myself that my heart is already shattered into so many broken pieces that it cannot ever mend. Only to be proven incorrect all day, every day. She doesn't care. My wife still doesn't know I can see her messages. She is quite sure that I would never leave her and that my response to her behavior is completely irrational. She continues to disparage me, our marriage, and our children around her acquaintances. Why she hates us so much is beyond me. None of the things she charges us of doing to her pals has come true. My attorney secured a temporary restraining order against her, as I already noted. Yesterday morning there was a hearing. Since no further direct threats were reported, it was not extended. Using her knowledge of my infection as a threat to try to have her agree to an unquestionable divorce, my attorney advised I hope we could split reasonably using a logical approach. I always assume the worst possible outcome and detest the fact I have to view her as the adversary. I would be able to live with her if she wanted to leave me, but why would I have to be pushed into this somewhat hostile process? Why does she want to damage the individuals who used to love her as much as feasible during the process? From this, what likely benefits she could get? I would value any analysis on this. Simply said, it makes no sense to me. Should I visit court, I most likely will have to pay her a lump payment for the equity in our house, etc. Since she shows little interest in the kids, I'm hoping I will gain custody of them should it get to court. I will most likely not be liable for alimony either. My attorney advised us to try to get her agreement for a friendly divorce. I agreed. Perhaps this week we can meet with my STBXW and her representative. The ex-husband who fell for the lying harpist stayed New Year's Eve with the kids and myself. It is simply amazing how unfairly the legal system treats fathers. Now, should we go to court? I have no fantasies of a fair procedure. His ex lied her head off. The court simply accepted it as reality without any evidence at all. Not since has he seen his children. He almost buckled under the pressure of paying irrational amounts of child support and alimony. He had been musing of permanently calling off things. He has hope again with the fresh data he gets from me. Together, we spoke with my lawyer. She advises him to sit on the evidence until my wife's and her counsel's meeting. If he acts right now, it will demonstrate to us that we have access to all their communications. My lawyer wants to complete the divorce between my wife and me as quickly as feasible and as seamlessly as possible. Right now, I only hope I can get away from her. Should she choose to fight, it may stretch on for an endless period and cause great anguish. All I need is freedom. If I schedule a meeting or if we proceed straight to a contested procedure in court, I will post an update. Update 3. Sadly, strange circumstances still exist. Yesterday afternoon was my meeting with my STBXW and lawyer. She stated she neither had nor needed a lawyer, showed up 30 minutes late and omitted bringing one. Rather, she brought one of her new harp buddies, who was under sensation till following the hearing. My attorney had given me rather clear directions on behavior. I was not to respond negatively to whatever they said. If they approached me, I was to answer in a non-confrontational way or, if at all possible, favorably. I had to keep my mouth shut entirely if my lawyer laid one or both of her hands flat on the table. So they arrived late without masks, naturally. My STBXW followed the harp censor and tried to offend me and wind me in each manner she could have thought of. My attorney tried to start the conversation on the current topic, our divorce, but they were just fooling about. Many times they chuckled at their own disparaging remarks directed toward me. Watching it made one truly disgusted. My wife still thinks this is all a hoax, hence it is obvious that I cannot divorce her. Only she, in her opinion, can divorce me, only if she so chooses. Should she do, she expects she will have everything. I sat there wondering, what the fuck is it going on? I said nothing of much significance. I answered just a few times, and my responses fit, yes, you're probably right, or I really don't know. At last they ran out of steam, and my attorney got the word in and began to present the suggested amicable divorce settlement. She first claimed that I would pay my wife a sizable lump sum of $60,000 for the equity in the property, investments, etc., and that I was ready to be giving for a fast, peaceful resolution. Before my STBXW became all enthralled, coupled with her harp pal pushed on by the horrific-looking harp next to her, my lawyer hardly finished the sentence. Where would my STBXW want to sign? Several times my attorney inquired whether my STBXW wanted to sign straight away without first reviewing the rest of the agreement. No, she said. She began mentioning their desire to get to the pub and when she may anticipate getting the money. My attorney thus summoned someone in, muttered something to them, and there was a frenzy of action. We were asked to sign 2 copies when an older woman requested our identity paperwork. The elderly lady stamped it after we were done. I subsequently learned she was a notary. Almost poised on the palm of her hand at this moment, my attorney thanked my STBXW and the harp and said to them we were done. My wife dropped off without even carrying her copy of the agreement with her. She left it on the table. Looking at her flat hands and at me, my lawyer examined clearly. She wanted me to keep quiet while they were still inside the building. My lawyer smiled at me and said, "Congratulations," when we could see them crossing the parking lot. She then went into great detail on how this was the strangest session she had ever attended for a negotiated divorce. She informed me she will forward the copy of my STBXW to her upon a hearing before the judge or, should she obtain a lawyer requesting it. It was buried in my lawyer's drawer till then. On the surface then I seemed to be going through this divorce a lot more easily than I first imagined. My STBXW can still fight this and get legal counsel. She would try to call in every conceivable favor she could think of to get me a hearing with a judge as quickly as possible, probably by video conference, my lawyer advised me. After the advice I received on Reddit, I also hired a PI. Yesterday, he showed pictures of my wife kissing 2 separate people at 2 different bars. She then checked into a hotel with one of them. I have a lot of proof stacked up should I need it. If such comes to pass, I simply hope it is sufficient. Just $60K and I'm free. My wife agreed to provide me complete custody, only a one-time payment, no spousal maintenance, nothing. I simply have to find the money now. I have a strategy, and Bob volunteered to front me the whole sum I should need. I still don't sense this as being real. I completely expect her to pull the "here's my aggressive lawyer and I'm accusing you of molesting the kids and domestic abuse" to trick out of her hat. My attorney advised me to pay for everything I always pay for, keep a very low profile, and not even gently rock the boat. The advice is to simply wait, avoid talking to anyone we both know. React to nothing, basically zero initiative until the hearing. I only have to remain patient and hope for the best right now. Update 4. Therefore, yesterday was the hearing. I consider myself to be essentially divorced. The paperwork will take 4 to 6 months to be official, but at this stage essentially nothing anyone can do to alter the result. My wife's and my own stopping it jointly is the only alternative. I am really fucking weary. I haven't slept in. I'm not sure how many days, hence if I'm somewhat erratic, I'm sorry. I simply have to clear this all out. I have to blow off some. After I type everything out, hopefully I will be able to fall asleep. 12 days after turning in the documentation, my great attorney scheduled an early hearing. She certainly made some favors calls on this one. I am straying from the path. It has been crazy from the weekend forward to today. Many police personnel appeared at my door early Friday morning with a warrant to search the house. I felt somewhat perplexed. Concerned for the children, I asked whether I could bring them outside while they conducted their search. Thank goodness they agreed to that. They hardly told me anything, although I did get a copy of the warrant. I was so rocked that I cannot really make any sense of it. Everybody who claimed that the behavior of my ex-wife was most likely drug-related was correct. One may say that drugs at least had a part in this. The police started utterly destroying my residence. When I phoned my attorney, she spoke with them. Unfortunately, at the time there was nothing that could be done since the warrant was current. Though I never gave it any thought at the time, I now have cameras all around in case I get falsely accused. I have sound and videos covering everything. Should I wish, I may possibly file a claim later. To be really honest, I'm not sure whether I have the will or energy for it. Perhaps I will simply mark a line over it and carry on. Then my ex and her 3 harp buddies drove my car while drunk and high, slamming into a house at great speed. I knew nothing then. They all had narcotics in and on their bodies, they were all intoxicated and they all were detained. The crash treated them really roughly. The passenger seat occupant is in critical condition. They have no idea whether she will even make it. Let us call her Henrietta, the lead harpist who boasted about lying about her ex-husband in court and screwing over. Let us call her ex-husband Henry. I now live somewhat close to him. Thank goodness the search turned up nothing. I said that my ex moves with her parents. She no longer resides here. I have no idea what she is doing. No, I never let Henrietta use my car, etc. I simply collapsed when I returned to the house. Everything was absolutely destroyed. I suppose it was just the last straw. I could only think of calling my dad, who brought the kids and me home to remain with my mother. While I was crying on the back porch, eating my mom's incredible comfort food, feeling bad about myself, my dad gathered a huge gathering including 26 friends and family. They restored and cleaned my house totally. They cleaned every room, including clothes, dishes, furniture, even the walls and ceiling. Never has it been this tidy. They even corrected all the minor issues, such wobbly door hinges, etc. I simply couldn't fathom they would treat me in such a manner. How I can ever pay them back is unknown. Thanks to my friends and family, during the weekend I went from feeling suicidal to really good. Henrietta's residence revealed more drugs, and her partner was absent, no babysitter either, just the kids alone. CPS picked the children, and on Saturday Henry was granted temporary emergency custody after showing the judge the chat logs together with evidence of abandonment and drug heaps. He was granted custody really easily. Henry has scarcely seen his children for the past 5 years. He is over the moon delighted. He had been gathering funds to fight Henrietta in court at the time. He still has to visit court to finalize things, but right now the chances are really favorable. Everyone believes Henrietta will have to serve time. If her companion misses it, most likely it will be serious time. Henry will next try for recompense for all the bullshit Henrietta put him through and child support. Though he isn't expecting much on this, to be honest I believe he doesn't want to waste his time battling in court. He wants to be with his children to see to it they lead happy lives. Henrietta has been somewhat negligent toward them, quite obviously. Bob has been fantastic and arranged Henry's renting flat through a buddy. I now understand that concerning Bob's personal or professional life, I know absolutely nothing. I am going to correct that. Still, I find myself off course once more. Driven off the road and into a house, Henrietta was behind the wheel. They were all somewhat damaged, and given the circumstances, the drugs and the alcohol, search warrants were issued for everyone's house. My ex still uses my house as her residence. I made the decision on Sunday to sell this house and start living far away immediately. I fear this will most likely recur. She called me on Sunday from her parents. Their residence underwent search as well. Saturday they visited their daughter in jail, and they no longer believe anything she says to them. Long story short, she has been lying to them about everything. They came over to discuss on Sunday. She told them she was staying with me and that we were trying to work things out. The evenings she has been out partying and cheating. They knew nothing about what she had done to the kids or herself or what was really happening. She admitted she cheated, but she basically told them it was a one-time intoxicated error. My wife contacted me Monday trying to convince me to post bail. Her parents have already told her no. It is $15,000. Following our conversation, my attorney created some documentation declaring that the bond is deducted from the settlement until she shows up for court and it is released. Her mother was listed in the agreement as the caretaker of the leftover sum. My lawyer wanted me to get my wife out as she wanted her to have no justification for skipping the hearing. My ex signed as she had no options. Monday afternoon she was let go. Her parents tell me she refused to follow their criteria for her to continue living there, terms like ceasing drugs, committing to rehab, adopting an open everything policy, abandoning the bad pals, etc. She supposedly left their residence Tuesday to hang around with some of her new buddies. She missed the hearing. After presenting the judge everything, including the incidents over the weekend, I will have complete custody. The agreement we signed guides the settlement. Just 30 minutes, it was quick. Although it will take 4 to 6 months to pass the paper mill, this is actually done. Not really much can be done to stop this now. That takes us to now. I couldn't seem to go to sleep. Everyone was praising me and acting as though I had a significant triumph, but sure as hell doesn't feel like I won anything. Right now, this is only suffering. I still find great love for my wife. I am sure it is over and that there is no going back. She was my best friend. My soulmate up until lately. And even if I feel my love for her has been fatally damaged, it still aches like a motherfucker. In this there are no winners. I lose, so does my wife. My children lose. Not really have the words. I feel as though I should be celebrating that I lost both of my legs, yet since I acted, one of my legs could have been cut below the knee while the other remained cut above. It seems almost like that when people compliment me. Like they are praising me for saving half a kneecap while losing both of my legs. I thus cannot really sleep, and when I do I am caught in horrible dreams that rouse me covered in cold perspiration. I apologize, I am just grumbling a little here. Still, the hospital called today to let me know my ex is hospitalized. She still is on my health insurance, and I remain her emergency contact. She will have to remain for observation for a few days. She has lost some teeth and damaged her jaw. When I got there, it turns out some of her new friends had rather brutally beat her up. I brought her parents. From my wife's phone, word came out that Henry had chat logs of Henrietta boasting about what she had done to Henry. They thrashed my wife and kicked her out believing she had given the logs to Henry. She still doesn't seem to realize that I have access to check her phone. Quite amazing. Until I get the paperwork in hand, I will continue to pay for insurance, her phone, etc., just as I do now. I simply won't believe it until I can see it right before me. At the moment she has nothing. Could she perhaps return home? She asked. I said simply, no way in hell. Unless she cleans and keeps clean for at least 1 year, her mother is not giving her 1 penny. They offered her to live with them under the former tight restrictions. I find it difficult to picture her managing if she rejects. Since everything started, I have only seen remorse from her. But I believe it is regret she can no longer sustain with her madness. She did remark, I am sorry I ruined everything, but I doubt that is sincere. She scarcely turned to look at me during my visit. Seeing her in this state hurt. She is an adult, hence even though I intended to shield her, I have to shield my children from her risky and erratic actions. Other than that, she showed no interest in the hearing. She did not inquire about the state of her friend who had been gravely hurt. She sat there, apparently annoyed, basically inert. This still doesn't make sense. She is now devoid of everything. For what reason has she wrecked her family and caused great suffering for so many people? A buzz and some haphazard sex. Until she has been clean for a lengthy period, I am going totally NC. Simply said, I cannot handle all this insanity. Update 5. Many PM'd me to get an update. I simply lacked the energy yesterday when I was supposed to post one. I feel quite gloomy and rather exhausted. I barely sleep, and when I do, dreams haunt me. The good news is the youngsters are improving. My dad is a champion. I have no idea what I would do without him. Just me, him and the children. We visited his cabin to ski a little this weekend. It was fantastic. I hardly contacted my ex at all. I did speak with one of her harpist friends, the one in critical state. She woke up, but she looked absolutely horrible. Her nurse told me she was depressed since no one had cared to check up on her while she was there. They had just turned away from her, after getting in touch with her relatives. I asked the nurse if I may speak with her. I am concerned the person who beat up my ex will come for me and the kids, so she consented. Although I know I shouldn't, I thought I should find out from her what had transpired since my wife started working with them. She asked me first whether I wanted a BJ for $20, so that was not very embarrassing. Instead, I gave her $50 in return for information. Every one of the Harp Pals is a serious drug user, addicts. Against the wishes of the other two, Henrietta brought my wife into their group and persuaded her to do drugs and party with them. To pay for narcotics, they sold sex favors. The main one is Henrietta. Though as she said, it's all bullshit to protect our own imagined egos. They all advocate this strong feminist, my own body approach. We truly prostitute themselves for money to get drugs. First my wife bought into them, and it didn't take long before she developed an addiction like the rest of them. She started selling sex to pay for drugs once she became hooked. Hearing that the person you loved more than anything to feed her drug addiction is not easy. She desired money, hence it makes sense. From what she tells me, meth is mostly involved now. She has stolen, cheated, mistreated and lied to everyone in her life, hence nobody visits her. Nobody wants anything to do with her. She told me, devoid of even a blink, how depressed she felt about surviving. She looks like walking death without cosmetics and hopes nothing for the future. It hurt. Listening to her broke me. I shed a lot of tears for my wife's benefit. I'm not excusing her. She lost since she chose to play with this boy. She shall now pay the cost. I'll go back to her later. She also told me everything about the guys that beat up my ex-wife. Death threats, resistance to arrest, drug possession, prostitution, drug trafficking, child abuse and neglect, DUI, property damage, and auto theft have been charges Henrietta has been assigned. She will most likely go away for a while, at least, I hope she will, as her flight risk has been denied bail. I want to thank all of you who contacted with expertise handling addicts before I begin. Many cautioned me that given the walls closing in, my ex might attempt suicide now. She tried to purposefully OD, and you were right. I had before spoken with her father the great possibility she would have to attempt something. We agreed to keep a close eye on her. Fortunately, she still does not know I have live data from her cell. Saturday we were in the cabin, and I received a message from her that seemed to be a suicide note. She told me about the addiction, the prostitution, how she let everyone down, that she would do the only thing she could, etc. I got her whereabouts as I had the mobile monitor and quickly phoned her dad. Her father raced outside and discovered her comatose on a park seat. She was driven straight to the hospital and pumped. She was rather hypothermic as well. Imagine what would have occurred had he come just a bit later. I shudder. For now they have her on methadone. She can no longer refuse treatment as her father has effectively been declared her guardian. She will undergo a sedated detox. Her father had her forcefully taken to a rehab clinic. I'm not sure when, but most likely this week her father was hired for her abandonment of her children, not for her OD. Giving up your children seems to show that you are not logical, but trying to stop is acceptable. Still, she will receive therapy as fortunately I have not had an opportunity to terminate her life insurance yet. Long as my ex isn't told that I have volunteered my ex-FIL to assist with the finances. The individuals who beat up my wife made me rather afraid as they might come after the children and me. Recall, Henry showed in court conversation logs he thought my wife had sent him. Henry agreed to rectify this once I spoke with him since he gained from the revelation. I'm not sure whether I mentioned this, but Henry is an enraged manly meat mountain. He grew up on a farm lugging goods since he was a small child, hence he resembles Hulk and could split the typical guy in half. Let's just say he is somewhat terrifying if you do not know him. He bends down walking through doors, has a crew cut, and some facial scars. Actually, he is incredibly soft, patient, and compassionate. Though for him it's a last choice, I don't doubt he will use force if he thinks it necessary. Still, he visited the boy's residence, a true way whole by the means. He grabbed the two guys by the neck and informed them that Henrietta had given him the chat logs and that since they hurt someone they knew, they had a choice to make. Go with him to the police and confess everything related with the assault, or face him right there and expect some very severe permanent injuries if they chose option 2. He let them know he was rather optimistic they would go with option 2. Apparently, they lacked quick enough access to the police. Obviously, I am not bothered about them anymore. I will shortly be moving after finding a new apartment. Bob once more came through. I am somewhat depressed overall. This is weighty on my spirit. My friends and family keep me going. I know I have to be strong for the kids. For my ex, my heart hurts despite all. Although I still love her, I know we cannot get back together, hence I am not regretful of marrying her. She is not the person she once was, and there is simply too much hurt between us. Before all the suffering lately, we led quite a wonderful life. Without her, I would not have my children. I would not give them up for anything either. I know it will hurt for a long time. Hopefully, I am strong enough to go through it. Oddly enough, knowledge of my wife's addiction has helped my children cope. Talking about mom's illness is much simpler, and she will take a long time to recover. She still loves them, etc., etc. Right now I am exhausted and depressed. We are going to watch Madagascar 3. Henry is here with his kids. I am working to create as many wonderful fresh memories as I can. Henry is doing the same. His and my children now seem to be doing far better. We'll be good, I believe. Appreciate all of your help, everyone. Here, I believe, my last post will be this. Last update. My ex died in a rehabilitation center. She must have taken the medications while there somehow, but nobody really knows how she acquired them. One physician conjectures that she ingested anything like a bag and that it exploded. I will not be answering comments or posting going forward. I appreciate all of the useful comments and ideas you supplied. My neglectful dad and scheming stepmom tried to steal my home for my spoiled pregnant stepsister, but karma just hit them hard. Recently learning how much I, M34, make, my dad, M62, is miserably self-centered. Generally missing. Unbelievably, he chose to evict me from my own house, all in the name of family. My stepsister and tiny gem, Ash, F29, who can do nothing wrong, has miraculously become pregnant. She struggles to find herself a place to stay as her highly self-reliant aspirations are those of an escort and an OnlyFans model. Now dad wants everything fixed, and I'm the fixer. I regretfully had to part from my house and my hard-earned money with this woman since she made all the wrong decisions. The man my dad openly turned off as a duty several times is me. Ever since he learned about my new residence, job, and shockingly low income though, he has become somewhat sensitive about our shared blood. Although I'm not thrilled with him constantly telling me who my father is, he also wants to deepen the ties I have with his wife and her daughter. She is my dad's child as well, but I was banished far too early to establish any type of relationship with the woman. I'm glad I didn't since I would have been somewhat let down. I simply want to remind everyone before you all start that I'm here to let out my feelings. I have ideas, opinions and sentiments to put down. Though you may disagree and they might not sound good to you, I am just letting you know regardless since, to be honest, I have no one else to tell. Now let me present my half-sister Ash, short Ashlyn. She is literally making her dad proud. She is about 5 years younger than I am. Dad is delusional as this woman is out there only serving as an escort, sleeping with a bunch of OnlyFans, and my father calls her his pride. You did really read correctly. I suppose he is not familiar with the major deal. Someone is going to tell him. Though I'm not too conservative, I try to concentrate on my morals and profession. When I have the time to get to know them better, I court women. There is occasionally a spark, but other elements also play a role, including vast distance and availability problems. Other times, one finds absolutely no understanding. I try not to spend random nights sleeping with anyone. I ought to wait for the proper woman. I get sick looking at a large body count. Guys displaying it like a medal is repulsive. I'm not sure why. Still, this is what I live by in my own life. Unfortunately, my sister holds the reverse view. She most certainly no longer counts her physical partners. She is now an escort, which personally repels me. Moreover, it is quite harmful as well. Certain guys enjoy performing odd activities for escorts. I have no idea how someone would view working like that as being acceptable. She then posts indecent movies and pictures of herself on the internet in order to profit from it, but she finds little success there. She most likely lacks knowledge on how to start the traffic, but for whatever reason it is a flop. From what sources am I aware of this? Here is an awkward story. My friend mentioned it to me. Ash asked him if he wanted to have fun after texting him once following their drink meeting. Hearing the narrative, I had already warmed up a little when the man left with my sister, but, he said it was only after he realized she was my sister. He told me she had emailed him the URL to her page, and he showed me too. I'm not sure whether he is speaking the truth. She breaks constantly and begs Dad for money, hence I believe she isn't doing very well. I never told Dad either. I couldn't even bring myself to question her about it straight. I observed her answering a call, then seated in the car with an old man another time. He left her flowers and headed off. She would sneak back into the house at strange hours through the window. This became evident when I used to return home over holidays from college. Though I'm not sure if she is still at it, I do not want to be involved in any of it. I'm glad about having a respectable post where I work. At last, I haven't lived much with the new family since my dad was disturbed enough to send me away any opportunity he could have. But I have seen Ash close enough to claim she follows her mother, Marissa, F58. Marissa thought she was really the icon in her heyday. She was really beautiful to men like my dad and used to be a flight attendant. If you know what I mean, she is now a regular botched face Karen. She runs the sort of neighborhood childcare and has hands like those of a claw, nails longer than her lipstick. Odd how parents would leave their children with someone like that. She could point out a child's eye with such long nails. She is, nevertheless, exactly as pokey as her nails. She loves to create trouble in other people's life and opinions about anything. She has more plastic in her body than the sea and a quite terrible voice. She is as real as phony leather. She affects Dad for the worst. She didn't want to raise a child that wasn't her own, hence I think she was a big factor in my dad not thinking twice before sending me 8 years to boarding school. Let me then introduce you to my dad. Actually, he is more the main cause of all this. Having lived a complete life, he believes anything he does in life is justified even if it is far, far from it since he understands better. He laments having me since I'm not like him. Thank you God, I am not. My mother was a formidable woman. She looked after my dad well and clearly knew her priorities, yet they clashed. I should never forget that she used to tell me Dad was just a different person, not a horrible one. He will always be my dad regardless of what happens. She was a good person though. She didn't want to contaminate my views against my father. He was definitely as intolerable to her as he is now. Few months later, they split and divorced. 4 years old at the time. 2 months after the divorce, my dad then wed Marissa. When I reached 5, they had Ash. Later, my mother passed away in a car accident. She was out to come pick me from school, so I can't forget that. She had always been on time, she just missed 10 minutes once. Though it seemed to me like an hour, it was only 10 minutes. A drunk hit her at a crossroads. He made it, she did not. A few years ago he got a DUI, and I was left alone permanently. I waited in the school. It took them 2 hours to arrive to pick me up. My dad had come, hence I was misled and puzzled. His irritation when he turned to dead-faced Marissa and asked what they should do about me will never fade. She answered, "Your kid, your problem. Specifically, Dad. You cannot now come and tell me I will have to look after your spoiled child. At last I have steady work and oversee some side enterprises. Since I turned 15, I have been earning and have worked quite hard. I started boarding school, then moved to college, only visiting over the holidays, so I started living alone 8 years ago. I recently bought a property after working very hard to reach where I am. This is a wonderful modest house, far better than the apartment I had with buddies. I felt I would never be able to reach this life aim. Actually, I just moved in last month. Although I might not like my family much, fundamental politeness was to involve them in a moment this significant, thus I asked them to the housewarming as well. Watching his response was quite depressing. As he inquired about the furniture, the architect and the interior designer, he seemed jealous, to be honest, a bit annoyed. When I provided him what I believed was sufficient information, he answered with taunts such as, "I wouldn't know, you never bothered telling me," trying to get attention and clearly show our weak connection in front of friends and business associates, including my boss. 1 week went by and he called me. I had an intricate job to oversee while at work. I accepted since he mentioned he needed to meet urgently. When I got home, Marissa and puffy, red-eyed Ash were glaring from the living room and I avoided her. Dad was in the kitchen pulling beers from the refrigerator. He gave me one, and I graciously turned him down fearing what he might say. When I asked him what he wanted from me, he furrowed his eyebrows and answered another question, asking whether I had lately started complaining about us. Not sure what he was getting at, I scowled in uncertainty. He invited me to hang in the living room with Ash and Marissa. I nodded and turned to settle on a couch across from the two. Ash folded her arms. Marissa rolled her eyes. Dad came in and sat with them facing me. Leaving his beer bottle on the sofa table, he leaned back. Then he wanted to know whether I was blind. There was a pause, probably bewilderment on my end and rage on theirs. He said before I could reply that I either choose not to notice things that ought to be seen or I am blind. He stated I had most likely become somewhat proud ever since I bought a property and avoided looking at the individuals who really mean something to me. I groaned and asked him what he meant by all of that, wanting that he would be more explicit. He blew sarcastically, then informed me I wasn't disturbed by the dire circumstances in the room. He stated I had elected not to offer or be of any kind of assistance and that I had chosen not to notice the family was in risk. I obviously asked him what risk he meant. Glancing across at Ash, who rolled her eyes and declared she was pregnant. Like any other person, I wanted to congratulate her, but she started crying before I could. Marissa hugged her and advised me to be concerned enough to find out what's happening at home. Dad stated Ash recently discovered she was pregnant, and the lad who caused it had broken up with her since. Marissa also mentioned that Ash has decided to maintain it, hence our basis for next decisions should be based on that. Can she afford it? All I could say. Ash and Marissa stared death at me. To be honest, I meant good. I was worried. I was actually ready to help her, but in my thoughts I had already imagined perhaps they wanted me to contribute financially. Dad then got up and moved over to my side to sit down with me. That's why he called me, he stated afterwards. He added that although maybe my mother neglected to educate me how to be a good brother, brothers would throw their life away for the comfort of their sisters. He said he is a nice parent to his daughter. I ask for your effing pardon. I'm not dying for her, but I know my financial input is required. I sighed and asked him what action he wanted me to take about it. He said, "That's my good boy," grinned, rubbed my back. I forced a phony smile, which vanished the instant Dad said, "You're giving Ashlyn your house." "No, I am not." Dad answered straight away. "Yes, that's what I said." Dad scowled and asked me why not. I told him I could help with some cash, but the house is mine. Until she can afford it, I can let her share a room free from rent. Dad got up from his chair then said, "Nonsense. Dad, it makes perfect sense to me." He insisted nevertheless, that I not only offer her the house but also move out and buy another for myself. I contended that if Ash is unemployed and expecting a kid, she cannot even afford to run the house or pay the expenses. Those, Dad informed me, would also be my obligations. Apologize to me? Hell to the number one. Though I was enraged, I had to be polite. Thus I got to my feet and informed him that it was not feasible and that I would now be departing. I then turned to go. He wasn't content to stop there. 1 week later, he turned up at my place when I was at work. I'm not sure how he entered or where he picked the keys from, but when I returned home I observed men loading boxes loaded with my belongings outside the house. Hurrying inside, I asked them what they were doing and they informed me the house owner had told them to toss the goods. I said that they should go right away and that I owned the house, They should get my belongings back inside. I lost my composure. Coming home, this was the last thing I would have predicted seeing. When I went inside to see Dad and Ash, they still stood there insisting I follow what brothers ought to do. They ignored my advice to leave, thus I informed them I will contact the police. They went at last, badmouthing me, applying curses and things. Though I know this is a lot to read, it was much worse in person. 1 week has gone by and I'm posting here since I kind of feel horrible about it. Was I in error? I feel like they need me and I shouldn't cut them off like this, but I also feel like my actions for them have limitations. Growing up, their disconnection and lack of concern for me infuriates me. Today, they ask me to lay my life down for them. Bit much, not sure what you mean here. Tell me, let me know. I couldn't even get my buddies involved in this. Right now you are all I have. Update. Hey everybody. I hope every one of you is good. I posted 1 week ago, and to be honest I didn't expect the attention it attracted. As the comments arrived, some made me doubt a number of things. Not too long afterward though, I decided not to break off my family completely. This came about via Ash calling me. I welcomed her by telling me she wanted to see me. She wanted to tell me a few things, therefore she asked to meet at my place, but I was still getting used to the scenario made last time. I urged us to meet somewhere else. She was first somewhat nervous when we visited a coffee shop. She seemed somewhat unlike herself, but generally she is rather conceited and unpleasant. She told me she had lately been broken off with as we sat in the corner. I answered, claiming I had an idea since Dad mentioned the man who got her pregnant had left her. She shook her head and said Dad believes that. She told me that although Dad believes her BF left her due to commitment problems, in fact she is the one with the commitment problems. Unbelievably, right? She said she truly loved this man, but he had discovered some things about her just a few days before she told him she was pregnant. She spoke first, therefore infuriating him even though he wanted to address her about those things. In that instant he became rather insane and drilled a hole in the wall. He frightened her, she claimed. He then said he was divorcing her and left without hearing her reply. She has been trying to phone him non-stop, but he hardly reacts. He has only once texted her back, advising her to let the child go first and inform him. He will only talk to her at all then, but she has to part from the child to have that opportunity. Now I know Ash ain't a saint, but this man. This person really bothers me greatly. She remarked it would be strange to tell a brother about the topics I just questioned her about. I shrugged and stated that it's okay if she doesn't want to tell me since I kind of realized she was most likely referring to the OnlyFans and escorting. She pulled in a great breath and let it out before I could ask her what she wanted to meet for. She then told me she had been engaged in dubious activities. Though I truly wanted to hear validation of all my doubts, I was concerned. She told me she wanted to paint and be an artist, but Marissa informed her she wouldn't get a decent life or income from it. Ash was advised she had to start looking for a man right now. She first felt disgusted as she soon enough began attracting the attention of elderly guys. She told Ash that it was a good thing when she informed Marissa about it. That is, the older males making any money at all, knowing what to do with their money. At the time Ash was just 19, and Marissa informed her college she would not or could not provide a decent, pleasant living. Ash had youth. Many would have paid for it. Ash resolved she wanted to be a model. She tried several modeling agencies but none seemed to be interested in her. She then ran into a man in his 40s claiming he could land her a job. He purchased her pricey outfits and jewels for the functions and drove her to gatherings. She was content till her first gig was mentioned. She turned out was selling her time to a man in order to pay for a modeling contract. She spent the evening as she assumed it would only be dinner. That was it. She did have a little modeling contract where she photographed a little brand. A few more men used her while she was hoping for a gig in exchange, but she was informed they chose not her. She then discovered that the man making investments in her was actually profiteering off of her. She was terrified he would have her killed, hence she considered it foolish to face him. She then informed him she was fine with low pay and that she no longer wanted to pursue modeling. He fortunately let her depart without any problems. She then attempted to wait tables in bars, and it proved rather difficult for her. Ash, hard-earned money is exactly what that is. Still, she also mentioned that Marissa would make fun of her for opting for those little tasks. Marissa would explain that women should be taken good care of. They are the beauty of this planet and should just be there to shine and smile like a showpiece, etc. Ash thus began to go out with men just for supper, but she charged for it. She claimed that although many loners out there simply wanted interaction, too many ended up with stalkers and obsessive males believing they were owed more than what they had paid for. She started escorting when she realized that interacting with men and having them feel close to her caused more trouble than sleeping with them. It worked great until a friend mentioned OnlyFans. She tried to get it rolling, but her editing and camera handling were not particularly strong. She wasn't social enough, thus that didn't work either. It takes a lot of effort. She next ran across her lover, BF, an ex-coworker. He returned often because he worked as a barista. Though he was too clingy, she really liked him. He also lacked trust in her and was a bit possessive. Given that she was indeed still on OnlyFans and an escort under his unaware knowledge, he had every reason to question her. Her BF started looking after her with the meager income she made when she stopped escorting and left OnlyFans totally. She seemed good with it, Marissa wasn't. She then fell pregnant, and her boyfriend discovered everything. She mentioned that a couple of the individuals on the list might be possible fathers. Every one of them donated money to help the child and her. One of them had even proposed to her, but she knows all of them are doing since they believe they are the only ones there, which is silly given she is an escort. She does not, however, tell them straight out that she pays her expenses and most likely helps with the kid. She said she decided to tell me all this since she couldn't tell Dad. Dad believes she has only been modeling here and there, makes little money, and that she had one man in her life who left her. Marissa mostly understands when he should have stayed. She advises Ash to wed the man who proposed and let him believe he is the father. Ash doesn't know, though, what to tell Dad. She also doesn't want to let anyone believe a lie and wants not to wed the guy since he is strange and ancient. She mentioned that some financial support would be great and that she wanted me to make up with Dad. I asked her what she wanted me to help with. She advised me to consent to what Dad asked and then spend some time away. I could then return when things are less contentious. How then is that a solution? I politely turned down her offer and informed her I could only provide some money. Nevertheless, I wasn't comfortable leaving my own residence. She then informed me I lacked the least bit of decency to assist her out, that she exposed her entire existence to me and that I was selfish thinking like way. She stated, even then, Dad was correct about me and I deserved to be sent to an orphanage instead of taken in when I needed somewhere to live. She stood up and stamped off. Though I believe my response was not too severe, is it selfish? Actually, what do you believe her side of the tale tells? Does it support her expectations? Should I trust her? She seemed to be speaking the truth, but does it follow that I should follow her advice? Tell me, everyone. Update. Right now, this is what is picking at my brain. A few things have transpired after another week. I assumed I would hit the keys and notify you all about it. I appreciate your help on my earlier update, gentlemen. Having folks back up my ideas for once is rather relieving. Still, Dad called me once I met Ash. He wanted to meet with me at the pub to sort out a few things. Interested, I agreed and went to see him. He mentioned he knew how much I was making as we sat at the counter. When I questioned him about why it mattered, he stated he knew I could afford to buy another property in a few years. I shrugged and said I already had a house, thus this conversation ought to be quite over. He maintained that since I didn't yet have a family and that single women find it more difficult to raise a child. That child needed a safe place he could call home. I reminded Dad then, that Ash had been living with them long enough and that nothing seemed to be an issue. A small child won't harm. I also asked him what she would do, pregnant, living alone in a big house. She needs to be surrounded by others so that she could be looked after, I remarked. Dad surprised me once again at that point. He said Marissa and he would move in with Ash into my house. My hearing let me realize something. The bartender laughed sarcastically before I could react to that. Dad objected and inquired about what he found so humorous. He said Ash. She uses everyone, he remarked, then tosses them away. He nodded, declaring he was her lover when my dad questioned him about who he was referring to. My eyes opened, so this was the man. Dad balled his fists and asked the man why he felt it was acceptable to establish a family he couldn't sustain. He spoke angrily. Holding his hands up, the man informed Dad he had no bearing on the family and issue. He also showed no desire in rearing a child not of his own. Dad pushed him to say why he felt that. He grinned and explained that although Ash still got pregnant, he had a vasectomy last year since he didn't want any children. He also discovered her driving off with several males following her lies on her whereabouts. Then he learned she had an OnlyFans page. He found none of it believable. That was the last straw for him when Ash at last told him they were expecting. He couldn't have a child, hence it verified everything. Knowing this, he told Ash she had been cheating on him all through. She let the truth fly free. While my ears were focused on Dad's voice, all I could see was his face moving from wrath to disbelief to disappointment. He shrugged and informed us she owed Ash money, time, honesty, at least love. He owed nothing else. He stated he was unsure whether Dad knew any of it, but he knew no dad would be ashamed of a child like that. Dad stiffened his lip, got off the stool silently, and turned away. He texted me later that evening, saying he had to go get Marissa from her yoga session. I'm not sure what happened after that, but I'm sure it was something, as Ash was at my door sobbing the very following day. I wrecked everything, she informed me. To stifle a scene, I drew her inside and calmed her down. I told her I told Dad nothing. It was her boyfriend, the bartender Dad and I had visited. Then she told me Dad advised her to stay at home and stop everything. He claimed he never expected she would turn to such methods and felt disgusted by her. He advised her to pick a decent man and straighten her behavior. He also noted that these days her chances of meeting decent men were somewhat limited. I hugged her and listened to her. Dad had just returned from seeing me when he confronted her, so she stated she was sorry, believing it was me. I forgave her, then she returned home. She added that Marissa was really quiet when Dad was discussing wonderful women and their loyalty, like she couldn't say anything, while she was raging and telling me how terrible she felt. Ash stated it's among the topics Marissa avoids talking about. She answered that Marissa couldn't have an opinion since she is yoga, so I asked her what she meant by that. I could only grimace in perplexity before Ash carried on crying as she related what else had transpired. Yoga, said stayed with me. Actually, what do you suppose happened? Will Ash still be Dad's pride source? Nobody has approached me ever since. Still, I will see and let you all know. I know y'all probably didn't expect me to get back to you so soon, but I couldn't help it. Update. 2 days after my last upload, and I am here for the ones inquiring. Although Ash's ex's name is not important, we may call him Bob. This is the fresh bit. I saw Dad the day before yesterday. I informed him I had some decisions made. I said I was ready to let Ash use a room and I wanted to assist raise her child. I would be fine paying for the diapers and other supplies, but she needs to start working right away. Dad informed me then that nobody would be with the kid, hence I advised her to attempt working from home or freelancing. This time, Dad wasn't his usual nasty self. He stopped and then let out a sigh. Telling me he felt I despised him, he settled on the couch. He was correct, but I probed him about his reasoning. Mom despised him too, thus he said, which was why. She never said that. I told him fast. Instead, she constantly stated Dad loved me and worried about me. I told him the only reason I felt let down at all was how inaccurate my view of Dad was. Mom told me all that. Then from Dad I sensed only absolute neglect and lack of caring. Rubbing his eyes, he confided in me he loathed himself for many ways. He stated he liked Mom, but they hadn't known enough to determine whether they were really each other's type. He sighed and added he had to marry her since he got her pregnant. Though he never felt the spark between them, she was a good wife to him. He next crossed paths with Marissa. I could feel my insides tingling at that. I remained motionless. None of this was known to me. Dad told me Marissa sparked a flame in him he never knew he possessed. He caught emotions before he knew it. He was quite delighted with her. Marissa became pregnant too before he could negotiate his way through rights and obligations. She was pregnant, therefore it was too late even if he informed her it was bad. He urged her to wait. He wanted to tell Mom first, but Marissa came to our house feeling nervous. She reported everything to Mom. She explained everything to Mom. Dad took it when Mom challenged him. Mom was really hurt in this quite unpleasant episode, yet even then she remained courteous and requested Dad for a divorce. My parents separated. Y'all, Dad had an affair with my stepmom and got her pregnant. I'm not sure just how much worse this dude could be. Dad stopped and glanced across at me. He stated he had to return me home after spending a good year with Marissa when Mom passed away. Marissa despised every aspect of it. Again, driven by guilt or something, she was worried that Dad could put me before their kid somehow. 3 years later, he sent me off to boarding school, and subsequently I never had to remain home long enough to cause Marissa any trouble. Love makes you do stupid things, he remarked, and I wanted to punch this man in the face but I restrained myself. Turning back, I found Marissa standing in the gateway carrying a water bottle. She claimed to be just heading to the yoga class. Setting her bottle on the table, she headed into the kitchen. I blinked, then she was back and was through the door before I could think clearly. Numb, hence I followed her out. I grabbed her water bottle to give back to her. She had already got in her car and was leaving when I came out. To help me to relax, I silently sat in my car and gently drove after her. She pulled out from parking outside a yoga club. She turned to glance around her and then began down an alley. She once more turned around and climbed into another car. She kissed and hugged the driver and they headed off. I was hardly able to blink. I locked my jaw, parked, got out, and entered the yoga club. When I asked them about Marissa checking in, they denied providing personal information. I insisted I was at least told if she were there, saying I was frightened about her. They informed me they had no customers under that name. I returned to my car and waited. I have no idea what came over me, but I started filming when the second car rolled in. Then slapped her butt as she happily headed to the parking lot when a man got out and opened her door for her, hugged her and kissed her. For yoga, Marissa, so much is different. I left before she arrived at the parking lot. My dad cheated on my mother, thus he is currently being cheated on as well. Karma is. Dad has phoned me several times, but I didn't answer. All I want right now is go and question Marissa about it, so I'm going to see what happens. Should I change? Hello y'all, I believe this to be most likely the last update. And I know it's a week late, y'all anticipated it to be sooner, but so much occurred this week. I first managed to man up and approach Marissa. I went when Ash was asleep and Dad was not home. Was she scheduled for yoga that day? She claimed to have it every day, on Sundays included. Cooking spaghetti in the kitchen, who was her yoga teacher? I asked her. She chose a name at random. Was that a guy? I asked her. Saying no, she chuckled and asked, why would I take a boy? She had a female instructor at the club she visited, so I told her it was odd since none of the other clubs had female instructors. She corrected me, but her voice startled me and her hands were no longer swirling the pasta sauce. They told me I had joined the club yesterday. I told her that. How could I know where her club was? She asked. I informed her I visited last time following her. She let go of a spoon. I grabbed it, and she spun around. What are you getting at? She asked. I then informed her what I observed. She disputed it as was natural. I mentioned I saw it with my own eyes. She shrugged and said Dad would never accept me. At least he would believe his own eyes, I told her after pulling out my phone and running through the footage. She stood stunned and spent a minute not speaking. Her face then relaxed, and she carried on cooking noodles. She stated it was useless now. She was already preparing for a divorce anyhow. My eyes grew wide. This woman was horrible. My dad deserved all of it, granted, but oh, she's a serpent. She informed me that her sweetheart of 3 years ago is the man she visits at the club. When it was safe to do so, they resurrected their passion. She stated they had fallen in love long ago, but at the time he was wed to another woman whose father had employed him for his business. Though there was a lot at risk, Marissa and her boyfriend decided he should keep his marriage intact and handle his money. He would then split from his wife and live with Marissa. But Marissa became pregnant and, as women should, she was trying to pin a man down for support. She made that decision to hang around Dad. They were seeing one another on and off, but Marissa chose Dad and told him he had to act when she met her boyfriend and got pregnant. She had to handle things herself since he developed cold feet, and that's when she spoke with Mom. She's good right now. Her partner is a widower and has a business. She said women should do what they can, kid, and turned around smiling. Her smile stopped though, as she peered over my shoulder. The next instant her smile vanished. I turned back to see Dad in the gateway with flaming eyes and clenched hands. He was shaking. Dad awakened Ash then and carried her to the kitchen. Who was her father? He asked. She shook her head and glanced across at Marissa. She assured him she always recognized him to be her dad, thus she didn't give blood any thought. Pacing the floor, he ran his fingers through his hair. Marissa and Ash were instructed to leave his house 2 days later. The divorce is underway. At a shelter are Ash and Marissa. Dad has requested me to locate him as a therapist, and he has been rather quiet since. I pardon him every single time. Regarding Marissa, her boyfriend didn't bring her in. He disputes having ever spoken with her. Marissa has begged me for the proof, I have it. She even begged me to consider Ash through her pregnancy. And what can I say, Marissa? Your child, your challenge? From what standpoint should I act? Either destroy the footage or hand it up. I'll let others know in the comments soon later. I appreciate you joining me and for your ideas and encouragement. It means a great deal. I exposed my wife's secret affair with my friend by printing every hidden message they sent each other. For the sake of the narrative, let's call her Mia. My wife, 26F, cheated on me, 27M, with a friend of mine, Jack. Background: we met at another friend's wedding when I was 22. She was the bride's friend, and I was the groom's friend. Therefore they seated us at the same table hoping we would cross paths. I was quite surprised by her beauty when I first saw her. We discovered we shared a lot when she sat down and we started to chat. We clicked right away. After supper, we lingered for a little before heading to the dance floor. Throughout the evening, we drank and danced. We ended up kissing in the center of the dance floor, and when we broke off, our friends, the bride and groom, came over to ask what was going on between us. Playing matchmaker made them really happy. We basically ignored it and proceeded on through our evening. We parted without sharing numbers, but approximately 1 week later I received a text from her asking me out. The bride had supplied my number. Of course, I answered yes and developed a relationship out of it. The relationship was excellent. Apart from little disputes, we never truly battled and it was never anything major. About 2 years into our relationship, I finally asked her to wed me. We were married less than a year later. Just before our first anniversary, we were married for a little more than a year when everything collapsed upon me. I could find small irritations in anything. Her phone got more guarded, girls' nights grew more frequent, and our sex life nearly non-existent. I had brought this up several times, but she dismissed it, saying I was letting my fears control me. She would carry on as though what I sensed and tried to express had no relevance to her. I grew much colder as a result. We seldom spoke unless it was something vital. I stopped kissing her goodbye as I headed to work. I grabbed her phone and laptop one night while she slept, skimming her texts, emails, and messenger apps but found nothing. Inspired by stories on this site, I decided to investigate her car. I noticed a second phone as I reached for her keys and glanced in her car. Though I knew right away what was happening, I wanted all the proof for when I called her out. She should not have spoken anything like that, something which had only happened once or anything dumb like that. Searching the phone, I discovered just one number. I linked the phone to my computer, went over every note and printed every message along with every picture. I looked at divorce lawyers late tonight. Reading profiles of lawyers for hours in my home office, I came upon one that appealed to me and emailed him. But because it being a Saturday, he wasn't at the office. Then I wanted to find out who the guy was, so I grabbed my phone, entered the number and was prepared to claim I was from Spectrum since who doesn't have Spectrum? Jack's contact then suddenly showed up though. It took me a minute to arrange 2 and 2 together, but I blew up when I did. In my workplace, I was screaming and berating. My wife entered the door to check on me. Upon seeing her, I advised her to get the fuck out. She went to our room and locked the door. I had never raised my voice over a reasonable level or cursed at my wife. I silently raged from my office all day, just staring at the wall. I asked if he would come with me after phoning one of my friends, the wedding's groom, to let him know I needed to get a drink. He inquired whether I was all right, so he must have detected something in my voice. I admitted to him I truly wanted a drink and I wasn't. I gathered all the printouts silently and headed to the bar. Arriving first, I ordered 4 Jack pictures along with a beer. As my friend Ted came and inquired about what was going on, I was on my last shot. Mia was cheating, I told him right out. He showed me sympathy. I inquired whether he wanted to know with whom. He seemed clearly agitated when I told him it was Jack. He was the one first introducing Jack to me. All he could say was, "I'm sorry," over and over. Jack and I have never been quite close. Although we wouldn't invite one another to hang together, we were friendly if we happened to run across each other at a get-together. Having just discovered this and hadn't even spoken to Mia or a lawyer yet, I advised Ted not to discuss this with anyone. If his wife questioned what was wrong with me, I advised him to tell her I was having trouble at work. He concurred. Most of the evening we drank and chatted. Then, at approximately 3 in the morning, I got an Uber and headed home. Since I phoned Ted, it was the first time I checked my phone. There were missed calls and a lot of texts from Mia, asking where I was, when I would be home, and whether I was okay. When I got home she was curled up on the couch napping. I simply went to sleep walking up to our bedroom. She was in bed when I woke up, so I got ready and left the house. I went to pick up my car, head to my office and buried myself in work for the day. About 10 o'clock, I headed home. My wife surprised me by showing up to welcome me and mentioning she had dinner. "Would you like her to heat it?" she inquired. I turned her down and went to bed. Not far behind, she questioned me about what was wrong. I said I wanted to sleep and she should leave me alone. She persisted till finally I snapped and cried, "Mia, stop. I should be asleep right now. Leave." The attorney emailed me the next morning requesting a later in the day meeting. I confirmed and prepared for my day. Mia had made breakfast and asked to chat when I walked downstairs to head out. I prepared a small plate and settled in. She began by noting that I had been acting differently and then went on and on mentioning my changes and asking why. I informed her that work had been demanding and that it will soon be all done. I told her I had to go after finishing. Counting down the minutes till I could see the lawyer, I headed to my workplace. I informed my assistant I was leaving to lunch with a customer. I left as my wife occasionally would call my work. The legal meeting went smoothly, and I turned over all the material I had collected on her. "Well, I'm sorry for all that's going on," the attorney said. "But I'm glad you acquired all this material. You see, most of your money your wife has no claim on since we live in a no-fault state. I told him I had not given that any attention. I was only thinking I should divorce her right now. He insisted on keeping the proof, but I told him I would rather he simply create duplicates as I hadn't told my wife yet and I wanted to avoid hearing her justification. He agreed and had his assistant copy made. When would she be served the papers? I asked. He advised me it would take 2 weeks. I thanked him then and headed off. I headed home to face my wife. She wasn't at home when I got there, so I phoned. None of it. I got back on the line. No response. I texted her, if you're with Jack right now, I don't give a fuck. Arrive home. We must have a conversation. Not a minute later, she called me, not sure what I was talking about. I told her simply, get home now. About 15 minutes later, she showed up. I said to her, wow, look at that. 15 minutes? That's around the same distance between here and Jack's, not sure exactly. She turned to face me, stunned. She was just staring at me after I gave her a minute to calm down. Well? I asked. Not much to say here. I let her carry on while she tried to gaslight and deny me. She got herself up and began to disparage me. To silence her, I pounded my hand on the table and drew out the proof. Look at this mountain of things I've gathered on you, I remarked, showing it to her from the side. I then went through one printout at a time showing her. She told me to stop immediately and started to cry. She told me she loved me and tried to apologize. Honey, what happened to that energy you had before? Just a minute ago, you were rather determined about denigrating and attacking me. I put my hand out and said, don't touch me, as she wanted to hug me and apologize. She suggested we could go to the bedroom and do whatever I wanted. Looking her squarely in the eyes, I said, sweetheart, I will never touch you again. Who else has these pictures and messages? You wish to know? My attorney. I am divorcing you. Now get a bag, sort your clothes and leave my house fuck free. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from her since. I apologize for the length of this and any spelling mistakes. For people who have been where I am at, what can I expect from here? I appreciate you looking over this. You all gave me a lot of advice after I uploaded the first section of this, so I mostly followed it. I meant to conduct some damage control in my life this morning, hence I made a doctor's appointment to be examined for STDs. 2 days from now is that appointment. I then began calling every person close to me. My father and a few pals. They have all been quite helpful, providing their own guidance and inquiring as to if I require assistance with any one thing. But I turned it down since I had this garbage locked on. I then got on to calling her family. Thanking them for letting me into their family, I emailed her mom and dad saying I was appreciative of all they had done for me. But I told them I will really miss them tremendously since Mia and I are divorcing. Not really. They were somewhat smothering, and even if they are wonderful people, I'm glad I'm free from dealing with it. I next advised them to feel free to ask questions should they have any. After not getting back from them for some time, I turned to Mia's sister. This kind of hurt since I knew it would sour her sister's friendship and we were excellent friends. Saying, hey, I'm sorry to have to text you this, but Mia and I are going to get divorced and I wanted you to know. I want to thank you. You embraced me as a brother right from the beginning. I will be here should you ever need anything from me. Her parents answered back at the same moment I sent the SMS. The dialogue proceeded as follows. Parents. We regret learning of this. Whatever happened? Why has Mia not spoken to us? Mia has been in an at least 1 year-long affair. I suppose it began before our wedding. She hasn't gotten in touch, and I'm not sure why, but you should phone her. She went from the house. She would have gone to you, I reasoned. Parents. We have not heard from her. We'll give her a call. Thank you for informing us. Are you really positive she was having an affair? I'm upbeat. Parents. We're really sorry she did that. You found their books. We will try and contact her. I took care of her family, then went on to Jack's fiancé. I know it was mentioned in some of the comments. I'm not sure whether I told you all he is engaged in the first section. I assumed this would be challenging, that Mia and Jack would have hatched some grand plans, but either Mia didn't tell them I discovered or they are just morons. About 2 o'clock, I texted her and asked whether we might get together for something like coffee. She accepted around 2:05, and instructed me to meet her at some terrible hipster coffee shop across from her workplace at 2:30. Arriving first, I ordered my awful coffee and waited a few minutes. She arrived and joined me after walking in. Placing her order, I said to her, I'm simply going to blurt it out. Jack has been cheating on you with my wife. There's no simple way to say what I'm about to tell you. It has been going for almost a year. She seemed clearly startled, so I told her I'd only learned a few days before. I know I ought to have told her then, but I had a divorce to start and my own pity to cope with. She inquired about my source and I responded with everything covered in the first piece. Then I brought out a binder and asked whether she would want to view the material I had collected. She took the binder, quickly went over the photographs and notes, and then began to weep softly. She is more than welcome to grab the binder. Extra copies if she wanted to confront Jack with it or check whether he would lie. She thanked me, got up, picked the binder and let me know whether she needed anything from me. She nodded her head and left, obviously demoralized. I know you all advised me to keep a level head, stay sober and whatnot. Yet my world collapsed on top of me. This week I'm going to sit on my rear porch, drink, smoke cigars and blare music. I'll stop feeling bad about myself after this week and resume my regular calendar. More positively, I have already packed most of her belongings, clothing, jewelry, etc. I also threw every picture with her in our wedding book into the crates. I want her here no more than she needs to be should she return for her items. Besides a few picture frames, nothing is shattered. Before you ask, no, I didn't ruin her clothes. Right now, nothing else is happening. I told everyone I ought to have told. 90% of her stuff is in boxes. My doctor's appointment is set. My lawyer is hard at work trying to get me out of this crap. I truly have no idea what remains. Should she stay out of my life, this may be the simplest divorce ever. I appreciate you looking over this. One values advice constantly. Update 2. Hey everyone. I'm sorry I missed in action for a little and didn't reply to comments and mails, but I believe I caught up now. Regarding the update, I have been enjoying my pity party, drinking, and even more drinking since the previous time. Since I discovered everything and can't really put into words how I feel, this is probably my first semi-sober moment. I suppose numb is a good word. I told everyone all I informed them in the last post. The only one not responding was Mia's sister, from whom I was rather close. After writing the update, that evening I carried on my drinking spree, passed out on my back patio with a bottle and several beer cans all about, and woke up to the fragrance of breakfast cooking. Oh Christ, Mia came back and thinks breakfast is going to make up for what she's done, I first thought. Surprised, let's name Mia's sister Emma, I built myself up into a fury, flung myself from the chair, ready for a yelling match. Emma hurried to me and wrapped her arms around me when I stood there momentarily attempting to cool myself. She realized I was awake. She said nothing. She just took my hand, walked me to the table, and set a plate in front of me. She told me how sorry she was while I ate and that when her sister showed up at her place she simply stated that we were having issues and that everything would be good in a few days. She then informed me that when I texted Mia regarding the divorce, she asked Mia, if it's fine, why is he divorcing you? Mia apparently simply broke down and told Emma everything. I laughed and added, there's no way she told you everything, then went on to relate all that had happened. Emma informed me Mia had indicated it was only one time and I was exaggerating it. Emma was here wasting her time since I told her I had no intention of getting back together with Mia. I also advised her to let Mia know she should get a lawyer if she gets in touch with her. Emma chuckled and remarked she was here for me, not for her sister. She told me she would be there for her sister naturally, but that she and I are friends and she wouldn't forsake me, particularly if I did nothing wrong. I got up, moved to her side of the table and just gave her a hug. Hearing her say that made me feel so much better since I was so concerned that all this crap would sour our friendship. Emma left this morning as I was getting ready to head to my cabin. She remained with me for 2 days in the guest bedroom. I had it before the marriage, thus Mia cannot touch it. She asked if she might join me as I was assembling my hunting and fishing gear, but I told her as much as I would want. She should most likely go check on her sister. She hugged me, agreed, and walked off. Emma is really appreciated for being there for me. Before any of you claim she's into me, she isn't. She is also 20, and for me that is far too young. Simply said, it's a very close friendship. I nearly forgot to mention that I visited a doctor, underwent tests, and should get results on Monday. A couple times I have personally contacted Jack's fiancée to just check on her. She says she's good but she has no idea what to do. I'm more than happy to listen if she wanted to meet any time next week so she could rant. I really appreciate all the appreciation you have given me as well as reading, getting in touch. In my life, you all have been a lighthouse during a somewhat dark period. The only thing I can advise any of you experiencing this is I am to put your head down and concentrate on what you truly want. Whether it's reconciliation or divorce, make one at a time goals. For me, it was lawyer first then doctor, telling all those close. Keep it off of the internet though. Set time also to release your emotions. Thank you once more. Apologies. These updates always seem so long. Update 3. I discussed Emma visiting my place and spending several days in my prior post. She left when I was headed hunting for my cabin. Positively, I scored a buck, a good, big 8-pointer. I'm very glad I acquired him on my first day out as it allowed me the remainder of the time to go fishing. I fixed one dinner and killed the other since I only caught 2, but they were good size. I stayed at the lodge cleaning my deer and savored the natural surroundings throughout. Apart from 2 glasses a day, I traveled sober as promised. My drinking was just for last week. On to the last couple days now. My doctor called and I'm all clear. Though Mia and I haven't had much enthusiasm in a few months, it's not really shocking. All the same, you never know. I contacted Jack's fiancée but didn't hear back for some time. She answered finally, saying she is currently staying with her family. She didn't really go into great depth, but her being with her family, you could only guess as I do, that things are not going so well. At least she's with family, protected, and with all the help she might require. All she needs to do, I reminded her, is reach out, if there is anything I can do. Naturally, I accepted when she invited me to meet and get coffee the next day. We convened at the same horrible hipster coffee shop the following day and spent almost 2 hours chatting. We discussed all that Mia and I had gone through. She wanted to know if I was divorcing, if I would be reconciling, or what steps I was following. In my book, I informed her, that's it after someone cheats. The degree of selfishness and disdain required to cheat, let alone for a year, showcases clearly her lack of concern for me. What was her plan? I questioned her. She confided in me that she is perplexed about everything and that all she believed to be factual turned out to be lies. Whether to go on or to forgive him, she wasn't sure what her next action should be. You're a better person than me if you can forgive someone for cheating on you for that length of time, I advised her. She told me all of her family was advising her to forgive him and then get married. Just because it's what your family wants doesn't mean you need to follow along, I advised her, being direct. Then I said, Jack cheated on you, his fiancée, with my wife. He clearly doesn't give marriage and what it all implies any thought. Should that not convince you he is not marriage material, I am not sure what else does. I advised her to follow her moral compass and not let anyone else except herself make choices impacting her life. When I found out, all I could do was consider how my heart could fool my head into thinking of some way I could accept it and forgive Mia, but I just could not do it. I claimed too that I only spoke with one individual, but that I had already decided and that nobody could change my mind. When you stayed with your family, you had a very decent notion of what you were going to do, but you let too many people in and they all interpreted it any way they wanted. I ended by telling her all she had to do was trust her gut. Her heart and brain will constantly lie to her. If her gut senses something is odd, 9 out of 10 times her gut is most likely accurate. She said thanks, and we headed home separately. My lawyer messaged me the next day saying Mia had been served successfully at her place of employment. I appreciated all of his work, particularly in relation to the timescale he has achieved. Emma called not long after that to inform me Mia has stayed in her room all day and is crying in bed. Mia was served, and she is most likely realizing how terrible she screwed up. Emma wanted to know whether I had anything and how the cabin was. I told her all I did and how my stay went. We spoke for a little then hung up. I then got ready and cleaned my house for her response. Given her recent serving, I reasoned that she will burst shortly, given that she has time. I am thus calmly waiting for it now. I have Advil on hand for what I would guess to be a little headache. When I informed a friend he nodded. Should Mia show there, he would dash over to act as a witness, should all else fail. I'm writing right now, awaiting Hurricane Mia to rip through my house. Should she or when she does, I will forward another update. I appreciate each of you reading. Update 4. About an hour or so after publishing yesterday, I was waiting for Mia to show up at the house and go ballistic. Though given all that has happened, I never truly knew the woman. I had no real reason to believe she would behave. I checked every camera I had set up, inside and outside, to make sure they were running as they should. Telling my friend that Mia was served today, I told him he should get to my place right away should she show up. Thanks to this woman, I am not going to jail. Turns out I was correct since Mia arrived at the house screaming to allow her in and banged on the door. Mia was pounding on my door, so I called Emma and my friend right away to get here. She was shouting every name in the book, berating my name, imploring me to allow her in and wondering how I could be so callous. She's not incorrect as all I could do throughout the time she was screaming and pounding on the door was giggle. Then I questioned why she didn't just stroll in since, at least from what I knew, she still carried keys. My friend arrived still screaming and cursing, so he started to record on his phone and stayed in his truck. But these morons brought Mia's buddy, his wife with him. She thus came out and aimed to cool Mia down. She approached Mia, arms around her, attempting to get her to talk, but Mia then slapped her across the face, shouting at her to mind her own business. That led my friend, who now has a video of it, to call the cops. Till the cops arrived, Mia kept screaming and cursing. She put much effort on portraying the victim when they did. She started to weep and tell the 2 cops I hit her and threw her out of the house. Mia was yelling and pounding on the door when my friend and his wife arrived at the house, so they verified that I hadn't followed her advice. Officer was done chatting with my friend and his wife, then he came to my door. Mia remarked, "There, that's him," when I opened it. "He struck me. I want him taken into custody." I told the officer I could prove she was lying to him, all I needed, so she started to put me in cuffs. Stopping, the officer instructed me to show him the view captured on the exterior cameras. Having seen the video, he said he was sorry for presuming I was the one in error and for drawing snap judgments. I told him I didn't blame him, but he then informed me my neighbors had called them 15 times overall, and allegedly Mia had yelled out, "He hit me," during her outburst. Thus the cops had rendered their decision already. Mia spent around half an hour dealing with the police before being charged with disturbing the peace, public intoxication, and a DUI and being placed in handcuffs. Emma showed up and came to me inquiring what had occurred as the cops drove her to the car. I played her the entire video on my phone. Then the officer came up to give me some extra documents and the case number. Emma started to probe the charges, so I returned inside. Emma came right behind and sat behind me. She informed me she had left her house for 10 minutes to run to the store, but when she returned Mia was no longer in the living room, so she assumed Mia had gone to bed after too much alcohol. After some time of conversation, Emma requested whether she might spend the night with me. She was always welcome whenever, I said. She informed me Mia had to stay the night in jail. I'm not sure why, but they may get her released early in the morning. Emma doesn't have that type of money, thus she told me when I returned inside she called her parents to let them know what was occurring and to see whether they could bail Mia out. We shared a beer and shortly went to bed. Emma had already left to see her folks when I got up in the morning. Though I haven't heard from Mia, Emma, or their parents, I wouldn't find it to be a lively discussion. Update 5. Since that evening, I haven't heard from Mia, but my lawyer received calls from hers informing him he will be representing Mia. At last we may begin this process. I also asked Jack's fiancée whether she had any updates on her front. We only chatted back and forth, but she informed me she kicked him out of her house and had her father and brother pack everything and drop it at his house. She stated she just wanted to put all this behind her and go on. Her dad and brother wanted to beat him, but she urged them not to. She said her close friends are available for her when she needs them and thanked me for checking on her. I emailed her the link to my Reddit page so she could view all the help you all provide her and to her. Friday, the instant I left the office, I ran home. I had intended to spend the weekend back in my cabin. Emma was in my driveway when I showed up. She had a list of what my wife expected and intended to obtain from her sister. I quickly went over it and all except one object was already in a box or sitting in my garage just waiting to be picked up. I informed her I'm not carrying or touching anything from here. I want to avoid liability should Mia wish to claim I damaged her belongings. Right now I'm heading to my cabin and don't have time to deal with Mia's crap, so I told Emma I would pay for a moving company to come and box all her stuff. That would be fantastic, she added, and hoped I enjoyed myself. She piled a box of Mia's clothes in her car. Then she turned to me and asked whether she may tag along this time. Sure, why not go back home, drop off the box and pack a bag for yourself, I asked. She was dragging up by the time I headed to the shop and loaded the truck. I shut my house and started Emma toward the cabin. The weekend turned out rather perfectly. I understood what a gem that location is when I was last visiting there. It is totally secluded and has a great perspective, thus I am free from dealing with people. Here you may really rest and breathe in. I phoned a moving firm on Monday, and by Tuesday 3 men in a large truck pulled up and began loading. As they closed the box and picked it up, I had every box opened. As the movers loaded all the furniture, I photographed every piece. I tipped each of them an extra $50 and thanked them all for letting me live. I then proceeded on with my day and submitted all the recordings and photos to my lawyer. The house looks empty yet also spotless without all her possessions. My lawyer advised me not to throw away anything that would be deemed shared when I started this process, hence I kept most of the furniture in a storage facility. Since she departed, I have been sleeping in the guest room. So, up until I started writing this piece, I had been shopping for entirely new furniture. Now that I have the garage, I most likely will be storing most of the stuff there. Even if I win the house in the divorce, it has too many negative memories, thus I won by not keeping it. Update 6. My last post was quite some time ago. Between finishing this divorce, handling my soon-to-be ex, and coaching these children, I don't have much free time at the moment. Quite a lot has transpired, hence this may be a long post. Please be patient. A few days after the movers delivered her items to Mia, my attorney received some documentation stating I damaged her items and that I would pay her $1,500 or she would be bringing me before court over it. Asking exactly where the damages she claimed I caused, my lawyer sent hers all the footage and images. All this does is tell the judge how unhinged she is, and it might be a headache now, but when it's time for court, this will all be perfect evidence, he said. Her attorney wasn't prepared for my level of meticulousness or for me photographing and recording everything. I was, for some reason, pulled to this page and read all of the horror stories of the things people's previous husbands did to them when I learned of my wife's affair. I absolutely refuse to be another one of those stories. I wouldn't put anything past her at this point. I have practically every consequence and accusation she could make ready for her. Mia had called once every other day, but I never answered. I merely forward her voicemail to my lawyer. I don't bother listening to it if she left one. Every time I forward my attorney something, he always tells me, "You are a wet dream for a lawyer. You pay attention to everything I say. On your own, you compiled a mountain of proof." I have not yet had a customer that has done so brilliantly. When I mentioned, he says that every time, he wasn't exaggerating, but it makes me smile. Having that confidence from him that I'm doing everything right helps me to feel somewhat better about the whole circumstances. My lawyer informed me roughly 2, maybe 3 weeks ago that we have enough proof to bury her outside of court. Should it fail, it would reflect well on us for efforts. We thus scheduled a meeting in a neutral lawyer's office a week ago. He advised me before we met, don't react to anything Mia might say. No matter what. Should it go before court, everything we do would be noted for a judge to review. Early in the morning we arrived and headed into the workplace. She was already there waiting with her lawyer, shockingly. When we arrived, the lawyers began chatting to one another. Silent sitting there, Mia and I waited for what was to come. Mia's attorney began by inquiring about our offerings. Mine laughed and declared, "With a mountain of proof of the affair and Mia's inappropriate behavior later, the only thing we'll offer is half of the selling price of the house and half of the savings account. That beyond what any court would award. You will be departing with basically what you entered into the marriage with." He then turned straight toward Mia and said, "If you choose to go to court, I will publish every message, making you read it all out loud. I will then post every picture up for all in court for viewing and ask you to meticulously explain what you are doing in each one. Then I'll mention your most recent accusations and show the footage captured that evening." Looking at me, Mia started to cry and asked whether she could do anything to right this. "You have been cheating on me since before our marriage?" I remarked. "I can only show a few weeks before the wedding. I imagine there was far more. Nothing at all could possibly help me to forget or pardon you for what you have done. Sign the paperwork. It's more than you deserve and I want to be done with this whole hoax you produced." She had to excuse herself to the bathroom and shed terrible tears for 15 minutes. She still was in tears when she got back, but she signed the paperwork and left not long after. Everything will be filed in roughly 1 month, hence all I will have left to do is sell the house. I appreciate everyone reading and all of your wise counsel. Though I could be mistaken, I do not see anything else occurring. Should it, I will let you know. But most likely this will be my last post, hence once again, thank you everybody. I hope what occurred to me benefits at least one person else out there. Facing the truth, discovering my fiancé's deception, just 2 weeks before our wedding and the consequences that follow. I really have to get this off my mind. I feel like I'm going crazy. For around 6 years, engaged for one, my fiancée Sarah and I have known each other. Our wedding is set for just 2 weeks, and I recently saw something that makes me feel as if I am making the worst mistake of my life. Sarah and I were using tonight a rare chance to unwind at home. While I was out back working on one of my projects, Sarah was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Anyway, as you do when working hard, I became thirsty and returned home to grab a drink. There Sarah was at the counter cooking supper and speaking on speakerphone. The voice caught me right away as Marty, my brother-in-law. This is now where my thinking goes completely distorted. Having been attempting to get in touch with her and she is not responding texts, Marty questioned Sarah where her sister, Evelyn, is. "She just left here. She should be home in a half hour or so," Sarah says to him. It should be mentioned that Evelyn is the 5-year-old wife of Marty. I have to admit that I went into the kitchen, got a glass and asked Sarah, what was that all about? Not right once registering what she had just said. She said, Marty was looking for Evie. Seeing her texting, I inquired, "What are you doing?" She says, I'm texting Evie that Marty was looking for her. Still, I pour myself a drink, settle down, sip, and then at last my brain kicks in. First of all, I heard Sarah tell Marty Evelyn was here. Evelyn was not here. The last time we saw her was yesterday when she visited to work on some last-minute wedding decoration with Sarah. Second, when I clearly heard Marty mention Evelyn wasn't responding to her texts, why is she texting Evelyn expecting a response? Finally, unless she either knows where she is or right now in front of me, texting her to tell her to get her butt home fast, why the hell would she tell Marty that Evelyn should be back in 30 minutes? My only conclusion is that Sarah is presumably alerting Evie that Marty would expect her home in half an hour and is lying to Marty about the location of her sister. Then I spent probably the next 5 hours creating several theories explaining this behavior. Some decent, some absolutely terrible. And running them back in my thoughts. Though I wanted very badly to ask Sarah about this, I doubted I would get a straight response if what I believe to be happening is indeed happening. Which gets me roughly 1 hour ago. About 1 in the morning, I got up to use the loo and found myself driven to check Sarah's phone. Knowing each other's pins, this wasn't a challenging task for us. Still, I took the phone, went to the restroom, unlocked it, and yep, exactly what I was terrified of and most likely what most of you were hoping for. For approximately 6 months, Sarah's sister Evelyn has been having an affair with a coworker. Sarah has been helping Evelyn hide it for practically that whole period. Between them, there are literally hundreds of books covering sex, the coworker, even quite embarrassing topics about my brother-in-law, just stuff that makes my stomach turn. And here is my soon-to-be bride following all of it without questioning. I grabbed some screenshots of the whole thread, put the phone back where I discovered it, and then withdrew to my home office to find myself here blogging it all out on Reddit just so I can avoid the primal scream that wants to come out of my mouth right now. I am exactly 100% screwed, Reddit. I just cannot do it. I cannot marry Sarah. Regarding helping her sister in this affair and victimizing not just Marty but also their 2-year-old kid, I cannot conceive of any logical justification she could present me. On the other hand, my family, Sarah, her family, and I have all invested a lot of money into a wedding scheduled for about 2 weeks. We are not receiving any of that money returned. On top of that, I feel completely dumb. How could I have missed knowing this woman was this way? And just what the devil am I going to do? I most definitely cannot marry her. Still, I still wish. She is gorgeous, laid back, compassionate, and I felt our future was bright. She never wronged me, but I just cannot view her the same today. It like a large black blot on a lovely image. I'm genuinely dreading doing what I know I need to do. I simply don't know how the heck I got this so wrong. I wish I could break something or throw up. Edit. Guys, you clearly don't need to persuade me not to wed Sarah. The wedding is off. I'm simply trying to decide what to do going forward and build the nerve to act. Though the expectations of everyone put a lot of pressure on me, I am not going to bow beneath it. Simply said, I'm not enjoying having to deal with the repercussions. I'm more than a little irate about finding myself in this position. Edit 2. It is 5 a.m. I'm running off a few hours of sleep and have work in 3 hours. I'm going to shower and head into work rather early to avoid Stu on this. Sarah and Stu are avoided. Thanks to the encouraging folks here and a huge raspberry to the dill holes who keep telling I should figure out whatever excellent reason my soon-to-be ex-fiancé had for this trash. Edit 3. I started working about 7. I started working on the Band-Aid because nobody was in the office and contacted my brother. Living in Australia, he was still up after putting his children to bed. Breaking the news to him about this was difficult since, although I know he has set aside a lot of money for flights for his family and himself to visit, to his credit, as an older brother, he didn't mention it once and simply supported me. He also raised a really important issue. He said, "You deal daily with liars and scammers in a job where this is expected. You are not to blame for seeking somewhere to visit where this is not a consideration." He was exactly right about it, and now I understand why I'm reacting so fiercely to Sarah's involvement in this dishonesty. He also made a brilliant suggestion. He planned to bring his family to Florida for some sightseeing and park visits. Well, the youngsters will now also be accompanied by their uncle. We were going to honeymoon there as well, thus it should be simple as we were going to meet them for some anyway. I'll just offer Sarah's ticket to either my sister or another family member and rebook things to be near his and his family. Though I have responded a few, I haven't had time to review everyone's remarks. Right now, I'm simply trying to divert myself until the day goes on enough where I can reach out to Marty by drinking cup after cup of coffee and attempting to make myself sick. Edit 4. Just performed morning stand-up. Having been here so early, my stomach is doing flip-flops from drinking around 2 pots of coffee. I absolutely cannot focus and concentrate. I'm just going to take a sick day, drive over to check if Marty is available since I feel like I can't really anything from my end until I tell him what I know. If not, I will find him down and phone him. Evelyn works a 9 to 5 like me, hence chances are excellent this works out. Marty is a teacher on break right now. Wish Reddit luck. Edit 5. Arrived at Marty's residence somewhat after 10 a.m. We had a long, really nasty conversation in the kitchen after he had just dropped his daughter off for a nap. He guessed this for a few months essentially, but Evelyn has been rather successful at covering her traces, clearly with Sarah's help and a few of their mutual pals. I regretfully only have a few hundred screenshots from Sarah's phone, not all 6 months of text chats, but I provided him what I have and offered to assist him though I could. I know a few things and a few people since I'm a field analyst in the CU department of a mid-sized insurer specialized in workers' compensation fraud. Still, I am trying to save anything I can from my laptop in the almost brother-in-law's kitchen. Knowing I won't screw Marty over, I have to talk to Sarah tonight and get the word out as soon as I can to my friends and family now. Although our airline has a surname restriction for name changes, I managed to rebook most of the honeymoon thus far. Sarah was flying under her maiden name, thus I had trouble with the ticket. Still, they let me cancel and obtain a partial refund and rebook for my sister, who will be traveling to Florida with 2 brothers and nieces in a few weeks. I absolutely will be letting my family and friends know this afternoon sometime and beg them to keep it close, but I am delaying canceling the venues until after I talk to Sarah since I don't want to tip anyone off until Marty gets his chance to confront Evelyn. Right now I'm essentially in a frenzy, canceling whatever I can cancel, and I'm heading down to the bank in a few to open a new account and pay my payments and straighten my money. Though some have highlighted them, it should be really decent. Since we were not married, the mortgage is in my name. Although Sarah did contribute roughly $20,000 against my $60,000 down payment, I have more income. Though it could be worse, I will most likely have to pay her out that money and a portion of the mortgage payments for the last 16 months. Update was sent as an edit right on the same post. Right now it's about 8:30 p.m. I'm writing from my friend's place. Mark is his name. He used to be a co-worker of mine in the same line of business. As I indicated in a prior update, I work for a respectable-sized insurance carrier's CU department as a field analyst. For those uninitiated, I essentially work as a private investigator. My task is to look at what we believe to be bogus workers' compensation claims. Anyway, as I sort of hinted at, Marty wanted me to help him identify the other man Evelyn was seeing for adultery. We had only a name, let us call him Jake. The first thing I did was not some significant amount of investigating. It was essentially simply looking through LinkedIn, attempting to discover the guy using Evelyn's contacts, but it turned up nothing, which I thought odd. According to Marty, Evelyn claimed she wouldn't be home until perhaps 9 or 10 and that she was meant to be out for drinks tonight following work. I basically understood straight immediately, so he didn't have to explain what he suspected. I told him I would assist him, but he had to come with me. After that, I called my friend Mark, let him know about the circumstances, and asked him to meet us later in the day. Driving over to Marty's parents' house so they could see their granddaughter came first. I waited in the car and have no idea what Marty said them. We next headed to Evelyn's place of employment. One of those big commercial strip malls, it features a sizable non-gated parking park and all of these bland offices in a row. We drove till we came at Evelyn's car, then using the second set of keys, I had Marty unlock it. I next handed Marty a GPS tracker to put in the car and a voice-activated recorder. Once finished with that, we went, parked somewhat down the street, and watched for Evelyn to leave the company and for my friend to arrive. About 20 minutes later, Mark arrived, climbed in the car with us, and about an hour later Evelyn emerged from her workplace carrying 2 of her pals along with a tall, younger-looking man with sandy blonde hair. Clearly holding hands, I thought, damn Evelyn, you're making it easy for me. After a few shots from the car, I waited for Evelyn to leave in hers and began following her. She didn't go straight to a motel or anything, first thinking she may. Rather, she drove to a reasonably good pub and grill in a pleasant area of town and parked on the street. I drove by her as she got out of her car and into the building, then located my own parking space and headed over to the factory. We first dispatched Mark since nobody knew him. He essentially had 2 jobs. First, try to find any compromising photos of Evelyn and Jake. Second, provide my alibi. After about 20 minutes in the car, Marty and I received the first in Mark's series of text messages. These images show Evelyn and Jake making out in front of their 2 female colleagues. Captured Marty's misgivings were correct. They were enabling Evelyn to keep the affair from him. He was clearly really agitated and offended. One of the colleagues apparently is married, and as a couple they get along well with Marty and Evelyn, both of whom have children around the same age. When I asked Marty whether it was sufficient for him, he stated he still genuinely wanted to know who this guy was. We could find out later, I tried to tell him, but at this point he was nearly begging me, so I begged him to wait, texted Mark that I was on my way, and then I went inside the pub myself. Evelyn and her gang were laughing and drinking at one of those big circular tables close to the front window first thing I saw. I halted as I came in, acted to be startled, then yelled out to Evelyn, "Hi, you're doing here?" Clearly startled to see me, everyone surrounding her stiffened up right away. Evelyn stated we were being married in 2 weeks and fast introduced me as her sister's fiancé. Everyone was congratulating each other really extensively. I thanked them and then reached out my hand to the blonde man, introduced myself using my entire name, thinking he would react in same manner. He did. I was a little surprised since he wasn't named Jake. I greeted everyone else and then told Evelyn I was going to see a coworker. I waved to Mark then excused myself. Once I walked over to Mark, I told him the guy's name. We both grabbed our phones and headed to work. We located him not too long ago. He has social media profiles and a few court case rulings against him. When we learned Jake was his middle name, everything almost came together. At this point, I'm basically happy Evelyn isn't cheating on Marty with 2 other colleagues. Jake is 26, married, and has a 1-year-old daughter, turns out. This simply gets better and better. Anyway, I instructed Marty to wait a few more minutes after texting him the guy's name and decided I wanted to challenge myself. I was essentially watching over children here at the bar. I could see out of the corner of my eye that nobody was especially delighted about this, and my presence was seriously hurting the evening. I was clearly visible to Evelyn and her crew. Excellent. About 10 minutes later, I informed Marty to text Evelyn saying he was spending the night at his parents' house with their daughter. Not long after that, I found Evelyn pulling out her phone to show Jake, then everyone decided to pack up. Good night. Evelyn came over to me and asked whether Sarah and I wanted to visit for dinner this weekend. I grinned and wished her and her colleagues a happy night. That sounded like a terrific idea. After Mark and I paid our payment and ran back to the waiting Marty, we watched them go. Here there was some uncertainty since we were unsure of Evelyn's actual behavior. I had thought she might have already reserved a hotel room and was on her way, which would have greatly reduced my options and complicated everything. It turns out though, that tonight was most likely meant to be just drinks at the bar. It wasn't until Marty chose to spend the evening at his parents' house that it became anything more. Evelyn headed straight home, and we trailed behind her, parking down the street and keeping out of sight. Not long after that, another car drew into Marty's driveway. We watched Jake get out, approach the door, knock and be met by Evelyn. They entered together. At this moment it's roughly 7:30, and tonight I have personal business to attend to. As a friend, I believe I have done rather nearly all I could have for Marty. He can manage the remainder alone. I mean, I feel awful for the guy, absolutely, but I don't want to participate in this drama any more than I already do. Given my circumstances, it seems excessive for me to be the wingman for him facing his cheating wife. Marty says it's good, he will do the rest himself. Evelyn, perhaps he is more of a man than you could have imagined. He visits Evelyn's automobile, picks my equipment, and we say farewell. That was practically 2 hours ago. My phone hasn't been blowing, hence I'm not sure what's going on with Evelyn. I did get one text message from Marty indicating it was done and he was heading to his parents' place for real this time. Ever then, I have been at Mark's. That sums up my role in Marty's narrative essentially. He entered the house recording with his phone if he was wise and followed my counsel. Later on I will find out. Still, my first focus is getting home to tell Sarah the wedding is off. She almost certainly will take it poorly. There is no way she won't. But as I mentioned, right now I simply cannot get married to her. Though I'm not sure what the future holds for us or whether we will live with each other or not, most definitely we are not getting married anytime soon. For those who keep repeating, why didn't you speak with her first? Why did you not face her? Are you folks dumb? I have to ask. She stone cold lied in front of her brother-in-law, whom she has known for roughly 10 years and allegedly believes to be a truly wonderful husband and father. I'm not wired that way. Maybe you are foolish enough to believe that someone can lie that ruthlessly to someone they should care about and then give you the truth. I never had cause to doubt Sarah or not trust her until that point. She was physically unreliable in front of my face and I should let it go or expect her to be honest with me. You probably have no idea what it's like to have your whole perspective of someone change suddenly. It's confusing and, quite honestly, a little panic-inducing. Since it brought me to the truth, I'm actually surprised I kept my head and followed my instincts instead of rushing her right away. If she had lied to me and then deleted those text messages, I would never have read the terrible things she said, never seen how crafty and two-faced she could be, and never learned how little I really knew about her. It would have been shockingly simple for her to lie to me and then erase those texts. I'm headed home to chat to Sarah. I will notify everyone later with the official result. Not expecting it to be a nice one. Here's still another update for you folks. I suppose there is plenty to cover and that much has transpired. If I'm honest, most of it hasn't been that outstanding. Actually, it has been quite shoddy, but I will get to that. I started off somewhat late that evening, leaving Mark's residence. Though she had no idea the company was really her sister's affair, Sarah already knew I was out talking business with him. Still, it was approaching an irrational hour, partly because I was trying to muster the strength to go home and confront her. Following 2 or 3 pep talks from Mark, I finally got off my keister, texted Sarah that I was heading home, and drove away. As I mentioned in the last report, I was really taken aback when I arrived, since Evelyn was sobbing on the couch with Sarah when I stepped into the house. This was most likely the last thing I expected, since Evelyn's car had disappeared from the driveway when I returned home. I stopped momentarily and almost spun around and left. I thought Evelyn's presence would make a terrible scenario a million times worse, so this was not how I expected this to be going down. Still, I had plans for which I wished to advance. The symbolic clock was running in the back of my mind. I had friends to tell and wedding plans to cancel. Both Sarah and Evelyn glanced up at me in thanks when I walked into the room, but the litany of charges never materialized. I just looked back, questioning my eyes. The moment passed. Evelyn returned to crying. Sarah returned to consoling, and I let the awkward half-minute hang in the air as I considered. Marty seemed to have neglected mentioning my help with Evelyn's affairs discovery. Not for any other purpose than to watch how Sarah responded, I chose to play dumb. I settled on a reclining chair, dropped my laptop bag, and pulled my phone from my pocket. I pretended to be fidgety with it, then asked them, "What's going on?" Evelyn simply kept crying, but Sarah turned to look at me and said, "Marty is divorcing Evie." Well, certainly, I figured as much. I chose to forward with the obvious inquiry. "What for?" I said to her. Sarah looked at me and stopped massaging Evelyn's back momentarily. Her face seemed to twist and distort practically. Imagine the look a 5-year-old produces when you order them to finish their lima beans or eat their broccoli. Evelyn looked at Sarah a way I wouldn't have known from a sister, and there was a pregnant silence until Sarah blurted, "She cheated on him." Now, I have to admit, this answer really stunned me. I had definitely not expected this. Indeed, the more cynical readers here could believe that, well, the cat was out of the bag, so there's no point in hiding it. And indeed, that is accurate. She could have, however, equally easily pretended to be ignorant, or perhaps phrased it another way. Like Marty accused Evie of cheating, instead of essentially verifying it to my face. Though it's part of my job to pay attention to not only what people say but also how they say it, so maybe I'm being pedantic here. Evelyn wasn't happy about this. She sort of sank into the couch a little and performed this unusual simultaneous sigh and sob. I must have stammered a little, but I wanted to keep on and head for the gold, sort of speaking. Sarah most likely saw it as shock, and although she would have been right in a sense, just not in the way she would have anticipated. "Do you know?" Sarah nodded, her hand still massaging her sister's shoulder. She said nothing. Not slow, I asked the clear follow-up. "How long?" 6 months came back far more readily than I had anticipated. Her easy admission to it startled me. Evelyn was startled as well. She smacked her sister's hand off her, and I believe even Sarah was slightly startled to say it aloud. Leaning back in the recliner, I got ready to pull the rest of the Band-Aid clear. "We aren't planning to get married." From both sisters, there were 2 looks like surprised goats and a chorus of "What?" Rising, I repeated myself, "We're not getting married. Not for 6 months especially. I cannot wed someone who would hide infidelity." Sarah jumped off the couch and opened her arms. The body language screamed, "You can't be serious." But I merely put my palms in front of myself. "I take this seriously. Not little, I dislike this. I can't get married to you with way I feel, and I dislike that you participated in this. One would make a mistake here." The waterworks began right away, and even Evelyn performed the perch-like mouth action meant to be sucking air. Wails from Sarah, claims of not loving her, appeals to my sense of obligation, lost money, trouble for all our friends, humiliation of it all. Though it was really nothing I hadn't considered, hearing Sarah express it through agonizing sobbing felt quite different. I responded, "Look, I already canceled the honeymoon," trying to persuade Sarah of the finality of it all. Well, maybe not, since I have no idea how long Marty would have kept my involvement in everything off the books. Not happening is what I'm saying here. The second it left my mouth, I realized it was a bomb, and the explosion was almost instantaneous. To her credit, Evelyn had always been really fast on the pickup, which most likely helped her fool her husband for so long. When she combined my look at the bar earlier in the evening with her awareness, I could almost see the realization setting in on her. She yelled, "You son of a expletive," and shot across the room at me. Though I'm not a big man now and I'm not slouch either, the power Evelyn threw at me caused me to lurch backward. I hardly had time to grab my hands before her finger-based raking of my face began. I nearly dropped the phone I still had in hand, but I pushed her away and yelled very loudly, "Evelyn, get off me! Sarah, get your sister in line!" Evelyn sprang for me once more, but shockingly Sarah wrapped her arms around her sister's waist and kept her in place as asked. Holding my phone up for emphasis, I exclaimed, "Get out of here right now, or I am calling the police," at Evelyn. Sarah urged us both to cool off. She doesn't have anywhere to go right now," she told me, and Marty took her car keys. That explained the empty driveway automobile, but it didn't really matter. With Evelyn, I was 100% through and I wanted to make sure she knew it. I marched into my house office, slammed the door, and called the police. I said I had locked myself in my office, had been attacked by the sister of my fiancé, and that I was bleeding from my face. My vision was fuzzy and Evelyn had scraped me really nicely around the inside of my left eye. I was afraid for my life. I even informed them I had on my phone the whole fight captured. Sarah knocked on the door just as I was wrapping out my call through. Kindly leave. We have to discuss this. Kindly, I love you. Please, do not do this. We have no need of doing this. Even Evelyn wants to apologize. She feels guilty. Though Sarah was clearly losing her expletive, I'm rather confident last one was a lie. I ignored her, and her attempts to cajole me from the office stopped most likely just as the cops arrived at our front door. I decided to come out when I heard Sarah chatting to them. Two men made up the cops. One of them appeared younger than me, perhaps around Sarah's age, and the other one appeared older and more irritated about life in general. I said hello, pointed at Evelyn, said she attacked me, and volunteered to show the cops the tape I recorded. The younger one questioned whether I intended to file charges. I agreed. Once more, he asked me whether I intended to file charges. Again, I answered yes. Both police glanced at each other at this time. Before the young cop could open his mouth once more, I exclaimed, "Yes, damned it, I want to press charges. I have video proof, this is going to court. Else, I'm going to ask your supervisor to come down and handle it personally." Not that we are buddies or anything, but given my line of work, I spend plenty of time engaging with local law enforcement, and I have seen most of the brass or spoken with them on the phone a couple of times in the last several years. I think they were really shocked that I recognized his name. To be honest, I was starting to get really hot under the collar at this point. Although I could see what these men were thinking, I absolutely disagree with it. Facts are what they are. Facts. Yes, I might not be bleeding on the floor, but Evelyn attacked me in my own house and I wanted her gone. Fortunately, the matter did not quickly get out of hand. The two cops detained Evelyn and placed her in the rear of the police car. She was weeping and squealing all the entire time, like some kind of gibbering crazy. Sarah wasn't any better. She merely kept repeating, "No, please no," again and over. The younger cop rounded around at this moment to ask whether everything was fine here. I simply let them know I was heading to bed. Again, he asked Sarah. She didn't reply right away, so he inquired, "Is everything okay here, ma'am?" By now he was clearly searching for something. Though I hated this man, I bit my lip. Sarah only nodded at the cop when she at last realized he was addressing her. Clearly unhappy with this, the man began to ask her once more. At which point I interrupt, "If you want to go on a fishing expedition, you might want to do it over there on the lawn where my doorbell camera isn't recording you." By now I had pushed my luck with this man one too many times, but what could I do? I believe I was most likely around 30 seconds from having the cuffs slapped on me until his teammate arrived and essentially drew him away. Presumably in his late 50s, he was an elderly man who most likely didn't want to handle two arrests straight at the start of his shift, particularly given one of them clearly would be more hassle than it would be worth. He most certainly guided him out of it, and they left carrying Evelyn away and hopefully permanently out of my life. By now I'm considering whether or not I want to remain here. My parents reside a few hours away, and considering how poor I will be in the near future, ruled out either their apartment or a hotel, so I just chose to sleep in the guest room. I told Sarah we would talk tomorrow, that I was sleepy and didn't want to be bothered. She made some fruitless attempts to persuade me to interact with her in conversation or sleep in our bed. She let me alone, thankfully, and I crashed harder than I had in years. Which basically puts us up to current with the most recent upgrade. But, dear Reddit friends, let me tell you this, The next day was most certainly the strangest effing day of my life. I first got up at 11 a.m. Sarah had cleaned the house from top to bottom. She was still home. I mean, the floor gleamed, the toilet shone. I could lick the bathroom's linoleum and it would have most likely been minty fresh. She clearly had been busy, but when she noticed me she sort of hovered out of direct range, not exactly interesting but seeming like she wanted to say something. I understand. Last night was horrible for everyone and she was most likely unsure. Did I just call off the wedding right in the middle of things? Was I treating this seriously? Was I genuinely furious? Breathing deeply, I told her we had to stop our conversation. I considered rebuffing her when she tried to seat next to me on the couch, but I didn't. We were not getting married, so I didn't have to act like I disliked her since, honestly, I didn't. Though I was mildly appalled by some of the things I had read in her text interactions with her sister, I was disappointed in her. Yet, we were both hurting here and I didn't want to make it any more complicated than it already was. For Sarah to really and completely believe the wedding was off, I had some more convincing work. She was not responding well, that is, understated. She was absolutely wrecked. She was, I believe, occasionally hyperventilating. Though clearly not only was this my idea, but I had also had more time to come to terms with it. I was keeping it together better. She finally addressed the important question. What about us? People are going to hate me a lot for this, especially the kind of Redditors who believe any transgression in a relationship qualifies for nuking from orbit. One could even argue that my calling off the wedding resembled throwing a Moab over our 6-year marriage. Actually though, I had no response for Sarah at that very moment. I told her so. I just didn't know. I claimed I read all those text messages and it revealed a side of her I didn't know existed, and that I wasn't sure about her or our relationship anymore. I replied I couldn't understand why she would go along with Evelyn, discounting Marty and participating in, even egging her on, and cheating on not only him but also their daughter too. I know, it was wrong, I know, she said repeatedly. She couldn't offer an explanation when I asked her for one. She merely stated she had to pick her sister and that she got carried away. I told her I considered a good sister to be someone who kept you on the straight and narrow and refused to grant a free pass allowing you to be a douchebag. She agreed with me and claimed she would try better, but Evelyn had always been the boss when they were little and she was always the follower. I get this. I have an older sibling as well, and although I live somewhat more independently, I spent the previous 18 years of my life living on the other side of the earth with him except for the rare trip around Thanksgiving or Christmas. Still, maybe I had a leg up on Sarah since Evelyn was a piece of garbage while my older brother was a great man. Here is where I experienced my second significant effing shock of life in like 48 hours. To me, Sarah adds, it's not fair, it's unfair. What is not fair? I sought her. I got over it since you were sexting that bimbo wife Mandy lady on Instagram last year. Though I was harmed, I overcame it. Why cannot you move past this? Why, huh? Where? What the devil is she talking about? Mandy, the bimbo wife. Is who? Like, I have no effing clue. I questioned her whether she had a psychotic break or was high. Alright, that was harsh of me, but I have not been cybersexing or sexting anyone, particularly not some Instagram girl. At this point, I'm objecting very loudly. Sarah is yelling at me through her tears, saying she saw the letters last year and chose not to confront me since I had stopped. She apparently had been looking at my social media from my house computer while I was at work, which should have been quite dull given I only have family and a few work colleagues on there. She's just calling me a liar and a pervert and all kinds of expletive, so I try to make this case to her, offering to let her log into all my accounts and check for herself. Things are spiraling out of control and she begins throwing objects at me. I warn her that, should she toss one more item, I will have her removed from this house exactly like her sister. She stomps off to the master bedroom and shuts the door, swears at me. At this point, I am so damned perplexed I hardly know what to think. I power up my desktop, head into my office, and Google bimbo wife Mandy. Indeed, there is an Instagram, a Twitter, a Reddit, even OnlyFans. When I click on one of the Instagram links, a picture of a really curvaceous woman, like obviously stretching the boundaries of science and technology, comes up. And no, try to guess her country, Australia. Everyone, keep in mind all the great things I spoke regarding my brother, who was lodging with us last Christmas, all the way from Australia. Guess who I mentioned? Sure, go ahead and use my office computer to play games if you have jet lag. Based on what I know, my brother signed into either Instagram or anything else after his wife and children went to sleep and most likely paid money to sext with this girl. What fantastic effing man you are. Now I would want to contact my brother and not only confirm my suspicions but also give him a goddamn earful. However, it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. It will have to wait. I am, however, crawling the walls here trying to figure out my feelings about everything. Everyone really lets me down. Damn, what is this planet coming to? I ask myself. Try as I might, it doesn't really come together for a fleeting instant as I try to link whatever the heck Sarah watched my brother do with what she done with Evelyn. She didn't confront me when she saw this. Maybe she's a more forgiving or tolerant person than I am, thus I wish she had. It would have given me a chance to even demonstrate her how I would behave and to straightforwardly explain her my full personal opinion on these matters. I'm not sure whether it would have affected her later on in a positive or negative manner. All I know is that this piece is turning into a novel and I blew off most of the morning when I ought to be getting this out of my thoughts and onto this page. Although I feel better for doing it, there are still most likely 2 to 3 posts to write. I'm not going to upload them to this subreddit longer. I'm not sure they would let me. But, I will try to gently update my profile in the next day or 2 with the rest of the blowout, talking to my brother, talking to my parents and Sarah's parents, and last, where Sarah and I stand. One thing I can say though is that for a variety of reasons most of my direct family ties tend to be somewhat strained. Although my parents are mostly encouraging, as the reality of the financial loss sets in, their support is waning. Indeed, the marriage is still off. From the beginning, that was rather almost guaranteed. Sarah's parents seem a little more agitated. I'm sure they are inserting pins in voodoo dolls made right now in my likeness. For those curious, Evelyn is out of jail. She got Sarah to bail her out, and I even slammed on Sarah for that, labeling her her sister's underling, which I believe really resonated with her as she sent me a 20-page letter about how her sister always dominated her over her whole life. Having read it twice, I wish we had discussed this almost anywhere throughout the past 6 years. Perhaps things would be different. Not clear. Anyway, Reddit, if anyone is still interested, expect a last chapter of this tale in a day or 2 and maybe a follow-up when the former wedding date passes. This update has taken more time to arrive at than I had first planned. Many things have kept me somewhat busy over the past few days. It wasn't until today, when I had some free time following lunch, that I could sit down and get this out. I'll aim to get through as much as I can. But before that, let me mention a few things in response to last post comments. I shall attempt to be succinct. First of all, aside from what I know, Marty is still divorcing her. I know not much else about what is happening with his divorce. Clearly, nothing including paperwork exists, but the purpose is evident. Apart from that, I'm not particularly in a position to be supporting any kind of course of action Marty should follow, provide him legal counsel, or help him in doing anything to the other man or tracking out the other man's wife, etc. Growing-ass dude Marty can do with the circumstances whatever he wants. As his friend, my role is only to assist him and provide guidance should he so seek. Second, this is not some kind of guerrilla marketing for an OnlyFans female. If it was, I should have posted it on the initial post, which was seen by nearly 3 million people in first page of Reddit. Given that this post became somewhat famous on Reddit, it's not really surprising that bimbo wife Mandy, another Redditor, happened to be following the narrative and spotted her name. It might have easily been any other of the hundreds and hundreds of girls using Reddit to share their photos. And briefly speaking of Mandy, I have in fact chatted with her. She looks personally really friendly, and she was really extremely helpful in verifying stuff for me. But guys, Mandy is married, clearly quite happily, for almost 2 decades. There are no romance plans here going forward. And honestly, genuinely, her husband must be cool with it. Nevertheless, she is far too much for a simple insurance guy like me to handle. With that all out of the way therefore, on to the update. Last time I wrote, I concluded it believing my brother had chatted with Mandy using my office computer, but it was too late for me to get in touch with him. Among those guys are individuals who, once presented with a challenge, have to be actively working on solutions. This is fantastic for my line of work, but in circumstances like this all I was doing was driving myself crazy. I thus made the decision to inhale deeply, wait till later and go on with what I had to accomplish, leaving everything aside. First thing first was trying to get every person from my side who I had invited to the wedding notified of its cancellation. As you may remember, I had previously told my parents and had them call my relatives on the day I made up my mind. Only Sarah and I know the full guest list, thus I had to do the rest alone. Respect for my friends drove me to choose to call rather than text, but this might have been a bad choice since every phone call usually led to a very long justification of why I was postponing the wedding. Though I could have offered some other explanation, I wanted people to know that I wasn't being lazy or perhaps having cold feet, something inane. Not just for my personal reputation, but also in order to honor the people who had pledged to demonstrate support for Sarah and me that day. This meant it was now dawn time in Australia since I just managed to get in with everyone late in the evening. Though I knew what I had to do, I wanted to be sure my ducks were all in line, so I paused in the kitchen to make a sandwich. Sarah wasn't home, I noted. When she departed and settled down to eat and consider what to do about my brother's predicament, I had no idea. For simplicity here, let's name my brother Carl. Carl and I have always been really close even though he is 13 years older than me. In my life, he was this kind of quasi-parental agent as he was already well on his way to become an adult by the time I could have long-term memory. He was always kind with his time, played with his younger brother when other teenagers would most likely have avoided such an activity like the plague, and generally seemed to me growing up to be rather mature and wise. Simply said, I really respected him. I was still getting used to the concept that he had been sexting a female not his wife in my house, and I had to make decisions. Talking to him about it was clear-cut, but at this point I didn't know if I cared about having him confess only to clear my name considering how shoddy my relationship with Sarah was. Anything may be saved though? For minimum propriety at least, I had to holler at him about this and persuade him to stop. I wasn't sure though, if I should tell my sister-in-law about it or not rat him out. Everything rested on what he said me and whether or not I trusted him. After eating, I got onto Facebook and video phoned Carl. Carl is nearly always available during the day and now works largely from home as a remote office worker since his expertise is IT. And today was exactly the same. It hardly rang more than once or twice before his response. We greeted one another, exchanged some niceties, and then I just sort of jumped into it and asked him whether he had been using my computer to sex chat with ladies on the internet when he was visiting me. Carl's expression froze, and he bent over the camera's out-of-frame view, clearly closing his office door. Definitely yes, I did. Ask me why? He asked me. Under my breath, I swore and told Carl Sarah had believed his flirting was me since he used my computer. I told him I wasn't glad to pay the hit for him, and I questioned him straightforwardly whether Karen knew about this or not. He hesitated for a few seconds, stammered over his words, then looked a little ashamed and answered, "No, Karen didn't know. He would want it kept that way." He continued by saying that, mostly in the bedroom department, their relationship had been very difficult since their youngest was born 4 years earlier. Carl had always been a quite reserved guy, particularly in terms of personal details. At least he had always been that way when he was chatting to his much younger baby brother. But this time he merely let it all fall out. Things had been horrible. Karen was always exhausted no matter what he did or how much he helped around the house. He had been bored of being turned down. Eventually, this resulted on issues on his side. Some type of performance anxiety on the few times Karen would actually feel up for some bedroom fun, and things just grew worse from there. Basically, there's no amount of socks picked up, laundry folded, dishes washed, or time spent minding children that would get me laid. It was just not happening, he stated. So I started to spend time in my office at night working. He even used the finger quotes to convey this. Apparently, his working at night became a quite strong addiction to OnlyFans sites, which swiftly spiraled out of hand given the relative privacy he enjoyed at his office for legitimate work. When I asked him whether he was still doing it, he swore up and down saying he wasn't. When he said it I thought I believed him. He seemed to be honest, but I just got this niggling sensation in the back of my mind that something was wrong. Perhaps it was because of all the dishonesty I experienced lately, but I was questioning my own brother, who has been a stand-up person to me our entire life. Being in this state truly disgusted me. The challenge I now encountered here was somewhat sophisticated. First, I would have to have my brother inform Sarah that it was him all along if I wanted my name cleared. But if he did that, then there was no assurance Sarah wouldn't angrily tell Karen. Though at the same time I didn't know if I felt comfortable perhaps throwing a nuclear on my brother's marriage over something he not only stated he stopped. Personally I thought it would be better if Karen knew. This sort of moral gray area is what I find. Though I didn't know exactly what to do, I urged him to notify his wife about this and start marriage counseling. They had been coming for the past 6 months, he added, and while it was beneficial, receiving a prescription for some generic Viagra had truly helped him. I really took at that, carefully misting my computer screen with water. He told me they had been attempting to schedule at least a couple of times a week intimate time, and the Viagra had helped him overcome performance anxiety to the point where now they were both looking forward to time with each other after the kids went to bed. Everything was basically, "Hey, this is actually going in the right direction now, please don't screw this up for us." Not only for the benefit of Carl and Karen, but also for my 2 nieces, I truly did not want to be in this position. And if what Carl was telling me was the truth, I could be hurling a firebomb into a relationship that was beginning to heal. It was uncertain what would happen. Indeed, some people would find it disappointing, but at the moment I felt waiting and seeing was the best choice I had. After all, I was going to see him in a few weeks in person, And once I got him alone in a room and a few beers into him, I was going to most certainly find the truth of this. Still, it appeared to be the best line of action any. I got in early that evening. I saw Sarah just the following morning. She seemed sloppish, as though she slept very little. Mostly out of habit after all, we had been together for almost 6 years. I asked her where she had been. She informed me she had drove Evelyn to her parents' place and stayed overnight, following her down to the courthouse for her arraignment to post bail. She brought up how terrible it was to have to inform her parents I had called off the wedding. She shouted, "Of course they do," when I asked her if her parents knew the cause. Though by now I was losing it, I attempted to keep cool. Bit back at her, "Are you going to move back there so that they have both girls at home now?" Though it was small and insignificant, her bail of Evelyn from jail infuriated me to no end. She urged, "You don't need to be an ass about this." And I responded, "And you don't need to be Evelyn's FC King underling." When I told Sarah that, I could see her clearly withering. Clearly it had connected with people. Her eyes began to tear at the corners, and I tempered my temper. We basically stood miles apart in our house's living room and said nothing for a good solid minute or two before Sarah decided to keep on chatting. "Our parents are coming here at 3. I really faced palmed at this. Just my own ego? I was about to leave on her without consulting her on this. After all, I did have to meet down with them and hash out the specifics of the wedding and whatever remaining deposit we had, and at least once personally explain to everyone why it wasn't happening. Good, let's do this and clear things out. I tried to keep busy, but on a Sunday there isn't much you can do but waste time. Time wasting isn't very fun when you know you're going into the meat grinder in a few hours. Still, 3 p.m. arrived, as did our parents. Just 1 month after we closed the house, we all gathered around the big kitchen table Sarah had purchased. She loved it even though it was second-hand from Facebook Marketplace, as it was solid oak with a lovely finish and fit for seats. She always wanted to have large dinner gatherings with our family over, just not like this. The next 3 hours were tortuous. Nobody should have been happy. None of them were. Unsurprisingly, my own parents were the best source of support I could find. Yet, even that was limited, basically in line with, "Well, it's his decision to make," which more or less implies, "Yeah, we think this is crazy too, but we're still backing him." To be honest, that was great with me. The stigma by connection of calling off the wedding did not need my parents to be obtained. With embracing it, I was good. We finally worked out a reasonable agreement on the wedding. We would try to retrieve whatever money we could, divide it back, and then eat whatever losses there were shared together. When it came to the house though, Sarah fiercely disagreed with my suggestion of reimbursing her or her parents the deposit. She basically intended not to move. As you can guess, Sarah and I hadn't really discussed the SRS, same-sex relationship status, living together scenario in too great depth. She was startled when I even mentioned clearing the house equity, since the message here is that I expect her to leave our house. She had a fit, I have no guilt about it. Before attempting to work with her parents on a payment schedule, I should have resolved our relationship status with her first. It definitely indicated to everyone how I felt about our relationship. And Sarah was beside herself. Even if I believe our parents expected it, or at least understood. She made it plain. "I am not moving out of my house, and we are not breaking up," she said, clearly rejecting our splitting over this. And that's essentially how my Sunday night came to finish. Sarah and I tried to talk it out some more once our parents left, but we kept circling each other and I had to restrain my natural inclination to run her down until we found a solution. I wanted to switch off my thoughts since, truthfully, I was also rather exhausted. Unbelievably, we ended up just sitting on the couch watching a movie together until it was time to turn in for the night. We left it there with a, "We'll talk about it more tomorrow," and headed to our respective rooms. Monday morning I woke up to a sizable handwritten note shoved under the door from Sarah. I thought I would deal with it later after glancing quickly at the first few pages and headed to work. Sarah still laid in bed when I left. She had to have written that letter late. I started phoning suppliers and venues on my list at the office and set some appointments. It produced mixed bag of outcomes. Under the pretext that I had ordered most of the food, the catering crew insisted that I pay most of their rates. Over here, I shot back at them like, were they expecting me to eat a week-old steak? But my request went unheard. I tried explaining what happened to the woman running the catering company, but it appeared to further strengthen her will to extract as much money from me. By contrast, the DJ I engaged for the entertainment was quite friendly and returned practically all the money. Events proceeded as follows. And during the day, between calls and working, I perused Sarah's letter. This is 20 pages of written work now, hence I will just summarize. The essence of it was that Evelyn has bullied Sarah from infancy onward. Sarah's approach of handling this was to basically follow anything Evelyn wanted to hear. She continued, saying that she was simply terrified and that her life now operated in a kind of generic manner. Fear to upset the balance, create a disturbance, or occasionally even express a viewpoint. I considered this as, honestly, when I look back at our relationship with a more critical eye, I kind of feel that Sarah was a somewhat too perfect of a girlfriend. She never disagreed with me, never chose her plans over mine, or even fairly argued too forcefully against anything I wanted to undertake. She deliberately tried to be helpful and, generally speaking, behaved more or less like a yes woman in our marriage. Until now, we had never even so much as had a mild debate in 6 years, let alone a full-fledged fight. From a relationship's position, everything sounds fantastic. Until naturally, it isn't. You know, what they call people-pleasing behavior. That is, this deep-seated insecurity and drive to make others happy. When I start looking at it this way, a lot of things make sense to me and I start to realize that despite being with Sarah for 6 years, I really don't know her that well. She seems to have presented this picture all around her, which is essentially a mirror reflecting whatever she believes others desire. In terms of our relationship, she has essentially been playing the ideal girlfriend but never actually letting me inside to see her personally. Hell, it's probably certainly simply another reflection, this time of Evelyn and all her warts and faults, therefore what I saw in those text conversations is not even the actual Sarah. This sounds strange, but it's as if we are in an unequal relationship whereby perhaps she loves me for who I am and how I present my ideas on my face and my heart on my sleeve. Perhaps though, I love her just for the mirror she is pointing up to my face. I'm right there as well. However, I'm not sure if this sounds too metaphysical for you. I'm still attempting to grab by my fingertips this wisp of an idea. The letter Sarah sent me was the first actual insight into her upbringing that I had seen. All I know is that in the past few days, I have most likely learned more about her than I have in the past 6 years. That evening, we continued our conversation, more especially, regarding her behavior and background. Our final decision was that she requires assistance. Too afraid to offend anyone lest she face her sister's fury, her parents' censure, or the loss of love from the one she loves, she is a grown woman who is sadly trapped acting like a child. This is not how a relationship should be, so I can say that I feel far more confident and sure that my call off of the wedding was the right one. Actually, it may not be any more accurate. After our conversation that evening, I went to bed far less tense than I had in a few days. I couldn't locate more, hence the story most likely finishes here. Thus remarked Pepe if you watch this long-ass video. Parents secretly charged $115K on my credit card for my sister's Europe trip, so I reported it as fraud, leading to major family fallout. Though I never imagined I would be producing an article like this, here I am still in shock and bewilderment over what my parents have done. Alex, 28. Has a younger sister, Emma, 22F, who recently graduated from college. Although our parents have always been, let's say, fascinating in their style of raising their children, this most recent act infuriates me. For background, I have always been the family's responsible one. After working hard in school, I applied for scholarships, and straight out of college earned a decent position in finance. Since I was 22, I have been financially independent. I am glad of what I have done. Emma, on the other hand, has always been the family's young darling. I love my sister, so don't get me wrong. Yet our parents have clearly pampered her. Emma was always obviously the favorite growing up. She was never forced to work a part-time job or help with housework. She acquired the newest appliances and outfits. Focusing on my own objectives and future, I tried not to let it disturb me too much. Nevertheless, occasionally the partiality was difficult to overlook. One specific event came to me when Emma was 10 and I was 16. Months of saving had gone into a new gaming system purchase. Excitedly telling my parents I was heading to the store to buy it, the day I at last had enough money. They answered shockingly, "Oh, we already got one for Emma last week, you are welcome to share hers." Though I was heartbroken, I tried to be happy for my sister and stashed my disappointment. Still, forward swiftly toward the present. Emma recently finished with a degree in communications. She worked hard and deserves to celebrate her accomplishment, hence I am actually proud of her. I also gave her a beautiful graduation present, a new laptop she had been coveting. I heard from my mother last week. She was bursting with enthusiasm, sharing with me Emma's ideal graduation present, a month-long trip throughout Europe. Thinking Emma's gift from our parents was a kind one, I was pleased for her. The shocking revelation then came. "We used your credit card to book it all," my mother remarked dismissively, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. We needed the points from your card to upgrade some of the flights and hotels, thus we will pay you back, naturally. I had no words. What I was hearing defied belief. When I finally recovered my voice, I inquired about their expenditure. The response made me feel as though I had been pummeled in the gut. $155,000. $155,000 on my credit card without authorization or knowledge. Trying to keep my voice steady. Mom, I continued. You cannot just use my credit card without asking me. That's illegal. $155,000 is a lot of money. She discounts my worries. Oh, Alex, be not too theatrical. It relates to the graduation of your sister. Family looks out for one another. Beyond that, we're good for it. Eventually we will pay you back. Finally. Even then, what did that mean? And because $155,000 is just casual about when. My mother wasn't hearing it when I attempted to explain to her why this was such a big deal. The effect on my credit score, the fact that I might need the credit limit for emergencies, the pure betrayal of trust. You have always been so selfish, she remarked, her voice going icy. Could you simply be glad for your sister? This is her big moment. Your penny-pinching habits are trying to destroy it. What I was hearing defied belief. For complaining about an illegal $155,000 transaction on my credit card, I was seen as selfish. I hung up the call feeling a mixture of hurt, wrath, and incredulity. I tried to talk to my dad over the next few days, expecting he would be more reasonable, but he confirmed what my mother had said, that I was exaggerating? And I should encourage my sister more. Emma, for her part, appeared completely blind to the circumstances. She simply gushed about how thrilled she was about the trip and thanked me for helping her to graduate. When I tried to discuss it with her, I thought I was insane. Was I indeed the irrational one present? To contest the charges, I decided to phone the credit card company. However, to my astonishment, I found that my parents had booked everything online using my card details, which they had in case of an emergency. The credit card company said that it wasn't deemed fraud as I had provided them with my details. I now have a $115,000 debt, a maxed-out credit card, and a family who believes I'm being self-serving for not wanting to pay for my sister's expensive trip. The individuals who are meant to love and encourage me have betrayed me, hurt and angered me. What to do eludes me. Though I know that would cause great family strife, part of me wants to call off the entire vacation. Another side of me wants to simply pay it off to save the drama, but $115,000 is a lot of money and the idea of the thing truly disturbs me. Furthermore, allowing this fall could set a standard for more financial mistreatment going forward. Is my reaction too strong? Should I just swallow it and pay for my sister's vacation, or should I stick to it even if it means maybe souring ties with my family? I could really use some guidance. I feel lost. Update 1. I appreciate all of your advice and encouraging words. The sheer reaction to my post really startled me. Reviewing your responses helped me to see that my anger over this scenario was not insane. I felt violated. Considering your counsel, I decided to proceed. I first escalated the problem by phoning my credit card provider once more. I detailed the circumstances, stressing that although my parents had my card information for an emergency, I had never approved this particular use. Following some back-off, they decided to look at the charges as possible fraud. I then asked for a family Zoom call to go over the matter and texted Emma and my parents groupwise. Before acting more forcefully, I wanted to let them have an opportunity to write this. The call was, at least mildly intense. I began gently outlining why their acts were unacceptable, the legal ramifications, the mistrust, and the financial burden it placed on me. I informed them they had to immediately cancel the vacation since I had reported the charges as fraudulent. The response of my parents did not reflect what I had hoped. They were outraged, accusing me of being dramatic and seeking to spoil Emma's graduation party. My mother went so far as to add, "We raised you, clothed you, and covered your head with a roof. The least you could do is assist your sister in having a lifetime of travel." I inhaled deeply and answered, "You decided to have children. Your obligation as parents was to support us. It does not mean you are free to use credit cards under my identity." Emma, who had been calm up until now, started crying. She wailed, "I can't believe you're trying to ruin my graduation gift. You have always harbors envy of me. Why can't you simply be glad for me once?" Her comments stung, but they also sharpened my will. I knew this pattern of entitlement and favoritism ran deep, and it was time to create some clear limits. "Emma," I continued, trying to keep my voice soft but strong, "I'm glad for you and I'm proud of your graduation. But this vacation was booked illegally with money taken without permission. It's not okay and it's not a gift from me." At last, my normally quiet dad spoke up. Son, we didn't think it was such a big deal. For crises, we have always had access to your card. As a family, we simply reasoned that this one occasion would be acceptable. What I was hearing defied belief. Dad, this was not an emergency and $155,000 is not a small sum. You cannot only choose to spend my money without consulting me. Emma was crying, my parents were furious, and I felt exhausted but determined when the call finished. Insisting that I was overreacting and that they would reimburse me shortly, they refused to call off the trip. Following the conference, I moved forward. I told a buddy of mine, a lawyer, the circumstances. He cautioned me that, should I decide to take legal action, what my parents did was in fact illegal and grounds for legal action exist. I also reported the illegal credit card use by going to the police station. The officer I spoke with took down all the specifics and was sympathetic. He advised me that although following charges would probably cause a significant divide in my family, I was quite within my rights to do so. About what to do going forward, I'm still divided. I adore my family, on one hand, yet I get nauseous thinking about suing them. Conversely, their behavior is inappropriate, hence if I do not act strongly right now, this kind of behavior may resurface in the future. I have chosen to wait and see for now what results from the credit card company's inquiry. To stop any more illegal usage of my information, I also froze my credit. This whole scenario has let me know I had to set more rigid rules for my family. Though I've always attempted to be the peacekeeper, that is, to straighten things out and maintain everyone's happiness, I have let myself be repeatedly exploited in doing so. Though I'm hurt and outraged, I also feel an odd sort of empowerment. I'm standing up for myself and saying no, this is unacceptable, for the first time. Though unpleasant and frightening, it also seems vital. Again, thanks all for your support and guidance. Once I have more updates on the credit card inquiry or if anything else comes of course with my family, I will update once more. Update 2. My previous update was several weeks ago and a lot has transpired. I wish to thank them once more for their help and guidance. Your remarks have been a lighthouse through this trying period. First, the good news. My credit card company's inquiry came back positive. They reversed the charges since they agreed they were illegal. Having that $115,000 weight off of my shoulders relieves a great deal. Now let's consider familial fallout. All hell exploded when my parents and Emma discovered the credit card dispute had caused the trip to be cancelled. Furious calls and texts swamped my phone. Saying I had destroyed Emma's life, my mother left an especially angry message labeling me a selfish, unappreciative son. Emma went to social media and shared a moving video about how her spiteful brother had ruined her dream graduation trip. A few of our shared friends and relatives began contacting me to find out why I was treating my younger sister so badly. The matter was spiraling out of control, and I knew I had to straighten the record. I posted a calm, objective piece outlining what had actually happened. How my card had been used without my consent and how I had tried to mend things with my family prior to acting with the credit card company. The reaction to my post was uneven. Some were encouraging, expressing dismay at the behavior of my parents. Others felt I ought to have just taken one for the team and let Emma travel. Finding out how many others felt it acceptable to conduct fraud as long as it was for the family opened eyes. A few days following my post, my mother's sister called me unexpectedly. She offered some family history I hadn't learned before and showed understanding of my circumstances. My mother apparently had a history of financial irresponsibility and has past taken advantage of family members. My aunt gave me her support and urged me to be firm. Talking with my aunt helped me to see that the problem went beyond one occurrence. Years of enabled and excused behavior have set a habit of behavior. I understood then that I had to keep strict limits not only for my own benefit but also to stop the cycle of financial mistreatment. I made the decision to go really big. For the foreseeable future, I informed my parents I would be not interacting with them at all. I said I couldn't trust them right now and I needed time to sort through what had happened. Emma also heard me say that although I loved her and felt good about her accomplishments, I wanted some distance from her too. Their responses were almost always unfavorable. My parents charged me with severing the family. Emma sobbed and stated I was punishing her for something outside her control. Though difficult, I stayed to be sure of my choice. Amid all this family turmoil, I have been especially focused on shielding myself against potential financial mistreatment. I replaced all of my passwords, closed the credit card my parents had access to, and opened a fresh one at another bank. To work through my emotions about the circumstances and create better limits, I have also begun visiting a therapist. One unanticipated benefit of this whole process is that it has brought me closer to a few relatives and my aunt, who contacted me to provide encouragement. Knowing that not every member of my family finds what my parents did acceptable is good. Regarding Emma's graduation vacation, I learned via the family grapevine that her parents are still considering sending her someplace. Though I keep reminding myself that it wasn't my obligation to offer that for her, part of me feels bad about her missing the Europe vacation. I still find myself battling doubt and remorse. Sometimes I worry whether I did the right thing or too hard, but then I remember the violation I felt when I found out what they had done, and I know I made the correct decision in speaking out for myself. Though it's a painful wake-up call, this event has also been a valuable lesson in self-respect and establishing limitations. I'm finding that love shouldn't have a price tag, and that saying no, even to family, is okay. Again, I appreciate your support. For now, I'm concentrating on mending and moving forward. I will post should there be any noteworthy changes. Update 3. My last update was almost 2 months ago, hence I wanted to let you all know some advancements. Over this trying period, your ongoing support and guidance has been priceless. Let us start with the most urgent matter, the legal one. Following much thought and legal advice, I opted against charging my parents. This wasn't a simple choice, and I know many of you suggested I file a lawsuit. My attorney noted, though, that since the credit card company had reversed the charges, going for a criminal prosecution would be difficult and maybe expensive without any assurance of victory. Rather, we have formally written my parents a cease and desist letter telling them that any future use of my financial data will cause instant legal action. Now, on the family matter. The no-contact period with Emma and my parents has been instructive and difficult at once. It allows me time to consider our family dynamics and concentrate on myself. Having regularly attended therapy, which has been quite beneficial in helping me to process my emotions and create better limits, about 1 month into the no-contact period, Emma sent me an uninvited email. Unlike her earlier crying claims, this email was refreshingly adult. She said she had given it much thought and came to see how mistaken our parents' behavior was. She felt bad about her first response and about not defending me. Emma said she had always known about the favoritism but had been too comfortable and afraid to question it. Though I was cautiously hopeful by Emma's email, I decided to go gently. Since then, we have had a few phone calls. From what I can see, she is actually attempting to grasp my viewpoint. She had earlier kept to herself some of her own experiences with our parents' financial carelessness. The aborted Europe trip seemed to be a wake-up call for her as well. Regarding my parents, they have been less ready to take accountability. From guilt-tripping emails to enraged voicemails, they have tried multiple times to reach me. One day, my mother even showed up at my apartment without warning, creating quite a disturbance in the corridor. Though it was tough, I stayed my ground and avoided interacting. The extended family dynamics have been conflicted. Some families have been encouraging, especially my aunt who first got in touch. She is now a great friend and ally. Others, using the "but their family" justification, nevertheless encourage me to reconcile with my parents. For my own mental peace, I have had to cut ties to some of these cousins. Positively, nonetheless, this circumstances has resulted in some unanticipated personal development. Spending the time and effort I used to manage the drama in my family has helped me to concentrate more on my own life and aspirations. I have started a new pastime, photography, and have been spending more time with pals that honor my limits. I have also made some really important financial choices. I started establishing a stronger emergency fund and have been more generous to my retirement funds. The value of financial freedom and stability has been really emphasized by this whole experience. Last week brought one especially fulfilling event. At work, I got a promotion accompanied by a significant wage raise. I might have felt obliged in the past to tell my family this news and the money gained. This time I celebrated privately with a small group of close friends, glad of my achievements free from guilt or obligation to share. Regarding Emma's graduation vacation, my aunt told me our parents ultimately sent her on a 2-week California tour. Emma apparently had fun with it. Looking ahead, I'm somewhat hopeful but yet wary. I have chosen to keep my parents under no contact for at least 3 more months. I need more time to recover and evaluate whether they can honor my limits. Emma allows me to gently restore our friendship, but I'm moving carefully and keeping clear limits. This encounter has really helped me to learn about the real meaning of family, standing up for myself, and establishing limits. Family, I've come to see, is about love, respect, and support as much as blood ties. The friends and relatives who have supported me during this struggle have shown me what actual family entails. About financial freedom, I have also gained a useful insight. Although I have always been frugal with money, this scenario has made me especially more alert. On all of my accounts, I have added extra security measures. I have also become more aggressive in safeguarding my financial data, even from relatives. Particularly during family gatherings I missed because of the no-contact policy, there have been times of uncertainty and grief. Mother's Day proved especially challenging, But I remind myself that my mental health and personal development depend on this distance. One unanticipated result of this is that I have started to be really helpful to friends handling personal family financial problems. Many people have come to me seeking guidance on establishing limits and handling financially reckless family members. Being able to guide others through the same circumstances makes one feel wonderful. Regarding my parents' financial circumstances, my aunt has told me they are having trouble. Apparently, they had been depending on my credit for purposes beyond Emma's vacation. This has caused some conflict between them since my dad holds my mom responsible for pushing too far with the credit card theft. Though part of me feels bad knowing they are facing money problems, I tell myself that their bad financial choices are not my duty to correct. Emma has offered some observations on how our parents responded to all of this. She adds they still don't really know why I responded so passionately. They can't understand why I'm making such a big deal out of it. They view their activities as natural family behavior. This ignorance irritates me, but it also helps me to realize that I made the correct choice in separating myself. After much thought on my early years and early adulthood, I came to see trends of financial and emotional control I had accepted. Though it's been a difficult journey, it also releases something. I'm learning to validate my own emotions and experiences apart from parental approval. Regarding my personal life, I have lately started dating once more. Dealing with all this familial drama, I had been reluctant to interact with anyone. But lately I came across someone who has been rather sympathetic about my circumstances. Though early days, it feels fantastic to be developing a relationship with someone who upholds my values and limits. I'm also thinking about drastically altering my life. Though I have always wanted a master's degree, I put it off somewhat because of worries about how it would affect my capacity to support my family financially. I'm now really researching programs and thinking about diving in. Making decisions grounded just on what's best for my future and me feels empowering. I find as I draft this update how much has changed in a few months. The first shock and resentment had subsided to be replaced by a cool determination. I'm actively building the life I want for myself, not only responding to the behavior of my family. To those of you perhaps handling such familial problems, I want to say it gets better. Although setting limits is difficult and there can be reactions, keep firm. Your rights include those to guard your mental health, money, and personal belongings. Again, I appreciate all of your support on this trip. Your guidance and support have been a lifesaver. Though I'm not sure what the future holds for my connection with my sister and parents, I know I will be fine whatever comes of it. Right now I'm stronger, more certain of myself, and ready to meet whatever lies ahead. If there are any major changes, I will notify once more. For now, I am focused on forward-looking and creating the life I want surrounded by supportive people. Here's wisdom earned and fresh starts. Update 4. My last update was 6 months ago, and I felt it was time to let all of you, who have been so encouraging over this path, know the most recent developments. First, the most news. I have been accepted into a master's program in a city 3 hours from where I presently live. This 2-year financial technology program fits very nicely with my professional objectives. Starting this fall, I am equal in excitement and anxiety about this new phase of my life. Choosing to work for this degree was not simple. It involves quitting my career, relocating to a new place and starting some student debt, but it also means making investments in my future, in the manner I have always wanted. I came to see that I had been holding back, constantly weighing how my choices might affect my family. It seems quite freeing to now be choosing based on what would be best for me. Regarding my family, things have changed in ways I never would have predicted. 2 months ago, the no-contact period with my parents formally came to an end. I agreed to a family therapy session run under the direction of a professional therapist. It was quite strong. Defensively still believing they had done nothing wrong, my parents arrived, but as the session went on, some shockingly real facts emerged. My dad had hidden from everyone, including my mom, a large loss of money from a poor investment. For months they had been covertly struggling financially, and they looked to my credit card to keep appearances. Many tears and accusations followed from this insight. My dad felt guilty of his bad financial choices, my mom felt deceived by his silence, and both of them at once seemed to realize the weight of what they had done to me. Although this justification does not absolve their behavior, it did enable me to see the desperation driving their bad decisions. The therapist guided us through some of these problems, and for the first time both of my parents sincerely apologized. Monthly family therapy sessions are going to continue under our agreement. Though I'm still keeping strict limits and it's a gradual process, I feel cautiously hopeful about reconstructing our connection on better terms. Emma has kept developing and maturing. She moved into her own apartment and started working full-time in order to reach financial independence. Our conversations have become more frequent, And I feel as though I am first starting to know my sister as an adult. She has even sought guidance on saving and budgeting, which is a major advancement in our relationship. Personal-wise, the relationship I highlighted in my last update has evolved into something unique. Though it means we will be doing long distance for a period, Sarah has been quite encouraging of my choice to return to school. Her own experiences with establishing limits with family have made her a great source of insight and encouragement. Financially, I am in good shape. Thanks to the encouragement I got, I was able to somewhat offset the expenses of graduate school and save a sizable sum for my move. I have also started to defend my financial data far more aggressively. I recently had to turn down an attempt by a distant relative to guilt me into co-signing a loan. Though it wasn't easy, I stood my ground and felt good about imposing limits. I've been thinking about how much has changed since that first startling phone call from my mother concerning the credit card charges as I get ready for this next phase of my life. The hurt and resentment I had then have mostly disappeared. Instead, I now feel empowerment and self-assurance I never realized I had. This process has taught me so much. Even, and especially, with family, I now see the value of establishing and upholding limits. True family, whether related by blood or by choice, promotes your development and respects your boundaries. I have come to see that it is okay to give my own well-being and future top priority. Thank you to everyone who has tracked my narrative and provided encouragement and guidance along the road. During some quite trying circumstances, your words have been a lighthouse of strength and clarity. To anyone who might be experiencing similar family conflicts, know that it is possible to emerge on the other side wiser and stronger. I am excited and full of possibilities as I pack my flat and get ready for this new journey, not something I have felt in years. I'm glad of how far I have gone, and I am excited about what the future presents. I'll be busy with my move and starting school, hence I might not update again for some time. Nonetheless, I will always be appreciative of the help I have gotten here. Here are fresh starts, acquired knowledge, and the bravery to design the life we wish for personally. My stepmother abused my fiancé's young brother, causing a family rift that threatens to destroy our wedding and relationships forever. Original post. Mention of child Abu *E. It's not too graphic, but it's there. I tried posting this on AITA through a different account a couple days ago, but it didn't work out. Given the trigger warning, I'm not surprised. I have since concluded my wife and I did the right thing, so this will be my last attempt to post this story. I tried to add some info and change the wording a little. All names are fake. My 28M stepmother, 49F, is a wannabe party planner. She has taken it upon herself to plan and host every party and holiday my dad's family has thrown since she married him. I never loved those occasions growing up. She's controlling and gets upset if people complain about anything, but humored her for my dad's sake. According to him, this helps her feel included. I'm getting married to my fiancée Jane, 26F, in July. We got engaged in early 2021, but Jane ended up getting pregnant a couple months after that, and we decided to postpone the wedding to focus on our son for a while. So we've had a long engagement. My stepmother has tried to hijack our wedding plans from day one, complaining, contacting our planner, showing up unannounced to Jane's dress appointments, etc. And we have repeatedly asked her to stop. Dad wants us to humor her, but she's clearly resentful of the fact that she's not hosting the wedding or being labeled mother of the groom in invitations. Besides our baby boy, we also have Luke, 4M, Jane's paternal half-brother. She got custody of him a few months into our relationship, after his parents died. I ended up moving in with them during the pandemic, and have been in Luke's life since he was a baby. He doesn't call me dad, and refers to us as his sister and his OP, but we love him like a son. Stepmother though hates Luke. She accuses Jane of baby trapping her way into the family. That accusation only got worse after our son was born. My dad gets along with Jane and adores the kids, but stepmother demands him to refuse babysitting Luke, so we don't leave the kids with them often. Instead, Jane's brother and CL usually watch the kids for us, as their children are close to ours in age. We had a thing last Sunday, and my Bill was out of town with his family. Jane's other siblings live in different cities, as well as my mom and sister. My dad agreed to babysit at our place and we left. We came back to find both kids crying, stepmother screaming, and dad weakly trying to calm everyone down. Apparently, Luke had told stepmother that both he and our son were going to be our ring bearers, and she went ballistic. She screamed that she wasn't going to allow that because he wasn't family. She then made me need to include the trigger warning when he started crying. His lip is still split. She'd never gotten to this point before. We immediately banned her from our house and from our wedding. Dad is fuming and has said he's not going without her. He's also convinced half of his side of the family, by severely downplaying what stepmother did, to boycott the wedding as well. This includes my stepbrother, who fully agrees with his mother no matter how many times I try to tell him the truth. Me and Jane are refusing to budge, but many of my cousins who aren't coming anymore are asking us to reconsider. Pretty much all of Jane's family agrees with us, but one of her aunts has suggested that maybe stepmother is acting out because she doesn't feel welcomed by my family. I've honestly had it with my family enabling her behavior. I love my dad and really want him at my wedding, but I am more than willing to go NC if it means protecting my family. Edit. I think I accidentally deleted the paragraph where I mentioned this, but we did press charges. We took Luke to the pediatrician the next day and gathered every piece of evidence we had. Not only did we have pictures of Luke's face, but by some miraculous strike of luck, we also had nanny cam footage. Some commenters were right to assume that my SM hadn't been invited to our house, but my dad hasn't really gone anywhere without her in years, so we took precautions. We didn't expect her to actually do anything this awful, but we've never trusted her with the kids. The physical attack happened off camera, but there is some footage of her screaming and Luke crying before and after the event. She now has a child abuse charge on her rap sheet. We wouldn't let her get away with this. Edit 2. There is a lot of additional info I want to add. I'll try to respond to at least some of the comments. I did not expect the amount I've gotten so far, but all I'll add for now is that Luke is okay. The visit to the pediatrician happened the day after. He already had a counselor. Jane was pretty traumatized when her dad and stepmom died, and was worried it would rub off on him, and will continue treatment. We've been hugging and pampering him a little more than usual too. He's still upset, but is already doing much better. Update 1. I want to thank everybody who took the time to read and/or comment on my previous post. It's been a tough week, but it's always great to know that people care. I haven't been able to reply to every comment, but I will try to address some in this update. This might get a little long. I'll start off by saying that me and Jane are going NC with my dad and SM. We haven't really spoken to either of them since the incident, and I don't plan on being the one to reach out. Any communication between us is being handled by my younger sister. She's completely on our side, but will remain in low contact for the time being. I've decided to adopt Jane's way of dealing with people she cares about. Forgive what's apologized for, but never forget. Basically, if Dad or SM ever truly understand what they did wrong and sincerely apologize, we're willing to forgive them. Even if begrudgingly so, but we will never ignore, or let them forget, what they did to our family. And for the time being, neither of them will be allowed near Luke, our baby, and any other kids we may have in the future, even if we do forgive them. As for the rest of my family, I read a lot of comments suggesting that I post pictures of Luke's face, as well as the nanny cam footage. I'm not very active on social media, but even if I was, I'm not comfortable exposing my injured preschooler like that, especially given that nothing on the internet ever truly goes away. I also decided not to share the pictures with my family unless truly necessary. I should probably mention that while my family adores my dad, most of them aren't very fond of SM. She had 2 failed marriages prior to meeting my father, the first of which resulted in my stepbrother, and he cheated on his then girlfriend to be with her. My family loved that girlfriend and disliked SM right away. Not only has she been controlling and manipulative since the beginning, she's also tried to force her way into the family matriarch role by any means possible. Taking over planning duties for every family event was her favorite way to do it, because of all the attention and compliments that come with it. The main reason why I hated these parties growing up was because she'd always find a way to make everything about her, including Christmas and mine and my sister's birthdays. The rest of the family felt neutral about it, but they never liked her. With Luke, it was different. Most of my relatives didn't meet him until COVID restrictions got looser, and by then he was 2 years old. He's a bright and genuinely lovable kid, and there weren't really any other small children in the family, so everyone immediately started cooing over him. The way I see it, SM got upset that Jane and Luke were accepted by my family so easily compared to her experience, and that's why she resents them both, but I can't confirm that. She was also mad that, aside from not being the planner, she would have absolutely no involvement in the wedding party. She tried to pressure us into letting her officiate. One of Jane's best friends was offered that role a year ago, making stepbrother my best man. He wasn't interested and I'd already gotten my best friend. Or asking her sister's daughter to be our flower girl. We'd promised Jane's 3-year-old niece. Also, her sister's daughter is 15 and doesn't know us. She also tried to convince us to let my dad walk Jane down the aisle, since her father's gone, but her eldest brother, the Bill I mentioned in the first post, had already been enlisted. SM was disappointed that my family wasn't as involved in the wedding as Jane's, and kept making comments about how that would never happen if we put her in charge. All of that being said, There's nothing that can excuse being that awful to a child, especially if it really is the petty jealousy that I suspect. Because I haven't spoken with my father, my sister has been keeping me updated on what he's been up to. As I found out through her, the story my dad and SM told the rest of the family completely erases Luke's injury and the abuse charges. It insinuates that me and Jane banned them because we got annoyed with SM and decided to take it out on my dad as well. Because most people already disliked SM, explaining what actually happened that night wasn't hard, and most of the relatives that I actually wanted at the wedding have apologized and are berating my dad as well. The people that didn't believe us, as well as those saying we overreacted, have been told they are not welcome in our home anymore. Those are mostly people from my dad's generation, so I can't say I'm surprised. But the realization that they are so biased they're willing to protect a woman they hate, after she hurt a child, just to make my dad happy has reassured me that I don't need any of them in my life. Stepbrother is still in denial. He refuses to believe his mother could hurt a child, even with all the evidence we have. I have to admit I understand. I love my mom too, but that doesn't mean I'd excuse his obliviousness. So he's banned too. It sucks, because we were close growing up, but I don't regret it. Besides, Jane has 3 other siblings besides Luke, the older Bill, a twin brother and a younger sister, and I'm closer to them than I ever was to him. Speaking of Jane's family, they're all furious over what happened, and have been extremely supportive of us. Jane's maternal family basically adopted Luke after she got custody of him, and have called frequently to make sure he's okay. We did manage to save some money with everybody we uninvited, and have decided to use it to help Jane's cousin. She lives in a different country, and was previously unable to come to the wedding, so we're paying for her plane ticket. Luke has gotten much better, and is almost completely back to being the sunny child he's always been. The split lip was shallow. It's healing slowly, but didn't require any stitches. We sat him down a few days ago, and explained that my dad and stepmonster wouldn't be around anymore. He really liked my dad, but understands that he and SM are attached at the hip. He's clearly scared of her, but we're doing our best to make him feel safe. Me and Jane have reassured him that he is family, we love him, and no one will ever change that. I'm not too worried about Dad or SM trying to show up at the wedding, but we've alerted the venue and given them pictures just in case they try anything. Better safe than sorry. Some people brought attention to the fact that SM is a hypocrite for saying Luke isn't family. I agree, for obvious reasons. Her main excuse for pretty much everything she does is that she doesn't feel like my family welcomes her. Dad has been guilting me to take part in everything she plans by reminding us of that for as long as I can remember. The way he continues to make excuses for her without realizing this is basically a case of the pot calling the kettle black, except Luke actually is family, is what has made me accept that, while I will always love my dad, it's not healthy or safe for me and my family to be around him anymore. It hurts to know my son won't have his only remaining bio-grandfather in his life, but he has 2 amazing step-grandpas to make up for it. For now, I'm sad, but satisfied with how things have turned out. I don't like to complain about my life. It's a mess, but a beautiful one. I love my fiancé, I love my kids, and I'm lucky enough to love my job. We're happy. I'm not letting anyone ruin that. To whoever was annoyed at my censorship. When posting on AITA didn't work out, Jane suggested I make the writing less explicit. I'm not used to Reddit yet, so I might have overdone it a little bit. I hope this is my last update on this story, but I'll keep you posted. Again, thank you for all your love and support. Best wishes to all of you. Relevant comments from OOP. The only reason why I know that this is the first time she's hit him is because this was the first and last time she was with the kids unsupervised. Me and Jane were around every previous time she saw Luke. She didn't want my dad to babysit him, and we'd only asked him to on a few occasions before. My sister was still living with them at the time, and has assured me that Luke was never out of her sight. I know and trust my sister enough to believe her. First time or not, I will not give her a second chance. She'll never hurt either of my kids again. OOP when told to secure passwords with all vendors. We've actually had passwords with the vendors since day one. Some of the earlier ones we met actually recommended us to do it. SM did contact our planner a while back saying she had our approval to talk to our vendors. She didn't let her, and we got a bit more strict with passwords after that. Commenter, so is SM serving any jail time? If she attacked a child then and you guys pressed charges, I would imagine she would have to be processed and eventually serve some time for her crime. OOP, we hope so. We're setting up a date for the arraignment. Commenter. Start a file for SM. Keep any and all texts, voicemails and attempts of her communicating. Do the same with anyone who has taken her side because she could escalate, and you may need that info. Those people are flying monkeys and she's sent them to not only plead her case, but report back to her the things you may have told them so she can continue to play her victim card. You were great to have the nanny cam, but should also make sure to notify his daycare or school that she is not to be given info or access to him. Get cameras that have audio just in case she shows up at your house, and password protect all of your wedding vendors and let them know not to give her any info and to notify you if she tries. Your dad may be harmless, but she's not. OOP. That second advice is something we've been pretty occupied with, actually. This past week has been mostly about the kids and collecting evidence, but I'll definitely check out the JN Mill sub. Commenter, did you say that if your father and stepmonster apologize that you will allow them at your wedding? I wasn't quite sure what you were saying. OOP, absolutely not. My father and SM are not welcome at the wedding, no matter the circumstances. They could offer me an island and I'd still refuse to let them come back into our lives right now. I only plan to forgive anything far off in the future, and only if they apologize sincerely. Even then, they will have no access to the kids for years after that. Knowing SM, I highly doubt she'll ever feel sorry for what she did, so we're not counting on it anyway. Update 2. I'll start off by, probably, disappointing a lot of people. We're coming to terms with the fact that it's unlikely SM will get anything more than a slap on the wrist. Me and Jane are discussing our next move with our lawyer, but we're still not sure how we're going to move forward. It's too early to tell anyway, so we're trying not to get ahead of ourselves any more than we already have. However, I'm relieved to announce that we're getting started on the process for a restraining order against SM. We're using the same evidence we gathered the week following the incident, including the nanny cam footage and pictures of Luke, and we'll focus on that for the time being. I still haven't spoken to my father. My sister is still in LC, but is seriously considering cutting ties with him. Because my sister is the only one on my side that still talks to him, my father keeps trying to ask her about me, and whether I've calmed down yet. According to her, he's annoyed that half of his family refuses to talk to him, but still doesn't seem to accept why. I told my sister that she doesn't need to keep playing messenger pigeon between me and our father. I never asked her to do it, and it's clearly taking a toll on her. But she insists she'll stop when it feels right. By the way, there's absolutely no doubt whether SM attacked Luke. Not only did Luke say at the moment we got home, but that was also confirmed by my father in a failed attempt to defend her behavior. He never tried to hide it from us. That, and the fact that he gave Luke an ice bag, is literally the only positive thing I can say about his actions. And SM was too busy screaming about how much of a whining brat Luke was being to deny it. To those who guessed SM is younger than my dad, you get an invisible cookie. She's also 5 years younger than his previous girlfriend. They got together when I was around 15. Also, my stepbrother is only a month older than me. She turns 50 later this year, had him at 21, married his father a year later. Both our kids are doing mostly okay. Luke's back to running around the house in his Superman costume whenever he doesn't have anything better to do. He did have a few nightmares this past week, and is asked to sleep on our bed twice. We don't mention my father around him, and he's still seeing his counselor. Our 14-month-old son has learned 2 new words, hi and bye, and Luke is trying to teach him to say his name. Jane's sister, who moved away for college, is coming over for a couple days to celebrate her 21st birthday later this month. Luke's excited to see her, and Jane's excited to get drunk with her. Can't say I blame her. We're hoping her presence will cheer us all up. I'm not doing so good, and neither is Jane. She's usually the kind of person who tries to keep her negative emotions to herself, but she cried herself to sleep almost every night the week it happened. It breaks my heart to see her like that, and I can't help but feel like this is my fault. There's a part of me trying to tell myself I had no way of knowing SM would do anything like that, but that doesn't really change anything. I allowed my father near my kids unsupervised, even though I knew she'd probably tag along. This is the guiltiest I've ever felt, and I don't think I'll ever forgive myself. Jane has been improving lately, and is trying to convince me to see a therapist. I've never really done that before, apart from a psychiatrist when I was younger, but now feels like a good time to give it a try. I was surprised by a few messages this week from people telling me to forgive my father and SM, as well as re-invite them to the wedding. That's not happening. In fact, I'm not willing to ever forgive SM. My dad has now degraded to a huge maybe, but I will never understand or forget what she did. Also, though the wedding is the last thing on our minds right now, we're not postponing it. We considered rescheduling, but the date we'd settled on is pretty much the only one that works for our guests. We have passwords with all our vendors, and gave them all clear instructions not to talk to anyone but us. Jane's family is bigger and closer to each other, which is why they're more involved in the wedding than mine, but I do have family participating. My sister is one of the bridesmaids, 2 of my cousins are groomsmen, and my mom is walking down the aisle with the wedding party. Going through all of this with Jane has made me understand even more just how much I love this woman. I couldn't ask for a better partner to start a family with, and I have no idea what I'd do without her. This didn't tear us apart, and I couldn't be more thankful. I probably won't make any more updates until after the wedding, unless something big happens. In the meantime, as always, best wishes to all of you. Update 3. I didn't plan on updating again before the wedding, but something pretty huge happened. The good news is we got the RO. The bad news is me and Jane had to see both SM and my father at the court hearing. This was our first time seeing them since we kicked them out of our house over a month ago, and neither of us were looking forward to it. We left the kids with Jane's brother and Sil, so at least Luke didn't have to see them. The hearing itself went a lot quicker than I expected. I'll give credit where it's due. My father was, at the very least, smart enough to understand there was no way they were winning this. There was a lot of evidence against them. Not only did we have the nanny cam footage and Luke's pictures and medical record, but my sister had also gathered every text and email SM had sent her and the family about what happened. And SM hates speaking on the phone, so there were a lot of those. They didn't even bother to get an attorney for the hearing. The judge granted us a protection order against SM. She's not allowed within 500 feet of us or our property anymore. We're changing all our locks this week, and I'm thinking about changing my phone number as well. I have to admit, the moment we left the courthouse was the safest I'd felt since this whole ordeal started. Jane was close to tearing up with joy when we got to the car. We picked up the kids and went to McDonald's with Bill and his family to celebrate. Hours later, my father called me. The order doesn't extend to him, so he can still do that. Jane and the kids were in bed, so I answered. I didn't expect him to change his mind and apologize all of a sudden, but decided to give him one last chance. He tried to start some awkward small talk, but I told him to get to the point. He asked me if the order was truly necessary. I stated, very clearly, that SM was never coming near Jane or my children again, and that I was glad I had an RO to formalize that. Every excuse he had for SM was pretty easy to shut down, but she only hit him once. Yep, and that's enough for me. The kids need their grandma. She's not their grandma, Mom is. She's my wife. You need to respect her. She attacked Luke. She disrespected my family and my own house. I don't owe her anything, least of all my respect. He then went on a rant about family, how much of a godsend SM was and everything she'd done for me and my sister since she came into our lives. I replied by listing every time I could remember about her lying, overstepping a boundary or acting unhinged around me, my family or my sister. I brought up both my adult life and my youth. Examples included her attempts to hijack most of our milestones, recently, our wedding plans, our son's birth, Jane's baby shower and my sister's college graduation. Her obsession with the idea of a perfect family, and her disgusting attitude towards Luke. I also made sure to mention her habits of going through mine and my sister's stuff when we were younger. It's trivial, compared to everything else, but this behavior went on until my sister moved out of their house, only 3 months ago. We're pretty sure she found out about Jane's wedding dress appointments by reading my sister's planner while she wasn't home, for instance. Some of the memories I mentioned are long and hard to explain, but they did cement the fact that SM means nothing to me. He tried to go with the whole, she doesn't feel included excuse again, but I shut him up. I said he'd had the opportunity to protect his grandchildren, but had chosen his monster of a wife instead, and that's enough for me to want nothing to do with him. I hung up without saying goodbye. My sister told me he called her afterwards, and she told him she was going NC with him as well. I think we're both starting to accept our father won't change. It sucks, but he's made his priorities clear, and his children and grandkids aren't among them. For now, that's it. Now that they're fresh in my mind, I'm thinking about sharing some of the stories I reminded my father of, but that's gonna take a while. Until then, as always, best wishes to all of you. Relevant comments. Commenter, but she only hit him once would have ended the phone call for me. OOP, I almost hung up on him when he said that. The only reason I didn't was because I knew I wasn't gonna talk to him again anytime soon, and I still had a lot to say. Commenter. I am curious how your stepbrother is handling all of this. Like, the RO is something you can't just push away. A judge stated that what his mother did was so terrible she needed to stay away from those children. It just feels like something you can't stick your head in the sand and claim that you could never believe that your mother could hurt someone like that. OOP, I haven't spoken to him since days before the RO, and he hasn't tried to contact me or my sister. He was still in denial last time we talked, but seemed a bit doubtful. TBH, I think he's the only one who isn't a complete lost cause and still has a slight chance of coming around. He's still banned, but I might be willing to talk to him about this whole thing. Commenter. Holy hell. If you are comfortable sharing, I know many of us would want to hear those hijacking stories. Hope the kids don't have too terribly long an impact on their life from this, especially the preschooler. OOP. Luke hasn't mentioned her in a while. I don't doubt he was affected by this, but I think he understands everything is okay now. Our baby is barely a year old. And if it's up to me, he won't even know she exists until he's grown. I'll definitely share some of the stories as soon as I can bring myself to write them down. Commenter. It's crazy how the court gave your dad a chance not to give him the protection order and you gave him a chance to explain on the phone and he still managed to screw up. You guys gave so many chances and your dad fails to see that SM is a bad person. Your dad doesn't seem like he's going to change, and until he does, somehow stop giving him more chances. OP, that was his last chance and he blew it. If he ever comes around, and that's a big if, it'll still take me a long time to allow him back into our lives. Update 4. After being engaged for over 2 years, me and Jane finally got married last Saturday. We're still getting used to calling each other husband and wife, but we'll get there. Hopefully. The wedding was awesome. The kids had fun, our extended families finally met, and we danced so much I could barely stand the next day. Luke took his ring-bearer duties seriously, and held my son's hand as they walked down the aisle. Besides my aunt getting shit-faced and being let out on a wheelchair, which I already thought would happen anyway, everything went according to plan. It's been 4 months since we got the RO against SM. Things have been mostly quiet, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Except completely quiet, but we can't always get what we want. I never really worried about SM showing up at the wedding, especially after the RO. It's literally illegal for her to come close to us, and we made it very clear that if she tried, we'd call the cops right away. My friend still warned me to take safety measures, most of which I did. SM didn't show up, of course, but I'm a strong believer that any money spent on security is well spent, so no regrets on that end. My stepbrother and I wished each other happy birthdays, and he also texted Jane on hers back in June. That's the only contact we've had during these months. He knows that the door is still open if he wants to apologize. My dad has given up on trying to reach me. We haven't spoken since April. He's still trying to talk to my sister, for some reason, but she's ignoring him. A few days after she went NC with him, they had a huge fight over the phone about SM's treatment of us over the years. Insults were thrown, sore subjects were brought up, and, most importantly, my father took SM's side on almost everything. My sister called me crying afterwards. I wanted to call him and yell at him, but she told me not to. She's doing okay now. She hasn't blocked him, but doesn't take his calls or answer his texts. She's only gotten 3, a weak apology, one on my birthday back in May, and a long rant after neither of us wished him a happy Father's Day. After all, despite our differences, he's still our father. He's not wrong. I love my father, and I always will, but I can't be around him anymore. While I've closed that door, I'm not locking it just yet. He knows what he needs to do if he wants his family back. I don't think he'll do it, but if there's the slightest chance he might, I'll consider opening the door an inch or two. This is my wife's suggestion. I'm a lot less optimistic than she is, but maybe it's important to hold on to that hope. She hasn't forgiven him though. Or SM. Jane has always been very protective of Luke, so it was no surprise that this disaster shook her. A part of me was scared she'd blame me, but she called me a dumbass when I told her that. I've been in therapy for a few months and it's helped a lot more than I thought it would. I've realized SM's behavior around me growing up was a lot worse than I always thought, and it's great to finally be able to get my feelings off my chest. Right now, I'm more than happy. I just married the most amazing woman ever, and I have the family I always dreamed of. None of us are perfect, but I never thought life would be this great to me. I'll stick around. Reddit is a lot more than I expected, but I can sleep peacefully now, so it's safe to say this will be my last update on this. Thank you all for the kindness and advice you gave me these months. I could have never expected the support I got from you guys, and I can't begin to describe how helpful it was. Seriously, thank you all. Edit 3 days later. Okay, I updated too soon. I didn't want to write another post, so I'll just add this here. My stepbrother called me earlier today. Apparently, he and SM had a fight and he wants to meet up. I agreed as long as it was just the two of us. We're meeting up for coffee on Wednesday. I have no idea what to expect, but even if he does apologize, I need to know he understands how and why he let us down. New update. Hey guys. I've been away from Reddit for a few months, due to some stuff at work. But a lot of people have been messaging me about my stepbrother, so I want to give you a small update. I've been busy and tired these days, so I might gloss over some details. Feel free to ask me anything. I first met my stepbrother for coffee back in August. He'd had a fight with SM and the RO was brought up. She'd lied to him about some details, accusing Luke of picking on my baby, badmouthing Jane and more, but this time, he managed to force her to tell him the truth. My stepbrother started to reevaluate his relationship with his mother. After talking to his therapist and his friends about it, as well as the way she'd raised him, he finally accepted I wasn't exaggerating about what she did to Luke. He wanted to talk to me back in June, but didn't want to distract me and Jane from the wedding. Me and my stepbrother spent the last 4 months working on rebuilding our relationship. We've been meeting for coffee or lunch and discussing his mother and what she did to our lives and my kids. Jane started joining us in October, and the kids saw him again for the first time 2 weeks ago. Things were awkward between us for a while, but we're good now. He's also making amends with my sister. In early November, he completely cut contact with SM. Jane and the kids are doing amazing. Luke turned 5 in September, and our baby will be 2, holy crap, in early February. We're spending the holidays with Jane's family in Brazil, while my stepbrother stays with his girlfriend. Things are great, that's all. I'm signing off for now. I'll let you know if anything happens. Happy holidays, everyone. Best wishes to all of you. Nightmare neighbor's scheme to steal our home ends in $200K karma. You won't believe what happened next. Before we begin, let's introduce the key characters. The entitled neighbor will be referred to as N in the future, and the entitled neighbor's spoiled kid will be referred to as S, for entitled son. The former owner of our house, known as PO, will also appear in this story, albeit in a minor role. Also, keep in mind that it's been over 15 years since we acquired the house. So unless otherwise specified, you can infer that most events occurred over a somewhat long period of time. Let's get started. In order to appropriately build up to the climax and establish the stage for the events that occurred, I must first provide some history. Most of this occurred before we purchased and moved into this home. Anne owned a huge plot of land down the road from a popular recreational lake in our community. I say down the road, but it's quite a distance away. Even though Anne lives on the only road that connects many lakefront estates and resorts, as well as the most popular boat dock on this side of the lake, the properties here aren't so expensive that ordinary people can't buy them. However, there are some incredibly valuable properties down the road, and very wealthy people pass by all the time. This will become relevant later in the plot. Karen, who was fairly affluent and had a considerable amount of property, decided to divide it into 4 nearly equal pieces when her children reached adulthood. One she handed to her daughter, who is surprisingly respectable given the rest of her family. Then she passed another part to S. She built residences for them on both properties, essentially following her children's requirements. Then, on the 4th piece of property, which did not include her own house, she built a little convenience store. This will also be useful later on. I'm not sure why, perhaps to avoid future disagreements, but she ended up giving her children the deeds to their various houses and properties. You probably know where this is headed. While the respectable daughter was pretty respectable, S, or should I say irresponsible son, was a party animal. Everyone in the area at the time despised him. He would host loud, rude late-night parties practically every night, keeping everyone awake. Because he was called on so frequently, the police must have had someone stationed nearby. It undoubtedly did not help his entitlement that Mommy paid all of his bills for him. She maintained everything in her name, including water, electricity, and rubbish. They all went to her mailbox, well, except one. Because the property was in his name, so were the property taxes, which he never paid to Anne and instead ignored. I suppose Anne either didn't think about it or expected he would pay for it himself. In any case, it was not surprising when the police arrived at his residence, but it was when he did not return and the house was auctioned off. At this stage, the house was in disarray. There were holes in the drywall, and the living room floor had a large hole that led down into the garage basement. The kitchen floor and subfloor had to be completely redone, and nearly all of the walls were covered in muck. His recklessness and partying habits essentially rendered the residence unlivable, according to the banks. As a result, the only people who could afford it were those willing to pay for it themselves. Enter Pompurpo was a house flipper. Not one of those large affluent ones you see on TV, but rather a hobbyist. He retired and flipped properties to stay engaged and active. Poe would acquire a house like this at an auction for a low price, fix it up, and then resell it. While he worked on it, he would live off the proceeds from the prior property. Typically, by the time he completed mending one and purchasing the next, his profit had almost run out. Any remaining monies would go into an emergency savings fund, which he described as nothing exceptional. Anyway, We were looking for a new apartment, but we couldn't afford anything too pricey. We spotted this place for sale on a website and thought it was great. It was the perfect size, in the ideal area, and even down the road from the lake, where we enjoy fishing and boating. So, everything appeared to be ideal in practically every regard. We were a little concerned about the pricing, which had not yet been mentioned on the internet, but it wouldn't hurt to look into it. We drove by to look at it and discovered Poe working on it. We came in to say hello and inquired about the price. He indicated that he intended to fix it up and sell it, and that his realtor had recently placed it to the website's database to make the process quicker and more efficient when he was ready to sell. Anyway, we sat down and had a lovely conversation with him. Just being cordial, and he enjoyed the company. We stated that we would be happy to buy it from him for a reasonable price, given its current state and the effort he had previously put into it. He had it approximately halfway built. We mentioned that we wanted to finish it and make it our lifelong home. He declined, claiming that he had previously received several offers for it and did not feel comfortable selling it to us before it was finished. He suggested we could buy it at full price when he was finished. So we politely thanked him and left our phone number, asking him to call us if he changed his mind, which he assured he would. Less than 2 weeks later, we received an unexpected call from him. He claimed that his sister had fallen ill in another state and that he wanted to go see her. He would not have the time or patience to complete the house. He said that the house was not up to code, but if we could find a means to acquire it, he would gladly sell it to us for a fair price. We eagerly agreed and began searching for banks. We had a few connections through a realtor acquaintance, who actually helped us find a bank prepared to lend us the money to buy the house, subject to a few restrictions. Essentially, we would have 2 weeks to get the house up to code. Otherwise, they may default on the loan and auction it off. After describing the problem to Poe, he pledged to help as much as possible. He couldn't do any work on the house because he was in such a hurry, but he did explain exactly what we needed to do to get it up to code and fulfill the very minimal criteria. He told us how much time, effort, and money it would require. He even promised to aid us in another way. We took out a loan for twice the amount he asked for the house, and he returned the other half. We utilized that money to restore the house. After all of his hard work, the house was so close to being code compliant that we could have done it ourselves. But, just in case, we called in several pals and finished it in half the time. After getting everything up to code, there was still a lot of work to be done. So we spent several months rebuilding flooring and subflooring, rewiring cables, mending cracks in the walls, and replacing old, unsightly, actually rotting wallpaper that was affixed directly to the wall. You get the idea. We put a lot of work into the place. It was then at last time to enter our ideal house. Although it still had certain problems that we would address later on, it was at last time to move in. Not even done moving in when Anne visited to introduce herself. Over and over, Poe had cautioned us about Anne and her entitled attitude as we were working things out in the extremely little time we had. Anne was first rather friendly, and we had no idea why Poe cautioned us about her so often. Then it transpired. She gently and compassionately told us that our house really belonged to her and that we had 30 days to go as we were finishing our call. She claimed she felt awful for us since we were duped so severely, but Poe had no right to sell her house to us at all. You might picture our fear when she told us all of this, as we had heard terrible tales about individuals being duped like that previously. That we had invested all of this time, money, and effort into this appalled us. Dream mansion, and now we were about to lose it just like that as we fell for some guy's fraud. We stated we will speak with Poe and the bank to have it all worked out and thanked her for clarifying things for us and for her friendliness. We thus followed that. The bank confirmed Poe was the real deed owner when we spoke with them. We spoke with the realtor, who likewise attested to the same thing. Poe told us they had harassed him continuously over the house and that they had accused him of stealing the house following his purchase at auction. Every person we spoke with related exactly the same story. We even went up to the courthouse to verify our name was on the deed. We learned the Anne tale from various neighbors during this procedure. Not long after this, Anne asked us when she could expect us to be moved out. We said that legally we owned the property, thus it would never be possible. Anne lost the property. We had no bearing on this. We said we knew it was most likely quite difficult to lose her family property like that due to her son's carelessness, but that was not our fault. We were merely giving her a property we had purchased with our own hard-earned money and had worked so hard to restore. Anne then started a protracted sob narrative about how this property had been in her family for generations, how she couldn't bear to lose it, and how Poe had pilfers it from her while she was caught up in the confusion of her child being detained. She realized we understood this. Given that we purchased the house from Poe for roughly $50K and considering that he was still making a meager profit on that even after all of the labor and materials he had invested in it before selling it to us, we inquired why they did not bid for the house and buy it back after he lost it. They could have had it back and easily paid next to nothing at auction. Anne said they refused to pay for something properly theirs and thought the house and belongings were being taken from them. We once more apologized, but we stressed that with all the time, money, and extra supplies we had spent simply to make her happy, there was no way we could afford to lose the property. We were sympathetic to her circumstances though, and we offered her the property for a very fair price, $100K, which, given its location and state of repair, is still more than half of its overall market value. We believed it was a fairly reasonable price after purchasing it from Poe for $50K and adding another $30,000 for materials plus several months of hard labor to repair it. Though we said nothing, if she wanted to negotiate with us, we would even be ready to drop to $90,000. She instantly counteroffered with $40K, stating she shouldn't have to pay anything at all for something rightly hers. She stated that she knew how much work we put into it and that we had to buy a lot of supplies to restore it, so she would be gracious and throw in an extra $10,000 for all the house we worked on. That was way too low. She became enraged when we informed her that $50K was what we paid Poe for the house. She labeled us liars and thieves, claiming the house was a total mess and that it was hardly worth that much. Not only had she turned to name-calling at this time, but she also called our dream house a dump after all the effort, sweat, and tears, not to mention money, that we spent into it. We were done with her lies, so kindly requested her to leave our house, stating that she was no longer welcome here and that we would never sell our house to her, even if she gave double the market value. Clearly agitated by this, she hurled all kinds of slurs at us as we were leaving the door. Later on, we discovered that she was disseminating all kinds of falsehoods about us around the neighborhood, claiming that we had taken her house and among other dumb behavior. We first dismissed it since we assumed nobody would really believe it. Then a man drew into our driveway carrying a gun, threatening to force us out. Though we had never personally met him, we had heard of him. Presumably viewing himself as the neighborhood's peacekeeper, he challenged anyone who generated such disturbances. Saying he was a decent, reasonable man, most of the residents in our area really liked him. Being a relatively rural area with lots of not-so-law-abiding residents, most locals valued his presence. Actually, he did far more than the police do most of the time and worked hard to maintain the peace in the area. Just a note, there are two main divisions to our neighborhood. Mostly senior people occupy one portion. It's quite pleasant and quiet, and everyone gets along there. The other is bursting with the less law-abiding folks farther into the bush and away from curious cameras. Separated by roughly a mile or so of farmland and woodland, we dwell on the brink of the quiet section. We then decided to try out that theory after learning about him before and presuming from descriptions that this was the same man. We welcomed him in for a beverage and conversation since we didn't know what was going on. We let him bring his gun, but we advised him that we would be carrying our own as well. If that means anything, almost everyone in my town owns a gun. There are more gun stores than dollar stores, hence we were not really concerned about his carrying a pistol. In our town, that isn't really meaningful. Simply said, hey, I'm capable of defending myself if this gets out of hand. Now, if someone pointed it at you, which he didn't, that would tell another tale. Returning to the main narrative, he said he thought it was something like that and apologized for the misinterpretation following a few hours of talking and situational explanation. Promising not to happen again, he said he turned off a switch after becoming enthralled in the reports. He also praised us for purchasing the house, saying that everyone was considerably happier when Anne moved out. He didn't have to hear people grumbling about loud music and intoxicated high kids staggered along the middle of the road in the middle of the night almost getting run over. Afterward, we all laughed good-hearted about it. He departed without saying another thing. Time now for the reason Mr. Peacekeeper felt the rumor so readily might be used. Though it's a bit of a side narrative, this is also a significant turning point since Anne's things started to fall downhill. Let us now get on to it. The events of this side story do cross a small bit with those of the next section of the plot. I then indicated Anne divided up a part of her land to open a convenience store. Well, this shop was quite well liked in the area, and being exactly in the middle, it was in a prime location. Their prices were unpopular. They really overpriced everything by quite a little, and their customer service was likewise essentially restricted to a thank you for your purchase as you left the door. That was good, I suppose, as occasionally they would offer a refund should you discover mold on the food you purchased from them. Still, they were rather well liked as they were the only convenience shop in miles. For most folks, they were simply a skip and a hop away if you had to buy groceries and did not have to drive all the way to town. Heck, we even put aside our differences and visited there quite a bit. After all, they were virtually next door. Apart from that though, their modest store's popularity helped them to establish a quite good reputation in our neighborhood. Everybody wanted to keep their handy small store, thus they would dare anyone to attempt and remove it from them. I guess I could sort of see the emotion there. And that's back when everyone felt Anne and her family were decent folks. People therefore listened when Anne started disseminating rumors. Everyone knew that was ludicrous, hence the stories of us pilfering a whole house from her merely flew over. Still, they mostly believe she is trustworthy. People did believe the other stories though, and trust me, there were plenty. But most of them were little, insignificant items of concern for none. Let me explain that even supposing all the allegations about us were accurate, there was far more that could be said about some other people in our neighborhood, hence nobody ever gave them any thought. Anne clearly disagreed with us, hence nobody wanted to be on her negative side in case she banned us from her store. They did avoid us. They all simply turned away from us and let us run wild. Anne let her son return in after a few years when he was at last released from jail and had nowhere else to live. She rented him an apartment above her convenience store since she disliked having him live with her and totally banned any wild parties on her land ever again. Though, all he had to do was operate the business for them when they were busy with other things, which wasn't not quite often, he did not really have to pay rent. Still, Anne's son did not pick up his lesson even with all of this. He would clearly pocket the extra money and routinely double-charge products while running the register. We went back in for a refund after repeated discoveries of this. They usually use the broken register as their justification. After observing a trend, we told Anne that her son most likely pocketed the money and was double billing people for products. Anne was fairly entitled, but she did not go so far as to engage in clearly unlawful activity. We loved her small business and wanted nothing to happen to it. She told us, instead of appreciating us for bringing this to her notice, that we were seeing things and gently advised us to screw off. We very respectfully followed her demand. We also forwarded the material to some of our neighborhood buddies. Thanks to Anne, it had taken years to really reach the point where some of them would even glance at us, let alone converse with us. At last though, we had befriended one another. Every year, Christmas goodies for your neighbors help to cheer someone's day. In any case, they thanked us even though they informed us they didn't really believe it. Still, the news soon permeated the area. Then very fast, arrived Mr. Peacekeeper. He stopped in our driveway once more, but this time he was far friendlier. Knowing most of the stories about us were false, he generally disregarded them. Since then, we have really spoken with him several times, mostly on more pleasant terms, not on any major issues. Every now and then he popped by for a beer and just spoke about events in the area, inquiring of us on a few items. He did this with everyone, talking to most people at least once a year to keep current and ensure everything stayed peaceful and orderly. He made up his mind to do their job better so they wouldn't have to since he disliked the notion of police lingering about. Everyone, including ourselves, thought this was a great configuration. It meant you could let your children unaccompanied stroll down to the lake from the worst areas of the neighborhood. Having said that, he really did not enjoy the tales we were distributing about our neighbors, especially regarding their small business. He said he had already spoken with them and they felt a misinterpretation resulting from register problems. He advised us to halt those rumors straight away and there if we wanted no problems. Although we knew he most likely wouldn't accept it even if we could show him evidence, we still wanted to show him. Since Anne waved it off as a register error, there was most likely nothing we could do to persuade him. He truly loved Anne and would usually take her word over ours. We thus agreed and apologized for any problems, stating that we really felt insulted and really wanted to defend the few friends we had acquired in the area. He went without saying much after accepting an apology and issuing one last warning. We thus just listened and decided to cease shopping there until absolutely necessary. But 2 more years changed everything. Though Mr. Peacekeeper personally went around and told every single person that they were untrue, rumors started by us because of our property dispute with Anne, people actually started paying more attention to their receipts after shopping there and started noticing the same patterns that we had. After we had pointed it out and the rumors got around the neighborhood, Anne most certainly knew about it, but she opted to do nothing and rather try to silence people with stories. Anne's son most likely pocketed enormous sums of money during this period. Small country stores like that, nevertheless, are entirely dependent on their customers, who reside in the area they are set up in. While individuals are vacationing and having fun in the sunny months, they generate a significant profit but not enough to last through the winter. And then that occurred. At last Mr. Peacekeeper linked the dots, and he was furious. Anne was right there with him as we could hear him all the way next door berating Anne's son to his face. Although you cannot even fathom how fulfilling that was merely the start. Not only did he go off on them, But he also went door to door that same day, letting every single individual in the area know precisely what they were doing, even carrying a stack of receipts with him to show anyone who needed proof. Now, Mr. Peacekeeper was the one in the community who was trusted more than Anne. Literally in a 24-hour period, he had wrecked their company entirely. Every resident in the area ceased visiting. Vacationers and winter birds who knew nothing helped them still do somewhat well over the summer, but when winter struck and those crowds disappeared, they began to bleed money. 2 winters later, they were obliged to close their store for the winter months. That meant, though, they had to buy it all fresh every spring and discard more than 90% of their inventory every fall. After 3 more years, they finally closed permanently, as I suppose their expenses were not very low. That was the time their reputation in the community began to collapse, and owing to that people started genuinely valuing us more. At last, we were able to establish some friendships without having to exert much additional effort. People stopped neglecting us and treating us as though we were afflicted. Still, Anne's slide from there was only the beginning. I regretfully must include a bit more history to reach the conclusion of the narrative. Though this shouldn't take too long, or at least I don't believe so, sorry that this is beginning to resemble a short book. Anne seems to be quiet, and I mean quite noisy. Not even walking outside without her following our every move through her window, or heading outside to walk her dog, pick up her grass, pull weeds, or whatever excuse she can come up with at the time. She is probably outside as well, if we are strolling about our property. We clearly aren't on the best terms with her and don't particularly want someone staring at everything we do, but we have nothing to hide. We truly don't want to be watched when we're attempting to unwind in our swimming suits. We have plans to set up a little pool and hot tub outside back. We therefore started researching a privacy fence. Wanting to be good neighbors, we gently told Anne we would be building a fence, to which she vehemently objected. We told her we intended to erect a privacy fence. We still had to live with her though, so we volunteered to talk with her about the specifics of the fence, the color, form, etc. Given that glancing toward our property seemed to be her preferred pastime, we wanted to make sure she wouldn't have to spend all day, every day staring at something she felt to be an eyesore. After all the nonsense she's put us through, we really still make extra effort to be the greatest neighbors we can. But returning now to the narrative. We intended to install the fence a foot over on our land across the whole property boundary, only to avoid any conflicts, since we wanted to be sure there were no disagreements regarding its placement. This was, by the way, before she left prison. We paid for a copy of the deed and with a map of our property lines at the courthouse. To be honest, we were startled to learn she claimed around 1/3 of our land. She even had a garden on it, and a small hut. You see, our property runs over a line of trees. It is more of a half hexagon or trapezoid-like form than a straight box property as you find in several states. Where I reside, weird property lines are really typical. Anyways, the deed and property map indicates that a little triangle segment forms out of a line of trees cutting across some of our property. The trees, though, give it the impression of a square. She was asserting her ownership on the other side of the trees. She entirely flipped out once we brought this up to her, calling us liars and thieves and all kinds of other things. Having lived here for years believing it to be rightfully hers, we paid relatively little attention to the land. We so offered to sell it to her or perhaps trade it for a piece of her property so that everyone would have things simpler. She owned some land that connected to ours that was somewhat difficult to maintain. Expanding it a small distance would greatly simplify matters. Not to mention, it would allow us more space to pursue our interests. Saying that she would never pay for anything that already belonged to her and that she wouldn't even consider giving us her property for nothing, especially following our stole of this property from her, she categorically rejected. We have been in a major continuous property conflict since then. Now, something about where I live. As I indicated before, it's a pretty rural location with many unusual property lines, and property lines are rather often not straightforward. Many of the documents are hundreds of years old, and instead of X feet in Y direction, they employ transient markers like large oak tree to large rock next to stream. Many of these sites could be describing several things or might have vanished over a century ago. Therefore, it would be quite understated to claim that there are many property conflicts in our neighborhood. That, together with the fact that in some cases a very little fraction of property might be worth a lot of money, has caused our state to draft a lot of quite rigorous laws and rules controlling property conflicts, surveyors, etc. As a side note, a few years ago a landowner prevailed in a property battle against a very huge firm over just 0.1 acres of land. That paid the man over $1 million and harmed the company. Returning to the subject, given she developed our property lines rather lately, they were rather straightforward. That does not change the fact, though, that property rules are rather rigorous, especially with relation to surveyors. Like in the previous example, A surveyor might be readily bought by a big company facing the loss of millions of dollars for a small piece of land, therefore unfair to the appropriate proprietor. How then should one balance for that? Well, you create it such that the person who bought or coerced the surveyor has everything to lose by lying as well as the surveyor. According to our state statutes, a surveyor, even with honest error, who provides a poor survey by even a few feet would not only be fined heavily but also lose their license and never be let to survey once more in the state. In addition, they have to tell and reimburse every one of their customers for up to 10 years prior to the incident. The clients can then choose to pay for a further survey by a non-affiliated surveyor at the expense of the original surveyor. That is every client, up to 10 years before the occurrence and currently as well. Should they not be discovered to be accepting a bribe or blackmail, the former clients can also sue them for any damages resulting from any changes to the property line brought about by their erroneous survey and charge suitable rent for any property the surveyor may have omitted during that period. Should a surveyor be discovered to be receiving a bribe or blackmail, all damages and extra charges go toward the one who paid the bribe or extortion. This, together with the time and money lost from visiting courts and the general inconvenience caused to them, makes surveyors in my region especially likely to aggressively avoid anything even resembling a property dispute. Therefore, when a conflict arose, you might picture it not as simple as phoning a surveyor down here. It was also an unanticipated outlay of money. She found someone before we could locate someone, and I suppose she bought them or something since they presented the property line precisely as she had described, except from one small detail she objected to. She probably omitted mentioning that to them. Our land allegedly runs roughly 1 foot from her house. Oh, that was interesting to fool about with, but that was nowhere like the property she is actually trying to pilfer from us right now. She always seems to be indifferent introducing herself to a surveyor, whenever we are able to locate one, and note that she previously had her piece of the land measured, therefore hinting subtly that there might be a property conflict involved. After outlining what it could mean for anyone who would be interested in surveying our land, this quickly scares off everyone. You are clearly aware of why. Oh, did I overlook mentioning that the landmarks from the bank surveyor conveniently vanished before we ever started living on it? Not at all. Indeed they did, somehow. I question how that came about. I suppose we will never know. Either way, if we can even locate someone ready to employ a surveyor, which everyone we have thus far found has given us completely ludicrous rates for, it would most likely cost us as much as that piece of property is worth. Though we are now saving cash to try to recruit someone, they are essentially risking their whole life here. That gets us to the culmination of this narrative, some few months ago. Although I apologize for the lengthy background, let us now focus on the current scenario since we are totally engrossed in it. A few months ago, a quite severe storm knocked down a tree in the contested area. Since this tree was literally right next to the road, when it fell it damaged some of our other neighbor's property, that which resides across the street from us. Not only that, but it also totaled someone's brand new sports automobile as they were traveling down the road. Although no one was injured overall, the cleanup took several days, just enough time for us to get a bill in the mail for almost $200K, practically more than our house and property were worth once we cleaned it up. Negative compliance started to take hold. Thus, just a little extra background for everyone who might not know, most property or home insurance does not cover damages to other people's property. Usually on you, even if someone is on public property like a road. If your property damages theirs and you could have reasonably stopped it, such as chopping down a tree next to the road before it collapsed in a big storm, then you're 100% liable for the harm done. At least that's how it operates where I live. We contacted them when we received the bill in the mail from some unidentified rich person's insurance company for their destroyed sports car and very politely informed them that the fallen tree was not on our property. They claimed they would look into it and come back to us after posing a few questions. About a week later, we got another letter from the insurance company with a copy of the deed and property line printout with the tree in issue circled in red, obviously on our property. They would be bringing us before court, or they were expecting complete payment within 30 days after their first warning. Give or take, that was roughly 2 weeks from now. We phoned them one more time to once more clarify that it was not on our property. The agent first argued with us a little, explaining in much nicer terms than I would have used, that someone would have to be brain dead to believe that the tree in issue was not on our property and that it would be absolutely impossible for anyone to believe it was that far off on the printout. All we did was provide them the surveyor and hired's phone. They groaned, stating they will call the surveyor and look into the situation further, but underlined we had roughly 2 weeks to get the cash ready should what we were stating not be verified. Actually, we never heard from them once more. Recall the penalties I discussed for providing erroneous survey responses. The surveyor acknowledged receiving a bribe, But there was no way he paid him enough to offset all of his potential losses. At this time he would most likely have to leave the nation. So he was not going to be able to provide the insurance company anything different from what he gave us or N. Later on we phoned the insurance company to inquire about the matter. Reading over the notes, the agent felt really content. Confidentiality concerns prevented them from telling us too much, but they could tell us that N clearly disagreed with the claim exactly as we did, stating the land did not belong to her, and that the surveyor validated the findings with them. There was no justification whatsoever for the insurance company to suspect the survey results were fake because we were not contesting them and the surveyor was hired by N herself. As long as we were not contesting the findings, N should have whole responsibility for all damage the falling tree causes. Still, they were limited to saying that. That satisfied us. It was roughly what we expected. The aftermath. Though they clearly were not thrilled about it, N had no major trouble paying the insurance company the money, as you can most likely understand given my background. Although we are unsure of their wealth or savings, it seems sufficient to cover it without having to sell any more of their territory. We have mainly kept quiet about the property conflict since then, but we are still thinking about saving money to pay a surveyor to reclaim our land. By now the focus is more on the matter's principle than on the real territory. Regarding N though, we can tell every time she looks at us now that she clearly is not happy with us. She seems to object to the fact that we let her possess our land for some unidentified reason. It's free land. How could you be dissatisfied with that? LOL. She could try to spread stories about us at this time, but it would most likely backfire since most of our neighborhood has befriended someone quite decent and nobody trusts N anymore. N is essentially caught between a rock and a hard place ever since they discovered S was practically stealing from everyone in the neighborhood beneath their noses and they knew about it and did nothing to stop it. We are merely observing the flames they set burn to the ground from behind here. Anticipated to see what comes next. Oh, this is just a little extra for everyone seeking a little more enjoyment. We opted to install an invisible dog fence for our dogs while we were considering a privacy fence. For those not familiar with what that is, bury a little electrical line under the ground and then fasten a unique collar around the dog's neck. Should they approach too closely, it will set off a beep the dogs truly dislike. Should they continue, the dogs will receive a somewhat modest shock. We had to be convinced initially as we do not believe in shock collars. One of us even held it and crossed the line. Though it was something you could feel, it did not truly hurt, just left you a little tingly. In any case, you should train the dogs to the beep before letting them run free. So ideally, they would never even experience shock in the first place. They would turn around after only hearing the buzzer. At the time, we could not afford a real privacy fence yet. We attempted to let our dogs wander about our yard and avoid being imprisoned in the house all day. We wanted to stop our dogs straying anywhere near N's land, hence we had it firmly within our own. It wasn't very long either. Though it was more than 5 feet past what she claimed to be the property line, N must have thought we were indicating where we planned to place our privacy fence or something and ran over it with her lawnmower. That day we all discovered that electrified cables do not work very nicely with electrical lawnmowers. Her mower was badly wrecked, every electrical component was destroyed. She merely wanted to be petty and run over our marks, so she had to buy a whole new mower. The best thing about it was she had no means of trying to attribute it to us since it was so far over the property boundary. She clearly tried to disseminate her rumors, but they seldom went very far. Blaming us for not even trying would have been rather foolish. She never even begged us to get her a new mower or anything. I suppose she knew our reaction if she did, laugh. Still, I hope you guys love the narrative. Another one concerns a different scenario. How my mother's malicious compliance cost her firm over $100 million and resulted in the total, permanent shutdown of her entire department. Late though, and I'm heading to bed. I will relate that tomorrow or something else. Be alert for it. Caught my cheating wife at a secret hotel. My wife was surprised when I gave her divorce papers in the hotel lobby. Hello everyone, I hope each of you is doing great. I am writing on my phone, hence apologies for any mistakes. This is a rather long and disorganized tale. I have nowhere to negotiate this problem as I have run out of my rope. Little background. My SO is 40 and I am 43. Married for 16 years, we have 2 children, a 9-year-old boy and a 14-year-old daughter. At first, our marriage was somewhat turbulent, but we worked through those difficult years and came out much different. We married young, hence maturity wasn't completely there yet. Nevertheless, we knew we loved each other and could overcome any challenge standing between our marriage. Whether this was wishful thinking still remains a question. Still, I have been in engineering for 7 years while my wife has worked for 3 years as a manager in a very large advertising agency. Our careers pay nicely and have given our family a quite nice way of life. We were a rather close family. As parents, we always made sure our children could create wonderful memories. We always found time for our children no matter how busy we became. To be honest, I think I'm a decent husband and dad. When it came to my wife, I occasionally messed up. But I did everything for this woman, and it really shook me to my very core to learn she was having a long-term affair. Which leads me to the revelation. My wife was acting far away. Actually, the last 2 years preceding this one were the toughest. She just seemed to enjoy nothing I did. Yes, I know now. She would constantly tell me how her boss would handle this or that and continually contrasting me with her employer. Not able to grasp her mind. She can, however, ask her supervisor. Make her feel unique and avoid starting the initiative to take her on dates. Her supervisor does that for his wife though. Why was my immaturity so extreme? I would want to know how she wanted me to liven up our marriage. Her usual response was, "Don't ask, you need to already know and do it." So since I knew nothing, I investigated and bought books, anything. The response has to come from someone else. Everything I tried was greeted with either half-hearted thanks or bitter disappointment. In the years I have known her, my wife was never like this, therefore I felt that my failure to make her happy was something I really had to address. Little did I know, the entire time the repairing was being done by someone else. We were really close to her employer and his wife. They have children as well. The children adored one another. We brought them to our family trips to the park, barbecues, arcade gaming days. We have gone to theirs and they have visited our place many times. Not surprising that we grew close. When I told her boss about our marriage issues, he offered wise counsel. He seemed to be a great man. Still back to the discovery though. The demands of my wife to better myself where the marriage was concerned had emotionally worn me out. Her attitude really surprised me since, up until now, I had felt our marriage was wonderful. She was thus busy chuckling and laughing one night while messaging someone. Curious, I was also next to her in bed. She fiercely pushed away from me the instant I leaned to get a look. She asked me right away what I was doing, furious. She withdrew to the restroom when I told her I wanted to find out what the joke was and she said it was none of my business. That is the day I realized, deep down, that there was an affair of sorts underway. Though I lacked evidence as well. The next day I asked her straightforwardly, making a mistake. She was enraged and claimed no guilt. I wanted the truth badly even if I lacked access to her phone. She balked when I asked for her phone. She handed me the phone hesitantly only later in the evening. She deleted almost every text message she sent to particular individuals. I could tell since some of the exchanges sounded contradictory and others seemed absolutely ludicrous. I returned the phone to her, and we didn't talk about it until a month later when I got a friend to check the phone and retrieve erased texts. My wife had received another phone earlier and seldom used the one she handed me. Some books were found, and it was via bits and pieces that I at last found evidence of an affair underway. And you already figured it out, with her supervisor. I waited since I knew she would find some way to wiggle out of it if I addressed her then and there. But I was a wreck too. My only thought was on how it would impact the children. The scenario was terrible. I started crying in front of my friend. 3 days later I ordered How to Help Your Spouse Heal from an Affair, still not ready to give up the marriage. If you are shaking your head, it is okay. I began reading, expecting that if I showed my wife, she would stop this crap. I wanted the marriage saved and my wife back off. She had told me they had an emergency at work and not to wait for her, so I had intended to chat to her on that Saturday to sort things out. Of course, I called the office on the day to verify the narrative she told me and got no response. Saturdays are not open. I tried her phone but there was no response. On Sunday, around 2 in the morning, she returned home, showered right away and went to bed. When I questioned her about her late arrival, she sidestepped the inquiry by claiming she had already advised me not to wait for her. I was tired of this. I left her the book I purchased absent-minded. She did not care. I was hurting. She didn't care when she saw me in agony. To find out, I asked the wife of her boss whether she knew anything. I still don't regret doing it since I was so yearning for stability. Finding out startled her as much as it did me. She wanted to face her husband, but I advised her he would most likely lie and try to cover it like my wife did. We got together at her residence to go over what was happening, and I handed her the meager evidence we had. She needed further proof, hence we both set out to compile data on our respective sides and then compare them. Starting to spy more on my wife, she followed suit with her husband. She found clear evidence quite easily on her end. Her husband was so conceited that he omitted deleting the texts on his phone between him and my wife. The small notes I'd discovered earlier at last made sense, and we now knew 2 years had been the duration of the affair. I was enraged, just as the wife of the employer was. I wanted retribution on them as well as she did. Everywhere they slept, her house, my house, fancy hotels, business travels. Reading all that made one queasy. They even emailed each other pictures, but we decided to overlook them since we wanted not to damage ourselves with the pictures. Though not an affair ourselves, we sought retribution. We both resolved that they could have each other if they so desired. About the same time, we each gathered divorce paperwork. We were dead set on it. We acted our part. Our husbands were unaware of what we knew. Our ducks were back then in a row, once more. This time, working with the wife of the boss, we knew exactly where and how they would be received. We knew the motel they had reserved for their good weekend. I visited there together with the sheriff. While the sheriff arranged everything, I waited in the lobby. My wife was called to come down from her room. She dropped down wearing a bathrobe and, I worry, nothing else. She was terrified and asked me furiously what I was doing there. Though not too distant, it was rather a distance from our house. The sheriff wanted her name and details confirmed. She responded ambiguously in the affirmative and was served. Seeing the startled expression on her face was quite fulfilling, but I chose to leave knowing the job was done as I did not want to bring it under discussion. She held my arm, dragged me back and insisted on knowing what the meaning of this was not letting me. You had an affair, I told her, and I'm leaving you, simplified. She began shouting at me then grabbed my arm firmly. The sheriff had to intervene and order her to release me immediately. She told me she could explain, that I had the wrong notion, and that it was my fault. She started crying. I left fast to get home since I was getting enraged. When my wife told her boss, he fretted. According to what I was told, he hurried home only to find himself served. We gave them no time to straighten their heads. We blindsided them exactly as they did us. While hers might take some more time, my divorce will be finalized in a few months. On the divorces, both my wife and her supervisor have been battling us. Neither want to file for divorce. The reasons I have heard are that they never meant to leave their husbands, that it was only a purely sexual affair and nothing more, that people have worse indiscretions and still come out with a fantastic marriage, that they messed up and would like a chance to right things. What, I asked my wife, do you suppose the result of all this is? She said she is not that person anymore and said she was following the flow and behaved totally against nature. She is a moron, I told her. For not giving my wife another chance, others around me are labeling me horrible. Though they would want it if we stayed together, my children know what is going on, age appropriate, and they are backing me 100%. We still reside in the same house, hence my resolve is weakening along with the fact that my wife is reading the book I purchased and attending therapy. It's becoming more difficult to keep to my guns. She claims to be sorry and will perform all necessary actions. All I need to know is that she is sorry she got caught. She has labeled me as a sour, angry person unable to go past all the negativity. Later she apologizes for it, but I know that's how she feels. I still speak with the boss's wife, and my wife completely detests it. She believes the boss's wife is the reason I won't be giving us another chance or that I will be having a vengeance affair. Like she did with her boss, she has insisted on my starting no communication with the wife of the boss. She is nuts, I told her. We did nothing illegal. Why should I now accept her points of view? See, I believe I finished. I respect nothing about her. She is still not ready to give up and is actively interacting with me about her ideas and procedures concerning the affair. I find them as justifications, hence I ignore her. She asks me to accompany her for therapy. I was thinking, hell no, as I have seen in numerous instances where the therapist blames the victim. She wants me to read books about infidelity with her. Given that we are likely to divorce regardless, what good is this? She is close-minded. She would not be able to control me with sex, I informed her. She says she just wants to show me how much she loves me and it's not manipulation. Correcting her, I responded, love me now, you mean? People around me, including my mother, are annoyed with me as they believe that mistakes are inevitable and my wife understands from her errors that she really loves me. I assured others I would never be someone's backup plan. Treating her the way I do makes me terribly guilty. Though there is hate involved, I still love her. Am I treating her unduly cruelly? She is trying quite hard, but I have no interest. Should I go back over the divorce? People say I should slow down. I shall regret it. I am moving too quickly. Yes, that is accurate. I'm not sure what is actual from what is not. Edit. I appreciate all of you spending time to answer my predicament. After reading all of your comments, some of you addressed some really pertinent issues. I will talk with my wife right now. Though I will keep you informed, I believe divorce is the best path for my children and myself. Reading from here has been beneficial. Update for the narrative. Alright, I'm back once more. I'm trying a second time since I have been receiving emails requesting an update. Appreciate your concern, folks. I would want to clear certain things since I can see your curiosity. First of all, right now my wife and I find ourselves in a type of decent state. Not because we are reconciling. No, I am still divorcing her. Taken down by the automod, the previous update I uploaded thoroughly described our circumstances. The brief story is that my wife is still hankering after another opportunity and is acting accordingly to acquire it. I won't give it to her as her affair was far too long for me to recover. Should it have been a one-night stand, the narrative might have been different, but 2 years is simply a slap on the face. I love her still and am not a monster, hence I have attended a few therapy sessions with her. One session was really excellent and let me see that my wife really regrets it. She has been trying pretty darn hard, but she has not been flawless in how she managed the aftermath from her affair. Her anger at me for constantly contacting the boss's wife and her fear of a vengeance affair made the second session a catastrophe. We argued a lot later since I refused to do what she requested, which was no communication with the boss's wife, therefore it was the angriest I had ever gone through this whole situation. That was settled after I assured her there wouldn't be a vengeance affair. Though I know I owe her nothing, she is still my wife until our divorce, hence I still want to keep my word. I have been visiting a couple of more meetings with her merely to observe her improvement. This therapist is indeed an individual and marriage therapist. I'm not attending these meetings since, deep down I want to save our marriage. If only I could watch my wife's development personally and help if necessary. I'll gracefully step away following the divorce. Still leaving her husband is the wife of the boss. Her husband is still contesting her on the divorce. She is as strong as I am, and I will say we do have low days with each other. We are only cordial with each other. I still see no affair taking place. She is a strong, self-reliable woman who does not, anyone. Right now my children are good. They understand that we love them no less simply because we are divorcing. Although they encourage us not to divorce, they see why it's right for our age. My wife works somewhere instead of the advertising company now. She quit not too long after I visited her. She claims to have kept absolutely no contact with her previous supervisor. She applied that advice and sought assistance on saving the marriage on forums. After seeing my wife work her butt out to be a better person, I can see the appeal even though initially I didn't understand why people stayed with adulterers. She's not a monster. She's simply flawed and made terrible decisions from which she is learning improvement. She has extended to me everything under the sun to give another go. Not sure I have it in me either. I feel more at peace the closer a final divorce seems to be. She recently begged to have a chance following divorce, and we had a lengthy conversation about this. She has extended a postnup offer. Although I wasn't totally against it, it would be a somewhat long road for her to travel for me to even consider as an option. She seems really eager, but honestly I don't see how that would help any of us. Mostly driven by a momentary feeling of justice, I want this divorce. Without compromising myself to the level of an adultery, this is the only justice I can obtain. After I told more about my wife's affair, my mother and I made up. Today, she's rather angry with my wife after finding out the specifics. I'm not sure how I would negotiate one. Rant. Affair for revenge? Alright, I wanted not to write here until my divorce was finalized, but right now I'm just annoyed and really want to rant. Like many of you, my wife is terrified about a revenge affair. The straightforward explanation is that I still get in touch with and see the other woman I betrayed. Against the other betrayed partner, my wife feels somewhat insecure. Is that how it is spelled? Younger, a model, quite beautiful, and runs a profitable company as the other deceived partner. It makes my wife suspicious that I would yield to temptation and cheat on her in return. The nerve of her to deliver me the two wrongs don't make a right lecture still astounds me. She isn't wrong of course, and I never intend to follow through. Still, her hypocrisy bothers me. Like yesterday, every time I visit the other betrayed husband, my wife becomes somewhat depressed or very clingy. She has thrown herself at me several times to make sure I do not cheat on her back, but I'm not sure how many. Her advances are turned down, and that further aggravates things. The deceived have to struggle along and try to pick up the pieces while cheaters are thus selfish, just thinking about themselves and their suffering. Besides, our children still see their children. Although I never go to the other betrayed partner without my children, my wife still believes I have it in me to be as merciless as she was and sees every chance to attack the lady. Laughable. Expletive. OM is still residing in their vacation house and begs the other betrayed partner to bring him back. I am not going to lie. Seeing him suffer the repercussions makes me very happy. Given my degree of leverage on him, he has not tried threatening me. He has to cope with my ongoing communication with his wife. He makes sure I'm not around when he visits since he is allowed to see his kids whenever he wants but does not want to see me. To be honest, I pity the man. My wife has been really contrite lately. She has lavished me with love, which I just push aside. I'm not in a good frame of mind. Today is our therapy session. I feel like releasing all the suffering and hurt I have gone through thanks to her. My anger has become intolerable. Update. Well, here I am checking in. Not especially fresh to report to you folks. Only a few things have evolved though. Reviewing my conversations and postings helped me to see how wonderful this location is for helping people just like us. To help me to see my circumstances better, I have been reading a lot of material about infidelity. Still, during a recent therapy appointment with my wife, she asked that I give her a little more time to win me back. She had reason after reason why it would be a good idea for me to at least try and see if I could assist in restoring our marriage. Not quite reconciliation yet. I kept bringing up the fact that her primary motivation was the fallout from her affair. She wouldn't be trying if she still saw OM. For months she emotionally mistreated me. I'm not the kind of person to be walked all over, even by the woman I loved. She owned all of her mistakes and once more apologized. She has promised me so much of making it up to me. She believes it is possible and wants our marriage to be stronger than it has ever been. Having plenty to spare, I asked her whether she would be ready to tolerate my wrath. She was like, absolutely. And she would like me to dump on her anytime I feel like it to help me process the grief. Usually, I got a million excuses when I questioned her why she had an affair. She was honest this time, telling me there was no justification for what she did and that she would spend every day for the rest of her life demonstrating to me by her actions that she was really regretful and would never hurt me that way again. She genuinely dumped emotions onto me, and it helped me to realize that she truly was rather insecure about herself and envious of the other betrayed partner. Her ego shot skyward from the affair. She loved feeling beautiful and wanted. She would never last and admitted the encounter was most certainly a fantasy. She considered the ramifications from time to time but scarcely gave them any thought overall. She regrets having the affair and claims she will live with this guilt the rest of her life. She most likely will never forgive herself. She informed me she could never hold a candle to the other betrayed spouse, and the reason she was so sure I would cheat again was because the other betrayed spouse is not only gorgeous but also a lady with integrity. Not once has the other betrayed partner ever threatened her or behaved meanly toward her. It was all my wife's fears, and maybe the fact I was furious with her for turning on me. It gets fascinating here. The therapist asked me what it would take for me to give my wife's offer some thought. Not one thought came to me. Since what I presently have is a fake of a marriage and I never signed up for it, I was honest and told her, a time machine. She informed me that every marriage deals with issues ranging from death to adultery. How those issues are handled reveals the resilience of a marriage. I told the therapist to concentrate on my wife instead of us as I really couldn't believe where this talk was leading. The therapist advised me that my incapacity to pay attention to logical arguments could be a communication-wise issue. I agreed not to disagree. During the journey home, my wife and I had a long conversation. She asked whether her affair had made me feel emasculated. Given she had never asked me that prior, the question really caught me off guard. Sure, I said. She startled me by wondering if sleeping with another woman would make me feel better. I reminded her once more that I am not, nor will I ever be, a vengeful lover. She clarified that she was referring to a trial separation whereby I would go get my mojo returned. She will stay true and wait till I'm good and ready to return to the marriage. Before, I felt she was desperate, but her idea seemed insane. I questioned her how that would help the marriage in any form so that both partners can be having affairs. She informed me it would not be an affair as we would be separated under conditions allowing my freedom to see other people. She answered that we were divorcing anyhow, so if this doesn't help us, at least I could see what the outside world has to offer. I told her that is a great risk on her behalf. She appeared completely out of character to suggest it, hence I clearly rejected the proposal. For the past few weeks, my wife has been remarkably quiet and patient. She is unlike the wild, insecure one I used to know. Naturally, I should not trust her for my personal benefit. It is quite challenging though. She has been really giving in the divorce, even if she doesn't want it. Though not my case, I have read so many stories of divorces turning acrimonious. Being in this state is rather surreal. It is challenging to negotiate. Edit. Let me also make clear, I am still completely going with the divorce. Hearing people's impressions of this interests me. Edit. Back once again. Hello to each of you. I have another update on this sorry condition of my life. I want to thank the people who keep contacting me in support before I get into that. My wife and I have thus decided to be courteous now and celebrate the holidays as a family. Though my wife is still hoping otherwise, this will be the final holiday ever observed. This was for the benefit of our children. I have loving children. Our divorce will be official midway through February. For those of you who are interested, we have shared everything half and half, although she has been quite giving on her side. She might become nasty later, but so far she has been good and tells me it's because I have been a terrific husband and parent. She feels I should get more than a fair divorce considering all she has done. Still don't know whether it's a technique. Though I do gain somewhat more thanks to her, that is not to imply she will lose a lot out of the divorce. I have chosen to cease attending sessions with her. It was confusing her and offering false hope. She has said that she has a strong desire to be close to me all the time and that her affair made me feel emasculated and unwanted. She has been attempting to have sex with me rather often, and I mean quite often. To be honest, my wife seldom started sex before all of this, so I felt a little offended that she was doing it now. I came to value her seeing this as a hang-up of mine and her desire to fix it over time. Though I have turned her down, she continues fiercely claiming that this has nothing to do with reconciliation and that she only wants me to feel good and desired. For now, I have shut off communication with the other betrayed partner since things were becoming somewhat too personal for my taste. I suppose you were not far off when the person mentioned I was having a vengeance affair. It wasn't even anything I knew till the other betrayed partner admitted she wanted to try and see where our relationship would develop. She said she would wait to start anything until my divorce was official. We have agreed to take a vacation from each other till everything is settled as I was somewhat perplexed and had no explanation for her. The second betrayed partner is a beautiful woman, but I'm not sure whether I could make her feelings back off. I have very little idea how to manage that. Someone suggested that her future reconciliation with her husband is being hampered by being near the other betrayed partner. I guarantee you that nothing I do relates to her choosing to leave OM. She is done with him and that is all. When we are together, we do not discuss our spouses negatively. OM personally visited me lately to atone for all that happened. He was usually an arrogant man, hence this event really helped him to grow humble. His apologies did not sit with me. Though I wouldn't say expletive about what he is going through. Call me petty. Is it alright for me to have sex with my wife even if we are not getting along? I do admit I miss having sex. I sorely miss the closeness and intimacy of it all. New lingerie, sexting, touching, letters, etc. My wife is eager and has been trying everything possible to start it, and sometimes I find it difficult to resist. Honestly, I just didn't care to know exactly where they had sex, so she even threw away, destroyed, and replaced everything that had to do with OM at my house without my asking her to. Switching off these emotions is difficult for me. Is this a catch-up? Am I the one being played? I wanted her here as it's less of a hassle until the divorce is finalized. Before someone says kick her out of the house, I've already tried that. Rant. At last I understand it. Though she was nothing but worthless, I felt I squandered all these years on a woman. Nevertheless, she produced wonderful memories and children. As a man, these things I will never forget and value greatly. I am going to do better than her though, and at last I realize I am better than her. People have come flooding in offering me guidance on how to handle this. I realize at last that I am deserving of better than her. She twisted me over, put me down, and made me feel less than when another man paid her any attention. She actually gave another man her all. It still shocks me that I'm at last realizing I am over her. She only now does all it takes to maintain me. She is now focusing her effort on us. She used to not care. However, now she wants me to be happy. She now desires to be this daring sex partner for me. Though it was never amazing, I enjoyed our sex. I can now clearly see what I have missed. Her writings with OM let me know only the surface of the graphic nature of their trysts. Now, despite her past relative slowness, she wants to show me just how much she loves me. The lethargic sex tells volumes to me. While earlier it was all about giving her attention and providing for her at the same time, now she gives me space and is pleased and supportive of all I do. She now respects my bounds and surpasses them to add more. She now views me as the king I wanted her to see, but no. First I had to smother her off her pedestal first. She is the perfect woman right now, yet it seems transitory to me. She now tells me everything exactly, very open. She is quite honest as well, even if it may make her embarrassed or offended. Before, I don't believe I have ever seen any woman looking constantly ashamed on her face. She wishes this affair never had a place. She kicks herself quite a bit every day. When I am simply not responsive to anything she does, I can see the desperation on her face. She tries to cover it, but she seems so unhappy. Though occasionally I detest myself, to me it's necessary. Why cannot I consider this as a good thing? Why cannot I criticize her now for her actions? They exhibit regret, right? Many have LTAs and come out even more powerful than before. Why am I making decisions based more on feeling than on a point of mature objectification? While I enter another dubious relationship, someone else will end up receiving the better and upgraded version of her. When everything seems to lead to something decent for the future, why not strive for this? These are the lines I have been handed. My response is that I will not tolerate disrespect. Perhaps I was eager in the early phases of research, but I woke up from that fast. This is to respond to those who have routinely asked about my position and messaged me. This Christmas I will be spending it with my whole family and then moving away from my wife. To retain my wife's grip over me and go totally from the concept of her, I resolved to cease listening to the garbage I produced in my thoughts. Neither will I be giving us another shot nor dating her. We are done for good. My wife is not a villain, and that is the truth. She should be happy too, but it will never be with me. She has personally shown me that. When I absolutely hit rock bottom, I phoned the other betrayed partner today and promised her supper after the holidays for her support. She mentioned she would really like it. Although I know this isn't common, we truly helped each other all through this and I owe her thanks. I really didn't know before people started discussing how much I intended this with OBS. For the past few years, my feelings have been so twisted that the whole idea of another lady never crossed my head. And dinner is it, nothing else unless both of us really want it. But the closer the divorce approaches, the more I see I really have choices. One such alternative has been right there. Regarding OM, I have nothing to say about the man. Not a flying expletive. I will inform any woman as I do not believe I will marry once more. Though my divorce has not been particularly difficult, I am nonetheless losing a lot of money. Today, the whole concept of marriage seems to be a hoax. I apologize for just now being so cynical. Though I'm jaded, I want this essay not to insult anyone. I realized how little I got back after giving this lady my best years. Happy holidays, you won't be seeing me for some time. Update, formally divorced. It has been long since I expected. I did say earlier that I will be returning here for the final update. That ends. Formally, my ex and I have split ways permanently. It happened around 3 weeks ago. For the better part of several days following the event I mourned as though I had lost a loved one. That my marriage failed so spectacularly really affected me rather strongly. Ever since I initially found out about the affair, I never shed tears that strong. I also railed a lot, most likely one of my lowest points. Everything has been set up for my ex, partly on my behalf for the children. She left the house, I am attempting to buy her out of her portion of it. She currently resides in an apartment, a somewhat large downsize for her, and it basically makes her depressed. She still visits the therapist and remains committed to reading and researching infidelity. Not exactly sure why. With little physical touch, we have had long chats both before and following the divorce. She is the mother of my children, hence even if I know I shouldn't be entertaining her right now, we should be decent co-parents. Thanks in great part to this group and others, I am nothing except logical about the matter. Of course, it's the same song. She wants to reconcile, and I believe it would be too dangerous for me to put myself in the same circumstances once more. I regret not feeling the right mood to present her the gift. I went to supper with the other betrayed partner this past weekend solely for companionship and conversation. We covered a lot of ground. Things grew flirtatious between us, and I have to say I was somewhat hesitant to welcome the fast-shifting mood. I suppose I should say that the evening concluded with quite fervent intensity. I'm sorry for the TMI. Most likely, the most amazing sex I have ever experienced. OBS is quite much a giver, spades above my ex. Although I had no intention of it going that far, the other betrayed partner was eager and I too was. Learned quite a few more LOL tricks in the sack. First time I had someone that was eager to satisfy me rather than the other way around. She divorced her ex, thus I guess I shouldn't call her the other betrayed spouse anymore, but for privacy's sake I will just use that. To be honest, I do not see us advancing our relationship. That evening, I suppose the hormones and booze got the best of us. Though I'm not sure she would want to. I believe she also helps me to arrange myself emotionally. Still, I feel really terrific. Although this may not be what people want to hear, the sex I had with the other betrayed partner greatly helped with my remaining self-esteem problems. Desired, living, and at last I knew what I was missing. I will never accept artificial sex once more. Knowing that I did not lose my morals and was not cheating made me more fulfilled. All things considered, I'm really pleased with how I handled all this mess. Though not flawless, I did the best I could. Though I did lose a lot of money in this process, I am most likely coming out really lucky compared to many BHS. But it was because I was ready to listen to those with knowledge rather than mindlessly wishing for the best. I will thus be eternally appreciative of you people. You and everyone who listened to me helped me to avoid even further losing my value. Summary. Respect you. Never, never tolerate disrespect from anyone else, not even from individuals closest to you. Everybody is entitled to a happy, contented relationship. Never accept your partner's leftovers. Every committed partnership should feature a satisfying and healthy sexual life. Do not accept it if your partner is not giving you their all but did so in an affair or before with someone else. Just state your discontent. I am not encouraging rape or sexual abuse. If your spouse is not ready to meet your desires, do not settle for dull sex unless both of you agree. One can walk away from that without trouble. Share, interact, share. I cannot underline how very vital that is. Should you ever be betrayed, only you can really recover? I needed a long time to grasp this. Though that's all I can currently think of, there are many more. I'll be here to respond to your comments, but I'm done blogging here permanently and moving on with my life in around a few hours from now. Have a nice one, everyone. Right now, things are good. Update. Hey folks, people wanting to find out how my issue is going have been flooding me with emails. I still get triggered here and there, hence I have been deliberately avoiding everything involving adultery. Having this in mind, I am still working through the trauma. I try not to dwell too much on it, hence I've been absent from this site and others in order to move on. But given so many people are worried about me, I will reassure you and provide an update. I'm good, no mishaps, no poof, I'm off the face of the earth. I'm still in IC and my girlfriend is the other betrayed partner. With regard to child custody and money, she resolved her matter with OM. She should have handled that sensibly instead of being vindictive and dragging him to the cleaners. The children do have some conflict over all this, and we are working as well as we can to handle it. We have to start therapy for them to ensure they appropriately adjust and realize that their relationship with the other betrayed partner has minimal influence on them. Still, we do take them into account when it comes to the way this is handled. Not everyone is on board, hence this is really difficult. OM, my ex and my daughter do not enjoy being around each other. I'm not joking here. There's conflict when those two are near one another. I really believe both of them blame the other for how things turned out. My ex still wants a second chance and is most likely offended that the other betrayed partner stands in the path of me seeing things clearly and not tossing away what we have eternally. This woman is so misled, her antics really concern me. She tried something at a friend's 4th of July celebration. I closed it, although I suppose it was not sufficiently strong. Though you guys were right, she wants to come crawling back in a bad way. I did not believe the individuals claiming she would be pining for me. The other betrayed partner is letting me handle that. But she's also becoming sick of my ex too. Did I mention my ex's passionate loathing of the other betrayed partner? Ever since I left her for someone else, my ex has been a train wreck. But I truly thought she was improving herself. I treated her better than I treated anyone else in my life, hence she treated me like garbage and I still don't get it. But the instant I respond F you, she is backflipping to grab my interest. I'm not sure whether I ought to be offended over this. There you have it. Now everyone can relax. Regarding my daughter, I get anxious. Hello everyone. I am new to this sub but not new to Reddit. Actually, I have been searching for suitable references to handle my current circumstances. Though I'll outline it below for you all, feel free to review my history to obtain a better backdrop. Ex-wife of mine had an affair. It ran for over 2 years. My ex-wife compared me to our OM a lot and was really nasty to me during this period. Our sex life was worse than it had been before, and at first I blamed all of my failings. I didn't have a straightforward strategy to leave her once I found the affair, but it gradually came to pass. One weekend she departed to hang out with OM and lied to me about it. I contacted the other betrayed partner and we worked together to divorce each of our respective wives. The affair was revealed to our age-appropriate children during this process under a mommy broke a promise to daddy kind of conversation. Not specifics, only that we were heading our different directions but yet loved them very much. Though of course they didn't want the divorce to occur, which is also quite reasonable, they took it as well as anyone would want. Although my ex-wife has been relentlessly advocating for reconciliation, I wasn't there to provide her another chance. Understanding it wasn't about me, I forgave her and wanted to be done with the relationship. The divorce grew more expensive the closer it approached completion, although the financial harm was not too severe. I also have to say that the other betrayed partner and I began a gradual relationship immediately following the divorce. It was first like FWB, but these days it's far more serious. Had it not been for our mutual support during the aftermath of the affair, I most certainly would still be with my cheating ex, that or murdered myself, half joking. Still, I constantly chat to my children to find out how they are handling this. I strive to make sure our talks are honest. If they object to my relationship with the other betrayed partner, they can let me know so. I wouldn't be insulted since I want to avoid putting them in a position that would cause problems down the road. 10-year-old son likes OBS. Given her age, 15, my daughter would rather have a little more time adjusting to the new dynamic. She says she doesn't want to meddle with my connection with the other betrayed partner and she wants to see me happy. I told her I wanted her to be happy too, even if it is not her place. She can say so, and I wouldn't mind, if she prefers the other betrayed partner. She claims she just needs some time and is good with the other betrayed partner. About good partnerships, we have had several conversations with them. My daughter and I have had a lot of conversations regarding her concerns and worries. She seems generally quite helpful to me thus far. The other betrayed partner, and my son, daughter and her 2 daughters are very subtle in our relationship so as not to overwhelm all the other engaged children. Everyone, even OM, is in therapy. But that is a different matter entirely. This is clearly an unusual circumstance, as you can observe, which brings me back to my kid. The affair and choices taken have clearly affected her relationship with her mother. She tells me straightforwardly that she hates her as none of this would have happened without her. She is quite defiant with her mother. She pushes off her mother's attempts at affection, sulks when it is her turn to take her, and even curses at her once, which results in me stepping in and instructing her to be respectful, which she followed in that incident. The two had argued, and it worries me greatly that my daughter is suffering in such a severe degree. Though there is only so much she can do on her own, my ex-wife is attempting to cope as best as she can. Since I chose to divorce, she wants my help in restoring a relationship with her kid. She was the one who cheated. I could toss her right back off. I am above that, yet it calls into question how I handled this. Concerns I have. My daughter respects nothing about her mother. My daughter doesn't know her mother mistreated her. She wants things to be back as they were. Although my daughter is in treatment, I'm not sure how much it is benefiting her. She seems overburdened since she believes she has no voice or control over the circumstances. She has managed my relationship with the other betrayed partner really effectively, but I worry she is suppressing her feelings. Divorce of their mother seems like I might have damaged their lives. Though I'm not returning to that poisonous person either. I really value any advice. Update: I know you folks are worried about me. Hey everybody, sure, I saw your chat requests and emails. I'm sorry for not getting back. I'm not active here anymore, but I am very much aware that some have been attempting to follow up on my position and this update will help to allay your concerns. Not a happy ever after, be advised. First let's start with the large elephant in the room. How are the other deceived spouses and I doing? Actually, amazing. Years ago, I would have gone after a woman like her if I realized she existed earlier. LOL. All joking aside, other from her I have never had a closer bond with any lady. I had no idea what a good relationship looked like as my ex-wife put me through the grind so often. Though I still have self-doubts, the other betrayed partner is a great friend and has supported me through this. I really love this gal quite a bit. I feel the same way about her and she has repeatedly shown me, time and time again, that I mean a great deal to her. Nothing more than a girlfriend though. I have questions about the entire concept of marriage. We still conduct things behind closed doors and minimize involving the children in the full relationship process. Indeed though, the children are aware of our courting. Regarding the children, their start was really difficult. Who am I kidding? But right now they are getting along really nicely. I believe it largely relates to our close involvement in their life and ensuring they had someone to talk to when they encountered difficulties. Many therapies as well. Love the other betrayed spouse to bits, my daughter and son do. She interacts with children quite naturally. Her kids enjoy me much more than they did about 2 years ago. To really surprise me, her youngest began telling others that I'm her stepdad at events and gatherings I took her to. She said she loved me a lot and I made her mom happy, so she's happy I'm her stepdad. I was scared she felt forced to see me that way. You have no idea how emotional I became upon learning that. It felt like a ton of bricks from nowhere, but I did present a brave front. Though they presented a unified front to mercilessly taunt my son, the only boy and youngest of the bunch, I enjoy seeing my kids contentedly playing with OBS. Indeed, I'm not sure whether I should smile or grimace at that one. How about my unfaithful former partner? We get along rather well. She has been working very hard on her own to mend her relationship with her daughter. I was pleased when my daughter informed me she could find it in her heart to forgive her mother for what she did. Over these years, they have gone through a lot and have grown really nicely together. Still, I doubt my ex-wife has completely embraced our couple's way of life. She still seems to be seeking for or implying a second try. She still goes to individual therapy while working out at the gym. She seems far healthier overall now, but I don't really give a damn. I've reconciled with the past. Her issue stems from not following suit. Now, she talks more with the other betrayed partner. This is reciprocated, but the other betrayed partner routinely sees her with mistrust, as she should, given all that has happened. Is a cause gone lost. I had no idea what a disaster the man would be, all that money and no brains would create. Currently he has a girlfriend, but his children hate her and are rather honest about it. I needed some time to realize how self-absorbing the man was. To be honest, I also dislike his girlfriend. She strikes me as being quite cruel toward the girls, materialistic and selfish. In other words, we're performing better than just good. I had my questions about whether this was the correct route, but given the hard work of the people engaged, it is working out quite brilliantly. Not a happily ever after, just right now. Well, you have it right. Now everyone may relax easily. The golden child brother got my fiancée pregnant. After 5 years, he is in a coma, and my mom has asked me to step in as the father for his child. 5 years ago, only a month before I, now 30, was scheduled to get married to my fiancée, I discovered she had been seeing my brother. They came clean to me about it only because she wanted to keep the baby and was pregnant. Apparently ever after Karen and I were engaged, my ex-fiancée Karen, 30F, and brother Chris, 33M, had been sleeping together. Getting engaged was certainly the next step since Karen and I had been dating since our junior year of high school and had stayed together through college as well. Still, she chose to cheat on me with my brother once we became engaged. The only reason that ever happened was that a few days following our engagement, my brother told her he had always harbored her and felt he had to tell her since she was getting married. He was unable to tell her anything regarding these emotions thereafter. She then became aware all of a sudden that she had also been progressively developing emotions for him. She had stayed with me since she was hesitant about him, apparently even flirting behind my back occasionally at family events and other gatherings. 5 years ago, just a few months before my wedding, I got to know all these things when the two of them sat me down along with my parents and informed me they were intending on getting together. Karen was in love with Chris and they were expecting a baby together, so she could no longer wed me. That day, I was rather agitated, nearly refusing to accept it, and told Karen I wanted her to accompany me home and break this relationship, whatever it was, with Chris. But my mother made it really clear that Chris and Karen would be together and that nothing of the kind was going to happen. Since it was finally their choice, I simply had to find peace with it. That my mother was endorsing anything like this astounds me even now. At least my dad had the decency to appear ashamed and try to comfort me, but my mother openly backed this and even told me that if I objected, I could keep it to myself since Karen was pregnant and I had no right to disturb her in such a delicate state. My mother hardly cared about what I was going through as she was simply insane over at last having a grandchild in the family. She battled with me tooth and nail to defend the behavior under question. Following the incident that day, Karen moved in with my family as her own parents stopped wanting to talk to her once she told them the truth. Obviously, we had to call off the wedding. My parents paid for it so I wouldn't have to worry about that either. But I refused to talk to the family, hence I was kicked out. We have had absolutely zero touch over the last 5 years. My father is the only person who even cared to attempt and get in touch with me. Unfortunately, I was not interested in talking to him either, hence there has been radio silence from their end since I severed contact with them. Karen and I had been together for a very long period, hence it took me a very long time to recover what had occurred to me. I had really loved her, hence it took a lot of therapy to get over it. Even today, I wouldn't say I'm really over it, but I'm handling it. Still, the rest of the family kept in contact with me and I did learn from them that she had a son with my brother. There was no need to get in touch with her after that either, as a paternity test verified that it was my brother's child rather than mine just 1 month after she gave birth. They spent the past 5 years together and finally got married. My mother contacted me out of the blue about a week ago, which surprised me since she had been the one most in favor of Karen and Chris, like to an unhealthy degree. I had assumed everything was going well for them. Curious just a bit, I decided to contact her back when she emailed me stating she had to talk to me immediately. She cried and conveyed some quite awful news when I phoned her. I found out that my brother had suffered a quite catastrophic accident. It was a hit-and-run case, and sadly, The impact caused him to fall into a coma. The exact length of recovery is unknown. This had happened last week. Just 3 days after the physicians reported things were somewhat severe, my mother decided to give me a call to let me know about it. Initially, I assumed she would want me to see him and be there for the family. I would have been willing to comply since, in spite of all, I believe this is a major issue and it would have still been a fair expectation. I would not want to turn my back on someone in such a horrible state. Then my mother turned completely another way and declared she wanted me to be with Karen and my nephew. Then mother informed me she now expected me to be there for them in my brother's place. I had no idea what that meant either. She informed me that because Chris was essentially not even there anymore, I had to be there for Karen and her child in any manner whatsoever. When I asked her to explain, she expected me to jump in and live with them so I could look after them, not only financially. She claimed she would have taken them in herself, but she was not getting younger and caring for all of them would be too much effort. She was phoning me to let me know this, and she wanted me to decide on the call itself. I clearly lost my cool as she avoided me for 5 years and now wanted me to do something so significant when she was finally speaking to me. Although Karen and her son were all on their own right now and they needed someone to be there for them, I could see that someone from their close family would have been more suited for her than me. Someone she had betrayed and then not even tried to apologize to. Clearly, I told my mother right away that I was not going to do such a thing and that she was stupid for ever expecting me to say yes to that. Then she began fighting with me over the phone, and I had little time to spend. I immediately hung up and then blocked her once more as I was already somewhat annoyed and I wanted to not let her further sour my attitude. After that, I tried to go about my daily business but I couldn't stop thinking about what Chris and Karen were going through. I felt terrible for them. That was really strange, thus I clearly was not going to follow what my mother had asked me to and substitute my brother for their family. He was still alive, he had just fallen asleep, but it was not as though he had died already. She was acting as though he had disappeared. I believed that my father would be more rational than my mother, so later that day I chose to phone him instead as I was feeling very lightheaded over this whole situation. After 5 years of no contact, it was somewhat strange to chat to him. Yet after some brief conversation, I asked Chris how he was doing. Right now, he told me, things were not looking very well. Then I expected him to have some decent understanding when I told him about the earlier that day talk I had with my mother. Rather, he also added, my mother was correct to have expectations of me. That truly surprised me since, out of both my parents, my dad was always the more cool-headed one. Now even he was saying such strange things. He said that Karen and I had a history nonetheless and that I am also part of the family regardless of our former 5-year relationship. He stated he truly meant that. In the end I am blood. If someone else could stand up for the family, it should be me and my mother's expectations are not particularly illogical. And right now I'm not sure what to do. I have been avoiding talking to anyone from my family, including my other relatives, for the past week since I am simply worried that someone would bring this up with me and subsequently I would be obliged to justify my choices. Since I'm not stepping up for my family and I know they truly need me, if not financially, then at least emotionally, I also sort of feel like the bad guy here. Simply said, I'm not sure what to do. Though I know my mother is asking of me something quite strange and illogical, I feel guilty for turning it down straight away. I just feel so strange about this whole thing. I haven't even been down to the hospital to see my brother. Since all of this is so intimate, neither have I been able to discuss this with any of my friends. Although they understand how things have been between my family and me ever since my wedding was put off, this is somewhat more unusual than that. To be honest, right now I'm sharing this on Reddit since I truly believe I need some objective advice on what to do. Whether it's friends or relatives, everyone will have some kind of biased view. I truly need guidance as, without a workable answer to all of this shortly, I fear losing my sanity. Since I discovered Karen had been cheating on me, I really feel like I'm returning to the time of my life when I was obsessing about her and Chris. I don't want to go back to that very dark period since it has taken a lot of time to get out of. Thus, whatever anyone has to say, kindly let me know so I may at least divert myself from the harshness of the opinion. So am I the expletive, for not visiting my family and supporting them following an accident involving my brother. Update 1. Hey buddies, I decided not to visit my family right now. Right now, it is quite too much for me. The things my parents were telling me alone let me realize just how severe my anxiousness had gotten over the past week. But right now I'm back on my anti-anxiety medicines and attempting to handle things. In the comments area of my initial article and even individually in my DMs, to let me know that they are there for me and that I am not alone, a lot of people have showered me with love and support which I'm extremely grateful for. Since I truly don't think I could handle all of this on my own, I have also confided in a few of my close friends about what is happening. They have also advised me to talk to them anytime I need to simply let it all out. They have also advised me that, for now, my decision to not go and meet them is the right one to make since it is the best one I could make right now for me. No matter what else people are going through in life, I have to prioritize myself. Chris and my family have always put themselves first, hence I should likewise do the same. To be honest, I hardly believe I should be there for them emotionally either. They can each handle this on their own. They have one other. After the wedding was called off and I discovered I'd been betrayed, I was the one with absolutely no one from my immediate family at my side. Though he was the one who had been in the wrong, my own parents had turned against me and had chosen my brother over me. Out of the family, he ought to have gone missing first. Still, that's only past. I'm attempting to go on from that. Should I return to them once more, I will not be able to accomplish it successfully. I have thus blocked all of them once more and will keep to my choice of not interacting with them. I truly regret what happened to my brother, but I hope he recovers quickly as, no matter what he has done, I cannot be the person wishing anything negative to happen to anyone. I thus hope things work out for them, but I am out of here. Right now, I'm just paying close attention to my own mental health. I'm thinking of returning to treatment. The way I handled this and the comments from my parents got under my skin. All those old emotions are resurfacing once more, hence I truly believe I should consult a professional since I don't think I'm handling all of this as well as I thought I was. I therefore simply now am looking out for myself. Update 2. I thus learned from a few relatives that my brother's condition is really severe and that it is not exhibiting any improvement. He still resides in the hospital. It has been almost 2 weeks. Although I feel horrible for the family as their situation is extremely terrible, there is not much I could do. Apart from myself, everyone who knows my family has dropped by the hospital to see my brother at least once in the previous 2 weeks and pay their sympathies for the horrible disaster that has happened. I would have done that, but then I also discovered via my relatives that my parents have been disparaging me to anyone who has been visiting them and projecting me as a terrible man. They seem to be telling everyone they begged me to come see them and be there for the family. But I had objected and said things like this was retribution for screwing me over 5 years back and my brother deserved this. For the record's sake, I clearly said nothing of the kind. Since I'm usually a friendly person to everyone, some of them got in touch to ask whether this was true or not since it seemed like nothing I would say. When they questioned me about it, I clearly informed them that my parents were fabricating it to make it seem like I was a horrible person, probably to get a reaction out of me or maybe simply because that's the type of people my parents are. Not that I said these things. Especially after already having screwed up my life once, I was simply quite let down that people were saying such things about me and fabricating stories only to present me as the evil guy. I'm just happy that my relatives asked me about it since, had they simply decided to trust my parents, then I doubt anyone in the family would have been speaking to me at this stage either. I had not spoken to my parents for the past 5 years, but the rest of my family, my aunts, uncles, and naturally my cousins, had been there for me. I honestly didn't want to lose that. And I suppose my parents chose to try and screw that up for me as well since they couldn't abide it. Simply said, I find it incomprehensible that people despise me so strongly. I have literally not done anything to them. Although my parents have always had a soft spot for my brother right from our youth, my brother and I have never been very close. This seems needless and overbearing. Update 3. Hi. So I posted an update 2 days ago. Today my mother decided to get in touch once more. She had nowhere else to go except pay me a visit to speak with me as I had blocked them everywhere. She was already there, waiting for me to get back home from work. Since I was simply so tired from work already, I really didn't feel like chatting to her. I almost decided I would be getting back into the car, but she noticed me and I had to go talk to her. Since it would be quite difficult to get rid of her, I chose to talk to her in the front yard instead of admitting her into my house. This proved to be quite bad for me since finally she started screaming at me, drawing the attention of the neighbors as well. The exchange began quite naturally. She just struck up a casual conversation with me and I had to respond gently. Then I couldn't help myself, so I started asking her why she had been fabricating lies about me to fit me as the evil man. I informed her that although my family had treated me like this, I had never wished anything negative to happen to them. I honestly simply wanted to go on with my life, but they were making even that incredibly difficult for me. I had been suppressing these emotions for a very long time. Hence when I saw her it simply spilled out and I couldn't control myself. Ultimately, I informed her that although they had never treated me the same way and I was rather let down by their actions, I found it quite difficult to consider them as family after all that had transpired. I stated that since I had just returned home from work and was truly not in the mood to fight or talk to anyone about anything too emotionally taxing, Whatever she had come to discuss could be done later. She had been listening to me patiently up until that point, but she became rather agitated when I told her I wanted not to talk to her at that moment and said she was only here to apologize for the exact same things I had mentioned. She claimed that she and my father had not been thinking clearly. They had first been somewhat offended by my response since I had refused to stand up for my family and even paid visits to my brother while he was in the hospital. I wasn't not visiting since they then understood they hadn't exactly treated me well in the prior 5 years and that I was clearly still rather offended about that. She had come to try to settle things out between us since she thought the family should stick together right now for emotional stability. She changed her plan and decided she would yell at me instead when I informed her I wanted no conversation with her. She advised me to simply be happy that I still have a family since, following the way I had responded upon learning of my brother's injury, she had half of a mind to cut me off and ensure that the rest of my relatives likewise ceased communicating with me permanently. She clarified that she thought my reaction had not been sad enough when I found out about my brother's tragedy, as I did not know what she meant. Not even did I know what she had expected of me. She claimed that when I told her about my brother's accident, she expected me to at least show some feeling, but during the phone call I had just sounded quite apathetic. Clearly, regardless of our personal relationships, some news like that was absolutely going to impact me, and it has indeed. As I said before, I do not wish it onto anyone. This includes my family, even with our close ties. I was therefore quite offended learning about his accident. Perhaps that had not shown up on the phone call since she could not see my face, but her arguments were simply wholly unfounded and irrational. She even said that my brother's absence for Karen and my nephew had shown how little I valued the family, as I had not been there for them. She was only fabricating once more to support their behavior. Since these things are utterly strange and pointless, I truly believe that my parents have started to lose their minds. She started screaming at me, thus I lost even more interest in talking to her and chose to hide inside my house. I thus unlocked the entrance to my house after some time and entered while she was still screaming at me. She followed me inside, but I closed the door in her face and advised her to leave since I was really offended and wanted no further interaction with her. She battled with me, but I told her I would call the police. That's when she finally departed, but not before berating me out and declaring I would shortly suffer consequences. I'm not even curious about learning what that implies. I have no idea what that entails. I simply want to unwind and go on living. Update 4. Hi there. Following the accident 26 days ago, my family at last received some positive news to deliver today to all. They obviously did not personally inform me about it. I learned about it from my cousins. The good news is that my brother is at last displaying some progress. That's a positive indication since he is reacting better and out of a coma is not. Though I'm not really regarded as part of the family anymore and have been thrown out long ago, the last month has been rather trying for everyone in the family, including myself, so I truly hope he can make it and that he only improves from here forward. My parents have truly proven to me that they are unhinged in the way they have been following my life throughout the past 26 days. They were simply venting their anger on me. Following my last conversation with my mother, which I discussed in my last update, I did not hear from her for a few days. Then though, my father called me up to scream at me instead. I cannot tell it was him as he used a different number from the one he typically uses. He started screaming at me practically right away when I answered the call, so I wouldn't even have a chance to hang up when I discovered it was him. He was rather cunning about it too. He aimed to surprise me so he could yell at me. My brain would be all muddled instead of phoning me at any regular time during the day. He decided to contact me at 5 in the morning when he knew I would be sleeping and would have to get woken up to answer his call. A few days after my conversation with my mother, my dad contacted me at 5 o'clock in the morning. Following almost 3 phone calls, I at last answered the 4th one. He began screaming at me right away about what an unappreciative child I was and how he wanted I never to have been born. I was a horrible human being for not even bothering to come see my brother in the hospital when he was suffering so much, and for not being there for the family, he claimed. Thus he said he was going to make sure the rest of the family never spoke to me again. I was still processing everything, thus he was the one who hung up after raving for about 5 minutes. By the time I finished with everything, he had hung the phone and banned me. It wasn't very hilarious at the time it happened, but now I find it really humorous since my parents are simply so determined to make me appear like a bad guy and yell at me for pointless actions. For these exact reasons, they are ready to go out of their way into such extremities. As usual, I had to be there for the family. I have already mentioned that I think they were venting their frustrations on me. They just wanted a scapegoat. However, it's okay as my father failed in convincing the rest of the family against me since they know I'm not guilty and they also know what happened 5 years ago. Still, I simply hope they get off my back and concentrate on my brother since his condition is getting better. Update 5. Hi, Returning here after almost 3 years seems somewhat strange. Since then, a lot has transpired, generally for the better. Right now, I'm in Germany working. Having been here for the past year and a half, I have also started seeing someone. It's been lovely, truly. My girlfriend and I have been together for the past 8 months. If I'm being honest, I have had absolutely zero contact with my family for the past 3 years. That has also been delightful. To be different, I have stayed in touch with my good relatives. Right now, my brother is totally well. He survived the crash, and although it took him some time to recover, he is doing great right now. After my brother had begun to recover, Karen came over to me to apologize for all that had past transpired. But I just told her at this moment an apology was not necessary. After everyone realized I was heading to Germany for business, she came to see me with a bouquet to apologize on behalf of her and my brother. Though he was too embarrassed of the events 8 years ago, my brother could not come see me. Honestly, it made little difference now. I thus simply informed them I forgave them and showed no further care. And that was true. I was on better things, moving on with my life, so I did not really care. I have been here since then. My parents no longer interact with me, and I'm quite glad about this, as I would never let that ever happen once more under any conditions. Now, I'm at last content. Anyway, I must get back to my life now that you people are all caught up. Thank you so very much to the folks who showed me so much love and care when I was publishing here, and also kept asking about me in the comments and everything long after I had stopped publishing. My parents canceled my 18th birthday to please my entitled sister, so I moved out with Grandpa, who then cut them off financially for good. Hello, I recently turned 18 a few days ago, but sadly my bratty elder sister insisted on my party being cancelled at the last minute, hence my parents canceled it. I was very glad she wasn't even meant to be here for the celebration. But it's just my luck that strong Midwest storms caused all of the planes to be cancelled on the day she was scheduled to depart. 3 days before my birthday, she was meant to go to NYC with a group of pals, but for now they have had to postpone the trip. She has been rather offended over it, hence my parents have been walking on eggshells around her since they truly want to avoid aggravating her. She is the golden child of our family, hence they wouldn't dare, really. So much so, that she insisted my birthday be cancelled early on as, in her words, if she doesn't get to have fun, neither will I. Naturally, my parents sent the message to every single individual who had been invited without second thought. Much later in the evening, while I was eagerly waiting for all the visitors to arrive, but none were showing up, I discovered. When I asked my parents at last why none had shown up even by 7 p.m., they informed me they had called off the celebration without even asking me. They claimed my sister was somewhat disturbed and felt it would be inappropriate to throw a party while she was in this state. At that point, I lost all control and began yelling at my folks. It seemed simply to be unfair. My sister had always received different treatment from my parents, who expected me to sacrifice all my life and meet her every demand more than my own. And I always had as well. This was, however, going much too far. My sister was complaining about a trip that was cancelled for legitimate reasons outside of anyone's control. Hence my parents had promised to plan my 18th birthday party, invited all of my friends and family so we could have a large birthday celebration, and now they had cancelled it without even notifying me. To exacerbate things, my parents had subtly informed every visitor that I had suddenly gotten ill, so I called off the party. Declaring I had a migraine and that using my phone was the last thing I needed, they asked that no one text me about it. Nobody texted me, hence I had no idea what was going on until the very last minute. I started fighting with my parents right away when they informed me what had transpired. Extremely offended as it wasn't my place to back down, I was yelling at them. Even then, their main worries were my being too noisy since they worried my sister would wake up from her nap. I kept yelling till my sister arrived downstairs, not giving a damn about that. Starting to defend our parents, she said they had done nothing illegal. She said that, as it would be cruel, she was the one who objected to everyone celebrating or partying while she was so distraught. She even said that I was the most entitled and spoiled person if I couldn't see that. Her utter arrogance following what she had done infuriated me to the point of me mindlessly starting to curse her. Things became physical as I grabbed her hair and tried to shake her. Our parents had to split us apart, and in the turmoil we missed the doorbell ringing. My parents opened the door to discover my grandfather waiting there after we at last stopped battling. Everyone in the family, including my parents, regards my paternal grandfather as a truly formidable force. Not great news for them was having him at the door. He began questioning why there was so much yelling and cursing as soon as he walked inside. Probably since I had been the loudest, he turned to me for responses. Usually, since it seemed petty, I wouldn't share with people the way my parents treated me, But I told my grandpa everything since this time I had nothing to lose. I told them I was unhappy with my parents and sister and that hiding the truth would not help them treat me any better, hence I saw no use in doing so anymore. It was time to stand up and I did. I also told him that I had dealt with my sister every day for the past 18 years, hence the bias toward her was not a one-time occurrence. But this episode was the last straw. I could not stand it anymore. My grandfather's expression was clearly shocked as soon as I spoke. He erupted at my father within seconds and started chastising him. It was then that I learned a lot of hitherto unknown facts. For the previous few years, my grandpa revealed he had been giving money to my parents every month since they had been trying to keep their business open and maintain the family. Basically, it was my grandfather who had been helping us all along, even covering the cost of the party my parents were ready to claim credit for. My grandfather chastised my parents for disappointing him with such treatment of me. From my conduct, he added, it was obvious that their devotion for my sister traumatized me. While my sister, being as stupid as ever, tried to argue with him, my parents silently let him talk. She said that her primary reason for requesting a cancellation of the party was her devastation at having her trip to New York, which she had been looking forward to for months, canceled indefinitely. She said it was merciless of me to throw a celebration while she was in pain. But my grandfather did not have time for her lies. She was the perfect example of entitlement, he reminded her, canceling my 18th birthday celebration only to suit her emotions. He told her the world did not revolve around her, and I believe it must have news value for her. My sister's argument with my grandfather infuriated him even more, and finally he informed my parents he would no longer be helping them. They were on their own now. Then he advised me to get ready and accompany him should I wish to move away, as obviously my parents only gave my sister top priority. The only thing my parents were offended about, even when my grandfather said this, was losing his financial backing. I was about to accept his offer, but they didn't seem to care that he volunteered to let me live with him. This merely confirmed what my grandfather said. They gave no damn about me. I thus wasted not a moment. While my parents tried to haggle and fight with my grandpa to keep his support, I walked upstairs. I hurriedly packed my belongings, then headed downstairs with my grandfather, who barely turned around one final time. He apologized to me for everything I had gone through as we were driving to his house. He remarked he ought to have done this long ago. Though I'm not sure exactly what that implies, I'm just rather happy to be living with him right now. My parents are the only ones dissatisfied with this arrangement, clearly. They have been assiduously attempting to reach me. Although I have not blocked them yet, I have not been answering their calls or messages either. Still, I have been reading their books. My parents continue to text me, apologize, and claim they lacked thoughtfulness. Since my sister was more delicate, and her emotions were more fragile, they acknowledge they always put her first. They now regret it as they never understood they were ignoring me in doing this. They worked very hard to give the impression that they were ignoring me simply because they felt I was strong enough to manage it. To be honest though, my sister is practically 5 years older than I am. And if anything, she ought to have been the one capable of sharing with our parents. I bought no single word from what my parents said. I understood they were just acting this way since Grandpa wanted me to return and enable him to keep supporting them. From them, all I wanted was one sincere apologies, yet it never came. It really began to irritate me. So this morning I told my father to stop texting me. I replied I didn't need their false apologies. I knew they were merely doing this to maintain Grandpa's support. I had finished working with them. When they canceled my birthday celebration without even asking me, they had told me just where their priorities lay. That was the straw shattering the camel's back. Today I was never returning. My dad responded instead of apologizing, saying he and my mother had mistreated me, but he was ready to set things right and do anything necessary. I seized the chance to explain to them that I would only agree to come back and discuss helping them if, and only if, my sister would no longer be living with us when I returned. They made a mistake by stating they were willing to do anything. She is 23 and has been working for the past 2 years. By now she should have accumulated enough money to move out. I thus don't even consider myself to be being so unfair, but my parents see me to be callous and silly. Now AITA for informing my parents that should my sister move out I will only be back in with them. You know, that kind of thing. My parents had always given her first attention. These little items added up even if they were trivial. Sadly, I never considered it sufficient enough to discuss with my relatives. Even if I had, I doubt it would have been justification for anybody wishing to have me taken away or offered to move out from. I simply remained quiet about it since else it would have infuriated my parents even more. Regarding my grandfather, I mentioned he is a force to be reckoned with since practically every member of the family loves and respects him. He had won numerous challenging cases and was among the greatest attorneys back in his day. Not to mention quite rich, he leads a very disciplined life and is quite morally pure. Clearly then, everyone in the family looks up to him. I could have told him how my parents were treating me if I had wanted to, but up until last year he was rather busy seeing my grandmother, who was nearing death. He was busy, and I wanted not to disturb him with my little grievances while he was already handling so much. He was grieving when my grandma went away, so I didn't believe it was worth mentioning. I am quite appreciative now that he is willing to assist me. Our connection has always been good, hence it is not shocking that he has volunteered to let me live with him until I start college. He has even informed me he will cover all of my college costs until I'm working. First update. Hello, hence I have decided to keep to the condition I proposed for my parents. Obviously, even if they kick my sister out, I have no intention of returning to live with them. I merely want to find out whether they really do it. That will reveal whether they really want me back or whether they believe my sister is more valuable than the financial support of my grandfather. I haven't told him anything about this, but to be fair, I recently learned of other things he had been hiding from me. I therefore believe it to be fair enough. I'm talking about the fact that my grandpa knew my parents didn't truly want me all along, but he had never taken anything about it. Actually, even if my sister lacked any traits that would justify her partial behavior, I never even knew exactly why my parents favored her. My grandfather recently told me that originally, my parents had just intended for one child. 5 years following my sister's birth though, my mother became pregnant with me. Although they intended to end the pregnancy, my dad made a mistake by alerting the parents of my mother about it. My mother's grandparents insisted that it would be inappropriate to turn away that gift should my parents be blessed with another child. They thus persuaded my parents to maintain the pregnancy. Sadly, while my mother was 8 months pregnant, my maternal grandparents were in a horrible vehicle accident. Both died from their wounds following several weeks of struggling for their lives. My mom was clearly heartbroken. During her pregnancy, she experienced a rather mental break whereby she began accusing me of bringing ill luck into her life. She spent a few weeks institutionalized, and when she returned she was quite improved. Still, my parents secretly felt bad about letting the pregnancy get this far. After I was born, they had every intention of having me adopted. But this time my paternal grandparents intervened. They forbade my parents from putting me up for adoption and told them they were crazy. Though they were reluctant, my parents raised me. When I challenged my grandfather about the comment he made when he took me back home, he told me all of this. Now I see what he meant when he said he ought to have done this long ago. I agree, he ought absolutely to have. In any case, I know I will never go back to my parents since I now know the truth about the reason they treated me differently. My present treatment of them is absolutely justified. For years, they punished me for something not under my control. At least I'm better than them since I'm punishing them for truly their fault. Though I still find my grandpa frustrating for not being honest sooner, I know these things are difficult to discuss, especially to a young child. Right now, he is the only person I can rely on. Thus I try not to get too enraged with him. But I felt bad about it when I spotted my sister waiting outside today following school. I so requested one of my male buddies to accompany me home. Being a football player, he is rather on the larger side, and I knew that if my sister did anything, he would be there to assist. We have been friends for a really long time, and I totally trust him. He is know-all, even specifics about my family. He agreed to stroll me back home. It was really starting to creep me out as my sister trailed silently. Halfway home I turned around to challenge her on what she was trying to do. She said she wouldn't want to chat in front of a stranger, but I told her I hardly wanted to chat with her at all. She then began telling me that my behavior has been the reason our parents have been really anxious and unhappy. She said yesterday that unless she was forced out of the house, our parents had at last warned her that I wouldn't come back home or even speak to my grandfather about helping them again. She thought I was being somewhat unjust, thus she came here to challenge me about it. I told her, if I can't be happy, neither can you, thinking it ludicrous of her to believe I would dignify this with a conversation. She used exactly the same reasoning to have my party called off, thus I reasoned it should also apply to her. She started yelling at me, calling me a vile human being, when I turned around to head home. I merely kept walking with my friend and turned her off. I never bothered to reply or look around. I suppose turning her off was what truly infuriated her, as shortly afterward, she attacked me and I was on the ground. I could feel her weight on my back as well as my own from my rucksack. Fortunately, my friend physically had my back since I sensed her being hauled off me in seconds. My companion was supporting her with one arm, hardly breaking a sweat as I at last got back on my feet and dusted myself. Knowing my sister's aggressive nature, I suppose I was right to have him walk me home. Her even belief she could attack me and get away with it infuriated me. I thus approached her, gave her a strong slap, and warned her that I would call the cops should she attempt anything humorous once more. I knew our beloved parents would not value any more drama, with all the turmoil she had already caused. She still had the arrogance to try and fight with me, but following that slap my friend and I turned away and she stopped following me. I told Grandpa all about it when I returned home. He was about to contact the police, but I told him it was not worth it, she was just a loser, and I knew she had learned her lesson. Besides, she was definitely already in a dangerous posture with our parents. When I eventually told my grandpa about the state I had created for my parents, I expected he would be offended, but instead he laughed alongside me. He felt it was clever and believed my parents deserved to be let run wild. That was that then. Though I'm a little hurt from being thrown to the ground, I feel good knowing I finally gave my sister some sense. She really deserved it, and it was a long time coming. I now simply hope my sister and parents leave me alone after learning this. Update 3. Hey, I moved out practically a month ago. I will only be staying with my grandpa for a few more months as September marks my beginning of college. Officially, school has ended right now. I graduated from high school a few days ago. The football player friend I described in my last report was my prom date. Indeed, several of you folks called it, and I wanted to share this joyful little nugget before delving into what transpired with my sister and parents. 2 days following my confrontation with my sister, I got a note from my parents. They claimed to have figured out their desired line of action. As I had always been envious and spiteful, they chose to let my sister stay with them since, in their eyes, I was obviously not the kind of person they wanted around her. My mother's older brother had chosen to be a partner and investor in the company, hence they no longer needed financial support and no longer wanted me around. They acknowledged the only reason they wanted me back was because they needed money help from my grandfather. Although I had known their actual motivations from the start, this disclosure had little effect on me. I'm really sure they believed this would damage my emotions. I neglected even responding to the message. They wrote me another message a few hours later, stating they were going to block me immediately because I was a disgusting human being, just like my sister had claimed. I guess this reality got under their skin. They tagged me as violent and unappreciative in addition to calling me terrible and merciless. Obviously violent since I had smacked my sister the other day, and it was not surprising that they disregarded the truth that she had initially attacked and pushed me to the ground. Better still, my sister must not have told them, hence they most likely did not know. They also branded me unappreciative since, despite all they had done for me, I still had the audacity to act as though they were negligent parents. They discussed how they had raised me, spent money on food, sent me to school, and clothed me. When parents bring up things like that while in a difficult situation, I truly find it perplexing. It doesn't make them unique. I consider it to be rather the minimum they could do for their children. But I suppose my parents believe the basic minimum is more than enough, hence I should treat them like my saviors for doing it. In any case, I wanted to reply but opted against it since it would waste time. I therefore blocked them first, and I was done before they could block me. My grandpa and I are living really nicely, and thus far most of the colleges I applied to have welcomed me. As promised, my grandpa will pay all of my costs. I am still waiting to hear from some of the better ones. We are still getting used to living together, and I do find myself feeling enraged at him sometimes for not removing me from my parents earlier. I am aware, though, that he had personal limitations and regrets not being able to support me when most needed. These days, we are working on it together. I never have to cope with my parents on my own evermore. Hopefully, they won't contact me either going forward. Update 4. Hi. I last updated 1 full year ago. I much appreciate the wonderful remarks and helpful DMs. Right now I am doing fantastic. My entire family, from what I know, has cut off my sister and dad. Although my mom's side of the family is still in contact with them, nobody from my dad's side speaks to them anymore because of my grandpa. Since I never discussed it, most people had no idea how I was being handled. However, as my grandfather began to tell others he was not in contact with my parents, they discovered the reason we experienced that fallout and my parents were ultimately shunned. It's karma, I suppose. I don't think anyone else could have caused this state of affairs except themselves. Although I don't know what my sister has been up to, I heard from a few people that she moved out and is now living alone last week. To be honest, that news motivated me to update all of you here. I am still going strong, as is my boyfriend. We get together on the weekends since I head home every weekend. My college is really near. I truly feel like a brand new person even though I have made many acquaintances here. Now closer than ever, my grandfather and I have also worked on our relationship. I doubt anything can ever change. He is my favorite person on earth. Though in the past he has made blunders, nevertheless, nobody else has. We have moved on from everything and I have forgiven him. Indeed, right now I am really content. I appreciate you folks. My stepmom tried to steal my college fund, accused me of awful things, and got me kicked out. Now the truth about her lies is finally unraveling. About my college fund, I, 18M, am in a tough position with my stepmom, Megan, 40F, and I am beginning to doubt everything. Bear with me since this is a long and complex matter. Some background. When I was 10, my parents split. It was an ugly split that left me feeling alone and confused for a long period. When I was 14, my dad, 45M, remarried Megan. She brought 2 children from her first marriage, Jack, 16M, and Emma, 13F, into our household. Though Megan's continuous attempts to push the one big happy family narrative, the change wasn't easy and we have never really felt like a unified family unit. Having kept a 3.8 GPA across high school, I have always been a good student. My ideal is to study engineering in a famous university. For the past 3 years, I have volunteered at the neighborhood animal shelter and competed in multiple robotics club contests. At least until lately, Dad has always been encouraging of my academic aspirations. Dad sat me down for a conversation a few months ago when I was beginning to apply to colleges. He mentioned a sizable education fund he had been building for me from birth. At most elite colleges, it's sufficient to pay living expenses and tuition. Thrilled, I felt as though my diligence was paying off and my aspirations were within reach. That evening, we spoke about several colleges, debated programs, and made plans for campus visits for hours. That was among the nicest talks I had with Dad in years. The trouble began when Megan learned of the college fund. It was first subdued. One morning, Dad had already departed for work when she cornered me in the kitchen. Her voice came out as laid back, but her remarks had a slant. She said, "You know, I worked my way through college. When I was your age. Applied for loans and worked part-time. It truly helped me to appreciate money." I tried to dismiss it, telling her I also intended to work a part-time job to help with extra costs. Megan countered, "But you really don't need to, do you? Not with all that money merely handed to you." Megan's criticisms become more regular and pointed from there. She began bringing up tales of self-made people at meals, always staring pointedly at me. She would discuss her cousin, who paid off her college loans in record speed and is now a successful entrepreneur, or her friend's son, who is working 3 jobs to pay for his engineering degree. Our dinner table started to regularly feature these tales, always followed by remarks about responsibility and the need of hard labor. Dad would nod along, apparently unconcerned about the insinuation that I was somehow less conscientious or diligent for taking his aid. The worst thing is Megan started controlling Dad. She mentioned to him how handing me the money would cause me to become dependent or hinder me from developing. She keeps urging me, like everyone else, to take out loans or work my way through college. I heard them in their bedroom one evening chatting. "I'm just worried about him, honey," Megan said. "Giving him all that money, do you not believe that could lead to laziness? Perhaps we could discuss paying for tuition simply or cutting the budget to cover living expenses." Dad mentioned something about how he had always intended to assist me with college, which terrified me, but he also said Megan might have a point about the need of working for things. Dad's began to wiggle since then. He is suggesting perhaps cutting the fund or paying just for tuition but not for living expenses. He seems to have forgotten all we have discussed about my future, all his pledges of support. I tried approaching Mom about this, but she and Dad hardly speak at all. She became irate when I told her over the phone about the circumstances and advised me to defend myself against that woman from pushing me about. Simple enough for her to say, she doesn't have to live with Megan. Though well-meaning, Mom's guidance doesn't truly assist me negotiate daily conflict at home. Things peaked last week when I heard Megan chatting to Jack in the kitchen. As I was walking to my room, Megan said, "Don't worry about college, honey. I'm trying to get some of your stepbrother's college fund sent toward your future. Given you and Emma won't, it is unfair that he receives such a big payout." What I was hearing defied belief. Megan not only sought to take away my education fund but also actively sought to donate it to her own children. The unfairness of it caused me to see crimson. I walked straight into the kitchen and approached her without thinking. Megan opened her eyes in astonishment. "Were you listening in?" she inquired. Too furious to give her any thought, I ignored her allegation. "You mean you're handling my college fund? Dad has been saving that money for me from my birth." Megan's face grew stiff. "I'm just making sure every child in this family receives fair treatment," she stated. "Jack and Emma won't have the same opportunity, thus it is not right for you to get such a huge amount." What I was hearing defied belief. "But it's not your money to distribute," I said. Dad kept that for me long before you even started to show up. Furious, Megan responded. Watch your tone, young guy. Right now you're quite selfish. Have you given your step-siblings' futures some thought? I thought I was losing it. Egotistical? For wishing to pay for my school with the money my dad saved. How can that make me conceited? Megan opened her arms. A really conscientious adult would see the value of familial fairness. If money worries you, maybe you could look at community college. That would most definitely be a more humble, fitting decision. I froze. Her arrogance in suggesting made me furious. Jack only gazed at the floor, obviously uncomfortable, as I looked at him hoping for some support. This is insane, I finally managed to reply. I'm going to bring this up with Dad. Megan grinned and said, Go ahead, but keep in mind, your father and I are partners. About what is best for this family, we decide jointly. I bolted from the cooking area. I had to explain what was occurring to Dad, but every time I tried to get him alone since then, Megan has been there, hovering and guiding the conversation. The next several days were strained. Megan behaved as if nothing had happened, but her haughtiness set my wrath boiling. Always with a sharp glance in my direction, she would remark over dinner on the value of money, responsibility, and not giving handouts. Dad looked completely blind to the currents of conflict. He would nod in time with Megan's remarks, sometimes adding his own story on the need of diligence. It seemed as though he had forgotten all our earlier talks on my future and all of his assurances of support. I got more and more alone. Clearly uncomfortable with the circumstances, Jack and Emma avoided me yet were reluctant to challenge their mother. Driven to maximize scholarship possibilities in case of need, I pushed myself into my college applications. One evening, I at last caught Dad alone in his study and said I wanted to chat to him about something. Dad turned from his computer, wrinkled brow. What about, son? I drew in a long breath. Megan has been voicing some opinions on the money distribution. Regarding myself, perhaps not utilizing it at all. We had a plan, I thought. Dad's look was difficult to decipher. He moaned. Your stepmoms raised some reasonable comments on responsibility and the value of working for things, he stated gently. Maybe we offered you the whole amount too quickly. I thought the floor was falling under me. But as Dad promised, I said. I've worked so hard, kept my grades, done everything you asked of me. Dad seemed tense. I know, son, we're proud of you, but Megan thinks, since when Megan gets to decide my future? I stopped, rage at last breaking through. She is not my mother though. She was not there during those years you were saving for my schooling. Dad's countenance grew stiff. Megan is my wife and a member of this family. She's right. More than your pledge to me? I questioned. The study door opened and Megan came in before Dad could respond. Is everything okay? She inquired. Everything's good, Dad remarked. Our conversation was only on college choices. Megan cracked a smile. Wonderful. I was considering us all sitting down this weekend to investigate some more reasonably priced colleges, maybe with decent work-study options. Dad only nodded as I quietly begged him to say anything, to defend me. I felt misled and demoralized leaving the study. Megan had clearly emerged victorious. My aspirations of enrolling in a prominent university were withering. Some additional points that I believe are relevant. 1. Megan has not worked outside the home since marrying my father. She always talks about the necessity of financial independence, but she is fully dependent on my father's income. When I brought this up once, she became really defensive, claiming that being a stay-at-home mom was the most important profession in the world. 2. When I brought up the unfairness of potentially transferring my education fund to Jack and Emma, Megan says it's about family equality, but she willfully ignores the fact that my father established this fund before she was born. She also ignores the idea that Jack and Emma's biological father is still in the picture and may contribute to their education money. 3. I tried to make a compromise by suggesting that I work part-time while in college to offset some expenditures, but Megan rejected this as not being responsible enough. She seemed to believe that until I am struggling and anxious about money, I am not learning the proper lessons. 4. Dad appears to avoid disagreement and frequently agrees with Megan to keep the peace. I'm concerned that he'll give in to her pressure over the college fund. He has always been this way, including when he was married to my mother. I believe this contributed to the breakdown of their marriage. 5. I've pondered contacting my grandparents, Dad's parents, about this, but I'm concerned that it may lead to further family strife. They've never been Megan's fans, and I'm afraid that if they get involved, it will just make the issue at home worse. 6. Megan is continually pushing the one big happy family narrative, yet her actions do not reflect her words. She treats Jack and Emma differently than she does me, and it's becoming increasingly clear. For example, she never questions their spending habits or lectured them on financial responsibility. 7. I'm beginning to wonder if Megan is so adamant about me utilizing the college fund because she wants to use it for something else, such as a large family vacation, home renovations, or paying for Jack and Emma's education. But I have no proof of this, only a suspicion. 8. Megan has started saying that I should be more appreciative for what she and my father have done for me. She talks about how much they've given to provide me a decent life, but in my opinion, it's my father who has made the sacrifices, not her. 9. I'm beginning to feel like I'm being gaslit. Megan will tell me one thing while we're alone, but then utterly deny it or twist her words when Dad is present. It is making me rethink my own memories. 10. I'm scared that if I push Megan too hard, she'll convince my father to kick me out. I'll be 18 shortly, and I know they won't be legally obligated to support me anymore. I feel as if I'm at a crossroads. If I stand up for myself and insist on using the college fund, I risk jeopardizing my connection with my father and making my home life miserable. If I give in to Megan's demands, I may be giving up on my aspirations and setting myself up for a future of financial difficulties. Am I an asshole for wanting to accept my father's college fund? Should I simply suck it up and figure out how to pay for college myself? I feel like I'm losing my mind here, and I could really benefit from some outside perspective. ETA, I felt I needed to clarify something regarding the college fund situation. When I mentioned the college fund that my father told me about a few months ago, it wasn't because I felt entitled. This fund surprised me, but it was consistent with my father's support of my academic endeavors throughout high school. Although I was unaware of the exact fund until lately, my father had always promised to sponsor my college tuition if I maintained decent grades. This pledge is why I worked so hard on my studies, maintaining a 3.8 GPA. I understand that I am not automatically entitled to this money, but I am really appreciative of the opportunity it symbolizes. If my father had informed me he couldn't afford to help with college, I would have understood and looked for other means to pay for it. My dissatisfaction stems not from a sense of entitlement, but from the abrupt change in plans following the fund's disclosure. Update 1. It has been nearly a month since my previous post, and I wish I had better news to report. Things have gotten worse, and I'm writing this from my friend Mike's guest room. I've been kicked out of my house, and my relationship with my father is in shambles. Here's what occurred. Following my last post, the difficulties in our residence worsened. Megan's comments concerning my college fund become increasingly regular and pointed. She'd bring it up whenever possible, usually with a sarcastic remark about how I needed to understand the importance of hard work and independence. Dad remained frustratingly passive, rarely intervening and frequently agreeing with Megan's statements. I tried to keep my head down and concentrate on my college application. I spent the majority of my time in my room, avoiding family meals and public settings as much as possible. But Megan seems to regard this as a personal issue. She began accusing me of being antisocial and ungrateful, stating that I was intentionally withdrawing myself from family activities. The breaking point occurred last weekend. I had finally received an acceptance letter from my dream school, a prestigious engineering program that I had been striving toward for years. In my excitement, I forgot about the ongoing issues and dashed downstairs to inform Dad. Megan was in the kitchen when I found him, but I was too excited to care. Dad's first emotion was one of gladness. For a moment, it felt like old times as he hugged me and began asking about the program. But Megan cleared her throat, and the atmosphere in the room altered suddenly. She began to complain about financial responsibility. I could not handle it anymore. All of the irritation and fury that had been building up over the previous months spilled out. I addressed Megan about her persistent intervention, attempts to redirect my education finance, and manipulation of my father. I told her she had no right to try to take what my father had been preserving for me since before she was even in the picture. The argument immediately escalated. Megan's face became red with rage as she began yelling about how ungrateful and selfish I was. She accused me of not accepting her as a member of the family and of constantly treating her and her children as outsiders. Dad tried to interfere, but neither of us were listening at the time. In the heat of the moment, I uttered things I regret. I referred to Megan as a gold digger who was just interested in my father's money. I accused her of attempting to take my college savings for her own children. I even mentioned that Mom hadn't worked a day since marrying my father, despite her incessant lecturing about financial independence. Megan's reaction was explosive. She turned to my father and informed him, through sobs, that she couldn't live like this anymore. She claimed she felt frightened in her own house and that I had been unpleasant and abusive against her for years. Then she dropped the bombshell that changed everything. Megan said that I had been making unwanted approaches towards her for several months. She said that when we were alone, I had cornered her, made sexual comments, and even attempted to touch her improperly. She pictured herself as a fearful victim who had been too afraid to speak out until now. I was struck into silence. The claim was so absurd and absolutely false that I couldn't even gather words to defend myself. I looked at my father, expecting him to see through the obvious lie, but the instant I saw his expression, I knew. He was looking at me with an expression of hatred and despair that I had never seen before. I tried to defend myself and explain that Megan was lying, but Dad would not listen. He appeared to have already made up his mind. In an angry voice, he told me to go to my room while he and Megan decided what to do. I spent the next 3 hours pacing around my room, alternating between anger and astonishment. I couldn't comprehend how my father could believe such a blatant falsehood. I tried to think of methods to defend my innocence, but it was my word versus Megan's, and it was obvious whose side my father had taken. Later that evening, Dad visited my room. His expression was grim, and he couldn't even look me in the eyes while speaking. He stated that he could not have someone who behaved so badly living under his roof. He told me I had till the end of the week to find another somewhere to live. I tried again to argue my point, to persuade him to see reason, but he refused to listen. He just kept saying that he was disappointed in me and that he never imagined I could do something like this. Before leaving, he handed me an envelope containing some money to assist me get started. I packed my possessions in a fog, unable to grasp what was going on. Jack and Emma avoided me totally, no doubt having heard some version of Megan's lies. I tried one final time to talk to Dad, to make him see the truth, but Megan was always there, playing the role of the devastated victim. I contacted my mother, explaining the circumstances through tears. She was outraged and wanted to confront Dad and Megan right once, but I begged her not to. I was scared it would simply make matters worse, and a part of me still hoped Dad would see sense on his own. Fortunately, my friend Mike came through for me big time. When I explained what had happened, he instantly offered his guest room. His parents are out of town for a few months on a work assignment, so I can stay here without bothering his family. Now I'm trying to adjust to living at Mike's place. He's been so supportive, but I can't stop feeling like a burden. I'm trying to help where I can, cooking meals, doing chores, but it's not the same as having my own space. I've been oscillating between anger and sorrow. How could my father believe such a terrible lie? How could he abandon our relationship, all those years of memories and trust, based solely on Megan's word? And how could Megan accomplish this? I knew she didn't like me, but accusing me of something so heinous, purposely destroying my connection with my father, is an act of cruelty I can't fathom. I considered visiting my grandparents, but I'm concerned about how they'll react to Megan's claims. What if they believe her too? I couldn't stand to see the same disdain and sadness on their faces. I've also contemplated going to the police to make a report about Megan's bogus claims, but I'm not sure how effective that would be. It's not like she's made these accusations in public or attempted to file charges, and I'm concerned that involving the authorities will further strengthen my father's trust in Megan's falsehoods. My mother offered to let me remain with her, but she lives in another state. Moving there would mean giving up on my dream school and the future I'd been striving toward for years. But I'm beginning to question if I have any other options. Megan's lies have damaged everything, and there appears to be nothing I can do about it. My father, the guy who was meant to know me better than anyone else and to have my back no matter what, has decided to think the worst about me without even giving me the opportunity to explain myself. I've been reviewing every conversation I've had with Megan, trying to figure out where this lie came from. Was it merely an opportunistic move when she saw how angry I was during our dispute, or had she been preparing for this for a long, waiting for the ideal time to get rid of me forever? Regardless, the level of calculation and brutality involved sickens me. I don't know what will happen to my college fund now. Will Megan offer everything to Jack and Emma? Will my father use it to pay for my dream school, despite the fact that he believes I'm a predator? I've been attempting to figure out my future moves. Mike assisted me in finding a part-time job at a nearby grocery store. It isn't much, but it will let me contribute to household expenditures and save some money for the future. Every time I try to think logically about my predicament, I am overcome by a flood of rage and hurt. I've pondered contacting Megan's ex-husband Jack, and Emma's father. Perhaps he has some insight into her conduct, or has dealt with her lies. But I'm frightened of opening the can of worms. The truth of my situation is beginning to sink in. With little cash and no permanent place to reside, I rely on a friend's generosity. The unfairness of it all is almost unbearable. I did everything correctly. I studied diligently, remained out of trouble, and worked hard to achieve my goals, But all of that has been taken away from me in the course of a single weekend because of one person's falsehoods. I'm trying to stay strong and not let this break me. I keep telling myself that the truth will come out someday, that my father will understand what Megan has done and come to me to apologize. But with each passing day, that dream seems more and more like a juvenile fantasy. I am not sure what my next update will include. For the time being, I'd like to thank everyone who read my original message and responded with advice. I'm sorry I couldn't take action on most of it before everything broke apart. If anyone has been in a similar scenario or has any ideas on how to proceed from here, I would be really grateful. I feel lost and alone, and any advice would be appreciated. I'll try to post another update as I have more information. Until then, wish me luck. I have a hunch I will need it. Update 2. It's been approximately 2 weeks since my previous update, and a lot has happened. I'm still residing at Mike's apartment, but there was an unforeseen development that I needed to inform you of. I was at work, refilling grocery store shelves, when I received a call from my grandparents. I nearly didn't answer. I'd been avoiding calls from unfamiliar numbers, scared it was Dad or Megan calling, but something urged me to pick up, and I'm glad I did. When I heard my grandmother's voice, I knew something was wrong. She seemed frightened and bewildered, asking if I was all well and secure. I had no idea what was going on until she indicated that Dad had called and told them some troubling news about why I had left home. I became quite concerned that Megan's falsehoods had expanded beyond simply Dad. I asked my grandma what Dad had told them, and her answer confirmed my darkest suspicions. Dad had told them about Megan's phony claims, presenting me as a predator who was making unwanted advances on my stepmother. I felt terrible. It was bad enough that Dad believed these lies, but now my grandparents do too. I couldn't bear the notion of them gazing at me with hatred and despair, like Dad did last night at home. But as my grandmother continued speaking, I recognized something. My grandparents were doubtful of Megan's charges, unlike Dad, who believed them right away. They knew me and had seen me grow up, and something about this scenario didn't sit well with them. That's why they called, not to condemn me, but to hear my side of the tale. For a while, I considered brushing it off, telling them it was all a mistake and changing the subject. I was so exhausted defending myself against these nasty lies. But then I realized that this could be my only chance to tell the truth and have someone in my family trust me. So I took a deep breath and told them everything. I started from the beginning, outlining the college fund and Megan's growing attempts to intervene. I told them about the arguments and Megan's plans to redirect the money to Jack and Emma. I explained the last argument and how Megan made up these horrible charges as she felt she was losing control of the situation. As I spoke, I could hear my grandparents' reaction shift, from astonishment to shock to fury. They offered questions to clarify ideas, but they largely just listened. When I finished, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then my grandfather spoke, his voice harsh with controlled rage. He stated they believed me and knew I would never do the things Megan accused me of. He questioned why I hadn't come to them sooner, and I said that I was worried they wouldn't believe me, that they'd side with Dad like he had with Megan. My grandma told me that they would always be at my side, and that they were sorry I had been going through everything alone. Then she said something that made me freeze. They were going to talk to Dad. I panicked a little, afraid that confronting Dad would just make matters worse, but my grandparents insisted. They stated that they could not stand by and let their son ruin his relationship with his child over a falsehood. They promised to call me back once they'd spoken with him. The following few hours were terrible. I couldn't concentrate on work. What if Dad doesn't listen to them? What if this only made him angry, reinforcing his belief in Megan's lies? Or worse, what if my grandparents changed their views after speaking with him, believing Megan was telling the truth after all? My phone finally rang again, and I answered it. My grandfather's voice was solemn as he described what had occurred. They contacted Dad and confronted him with what I had told them. Dad tried to defend Megan at first, but they wouldn't allow him to get away with it. They demanded to know how he could believe such dreadful things about his own son, and how he could toss me away without even attempting to investigate. Apparently, the conversation became heated. My grandfather stated that for the first time in years, he had raised his voice at his son. He warned Dad that he was making a terrible mistake, that Megan was manipulating him, and that he risked losing his relationship with me forever. Then my grandfather dropped a bombshell. He informed Dad that if he didn't fix the situation, if he didn't at least try to listen to me and find out the truth, they would change their mind. All of their assets, including the inheritance Dad had always imagined would be his one day, would be transferred to me instead. I was stunned. I'd never considered my grandparents' inheritance, let alone how it may affect my future. To learn that they were willing to use it as leverage to persuade Dad to see reason was staggering. My grandmother then picked up the phone. She told me that they were completely behind me and would do anything to help me get through this. They offered to let me stay with them and help me figure out my college situation. They even promised to pay a lawyer if necessary to protect me from Megan's additional bogus charges. I was beyond grateful, but yet afraid. This seemed to be getting out of control, becoming more than just a family fight. I asked them how Dad had reacted to their ultimatum. My grandfather stated that Dad was frightened into silence at first, then became angry. He accused them of taking sides without understanding the whole facts and of attempting to blackmail him. Dad ended the call by hanging up on them. We're currently in a waiting game. My grandparents have given Dad a week to contact me and attempt to hear my side of the story. If he doesn't, they say they'll carry out their threat about the inheritance. Part of me hopes that this will be the wake-up call Dad needs, prompting him to examine Megan's story and recall who I truly am. But another part of me is scared that this would only exacerbate our differences, that Dad will interpret this as me turning his folks against him. My living situation with Mike is still fine, but I know I won't be able to stay here forever. His parents will return in a few weeks, and while they may understand the situation, I cannot impose it on them. My grandparents' offer to let me remain with them is intriguing, but they live in a different state. I'm still working at the grocery store to earn money for college, but it's little compared to what I'll need. I've looked at scholarships and loans, but without access to my college fund, the numbers simply don't line up. The idea of giving up on my preferred school, settling for a cheaper option, or deferring college entirely is upsetting. I've also been dealing with the emotional consequences of all this. Some days, I can barely get out of bed, overwhelmed by the injustice of it all. Other days, I'm enraged, ready to confront Dad and Megan and push them to accept the truth. Mike's been fantastic, listening when I need to scream and giving me space when I need to be alone, but I know this scenario is also worrying him out. My mother has been phoning on a daily basis, offering to let me come and stay with her. I appreciate her support, but I can't leave. Furthermore, a small petty part of me does not want to give Dad and Megan the joy of driving me away totally. So now I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see if Dad will reach out and be willing to hear the truth. I'll try to post another update as I have more information. Until then, wish me luck. I have a feeling I will need it. Update 3. It has been 3 months since my last update, and the issue has drastically escalated. I'm still absorbing everything that has happened, but I'll attempt to explain it as simply as possible. Brace yourselves, for this will be a lengthy one. I received a call from my father about a month after my grandparents issued an ultimatum to him. His voice trembled, and he sounded like he had been crying. He asked if we could meet in person because he wanted to tell me something important. I was nervous, but I agreed to meet him at a nearby coffee shop. When I saw him, I hardly recognized him. He appeared to have aged years in just a few months, with dark circles beneath his eyes and a disappointed stoop in his shoulders. As soon as we sat down, he burst into tears and begged for my forgiveness. He said that he had found the truth behind Megan's falsehoods. Apparently, she had been cheating on him with her ex-husband, Jack, and Emma's father for several months. Not only that, but she was pregnant, and the timing indicated that the baby couldn't be my father's. Dad overheard Megan on the phone with her ex, discussing their future plans. He didn't get the complete picture from that single talk, but it was enough to raise his suspicions. He began paying more attention, seeing contradictions in Megan's stories and actions. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place when Dad arrived home early one day and discovered Megan and her ex in a compromising position. When challenged, Megan did not instantly reveal everything. Instead, she attempted to deceive Dad, claiming that he was hallucinating and that her ex was only there to talk about something concerning the children. But Dad wasn't buying it anymore. He wanted the truth, and what he discovered was far worse than he had anticipated. Megan and her ex had reconciled a few months earlier, allegedly over difficulties with Jack and Emma. One thing led to another, and they began an affair. However, as the truth developed, it became evident that Megan's dishonesty extended beyond the affair. She stated that she had been dissatisfied in the marriage for some time, feeling as if she had rushed into it without properly moving on from her previous relationship. Instead of dealing with these concerns honestly, she tried to exploit the situation to her benefit. Megan admitted that she viewed Dad's college fund for me as a danger to her financial stability. She didn't have direct access to it, but she had been gently encouraging Dad to consider utilizing the money for other things, such as home renovations or family holidays. Her strategy was to progressively drain the fund while protecting her own financial position. The bogus accusations against me were part of the plan. Megan attempted to downplay her role in it, claiming that she had felt uncomfortable around me at times, but admitting to exaggerating and distorting incidents to cast me in a negative light. Her purpose was to create space between Dad and me so that I wouldn't interfere with her plans. When Dad confronted Megan with all of this, she did not even have the decency to seem embarrassed. Instead, she tried to create a fresh falsehood, alleging that her ex had misled her and that she was also a victim. She cried and claimed she had made a mistake, but she still loved Dad. But the play broke apart when her ex, enraged at being thrown under the bus, revealed Dad text messages and emails confirming Megan's willing participation in the affair and manipulation. Some of the conversations contained details about their future intentions, such as how they would manage the divorce and share assets. The cruelty of it all was overwhelming. Megan had not only abused Dad's confidence through the affair, but she had also deliberately worked to destroy his relationship with me and ensure her own financial future at our expense. She'd exploited Dad's fears and desire to make his new marriage succeed, all while planning her exit strategy. Dad was a disaster as he told me everything. He kept apologizing, saying he knew he didn't deserve my forgiveness but hoped that one day I would be able to trust him again. He informed me that he was filing for divorce immediately and would do all in his ability to make things right. The divorce process has been a nightmare. Megan, recognizing her scheme had failed, is now attempting to collect as much as she can before the divorce is official. She claims she is entitled to half of everything, including the house and her father's retirement money. Dad filed for divorce as soon as he learned about Megan's infidelity, but the legal process takes time. We've gone through numerous preliminary hearings and failed mediation attempts. Our lawyer estimates that it will be another 6 months to a year before everything is finished. Fortunately, the evidence of her infidelity and deceptive behavior is working in Dad's favor. In our state, while infidelity does not immediately prevent a spouse from getting alimony, it is considered when spousal support is determined. The judge has been unimpressed by Megan's assertions, especially considering the existence of those damaging text messages and emails. Megan's pregnancy has complicated things. She's attempting to use it as leverage, implying that the baby could be Dad's after all, and that he should not abandon his child. However, considering the timing of her affair and Dad's proof, it's extremely unlikely that the baby is his. Dad's lawyer has urged him to obtain a paternity test once the baby is delivered, but Megan can't use the pregnancy to her advantage right now. Megan could not directly access my college fund, but she had been asking Dad to take money for other family expenses. Dad, eager to keep the peace and believing Megan's falsehoods about me not worthy of the money, had agreed several times before. He pledged to replace every dime, even if it meant working 2 jobs. The most annoying element is Megan's continued attempt to manipulate everyone around her. She informs Jack and Emma that Dad is attempting to steal her baby, that he is abusive and that they must testify against him in the divorce process. She's contacted family members, telling them about how she was misunderstood as a wife who made a mistake but deserves another opportunity. She even had the guts to contact me and cry, claiming that she never intended for things to escalate and that she was simply terrified and bewildered. She tried to persuade me that if I told Dad I forgave her, maybe we could all be a family again. The manipulation was so clear that it was almost funny, but it still left me sick to my stomach. Jack and Emma are stuck in the middle of a nightmare. They'd been spending more time with their dad recently, unaware that their parents were rekindling their love behind my father's back. When everything was revealed, they were devastated. They've contacted me and Dad, apologizing for not standing up for me and saying that Megan had also supplied them false information about me. Megan had informed them that I was jealous of them and attempting to undermine their relationship with Dad. She had convinced them that I was unstable and potentially aggressive, which is why they avoided me in the last 3 weeks before I went. Learning the truth has been devastating for them, and they are still trying to accept who their mother truly is. Dad has attempted to make apologies in every way he can think of. He has contacted my grandparents, thanking them for their support and apologizing for not listening sooner. He has volunteered to pay for therapy for me, understanding the emotional stress produced by this entire situation. He's even trying to make amends with my mother, admitting that his terrible decisions have placed an unfair burden on her. I'm still trying to digest everything. Part of me is relieved that the truth is out, that I've been vindicated, and that my father now believes me. But another part of me feels angry, mad that it took this level of betrayal for him to realize the truth, angry that I had to go through months of suffering and uncertainty because he couldn't trust his own kid over a lady he'd only known for a few years. For the time being, I've returned home and settled back into my old room. It is weird to come back here, knowing everything that has transpired. Dad and I are walking on eggshells around each other, unsure how to repair our connection. We're going to begin family therapy shortly, hoping to work through some of the hurt and mistrust that is built up. My college plans are back on track. Dad has pledged to do whatever it takes to get me into my ideal school, and I'm cautiously optimistic about the future. My grandparents have been extremely supportive, offering both emotional and financial assistance whenever needed. The legal battles are not done. Megan is battling tooth and claw for every dime she can obtain, prolonging the divorce procedures with unrelenting demands and allegations. Her counsel has attempted to portray her as a caring wife and stepmother who made a single mistake, but proof of her deceptive behavior is jeopardizing her case. Dad's lawyer has been advocating for a fair yet strong settlement. Megan's infidelity and intentional deception make it unlikely that she would receive the wealth she was hoping for. The judge seemed ready to award her merely the bare minimum necessary by law, which is a minor triumph in this disaster. There's also the issue of possible criminal charges. Megan's activities, according to the lawyer, may be considered fraud due to the extent of financial manipulation. It's a complicated legal matter, and Dad is still debating whether he wants to pursue it or just finish the divorce and go on with our lives. Megan's ex isn't getting off easily either. His involvement in the affair and subsequent manipulation has been revealed, and he is now facing legal consequences. His present wife, yes, he was married the entire time, has filed for divorce, and his firm is considering dismissing him as a result of the incident. It's a minor consolation, but it feels like some kind of justice. As I sit here writing this update, I am struck by how swiftly and completely one person's falsehoods can devastate numerous lives. Megan walked away from the disaster she caused without looking back, leaving the rest of us to pick up the pieces. It will be a long road to recovery for all of us. I have no idea what the future holds, but for the first time in months I feel like I can breathe again. The truth is out, my name has been cleared and I have my father back. Even though our relationship is tenuous right now, it is more than I could have hoped for during those dark days when I felt I had lost everything. Thank you to everyone who has followed my tale and offered their support. Your warm thoughts and wisdom have been a lifeline through this ordeal. I'll publish another update if something big happens, but for now, I'm concentrating on recovering and moving forward. Wish us luck. After everything that's transpired, I believe we'll need it. My wife got bored with me and secretly called her ex to come and F her. This is how I uncovered everything. Hello everyone. I've been lurking on this topic for over a year, but I can't keep reading and need some advice on my predicament. I would welcome any feedback. I'm 35 years old, and my 31-year-old wife stopped having any intimacy with me about 6 months ago, and I'm not sure what to do. We have 2 boys, one is 3 years old and the other is 1.5. We are also in the process of building a house. I don't like watching the world burn, and I like to take action as soon as possible to address any difficulties. So I started a talk with my wife to figure out what transpired. I asked her, why did you stop speaking to me, hugging me, and kissing me? Why did you get concerned about the contact of my hand on your body? Why did you stop having any type of closeness with me? She was initially reluctant to speak. There was a difficult cover to breach, but she eventually opened up. What I discovered is that I'm not enough for her. She's doing everything alone. Can't rely on me, and feels like she's wearing the pants around the house. She told me she makes all of the decisions and handles the kids on her own. She even stated, you would be better alone. She mentioned that I'm an introvert, but not a diehard one, among other things. It was upsetting to hear, but I accepted her words. I assured her I understood her suffering and promised to improve my behavior so she wouldn't have to worry about it. I love her so much that I'd rather agree than start a fight. However, I have my own thoughts, which occasionally prevent me from sleeping. A major red flag led me to this group. Her accusations are false, in my opinion, yet I honestly believe I meet the standards of a good husband. I work from home for about 8 to 9 hours per day, but then I care for my boys. I play with them, feed them, take the older one swimming, put them to bed and so on. I can also get up in the middle of the night if necessary. Aside from caring for the children, I help with housework. I do the dishes, grocery shopping, and some cleaning, but she likes to clean because I am not as efficient. I handle the car and other aspects of our new home. I do a lot to make her life simpler, and I know it's difficult with 2 little sons. The truth is, I'm not someone who is constantly proactive. Some folks can't sit on the couch for more than 5 minutes without thinking about what to do next, what to mend, what business to start, or what duties to complete. Her father is like this, but I am not. Once the kids are asleep, the work is completed, and the house is cleaned, I prefer to relax by watching a movie or playing video games. I am also not the sort to start my own business. I am skilled in my profession and prefer to be instructed what to do in order to do my tasks successfully. There are plenty of people like that, and I'm not ashamed of it. I don't pursue a glamorous career. I don't imagine having millions in my bank account. I'm simply a regular guy, a good-looking one, who wants to have a healthy, happy family while earning a reasonable living. I knew she was having problems with that, despite having been happily married for 4 years and together for 5 years prior. The conversation happened in December. After that, I began to work against my personality, which resulted in some proactive effort, such as additional groceries and house repairs. Basically, not sitting on my butt in the evenings. There's no rest. She liked it, but it didn't improve her attitude toward me, so I had to initiate a second conversation. Given how she treated me, I questioned her from the outset. Do you want to save the marriage? She said, I don't know. It was difficult to swallow, but in order to proceed, I asked her, do you want to go to marriage counseling? She said, I don't know. I continued. It's not a moment to not know if our kids may have parents living separately soon. After hearing that, she agreed, and I needed to get a therapist. She showed no interest in that. During our conversation, she revealed to me several sad truths such as, I married you simply to impress my parents and married sisters so that we might have a large happy family with beautiful children. I married you because I was fascinated rather than in love. I also learnt that she had a meeting with her colleague clergyman to discuss our marriage. Anyway, I found a fantastic therapist, and we're approaching our third session. We discovered that we have distinct love languages. I require touch, she needs work done. However, she hasn't touched me since we started counseling. No hugging. After the 2 sessions, I asked her whether she liked it and how she felt, and all she said was that she's uncomfortable sharing our personal information with an unknown stranger. When the therapist discovered we hadn't slept in the same room in 6 months, she was taken aback. My wife said that it is because she is sleeping with the children in the bed, and there is no room for me. The therapist responded that not allowing a husband in the bedroom sets a negative example for the children and that if there isn't enough room on the bed, go to IKEA and buy a single bed and install it next to the larger one. I did exactly that. I bought it, put it together, and am currently sleeping there. Funny thing is, I still feel like I'm sleeping alone. She's far to the left, the boys are in the center, and I'm far to the right. My wife's testimony has altered slightly since the beginning of the issue. She began to express her depression as a result of spending so much time at home with her children. She informed me she said all of those things because she was overly emotional, etc. I would never say anything like that to her under any circumstances, but I guess I had to trust her. She recently returned to work, and we hired a nanny. The only change in her conduct is that we began to communicate, but I am more than just her friend. I am also her spouse, and there is no intimacy. There are no signs that things will improve. She doesn't care about the next marriage counseling appointments, so I have to keep arranging them. She informed me she doesn't need sex and had only done it when I wanted it. I felt like an abuser. She was never into lovemaking. We had it once a week, which was okay with me. It could have happened more frequently, but it was fine. We've had sex twice this year, both out of pity. One was in early January to celebrate my birthday. Now it appears that I need to have a birthday to be laid. The other time was following a counseling session. She just lay there, covering her chest and waiting for me to finish, which made me want it less. That is not what this is meant to be about. When I bring it up, she simply replies, "That's who I am. If you don't like it, simply leave me." I do not know what to do. Please advise. Update 1. There was one instance where my wife attempted to phone her ex-boyfriend 4 times in a row at 10 p.m. She didn't talk to him, but she attempted to contact him. I know this because we used to have an app that saved our 2 phone numbers and allowed me to see incoming and outgoing calls for both. After that, I went crazy. Why does my wife contact her ex 4 times at 10 p.m.? I chose to check her texts on her laptop. I felt bad, but it was justified. We were married, had children, and she was acting strangely. After phoning him 4 times, she texted him, "I'm going to keep calling until you pick up and talk to me like a normal human being." When I asked her about it, she lied and said she wouldn't call him. So I showed her the app and her outgoing calls. She had nothing else to do except admit that she attempted to contact him. I inquired why, and she said that she was phoning back, knowing that she had also written to him after the call. I asked if she wrote to him after the call, and she responded no. Then I showed her the message she sent to him. She said that he had gotten drunk and called her, saying some nonsense. When she heard it, she ordered him to fuck off and hung up. Then she felt bad about it and tried calling him 4 times because he didn't answer. Finally, she wrote what she did and he did not respond. I'm not sure what to think about it. It happened about the time she stopped being intimate with me. Her perspective on the scenario is that it is neither strange nor awful, and that hiding it from me was not crucial to her. The point is, any communication with an ex is a terrible sign, and it is unacceptable to me. Is she cheating? We hadn't had any intimacy in 6 months and then the calls came. Update 2. Thanks to everybody for your insights. At first, I couldn't believe how many of you said she was cheating on me. It reminded me of science fiction, something I'd only see in movies. Maybe I thought my wife would never do something like this, but today everything changed. It became a fact. I feel stupid for being just another person in this circumstance, but I guess that's how life works. Now I know I promised to call her ex and speak with her family, but I decided to take a step back and keep it cool. Could you believe how simple that was? All I did was install a voice-activated recorder in our car, not a GPS. It was only there for 3 days. She took the car for work, then went to a workout, and then called him. Or perhaps he called her. I'm not sure who called who, but I heard everything. It was a video conversation on the phone. I learned everything I needed to know about sex and our respective lifestyles. They talked as my wife and I did when we first met 9 years ago. The same attraction, jokes, and so on. I haven't had this with her in a long time. They even discussed vacation plans. She wants to visit him in July. Wow, she offered him 2 years to move back to our country. I can't believe this. Now, after listening to an hour-long recording of this nonsense, I have some things to process. I need to meet with an attorney next week. All I wanted to say was thank you. You opened my eyes. If it hadn't been for you, I would never have purchased the blasted voice recorder. And to think, I felt horrible putting it in the car. My God. I will keep you updated, but for now, I need to relax and think about my children and what she has done. They started this in September of last year and it took me 2 months to detect changes in her behavior. I will be caring for my elderly father in another city for the next week, therefore she will be unable to work for that time. Instead, she'll use my home office. This also indicates she'll most likely be speaking with him in the office. Should I store the recorder in the office for the next week, or do I have enough? Update 3. It began in September of last year and I've been out of the picture for quite some time. Right now, she doesn't want to spend any time with me in the apartment we rent. She always has an excuse, something to do, visiting her parents, going to see her friends, etc. She even falls asleep or simply lies in bed after we put our children to bed, 1 and 3 years old. The recording says it all. She expresses her love for him, her desire to visit him, and to have sex with him. They talk extensively about his personal life. She told him she wanted to go on a trip with him and that she would marry him shortly. She even said she was leaving me. They talked about his preferred love-making position, so sure, they had sex. It is all there. The thing is, she has no idea that I know. Her entire family and circle of friends have no idea. They simply believe we are going through a brief crisis. She is one of 3 Catholic sisters and attends church every Sunday. We live in a tiny town with 20,000 inhabitants. We recently built a house, but it is not finished. I believe she will petition for divorce very soon. I can tell she is suffering with me in the apartment, and she can't take it longer. Her body language and absolute absence of discussion demonstrate this. She wants me to leave soon so that I can be gone for a while, and then, within 2 years, the AP, affair partner, will relocate to the tiny town to live with her and my 2 young sons in our home. In the recording, she says she gives him 2 years to return to our country. People will understand that she needs a father for her children and will not object. The AP is her first boyfriend. And they dated for 7 years before she married me. We have been together for 9 years. The AP lives abroad but makes frequent visits to our country. I refuse to be played that way. I now have an attorney, and we will meet with him soon to discuss this. I can basically ruin her reputation by giving people clips from the recording. Please provide me with any suggestions. What should I do if she served me papers? According to my attorney, my documents will require a month of preparation. I never imagined I would be dealing with a monster like this. Update 4. I visited with the attorney and got some important information. It turns out that destroying her universe would not be a wise decision. We have children, and I'll be co-parenting with her for the next 15 to 16 years. Another reason is that I respect her family and do not want them to serve as witnesses in the divorce. Also, I would not gain custody of the children because they are young and need to remain with their mother in the tiny town, which is an hour away from me in the capital city. I'd be an every other weekend father anyway. Finally, I would not be able to sell our house because the children require adequate living conditions and will not be able to find alternative housing. They are currently living on her father's farm, which is only temporary. As bad as it seems, this is the truth in Poland, Europe. Following our conversation, the attorney sent her the documents. They were scheduled to be delivered shortly after Easter. Easter is celebrated in Poland over 2 days, on Sunday and Monday. I faked it all at the table, and drinking helped a lot. Yesterday, Tuesday, I had a day off from work and was caring for my 1-year-old son. She went to work in the capital city, which is an hour away. In the interim, my brother assisted me in moving all of my belongings from the flat to his car. The postman delivered the divorce papers, which were actually an invitation to mediation, so that we could divide things civilly and divorce amicably. According to the article, she is in a relationship with this guy, which is why she is getting divorced. The evidence I have will be used as leverage when establishing child support, etc. When she entered the house, I informed her that I knew everything. I have incontrovertible documentation. I am profoundly hurt by it, and she should call my lawyer. Then I handed her the divorce papers and left to visit her folks. Of course, she began to question what and how I knew, and she denied everything. Her parents were shocked, but they believed me. I documented everything, as instructed by my counsel. It began with me asking if they thought I was a nice, caring husband and father. They agreed, and now she can't use them as witnesses against me in court. As I previously stated, they believed me and recognized that what she had done was horrific. She had devastated our lives as well as the lives of our children. I thanked them for their understanding and headed to the Capitol. Meanwhile, I called a buddy, who took care of delivering the news to her friends. 2 hours later, my brother-in-law called to tell me that she admitted to cheating on me with the AP, affair partner, but she did not admit to having sex with him. He told me that everyone was on my side, and she had destroyed our family. He also informed me that her sister had visited my soon-to-be ex-wife and told her how nasty she is. But in the end, he claimed that all could be saved. He had cheated on his wife, she had forgiven him, and they were now happy. Then her father called and said that it was entirely her responsibility and that she had no idea what she had done. He informed me that the AP would never enter his home and that he would stop financially supporting my soon-to-be ex-wife. He even contacted the AP, but the individual did not answer. In the end, he expressed his belief that it could be salvaged. Finally, her other sister texted me, saying she fully supports me but feels it can be saved. I dislike that because I am certain it cannot be rescued. I'm concerned they'll cling to the fact that I don't have a love-making tape of them, and my reasoning will be insufficient to convince her to go. I have audio recordings of mom saying stuff like, "Make sure you'll last more than 3 seconds when I see you in Holland," and, "I wonder whether your dad's junk is the same as yours." You know what? I'll approach that woman and ask her how long your brother's crap is, then tell her how long yours is. She also used phrases like, "I love you. I am planning to leave my hubby. Please record yourself and give me the video. Your favorite position is crappy style with a straight back, and I'm showing you what your life with me will be like. I'm giving you 2 years to relocate back here." All of this, combined with her lack of emotion toward me during the last 7 months, is proof enough for me. Furthermore, soon after the incident, she informed me that she would never stop loving him. This is more than adequate proof for me. What are your thoughts? Anyway, as many of you have previously indicated, she is currently crawling back after her family confronted her with everything. She's sending me texts like, "I had no idea what I was doing. I can't picture life without you. I am deeply sorry for anything I have done. I'm waiting with the kids for your return." She also stated that she did not mean to inform me that she has always loved him. I'm not sure. They're making me feel like I rushed into the divorce since I don't have a real love-making tape. They do not know everything. All they know is that I have proof, but she won't acknowledge having sex with him. It's plausible because he's in Holland, but he may have seen her here. Update 5. Many of you informed me that now that the papers had been served, she would begin crawling back to save her face in front of the family and to get me back because she requires a lot of assistance with our 2 young boys. It happened, she began writing to me on Messenger, although not very frequently. All of the messages read the same. "I can't imagine my life without you. I love only you." She also sent images of our children and words stating, "We're waiting for you and love you very, very much." That is it. It has been 5 weeks and she hasn't contacted or visited me. She had numerous possibilities, including driving past my parents' house, where I currently live. Only messenger texts appear infrequently. We also saw each other a few times while switching children, and she never tried to apologize or say anything, just a brief hi and bye. Her family began communicating with me much more regularly. Her father contacted me twice, her mother emailed me a dozen links to Christian pages about forgiveness, and one of her sisters texted me, apologizing and believing my wife has been possessed by an evil spirit. Her other sister explained how my wife had damaged our family and that she did not expect me to return to her. My brother-in-law even stopped over and took me out for a beer. He wasn't attempting to be persuasive, he was simply discussing what had happened and what might happen in the future if I didn't return. Sure, he wanted me to come back, but he wasn't forcing me. Essentially, all of these conversations were the same. We can't believe she did what she did. We would like you to return to her, but we understand if you do not. However, the day came when I had made up my mind. My lawyer informed her lawyer that I had decided that I would not be able to forgive her in time and requested a divorce. My lawyer provided my terms, and we're currently waiting for her counsel to respond. While I waited for their response, her sister began criticizing me and telling me that I was going to wreck the marriage. She claimed unequivocally that it was my wife who started all of this by being selfish, but she is now very regretful, crying, and wishing she could turn back time. Now it is my turn to be selfish, and I intend to end the marriage by divorcing her. According to her, it's all on me now because I can rescind the divorce and return it for the children. She suggested I didn't even need to return to my wife, just raise my 2 sons. She told me how angry I am and how it will only become worse with time. She told me to just suck it up and keep living with my wife, framing this divorce as my revenge on her but stressing that it is also retribution on our children. I can't understand it. Others had warned me that this would happen, that the circumstances would shift and her family would turn against me, but it still shocked me. For a moment today I felt horrible, as if it was all my fault, that my wife treated me like garbage for more than half a year, that she chose to abandon me physically and emotionally, and that she wanted to leave. So yes, they had a strong influence on me. It's incredibly difficult, but I won't change my mind. The divorce will occur. It appears that they now have a narrative in which I am the guy who abandons the kids. I've been thinking about how to end this dispute by giving my terms for reconciliation, terms she's unlikely to accept. I don't love her, but I do it for the kids, whom I adore dearly. No marriage, only a relationship. Separate your finances. She leaves her hometown and moves with her children to the capital city where I live, GPS in the car till she stops driving in her old age, daily phone checks, all after I finish my 7 months of dates with random girls. I would also not be afraid to cheat during the relationship and never tell her. If she finds out, it makes no difference because there is no marriage. I do not care. What are your thoughts? It's only a notion. Nothing serious. I probably won't do it anyhow, but I don't know what else to do to keep the family from accusing me of abandoning the children. In Poland, Europe, tiny children like ours must be near their mother in the event of a divorce. I can't have them since she lives in a tiny town an hour distant from me, and the kids attend kindergarten and nursery there. We cannot divide custody 50-50ths. I'll be the every other weekend dad, with full access anytime I choose. It's sad and unpleasant, but that's how it is. Update 6. It's been 2 months since I confronted her, gave her divorce papers, and relocated to the capital city, an hour away from the little hamlet where we used to live together. I currently live with my parents and sleep on the couch in their living room. The dining table has been converted into a workspace/entertainment area, and my clothes are hung on every chair around. I work from home for 8 hours and then normally help my elderly parents, who are 88 and 71 years old, with household duties. I do their grocery and drive them to doctor's appointments. Apart from that, I go to the gym or the movies to get away from bad thoughts about what happened. I visit my children every weekend. She drops them off, and I take them back. The weekends are fantastic, and I find myself actually happy when I'm with them. I took a paternity test, and the boys are mine, so there is no confusion there. The situation with the divorce terms is currently unknown. It's difficult to predict what will happen because I live with my parents, and as a father of 2 and a mature man, I don't have anywhere else to live. I want a large sum of money from my wife and she is taking over the mortgage for the house. She consented to the mortgage takeover but only offered 1/3 of the amount I requested, citing her contribution to the house's construction. The thing is, I did not cause this circumstance. I'm not guilty, and I need a place to live. 1/3 of the sum I want will not help me buy a flat, so the discussion between our attorneys continues. She's offering me such a low price because she wants to keep the house. However, the last time we spoke, I learnt that she may be forced to sell it. This is what she should have done since the beginning. She'll be unable to pay both the mortgage and me. We'll see how it goes. Other financial issues, such as child support, are also up for debate. She wants too much, and it must be agreed upon. She also argues that I should be the one to pick up the children from the little town and drive them home. By the end of the weekend, there will have been a lot of fuel and time spent. It should be her dropping them off and me driving them home. As you can see, she is responsible for everything, but she is also willing to argue about the conditions of the divorce. Her sister invited me to attend her daughter's communion last Sunday. I went to spend more time with my boys. Every family member is aware that my decision is definite, therefore they did not even attempt to talk to me about it. I basically took care of my boys while everyone else drank and ate at the table following the ceremony. However, at one point my wife questioned whether my decision was completely final. I glanced at her and said as gently as I could, "Yes, it is final, and nothing will change it. I'm here now for my guys, to spend as much time with them as possible." However, she went on to express her genuine shame and regret for what she had done. She informed me she stopped her relationship with the AP by going to an exorcist, telling him everything about the affair, and then leaving it in God's hands. To that, I said that I don't care about her priest, and if there's anyone she should be telling everything to, it's me. At that point, it was just ludicrous, but I said, "Okay, if you're truly sorry, I'm here to give you one last chance to tell me the whole truth. Tell me how often you had sex with him." She said that she didn't. Then I asked her, "Do you remember that party you held with your work pals in November? Why did you rent a flat for the night, Airbnb, instead of staying at one of your friends' apartments?" After hearing it, she went paralyzed and couldn't say anything except, "Why do you need to keep torturing yourself with it?" I stated that if she was truly sorry, she would stop lying 2 months after I left her. This was just one example. I told her having sex over video chat is the same, and I knew she did it with him. She could not remember how many times she had done it with the AP. After that, I asked her, "How do you picture getting back together? You start a conversation with me, then lie the next second. Do you realize I'll be checking your phone every day? What are your thoughts about that?" She responded, "That would not be trust. It would simply be treating me as rubbish." Then our son intervened, and the conversation was nearing its end. I ended with, "Remember, you didn't just cheat on me. You also cheated on our 2 adorable, wonderful boys." It ruined her. She began shrieking that this was the last time I told her something like that in front of our children. It's interesting because her sister has told me that my wife is hurting and crying every day as a result of all of this. It's a true two-faced woman, sobbing in front of her family while lying to me. She even stated that if she wished, she would join the AP and her family. I couldn't do anything about it, as if I should be grateful that she broke up with him and is now in control of not being with him. So come on. I think I'm simply venting at this point and keeping you updated. Thank you all for your support. I'll be strong and end this mess one day. I believe my boys will want psychological assistance if things do not turn out nicely. The older one has been scared lately, but I will always be there for them. Update 7. Our attorneys finally reached a deal, and the divorce will take place shortly. She has taken over the unfinished house and is now solely responsible for the mortgage. The house is for the kids, and I don't want anyone to tell me later that I sold it as part of my revenge on her. Furthermore, I don't want to live in her small hamlet, which is an hour away from the capital city where I am currently. However, I am receiving what I put into it, and that amount is not awful at all. The child support amount is reasonable, and we agreed that she will drop the kids off to my residence in the capital city every other weekend. I'll just need to drive them back. Now, I see my children virtually every weekend, but it's not enough for me. It causes me so much anguish that I can't take it sometimes. I simply cannot allow 1- and 3-year-old boys to grow up without a father because of an unruly mother. I only wish I could have them, but it's not feasible due to Polish laws. I'll have to start driving there in the middle of the week or something to get by. As for her, she keeps texting me that she loves me, wishes she could go back in time, and is suffering as a result of her actions each day. She softened to the point that she told me that she no longer considers checking her phone to be treating her as garbage. She agreed and said I could do it all the time. She also said we may transfer from the tiny village to the main metropolis. She pledged to tell me everything about the affair, every detail, if I would accept her back. She came to see my parents and apologized. Something must have changed, or someone must have informed her of something. She's now eager to do anything and even displaying some guilt. The last time she messaged me, she said, "Thank you for not selling the house and ending the relationship amicably. Accepting the divorce is synonymous with agreeing to your terms. I'll have to agree in court, but let me assure you that it won't be true. I do not want this divorce, and I adore you. I know you don't believe it and I understand, but I want you to know that I hope to have the opportunity to prove my love to you someday. I adore you and am sorry for everything. There are no words to explain how much I regret everything. Things like those sway me and hinder the healing process. I'd be lying if I said her remarks didn't affect me. The idea of my boys growing up in the capital city rather than the tiny town is appealing. I know she struggles with being alone with 2 tiny boys, but she cheated and wrecked everything. I expected it to grow better with time, but the wound healed quite slowly. I shall remain the course. I'll end this. I'll update one day, maybe when I'm finally happy. What are your thoughts? Do you believe my wife is sincerely sorry? She only agreed to tell me about her infidelity after I stated I might come back, not right away. She didn't offer to let me check her phone immediately. She did not immediately volunteer to go to the metropolis from the tiny village. It took 3 months for her to demonstrate contrition. When she apologizes, she doesn't even contact or visit me. She does it over Messenger. Her entire family has now sided with her. Her mother calls me a narcissist, and her sister claims that I only want to profit from the divorce and leave a lady with 2 young sons. I paid a brief visit to my children yesterday, and she invited me to spend the night. Naturally, I left. I'd appreciate any insight. Update 8. D-Day was April 7th, and here's how I feel after nearly half a year. In such complex scenarios, the same questions must be answered on a daily basis. In my case, the question is if I still love her. Could I go back to her solely for the children? Do I want to return to her little village to complete building the house? Would I be okay with myself in 5 to 10 years knowing what she had done? The answer to all of the inquiries is a resounding negative at this point. That is it. Yes, I adore my children and wish I could spend every day with them, but I cannot. I want to love her, but I can't. Even though she wants me back. I wish I could have that family back, but I cannot. I want to forget everything, but I can't. I even gave her a second chance, which included moving to my city with the kids to begin a new life. She didn't even agree, telling me that she has her family's assistance in the little town and will not sell the house since she wants our children to have something in the future. When I informed her that family isn't the silly building, but a mother, father, and children, she just shut up. This is when I realized there is no longer a us. There is no mutual agreement or middle ground in this. I mentioned that I would not continue living in the tiny town because that is where the affair began. He observed her driving down the street and phoned her. I went on to say that I will not finish building a house 1 mile away from her AP's family home, and that I will not spend another day of my life worrying about meeting him someday. He lives abroad but pays 2 to 3 visits to his family each year. The conversation then ended. I despise the little town. She does not wish to live in the capital, that is it. Here's an example of how she approaches things. We agreed that I would take the money I put into the house and she would keep the building for the children. She now has an issue with this because there is a clause in the agreement that specifies she cannot sell the house until the children reach 18, adults in Poland. Otherwise, she will have to divide the money she would receive from selling the house evenly between herself and me. She believes this is unjust because she intends to build the house with her own money, and if it is sold, I would receive half of the proceeds from a far more expensive finished house. When I asked her why she would consider selling it, she explained that she cannot anticipate what her life will be like. I can't trust her at this point, so I'm considering just selling the building. I can't bear the thought of selling the house I bought for my children. Update 9. She sent me a message today asking for a response to her question. I'm asking you online because if I were to do it in person, we'd just shout at each other. You've told me who I am and what I've done, and you don't want to talk about it anymore. After all of this, do you want to forgive me, put the past behind you and start over with your family, or do you already know you don't and will never be able to forgive me, and you'll never return to us? Please think about it and let me know if you want our marriage back. What does this mean? I don't think she's in a position to demand that I be so detailed right now. I believe there is another person involved, and she wants to discuss the problem with me. I replied, I'm worth more than a messenger conversation, and we'll talk soon. I chatted to her. I laid forth my only 2 conditions for this marriage to last. Move to the capital city and cut all links with the AP and his family. The second is obvious to her, but the first is an insurmountable impediment. She apologizes for her actions, but she refuses to relocate to Warsaw because we will never be able to afford a magnificent large house there, and even tiny apartments are prohibitively expensive to rent. She claims that our children have it easy in the tiny town. She just pays the bills for the flat she presently resides in because it is her father's property. In Warsaw, she would have to spend 4 to 5 times more for a smaller flat, bills and rent. She also has enough friends and family to visit with the kids after work. That is all true. I see the children are pleased, and it is handy for her. She claimed if we moved, only I would be thrilled about it. It would boost my ego. It's just a bad scenario since she's right. Her sister owns the small town's kindergarten, which we pay nearly nothing for. She simply put me in an impossible scenario to solve. Situation: I hold my ground. I will not live in the little town, but it does not make sense for them to relocate. In this scenario, We agreed that I would simply continue to visit and spend as much time as possible with the children. I will continue to take them to Warsaw every other weekend. She informed me she will not date anyone else and will only wait for me, and that I will see for myself in the future, that she will remain single. I find it difficult to believe, but I don't really care. Maybe it's good since the kids will just have me as a father figure, rather than some random guy. During our chat, she said several things that demonstrated that she is not a remorseful person. When I asked why she hadn't phoned me once during our separation and had just texted me, she stated she didn't have time with 2 kids running around the house. She stated that she will never discuss the affair again and will not provide me with any other information if I inquire. She is done with it and will not discuss anything else with me because I informed her family some information she did not want me to share with them. She informed me that the AP had been writing to her for many years and that she had always rejected him, but when he wrote last year, she chose to start an affair with him due to my passive approach. I immediately told her what she said was very horrible, and she rolled her eyes and said, "You're only thinking about yourself. You are the only poor guy in this." Update 10. I've learned to live alone with little time with my children, and now I want to date again. Actually, I began using dating apps some time ago. I get a good number of matches, and arranging up a date with a nice woman is no problem. In general, I had 2 to 3 short-term relationships that had to terminate since I was always busy with the kids when they wanted to meet. Every other weekend is completely off, although I wish they were longer. I always lied about having a meeting or whatever, and they saw it as a lack of interest on my part. The trouble is, how can I navigate this? For the time being, I don't tell new girls that I'm almost divorced with 2 children. I discovered that the only way for the second or third date to occur is to avoid exposing this too soon. Is there a solution to this? Is there any chance a girl would stick with me if I gave her the truth from the start? Has anyone experienced a similar situation? I don't necessarily want to be in a serious relationship right now, but I hope to be in one in the future.